Mother, please come save me. Grandmother is going to beat me to death. When Bai Lian opened her eyes again, she discovered that she had traversed through time, not only becoming a widow but also the mother of a 4-year-old daughter, Zhou Ya, who was outside crying for her help. After Bai Lian rescued her daughter from the clutches of her wicked mother-in-law, she learned the reason for the beating. Zhou Ya had told her grandmother about her second uncle's failure to pass the imperial examination and the impending Locust plague she had dreamt of. Old Lady Zhou believed that Zhou Ya was cursing her son's failure, and in her fury, she beat the girl mercilessly. It was not until Zhou's second son truly failed his exams that Bai Lian realized her daughter possessed the ability to foresee the future. Since the Zhou family dismissed the possibility of a locust plague, Bai Lian had no choice but to take her daughter back to her maternal home, gathering her family and the village to harvest grain in advance, thus escaping the disaster. The family had no time to rest. Just after waking from a midday nap, her daughter informed her that she had dreamt of an imminent war, and soon officials would arrive to conscript soldiers and requisition supplies. The village, having harvested early, fell victim to corrupt officials and, subsequently, they were plundered by fleeing refugees, resulting in heavy casualties among the villagers. Bai Lian's heart sank at the news, and she hurried to find the village chief to escape the calamity. On the journey of fleeing, the Bai family, equipped with grain and weapons, fared far better than other villages. Upon learning this, the Zhou family shamelessly approached Bai Lian, weeping and begging her, for the sake of family bonds, not to abandon them in their time of need, feigning deep remorse. In response, Bai Lian and her daughter brazenly devoured chicken legs in front of the Zhou family, with Bai Lian muttering indistinctly, "You wish to consume my grain? Dream on. Do you want to fart instead?" However, her daughter, now renamed Bai Jinju, disagreed. "No, we're eating meat. Farts have no nourishment." Chapter 1. Mother and Daughter Under Siege.
Mother, sobi.
Please come save me. Grandmother is going to beat me to death. A piercing wail cut through the air like a curse, jolting Bai Lian from her stupor and pulling her sharply into consciousness. She opened her eyes wide and, upon seeing the tiled roof above her, sat up abruptly. As her gaze wandered to the yellowed earthen walls and rudimentary furnishings, she felt an unsettling mix of strangeness and familiarity. The unfamiliarity stemmed from her certainty that she had never set foot in this place before. In comparison, even her old home, which had yet to be rebuilt, appeared far more orderly and brighter. Yet, the sense of familiarity lingered, as she had just dreamt of this very location. In her dream, she seemed to witness the life of a young woman from ancient times who bore her name, Bai Lian, and who had lived a life strikingly similar to her own. This ancient counterpart had been married for 5 years, but had spent the last 4 as a widow. She also had a 4-year-old daughter, and the duo endured a life of hardship in their in-laws' home, toiling like beasts of burden. These images flickered in her mind like a film reel, making Bai Lian fully aware that she had indeed traversed time. As for the reason behind her transmigration, she had no inkling. It had merely been a perplexing dream, and upon waking, she found herself here. Before she could process the whirlwind of emotions swirling within her, the plaintive, childlike voice called out once more, "Wa, grandmother, I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. It hurts so much. Mother, save me."
Ba.
"Calling your doomed mother is of no use. You both are the cause of my son's demise, and now you wish to bring misfortune upon my second son. Today, I shall teach you a lesson you won't forget." Bai Lian's heart twisted with pain at the sound of her daughter's cries. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and rescue Zhou Ya from the clutches of the malevolent old lady. Zhou, through gritted teeth, she forced herself to sit upright, only to discover that her legs felt weak and unsteady. Her calves trembled uncontrollably, and it dawned on her that her body was likely starved. "Ouch! You little wretch! How dare you bite me?" Before Bai Lian could comprehend the situation, the door swung open with a bang. A small figure tumbled into the room, rolling and scrambling, her 4-year-old daughter, Zhou Ya. Bai Lian was taken aback. Zhou Ya's face was streaked with tears, her once sunken cheeks now swollen and red. Her hair was a tangled mess, and her patched little dress was torn in several places. Zhou Ya flung herself into Bai Lian's embrace, gripping the hem of her mother's clothing with all her might, her body trembling as if in convulsions. She sobbed incessantly, "Mother, mother, grandmother hit me so hard. It hurts, please save me." A surge of rage ignited within Bai Lian, extending from her toes to the crown of her head. What grievance could justify beating a child so brutally? This was her own grandmother. At that moment, old Lady Zhou stormed into the room, brandishing a thick stick, Following her was the wife of Zhou's second son, Li Shi. Upon entering, old lady Zhou's fierce demeanor was unsettling, and she pointed the stick at Bai Lian and her daughter, while cursing them. "You little wretch, dare to bite me? Just wait until I skin you alive." She spat, lunging towards Zhou Ya. Seeing this, Bai Lian quickly shielded her daughter, positioning her frail body protectively in front of Zhou Ya. Her eyes blazed with fury, akin to two blazing torches, as she glared at old lady Zhou. "Enough. She's only 4 years old. How can you be so cruel? She is your own granddaughter." Old lady Zhou continued her assault, striking Bai Lian across the face with a resounding slap, her voice laced with venom. "I am your mother-in-law. How dare you speak to me like that? You are the harbinger of death, and she is the bearer of misfortune. My son has perished because of you too, and now, you dare to curse my second son? Today, I will teach her a proper lesson." Li Shi reveled in the sight of Bai Lian being scolded and beaten by her mother-in-law, relishing the misfortune of this so-called vixen who constantly tempted her husband. Her husband's gaze seemed glued to this vixen whenever he encountered her, and he had even mumbled her name in his sleep on several occasions. Had it not been for her husband's aspirations to become a scholar, she would have long ago clawed that seductive face to shreds. The force of the slap left Bai Lian staggering, nearly stepping on Zhou Ya, who was cowering behind her. Zhou Ya, terrified, cried out, "Wah! Please don't hit my mother. Mother, are you okay?" In that moment, Zhou Ya regretted ever mentioning her dream. She never anticipated her grandmother would react with such fury. Bai Lian shook her head and gently patted her daughter's arm, whispering, "Ya, be good. Mother is fine. Don't cry." As she spoke, Bai Lian's mind raced, fervently wishing for divine intervention, hoping for a system to manifest, anything to aid her in this dire situation. Yet, after several tense seconds, she heard nothing but the sound of her daughter sniffling, devoid of any mechanical voice or whimsical tone. Could it be? No system upon her transference? Well then, she thought, let's try something different. Bai Lian silently recited incantations related to space and teleportation, believing that as long as there was a spatial domain, she could ensnare the wicked mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and discreetly eliminate them. However, mere moments later, nothing transpired. It appeared that only one recourse remained. Bai Lian closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and subtly gripped the edge of the bed, summoning all her strength.
PFT, PFFT, PFFT.
Cough, cough, cough. "Mother, that stinks," Zhou Ya exclaimed, caught off guard by her mother's sudden and odorous release. Zhou Ya's head was positioned directly beneath her mother when the latter let out the foul wind, resulting in an unfortunate convergence of events. Bai Lian felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her original intent had been to muster every ounce of strength to heave the wooden bed, in the hope of uncovering some formidable advantage akin to a golden finger. Yet, her exertion backfired. Not only did she see stars, but she also inadvertently released a few foul-smelling bursts that assailed her daughter. It was indeed mortifying to have inadvertently harmed an ally. Beyond the initial embarrassment, despair loomed larger in Bai Lian's heart. The agricultural novels she had perused, characters possessed myriad extraordinary abilities. Why was she devoid of such fortunes? It seemed profoundly unjust. Her despair stemmed from her lack of knowledge regarding wild vegetables. She could only recognize blooming dandelions, and her absence of medical or martial skills. Moreover, she had never engaged in commerce, and though she relished food, her culinary skills merely sufficed to satiate hunger, lacking any flair for deliciousness. Her greatest expertise lay in scrolling through short videos. Alas, it seemed she might not survive more than 2 days in this place. What was she to do? As Bai Lian spiraled into self-doubt, she remained oblivious to the fact that Zhou Posey and Li Shi had already fled the scene, pinching their noses in disgust. Mother, Nai and second aunt had departed, Zhou Ya informed her, covering her nose while fanning the air with her small hands. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian snapped back to reality, only to find that Zhou Posey and Li Shi had vanished from the room. She was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but break into a wry smile. Little did she expect that her awkward predicament would ultimately drive away those wretched women. Chapter 2, A Plea for Divine Blessing. As Zhou Posey emerged from Bai Lian's chamber, she spat disdainfully onto the ground, exclaiming, "Pah! What a repugnant creature! Utterly devoid of any manners." Li Shi, with a sharp glint in her eye, seized the opportunity to interject, "Mother, I believe that girl's words were not mere dreams. She must have been coached by her sister-in-law. How could such a young child possibly comprehend such things? You mustn't let them off so easily." Upon hearing this, Zhou Posey's eyes widened in shock, and the scant flesh on her face quivered with indignation. Through gritted teeth, she retorted, "Humph. I knew that wretched little girl lacked the audacity. It must be that ominous star inciting her. They wish to sabotage my second son's future. There is no way that shall come to pass." "Oh, ominous star, show yourself." Inside, Bai Lian, who was examining Zhou Ya for any injuries, rolled her eyes in exasperation. If only she were truly an ominous star, she would have surely brought doom upon this entire family. Yet, the current circumstances were beyond her control, and all she could muster was a feeble acknowledgement before she stepped outside, trembling. "What is it?" Bai Lian thought to herself. For she would never address this vile hag as mother. Such a noble title did not belong to one like her. "Must I still give you instructions?" "The household chores remain unfinished. Get to it quickly and then kneel in this yard to pray that your second brother may achieve the status of a scholar." Li Shi chimed in with a slight smile. "Sister-in-law, mother is not punishing you, after all. Your daughter claimed she dreamt that her second uncle would fail to become a scholar. She even mentioned locust plagues. Just look at those words. Is it not a curse? Such a young child ought to learn better. They say that deities dwell just above our heads. You should kneel and pray fervently for your child's second uncle to succeed." Bai Lian's expression remained impassive, yet inside she scoffed. Let them torment her if they wished. Why invoke such nonsensical superstitions that even a 3-year-old would not believe? TSK, TSK. As if kneeling alone could ensure a scholarly title, then every pig in the world would be a top scholar. Her second brother had been a perennial scholar. Having traversed through every corner of the examination hall without ever passing, it would be a miracle if he succeeded this time. Alas! If only there were a gambling den here, she would wager her entire fortune that Zhou's second son would certainly fail, though her entire fortune amounted to merely 10 copper coins. Perhaps it could still yield a twist of fate. Noticing Bai Lian's lack of response, Zhou Posey frowned and demanded, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Bai Lian managed a smile that was more painful than a grimace. She dared not smile too broadly, for her lips were cracked and bleeding. "The household chores are rather light. They hardly reflect my sincerity. Perhaps I should fetch water from the river to irrigate the fields? The crops have yet to receive water today, and they are of utmost importance." Furthermore, she mused, she and Zhou Ya were the ominous and broom stars. Heaven would certainly not favor such entities and would disregard their pleas. Why not have my sister-in-law kneel instead? She is always sweet-tongued and kind-hearted. Heaven must favor her. If she sincerely kneels and prays, surely her husband will achieve scholarly success. Zhou Posey, upon hearing Bai Lian's words, felt a flicker of intrigue. She vaguely recalled her second son mentioning a certain individual who, despite minimal education, had unexpectedly succeeded in the examinations. At first, his qualifications appeared mediocre, yet somehow he had passed. She had been quite curious as to why her own son, who had studied for so many years, had not enjoyed the same fortune. Now, upon hearing the ominous star's words, could it truly be that the man's wife had sincerely prayed for divine favor, resulting in such blessings? Li Shi, observing Zhou Posey's expression, understood that the old woman had indeed been swayed by Bai Lian's remarks. A wave of resentment washed over her as she cursed Bai Lian silently for being so eloquent and cunning, effortlessly duping her mother-in-law. She quickly interjected, "Mother, do not heed sister-in-law's words. How can we know if there is any truth to them? Such miraculous occurrences are far-fetched. Please do not be fooled." Yet Bai Lian maintained an earnest demeanor, addressing both Zhou Posey and Li Shi with calm deliberation. "Look at what sister-in-law has said. Deities dwell just above us. I would never utter falsehoods. If you do not believe, why then would I kneel in the courtyard to plead for heaven's blessing upon my second brother? Surely, you too must harbor some belief that such prayers hold power, or else, why would you compel me to do this?" She added, with an air of solemnity, "Sister-in-law, do not think me unkind. Such matters demand genuine sincerity. A hint of insincerity might provoke divine wrath, and our wishes may go unfulfilled." Li Shi's face flushed with indignation, fully aware of the implications hidden within Bai Lian's words. This was a blatant attempt to silence her, suggesting that if her husband failed to achieve scholarly success, it would be her lack of sincere prayer that bore the blame. That wretched Bai Lian, so cunning in her machinations, was indeed pushing her into the fire pit. At that moment, Zhou Posey leaned towards Bai Lian, her patience thinning. "Oh, third daughter-in-law, do not just stand there. Since you claim you are heading to the fields to irrigate, be quick about it. Take your daughter along. Though small, she may still lend a hand. Do not slack off here. If the chores remain undone, you shall see how I deal with you." Bai Lian felt a surge of relief wash over her. With a sincere expression, she replied, "Rest assured, I shall take Zhou Ya to fetch water and ensure the work is completed without fail." With that, she entered the house, grasped Zhou Ya's hand, and together they carried 2 buckets of water out into the yard. Seeing that Li Shi had yet to act, Zhou Posey snapped, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and go fetch the incense to pray for heaven's blessing." Chapter 3. The wronged Zhou Ya after Zhou Posey addressed Li Shi. She shouted towards the elder son's quarters, "Elder daughter-in-law, why are you not out here working? Everyone is as lazy as pigs." Inside, Wang Shi, who had been perched on the windowsill watching the spectacle unfold, had her ears perked to catch the commotion outside. Responding swiftly to Zhou Posey's call, she donned an expression of innocence and confusion before sauntering out leisurely. Wang Shi feigned nonchalance as she approached Zhou Posey, softly inquiring, "Mother, what seems to be the issue?" With a furrowed brow, Zhou Posey cast an impatient glance at her, gesturing toward the numerous wooden basins piled high in the corner of the yard. The clothes in the basin were wrinkled and haphazardly piled together, presenting quite a disarray. She remarked with irritation, "Go wash the clothes and see how messy this pile has become. Can't you tidy up a bit? Also, remember to feed the pigs and chickens in the backyard. Stop being lazy all day. The eldest will return from collecting firewood soon, and I must prepare breakfast. After he returns and finishes eating, I will still be occupied with other tasks." In her heart, Wang felt a surge of resentment, yet she obediently replied, "Mother, rest assured, I will get to work right away." With that, she approached the pile of wooden basins, glancing at the crumpled clothes, her brow slightly furrowing. But she dared not utter another word. She rolled up her sleeves and began to busy herself. As she scrubbed the clothes, her thoughts wandered to the cunning Bai Lian. With just a few words, she had managed to persuade the difficult-to-please Granny Zhou to send Li to kneel and pray, thus narrowly escaping calamity. She had underestimated her before. Just then, Li approached with incense in hand, and upon noticing Wang watching her while washing, she could only kneel on the ground, her face flushed with embarrassment. Choosing to ignore her, Wang observed this, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of her lips, inwardly amused, yet her hands continued their work without pause. She intentionally raised her voice, saying, "Sister-in-law, you must be sincere. Whether our second brother can become a scholar this time relies entirely on your heartfelt prayers. Our entire family is counting on him to succeed." Li trembled with anger upon hearing this, yet, with Granny Zhou present, she dared not retaliate. Fully aware that Wang was relishing the spectacle from within the house. Ignoring Wang, Li continued her incantations, her expression radiating piety, even as she internally cursed Bai Lian, Granny Zhou, and Wang. Meanwhile, Li's 6-year-old son, Zhou Xingsai, approached Granny Zhou, his chubby face alight with innocence as he asked, "Grandma, I'm hungry. When will we eat?" "Oh, my dear grandson, Grandma will go prepare the food right away. You can play for a bit, and soon you'll have warm food to enjoy," Granny Zhou replied, affectionately patting the boy's head, her eyes filled with tenderness. However, Zhou Xingsai persisted, tugging at Granny Zhou's clothing, "But Grandma, I'm really hungry now. My tummy is growling." Granny Zhou quickly soothed him, all right, dear grandson, I'll hurry and cook. You go find your elder brother to play for a while." With that, she made her way to the kitchen, turning back to remind, "Sister-in-law, do kneel properly and stay focused. Your husband's success in the exam depends on your sincerity." Li harbored resentment but could only respond, "Mother, you need not worry, I understand." Meanwhile, Bai Lian was leading Zhou Ya towards the riverbank. Zhou Ya felt a sense of grievance that she could not suppress, her little lips pouting and her eyes red, tears welling up within. She looked up at Bai Lian and, with a trembling voice, said, "Mother, I didn't curse uncle. I spoke the truth. A long time ago, I dreamt that the river was dry, with the mud at the bottom cracking apart. Now, the river's water is less each day, I'm not lying. Last night, I dreamt that uncle didn't pass and fell down, and soon after, many insects began to devour the crops. Those insects were so dark and dense. They completely consumed the harvest. It was terrifying. I thought surely this was bad news, so I told Grandma and Aunt Li. But they insisted I was cursing and even hit me." Bai Lian listened with surprise to Zhou Ya's tearful confession, her heart beginning to doubt whether her daughter truly possessed the gift of prophetic dreams. After all, the scenarios she described were not entirely implausible, given the area's frequent droughts. Still, the prospect of a locust plague had yet to occur. to verify her daughter's claims. Bai Lian thought it prudent to observe whether Zhou's second son would indeed stumble upon his return, as Zhou Ya had foretold. With this in mind, Bai Lian paused, her heart aching as she gazed at Zhou Ya's tear-streaked face, gently wiping away the tears that rolled down her cheeks. Dear Ya, don't cry. Mother knows you are truthful. You are a good and honest child. Others may doubt us, but I believe in you, she comforted, pulling Zhou Ya closer into a warm embrace, seeking to provide her with a sense of security. But they hit me and scolded us, and I feel so wronged. Zhou Ya sniffled, her small body trembling with emotion, evoking a pang of pain in Bai Lian's heart. Bai Lian softly patted Zhou Ya's back, continuing to soothe her. Yeah, mother understands your grievances. It is they who are unreasonable. However, if you have such dreams again, please do not tell anyone else. Only share them with me, all right? We must avoid incurring their wrath, for I can't bear to see you suffer like this again. Zhou Ya nodded, still feeling deeply aggrieved, her tears unabated, her swollen eyes tugging at Bai Lian's heartstrings. Yet, she obediently replied, Yes, mother, I understand. I will only tell you from now on. Seeing her daughter in such a pitiful state brought tears to Bai Lian's eyes as well. With no handkerchief at hand, she wiped Zhou Ya's nose with her sleeve, gently comforting her. Come, let mother take you to fill your belly. Once you're full, you won't dwell on these unhappy matters. Upon hearing of food, Zhou Ya immediately stopped crying. Mother, what delicious food are you going to get for me? Bai Lian met Zhou Ya's expectant gaze, hesitating briefly before gently taking her daughter's small hand and leading her toward their cornfield. Chapter 4. Stealing corn. The Zhou family's fields were somewhat secluded, with 4 acres of corn growing at the foot of the mountain. A glance over the lush, towering stalks of corn revealed broad leaves swaying gently in the breeze. For Bai Lian, this was a perfect natural shield. After ensuring no one was around, she crouched down and shielded her face, carefully leading Zhou Ya into the cornfield. As they stepped inside, the sweet aroma of corn enveloped them. Zhou Ya's eyes sparkled, unable to resist swallowing her saliva, though she was puzzled about her mother's intentions for bringing her here. Gripping Bai Lian's clothes tightly, she asked, Mother, why are we hiding here? What are we doing? Why, we are here to fill our bellies. Bai Lian replied, noticing her daughter's anxious demeanor. She gently patted Zhou Ya's hand to reassure her. Then, to Zhou Ya's astonishment, she plucked 2 ears of tender corn, stripped them of their husks, and handed one to her. Now eat quickly. Bai Lian exclaimed, biting into her corn with gusto. I'm famished. Zhou Ya hesitated, accepting the corn and marveling at the plump kernels, her mouth watering, yet she voiced her concern. Mother, if we steal corn like this, Grandma will surely punish us. Worry etched across her small face, her eyes reflecting fear as she instinctively leaned closer to Bai Lian. Bai Lian paused her eating, stroking Zhou Ya's head, her gaze filled with defiance and fearlessness. Do not be afraid, my dear Ya, she whispered softly. Your mother is here. Eat heartily without worry. If we do not nourish ourselves now, how shall we muster the strength to fetch water later? Moreover, upon our return, given your wicked grandmother's temperament, we will likely be served only a watery gruel. A mere morsel won't suffice. It is wiser to fill our bellies here first. Upon hearing Bai Lian's words, although Zhou Ya's heart was still heavy with trepidation, the persistent rumbling of her stomach could not be ignored. The allure of the corn was irresistible, especially as she observed her mother relishing it so delightfully. Thus, with trepidation, she brought the corn to her lips and took a gentle bite, the sweet flavor blossoming in her mouth. Unable to resist, she took another generous bite, her cheeks puffed up as she mumbled, Mother, this corn is truly delicious. Seeing her daughter in such a state, Bai Lian could not help but smile, and she too began to gnaw at her own ear of corn. This ancient corn lacks the sweetness and fullness of its modern counterpart, but it shall suffice. Yet, Zhou Ya remained somewhat anxious, her brows furrowing as she stuffed her mouth with corn, quietly voicing her concerns. Mother, I am still a bit frightened. What if this corn upsets my stomach? And what if we are discovered? As she spoke, she glanced around cautiously, her demeanor reflecting a fear that at any moment someone might burst in and catch them. Bai Lian, having finished 1 ear of corn, wiped the bits clinging to Zhou Ya's mouth and reassured her, It is quite all right, Ya. Eating 1 ear will pose no danger. Let us hasten and finish our meal. We shall not be discovered. With that, Bai Lian swiftly grabbed another ear, peeling it with remarkable speed before devouring it eagerly. Zhou Ya, Observing her mother's enjoyment and glancing at the half-ear of corn still in her hand, timidly inquired, "Mother, may I have another ear?" Bai Lian firmly shook her head in refusal. "No, that is not permissible. You are still too young, and your stomach cannot compare to mine. Finish one ear first. And when we return home, I shall let you have my share of the watery gruel." The sweetness in her mouth made little Zhou Ya lament her small stature for the first time. Once the mother and daughter had finished their corn, Bai Lian took the cob in her hand and dug a small hole in the ground, intending to bury the remnants. Zhou Ya quickly joined in to help. And once they were done, they checked each other for any lingering debris on their faces or clothes. As they exited the cornfield, they stumbled upon some wild mint by the roadside. Bai Lian plucked a few leaves and began to chew them, hoping to mask the taste of corn to avoid detection. Zhou Ya, imitating her mother, took a few bites and her slightly swollen eyes sparkled with delight. "Mother, these leaves are so fragrant and refreshing." "Indeed, my dear. That is mint. Do not swallow it. Simply chew and spit it out to avoid any stomach troubles," Bai Lian advised, also spitting out her own mint leaves. In Hui village, not every household possessed a well. There were only 3 in total, 1 old well in the village and 2 others belonging to the village head and the butcher. Thus, during times of drought, the water level in the old well would steadily decline, and many villagers would queue for hours to fetch water. Not everyone could afford to waste time in line, leading many to opt for the nearby river to gather water for cooking and irrigation. As Bai Lian and Zhou Ya approached the riverbank, they encountered numerous villagers. Bai Lian, being a young widow of considerable beauty, found that the men of the village dared not greet her, fearing the spread of unflattering rumors. The women avoided her as well. For since her husband's passing, Zhou had circulated tales branding Bai Lian a harbinger of misfortune, and her daughter a bad omen. Thus, the villagers treated her as if she were invisible, avoiding any association with such a maligned figure. However, for Bai Lian, the lack of greetings was a relief, sparing her the effort of idle conversation. Zhou Ya, lacking close companions and often bullied by other village children, would return home in tears, prompting her mother to hold her close and weep alongside her. Just then, a few mischievous children spotted Bai Lian and Zhou Ya, shouting, "The harbinger of misfortune and the bad omen have emerged. Everyone flee." The parents of those children merely glanced at Bai Lian and Zhou Ya but did nothing to chastise their offspring for their rudeness. Zhou Ya instinctively hid behind Bai Lian, clutching her mother's clothing tightly, her small face a portrait of distress and fear, her eyes glistening with a thread of fresh tears. Bai Lian, undeterred, picked up a stone the size of her palm and hurled it towards the group of children, though her aim was not to hit them but rather to startle them. After throwing, she placed her hands on her hips and declared loudly, "If anyone speaks ill again, I shall stand at their doorstep tonight and see if misfortune truly befalls them." To her surprise, the presence of a morsel in her belly had amplified her voice considerably. The children, frightened by Bai Lian's fierce demeanor, scattered in all directions, glancing back in terror as they ran, fearful that she might indeed follow them home to bring calamity upon them. Chapter 5. Zhou Lianbua and his son. The parents of the mischievous children, witnessing Bai Lian's outburst, felt a twinge of embarrassment but said nothing, as their own children had instigated the ruckus. They shot a disapproving glance at their fleeing offspring before turning to leave with a huff. Zhou Ya stood by, her eyes wide in astonishment. Previously, whenever she had faced bullying, her mother could only hold her close and weep silently. Yet this time, her mother had boldly stepped forward. The fierce determination and resolute stance filled Zhou Ya with both surprise and a sweet sense of happiness, sweeter than the corn she had just eaten. "Mother, you are truly amazing." Bai Lian, noticing the adoration in her daughter's eyes and the sweetness in her voice, felt her lips curve into a smile. "Indeed, my dear. I shall not allow anyone to bully you again. Now let us go fetch water." With an air of confidence, Bai Lian strode forward, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar stares from those around her, one hand firmly gripping the water bucket while the other held her daughter's hand as they made their way to the riverbank. Upon reaching the river, she paused, taken aback by the sight before her. What was once a fairly broad river now presented only a shallow layer of murky yellow water, obscuring even the stones and silt beneath. Bai Lian furrowed her brow, her mind racing with concerns about the severity of this year's drought. In her dreams, she had often encountered droughts where the water level dropped, but never to such an alarming extent. She crouched down, carefully lowering the bucket into the river. As the bucket filled to about half, she stood up to retrieve it. Meanwhile, Zhou Ya, watching intently, felt a surge of determination and rushed over to assist, her tiny legs carrying her swiftly to Bai Lian's side. She reached out her small hand to grasp the handle of the bucket, her innocent face reflecting confusion as she observed the scant amount of water within. "Mother, why is there so little water?" she seemed to ask with her wide eyes. Bai Lian gently tapped Zhou Ya's nose, amused by her earnestness. The Zhou family's fields were not her concern. Whether they thrived or withered mattered little to her. A casual watering would suffice, serving merely as an excuse to enjoy a stroll outside. The work at home awaited her, along with the looming presence of the stern faces she dreaded, and she certainly could not afford to slack off under Zhou Bo's watchful eye. As Bai Lian pondered, she smiled and said to Zhou Ya, "My dear, this year the water is scarce. We should take as much as we can manage. Neither of us possesses the strength to fill the bucket to the brim." Zhou Ya, somewhat comprehending yet still uncertain, nodded her head, her small hands tightly gripping the bucket handle. She tilted her face upward and declared, "Mother, let me help you lift it. I am strong." "No need, my child. You have not eaten your fill. Just accompany me on the way. Besides, this half bucket of water is not heavy for me. However, it is quite burdensome for you. Only do what you can, dear Ya. Do not overexert yourself, understand?" Zhou Ya listened to Bai Lian's words with a mix of understanding and confusion, but she recognized her mother-esque concern for her well-being. She obediently nodded, releasing her grip on the bucket handle, and instead grasped Bai Lian's fingers, softly saying, "Mother, I will heed your words and walk alongside you." Upon arriving at the edge of the Zhou family's fields again, Bai Lian poured the water from the bucket onto the ground. As the small half-bucket of water hit the earth, it quickly seeped into the cracked soil, barely moistening a dozen small wheat plants. It made little difference to the expanse of 4 acres of wheat. Zhou Ya glanced at the wheat field and then at the cornfield, confused, and asked, "Mother, why aren't we watering the cornfield?" She could not bear to see the cornfield wither, as she was already contemplating sneaking some corn later if hunger struck. "We shall water the wheat field. The cornfield requires a longer trek." Bai Lian had no intention of saturating all 8 acres of Zhou's land. At worst, she would incur Zhou Posey's wrath. But enduring a beating was preferable to exhausting herself over the entire 8 acres. With such thoughts, Bai Lian gazed helplessly at the sky, wondering why, having been transported to this world, she was not bestowed with a golden finger. She would rather forego any system or space, simply wishing for the strength to confront the demons and monsters. Third sister-in-law. The voice calling out made Bai Lian and her daughter turned to see Zhou Linbo, the eldest son of the Zhou family. He was straining to push a cart loaded with 5 buckets of water alongside his eldest son. Noticing that Bai Lian only had 2 buckets, Zhou Linbo frowned disapprovingly and remarked, "You're only carrying 2 buckets. How long will it take to water everything? By the time you finish, the crops will have already withered." Bai Lian rolled her eyes inwardly, maintaining her composure as she replied unhurriedly, "Elder brother, this year it has been quite difficult to fetch water. Ya and I have exerted ourselves to fill these 2 buckets, unlike you who possess the strength to bring so much." Zhou Linbo's expression darkened further upon hearing this, and he scoffed, "Stop making excuses. If the harvest fails, we will all go hungry. You cannot exert a little more effort? Our mother is counting on a good yield from this land." Bai Lian let out a cold laugh internally, thinking that the outcome of the harvest had little bearing on her since it was not her land. Yet, she still said, "Elder brother, Ya and I are doing our utmost. The buckets are heavy, and the back and forth has exhausted us. Moreover, with the drought so severe, it is not a matter we can resolve alone." This was the first time Zhou Linbo noticed how articulate his third sister-in-law was, and just as he was about to respond, Zhou Xingwang interjected, "Father, we should finish watering the fields quickly. The sooner we finish in this heat, the sooner we can return home." Zhou Linbo shot his son a glare but ceased his reprimand of Bai Lian, muttering, "Then hurry up and don't dawdle." Bai Lian turned her back to Zhou Linbo and said, "Ya, let us go." After all, they were all of the same generation. Who would heed his orders? Zhou Xingwang cast a suspicious glance at Bai Lian and remarked, "Father, I feel like third aunt is different today." Zhou Linbo replied while lowering the water buckets, "What could be different about her? She can merely talk a bit more. Ignore her and get back to work." Meanwhile, Bai Lian walked ahead, lamenting internally how bothersome it was. She had intended to slack off, but now, given the presence of this father and son duo, she had no choice but to fill at least 1 bucket to the top. At this moment, Zhou Ya was extremely worried, glancing back as she walked, fearful that her uncle and cousin would discover that 3 ears of corn were missing from the cornfield. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Her small hand unconsciously tightened around the hem of Bai Lian's garment as she trembled. Mother, what if uncle and cousin go to water the cornfield and notice that 3 ears of corn are missing? Will they suspect us of stealing and then tell grandmother? Grandmother will surely punish us severely. Chapter 6. You are also Yaya's treasure. Bai Lian looked down at her daughter's anxious little face and felt a pang of concern in her heart, yet she feigned calmness and reassured her, do not worry. Dear Yaya, the cornfield is vast, they may not even notice a few missing ears. Even if they do, they might not deduce it was us. Stop scaring yourself. Upon hearing her mother's comforting words, Zhou Ya felt somewhat more at ease, though her little face still bore traces of worry. She occasionally turned to glance toward the cornfield, her small hand still tightly clutching Bai Lian's garment, as if that alone could provide her with added security. Bai Lian also felt a sense of unease, if this matter were to be discovered. Zhou Posey's temperament would not allow her to easily overlook the transgression of the mother and daughter. The two quickly arrived at the riverside, gazing at the still shallow and murky water. Bai Lian gritted her teeth and plunged the bucket into the water, this time determined to draw more, lest Zhou Linhua and his son return to inform Zhou Posey of her idleness. In truth, Bai Lian was not afraid of Zhou Posey. If she were the only one to deal with, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. In her eyes, this wicked mother-in-law held no power over her. But she also had 2 sisters-in-law who were clearly not of good character. If things escalated, and the 3 of them ganged up on her, she would have to protect Zhou Ya, and only the 2 of them would end up suffering. With such thoughts, Bai Lian sighed for the umpteenth time, yearning to be the fierce protagonist of a thrilling tale, bursting forth with the strength to snap an adversary's arm or land a blow that would send them sprawling. Oh, how her heart raced at the thought, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Zhou Ya noticed her mother's unusual demeanor and worriedly asked, Mother, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Why don't you pour some water for me? I can carry it. Bai Lian snapped back to reality, observing her daughter's concerned expression. She smiled and patted her head, saying, Mother is fine, dear. It is too heavy for you to carry, let me handle it. With that, she exerted herself to lift the bucket, successfully filling it to the brim. Gritting her teeth, she used all her strength to steady herself and prevent the water from sloshing out. Mother, please be careful, Zhou Ya exclaimed, following closely behind with a look of tension on her little face, her small hands outstretched as if wanting to help but fearing she would only hinder. Bai Lian took slow, deliberate steps toward the fields, fine beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. Yet her thoughts lingered on how difficult life had become. She needed to devise a plan to alter their circumstances. They could not allow themselves to be continuously manipulated by the Zhou family. With the assistance of Zhou Linhua and his son, the 8 acres were begrudgingly watered after an entire morning's toil. Fortunately, the father and son duo did not notice the missing ears of corn, which brought some relief to Bai Lian and Zhou Ya. The mother and daughter returned to the Zhou household first, only to find Wang Shi sewing at her doorway, while Li Shi was nowhere to be seen. Bai Lian surmised that Li Shi had likely returned to rest after kneeling for too long. Bai Lian instructed Zhou Ya to rest in the house while she, burdened by fatigue, made her way to the kitchen. Upon seeing Granny Zhou boiling water, she inquired, What about the breakfast for me and Yaya? Granny Zhou glanced at Bai Lian without responding, but instead retorted, Did you finish all that land so quickly? Bai Lian slightly furrowed her brow but replied, Elder brother and Xing Wang went to help, so naturally it was done swiftly. After saying this, she disregarded Granny Zhou's response regarding their meal and approached the stove, lifting the lid of the pot. To her dismay, she found only about 2 bowls of thin porridge remaining, and the steamer contained merely a fist-sized black steamed bun. Although she had snuck a couple of ears of corn from the field earlier, her stomach, having worked all morning, was now growling with hunger upon seeing so little food, making it hard for Bai Lian to suppress a gulp. Observing her reaction, Granny Zhou said nothing. Despite her disdain for this daughter-in-law and granddaughter, she would not let them starve, for that would not only incur expenses, but also require her to provide an explanation to her in-laws, a notion she found unwise. They needed to survive to serve the Zhou family. After their meal, they were to venture into the mountains in the afternoon to search for edible wild vegetables, rather than idling about all day. Furthermore, she reminded them of the current heat and water scarcity, which had diminished the harvest significantly. If they did not seek out more food, they would soon find themselves without even thin soup to drink. Oh, damn it. This old Granny Zhou seems intent on exhausting me, Bai Lian thought. She nodded in acknowledgement, took the bun in her mouth, and carried the 2 bowls of porridge away from the kitchen. Granny Zhou watched Bai Lian's retreating figure, casting several intense glances as if only by doing so could she bring discomfort to Bai Lian. Upon returning to the house, Bai Ya sat patiently on a stool, her little eyes brightening instantly upon seeing her mother. Bai Lian handed 1 bowl of porridge and the bun to Zhou Ya, cheerfully saying, "Eat first, then have a nap. In the afternoon, I'll take you to the mountains to find some wild vegetables. We might discover some delightful treats." Although climbing the mountain was quite exhausting, she felt uneasy leaving her daughter alone at home. It was better to keep her close. Zhou Ya broke the bun in half with determination, handing 1 piece to Bai Lian, saying, "Mother eats, Ya is not hungry. We can share." Bai Lian looked at her daughter, warmth flooding her heart. How could a 4-year-old be so considerate? It was truly precious. "No, you eat. You're still a baby and need to grow. If you don't eat well, you'll become a little runt." Upon hearing her mother refer to her as a baby, Zhou Ya's eyes widened, the brightness reflecting in Bai Lian's gaze. She had only heard her grandmother say that her brothers were treasures. No one had ever called her one. "That's okay, Mother just said it, he. Mother, you are also Yaya's treasure." Zhou Ya beamed shyly, sneaking a glance at Bai Lian before sipping her porridge in small gulps. Hearing Zhou Ya's words, Bai Lian felt her eyes moisten slightly, reaching out to gently stroke her daughter's head, saying, "Yes, indeed, Ya and Mother are each other's treasures. From now on, we must always take good care of each other." After finishing their simple yet meager lunch, Zhou Ya obediently lay down on the bed to sleep, while Bai Lian braved Granny Zhou's scolding to fill a small bamboo tube with water. Scolded or not, she needed to drink, especially since they would be foraging for wild vegetables in the afternoon. Without some water, how could they manage? Moreover, she needed to save some for Ya. Meanwhile, Li Shi, who was having her legs massaged by her 2 sons, felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing Granny Zhou scolding Bai Lian again, muttering to herself, "Serves her right. She's just asking for it." On the other side of the house, Wang Shi smiled slightly after listening for a while, but turned with a frown to caution her husband, "Husband, I must tell you. Do not get too close to people like your sister-in-law." Chapter 7. Dreaming of a handsome man with treasures. Zhou Linbo was drinking water when he shot an angry glare at Wang Shi, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you thinking? Woman? She's my 3rd brother's wife. What do you take me for? Besides, do you think I want to get close to her? With those spindly arms and legs, she'd wither before she could finish our 8 acres of land. Are you suggesting I should be gluttonous and resent our family's grain?" Wang Shi fell silent under Zhou Linbo's reproach, but in her heart, she thought, "Your 2nd brother's eyes light up like a wolf spotting meat whenever he sees Bai Shi. Who knows if you, as the eldest brother, might harbor similar intentions." Just as Bai Lian was about to lie down for a nap, Zhou Ya suddenly opened her eyes and sprang up excitedly. Bai Lian was startled and quickly asked, "What happened? Did you have a nightmare?" Zhou Ya shook her head, and just as she was about to speak, she seemed to remember something and leaned closer to Bai Lian, whispering, "Mother, I just dreamed that we went to a nearly dried-up pond on the mountain and discovered a handsome uncle dressed in beautiful clothes. But he seemed frozen, with black blood at the corner of his mouth, and you found a lot of silver on him, looking very happy, saying we were rich and that it was wonderful. Finally having space." This time, Bai Lian could not maintain her composure and abruptly sat up, gripping Zhou Ya's shoulders with urgency, her lips trembling as she asked, You said I mentioned space? Yeah, are you sure you didn't mishear?" Zhou Ya, startled by her mother's excitement, nodded obediently, her small face serious as she replied, "Mother, I didn't mishear. I remember it clearly. You said we had space and looked especially happy." Bai Lian's heart began to race. It's coming. It has finally arrived, fulfilling my expectations." Zhou Ya observed her mother gasping for air and felt a twinge of fear. Had she said something wrong? She wished she hadn't mentioned it, seeing how frightened her mother was. Quickly, Zhou Ya reached out her small hand to soothe Bai Lian's chest, choked up as she reassured, "Mother, that space is just a green stone. It won't bite you. You don't need to be afraid. Yaya will protect you." Bai Lian was taken aback. A green stone? It must refer to something like a jade pendant. If we truly encounter the events from the dream on the mountain, it would prove that Yaya possesses a golden finger for prophetic dreams, eliminating the need to wait for the return of Zhou's 2nd son to verify. If everything Yaya dreams comes true, could it be that a locust plague is indeed on the horizon? Putting aside the fact that the Zhou family's grain had little to do with them, as mother and daughter barely consumed much, a locust plague would devastate the entire county or even the state, leading to both drought and famine. Would this not result in a mass exodus from Su Prefecture? The more Bai Lian pondered, the more alarmed she became. She shook her head to dispel her thoughts, deciding to first see if what Yaya dreamed would come to pass. Regaining her composure, she asked Zhou Ya, "Do you remember where that pond is located on the mountain? Let's go find it now." Zhou Ya tilted her little head in thought, then gestured with her small hands, saying, "Mother, I remember that pond is just a bit deeper into the woods where we often go to forage for wild vegetables. There's a crooked old tree nearby, so it should be easy to find." "Did anything else happen after your dream?" Zhou Ya nodded, "Yes. Mother said she found many good things from the handsome uncle and that we should bury them well to prevent them from being eaten by wild beasts." Bai Lian fell silent for a moment, then gently stroked Zhou Ya's little head and said earnestly, "Yaya, from now on, you can only tell Mother about your dreams. No one else can know, understand? Only Mother will not harm you. If you share your dreams with others, you will endure beatings just as you do today. They may even separate you from your mother, and thereafter, Yaya will have no mother. Thus, remember, you must never disclose this to anyone. Not even to those you deem trustworthy," Bai Lian cautioned. Hearing Bai Lian's words, Zhou Ya's small face turned ashen, tears welling in her eyes. She nodded vigorously, her voice quivering as she said, "Mother, Yaya remembers. I won't say a word, even if it costs me my life. I don't want to be apart from you." Bai Lian's heart ached as she embraced Zhou Ya, gently patting her back to soothe her. "Dear Yaya, do not fear, as long as we keep this secret safe. Nothing will happen. Mother will always be by your side." Bai Lian thought to herself, "My precious daughter, do not resent me for scaring you. If I do not instill caution in you, I fear you may forget, and if those with ill intentions discover our secret, we would both be in peril." Third daughter-in-law. "What are you dawdling about in there? Hurry and take the girl to gather wild vegetables. If you delay, all the vegetables will be picked clean. Why can't you take the initiative for once? Must I, an old woman, nag you every day?" Zhou Posey stood outside Bai Lian's house, hands on her hips, her face a mask of impatience. "If you don't gather enough wild vegetables, we won't have anything to eat tonight. The vegetables planted in the backyard are meant to be dried for winter." "All right, I know." Bai Lian felt a surge of annoyance at Zhou Posey's shrill voice. If only she had the means, she would buy some sleeping medicine to silence Zhou Posey, sparing herself from the incessant nagging. Taking a deep breath to quell her irritation, she gently spoke to Zhou Ya in her arms, "Yaya, let us go up the mountain to find some wild vegetables." Zhou Ya obediently nodded, wiping her tears with her small hands, and extricated herself from Bai Lian's embrace to take her mother's hand. Bai Lian rose, adjusted her clothing, and took up a bamboo tube before leading Zhou Ya out of the house. Upon seeing them emerge, Zhou Posey continued her tirade. All you do is dawdle. Every day is the same, always looking for ways to be lazy, without considering the difficulties at home." Bai Lian pretended not to hear, placing the bamboo tube into an empty basket and retrieving 2 small shovels before heading straight out of the courtyard with Zhou Ya. Initially, Bai Lian had considered taking a hoe, thinking it would be convenient for digging if the situation called for it. However, using a hoe to gather wild vegetables might raise Zhou Posey's suspicions, so she opted for the shovels instead, resigning herself to working a bit harder. At that moment, Li Shi emerged from the house, calling out to Bai Lian, "Third sister-in-law, Mother prefers tender shepherd's purse, so do make sure to gather plenty." Bai Lian gritted her teeth. Realizing there was no tender shepherd's purse to be found, Li Shi was clearly trying to provoke her. Turning with a smile, Bai Lian replied, "Understood. My dear sister-in-law is indeed filial, but I believe that compared to tender shepherd's purse, Mother would surely prefer to see brother heir pass the imperial exam." It seemed that Li Shi had knelt for quite some time without any sincerity. One day of kneeling would demonstrate true devotion. Furthermore, Bai Lian noticed that Li Shi's forehead was not at all flushed. "Sister-in-law, have you not been bowing your head? I heard that the wife of that scholar bled from her forehead while bowing. Your husband is brother heir, yet you appear so indifferent. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and kneel to pray for your husband. Whether brother heir passes the exam or not reflects the honor of our Zhou family. And as a daughter-in-law, you must put in the effort." Zhou Posey interjected, fully aware that relying on prayers for success was a gamble. But one must take a chance on the improbable. Bai Lian shot a scornful glance at Li Shi, then proudly turned her head, taking Zhou Ya's hand and leaving without a backward glance. You wish to compete with me? Kneel and bow properly. Li Shi's face turned a shade of green with anger at Bai Lian's words. She wanted to retort but feared Zhou Posey's wrath. So she could only glare fiercely at the departing figures of Bai Lian and her daughter. Zhou Posey continued to urge, "What are you waiting for? Go kneel already." Whether the second son can pass the exam concerns our family's reputation. As his wife, you must be more diligent. Reluctantly, Li Shi complied. Trudging back into the house to fetch incense, preparing to kneel and pray for her husband once more. Bai Lian, I will not rest until I settle this with you. Meanwhile, Bai Lian led Zhou Ya up the mountain, her spirits considerably lifted. Zhou Ya looked up with a beaming face, exclaiming, "Mother, you are truly remarkable. You made second aunt too afraid to speak." Just now, she walked with a slight limp. Bai Lian chuckled, pinching Zhou Ya's little nose. Indeed. I cannot allow others to bully us. If someone dares to bully you in the future, do not fear, as long as we are in the right. We need not shy away from confrontation. Yes, I understand. Mother is the strongest. Zhou Ya nodded vigorously. After a moment's thought, she added, of course. If that person is more powerful and we cannot compete, we must bide our time and wait until we are strong enough to confront them. Zhou Ya appeared somewhat confused. Is it like with grandmother? Because she is an elder, she scolds us and hits us, so we must endure, right? Bai Lian smiled, gently stroking Zhou Ya's slightly disheveled hair. My dear, we must indeed endure grandmother for now, but that is only temporary. Once mother has enough money, we can leave this household and live a good life on our own, free from her tyranny. Furthermore, if others bully us, we must first assess the situation. If confronting them head-on would lead to defeat, it is wiser to avoid conflict until we are strong enough to handle it. This is not cowardice, it is wisdom. Zhou Ya blinked her big eyes, appearing to grasp some of this, and then asked, So, mother, when will we become strong? When will we no longer have to worry about grandmother's mood? Bai Lian paused, squatting down to whisper in Zhou Ya's ear. As long as what you dream of comes true, I assure you we will soon leave this home that makes you unhappy. How does that sound? Zhou Ya's eyes sparkled with excitement, her small hands gripping Bai Lian's clothing tightly. So, will we go live with grandfather and grandmother? Bai Lian continued to hold Zhou Ya's hand as they walked, asking, Do you want to go to grandfather's house? Zhou Ya nodded, recalling fond memories. Grandfather and grandmother are very kind to me. They visited twice this year, each time bringing delicious cakes. Although grandmother took the cakes away for the brothers to eat when they left, I still managed to taste a piece or two. They were very sweet and delicious. Bai Lian's smile deepened. Children are like this. As long as someone offers them treats, they perceive that person as wonderful. However, the original family was indeed kind. It was the original character who had brought shame upon herself and had become a widow, even fearing Zhou Posey's threats of sending her back to her family. Each time her parents visited, the original character was afraid of inciting Zhou Posey's anger and rushed her parents to leave, even though it was a rare occasion. Bai Lian still remembered the look in the original character's mother's eyes when she left, filled with both heartache and coldness. Thus, the mother and daughter chatted amiably as they ventured into the mountains, heading towards the grove where they often gathered wild vegetables. Following her memories, Zhou Ya led Bai Lian deeper into the woods until they soon spotted the crooked-necked tree. The nearby pond came into view, with dried lotus leaves, resembling the scene Zhou Ya had described in her dreams. Bai Lian swallowed nervously. Yada, are you certain this is the place? Where's the handsome uncle you mentioned? Zhou Ya nodded, pointing confidently, Mother, this is the spot. It looks exactly like my dream. See that crooked-necked tree? The handsome uncle is hiding in the grass behind it. Bai Lian followed Zhou Ya's, taking a deep breath as she cautiously led Zhou Ya towards the thicket behind the gnarled tree. At that moment, Bai Lian's heart raced with anxiety as she fervently chanted in her mind, Amitba, Wuliang Tianzuan, hoping fervently that Yaya's dream was a reality. She yearned desperately for the coveted golden finger. Only with such a boon could she consider herself a worthy time traveler. Upon reaching the tall grass, which was nearly at eye level, Bai Lian extended her hand to gently part the foliage. Indeed, there lay a young man, dressed in exquisite attire, motionless and silent. Dried black blood lingered at the corners of his mouth, and his complexion had turned a ghastly pale, precisely as Zhou Ya had described in her dream. Bai Lian momentarily froze, then quickly regained her composure, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Once assured that no small creatures lurked nearby, she knelt down, extending her hand to check the man's breath. After a prolonged moment, she sighed deeply, lamenting the loss of such a young, wealthy, and handsome individual. It was truly a pity that he had met his end here, and she wondered what had led to such a tragic fate. This handsome young man, she mused. You must have been born into privilege. Surely, you would not wish to be left to rot in this desolate place. Fear not. I shall ensure you receive a proper burial. However, in this world, fortune does not simply fall from the sky. In light of the effort I will make to inter you, I believe it only fair that you part with the valuables on your person, after all. You cannot take them with you, and it would be a waste. With her hands pressed together, Bai Lian murmured to herself, then began to search the man's body without a shred of guilt. Was she afraid of touching a corpse? To be honest, there was a hint of fear. Yet, the thought of the bleak future that awaited her and her daughter overshadowed any trepidation. She could bear touching a corpse, even if it meant handling filth. Mother, this green stone. Could it be the space you spoke of? Zhou Ya suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a jade pendant adorning the man's waist. Bai Lian halted her actions and quickly followed Zhou Ya's gaze. There, the jade pendant glimmered with a soft green light in the sunlight, its quality evident at first glance. A spark of excitement flickered in Bai Lian's eyes as she swiftly tore the pendant away and brought it close for inspection. Intricate cloud patterns were etched upon its surface. Yeah. Did you see me dripping blood onto this jade pendant? Bai Lian inquired, recalling that in the novels, the activation of a space often required the offering of blood to the jade. Is it possible that I have insufficient blood? Zhou Ya tilted her head thoughtfully before replying in her sweet, childlike voice, Mother, I don't think I dreamt of that. I only saw you delightedly holding the jade pendant. Saying we now have a space. Bai Lian frowned slightly upon hearing this. It was a pity that such a crucial detail had escaped her daughter's dreams. Glancing at her own fingers and then at the small shovel beside her, Bai Lian noticed the rust on the tool and dismissed the idea of using it to cut her finger. It was far too dirty. And such an act would likely invite tetanus. Perhaps she could bite her finger instead. After all, she had seen countless dramas where the protagonist, with steely resolve, would bite her finger to draw blood for a written vow. However, merely contemplating the pain made her shudder. She was terrified of pain. Suddenly, Bai Lian remembered she had a wooden hairpin. Yes, that would do. Yet, as soon as her fingers brushed against the pin, she felt a sticky residue. Ugh. It seems this hair hasn't been washed in days, she mused, wiping her hand on her clothing while scanning for something else. Meanwhile, Zhou Ya observed her mother lost in thought, only to see her suddenly spring up and dash towards the edge of the thicket, clutching a blade of grass. Seemingly with a purpose. Zhou Ya contemplated following, but then watched in surprise as her mother hurried back, gritting her teeth as she pressed her finger to extract a couple of drops of blood, which she then dripped onto the green stone. Without giving Zhou Ya a chance to ask, Bai Lian inhaled deeply and continued to squeeze her finger, letting more blood fall onto the jade. Huh? Why isn't it responding? Is it the blood that is insufficient? Come forth, you wretched thing. Zhou Ya's eyes brimmed with tears as she wondered what had come over her mother. She looked quite terrifying. Bai Lian, however, was oblivious to Zhou Ya's frightened and distressed demeanor, her thoughts consumed by the jade pendant's lack of reaction. Was it indeed a matter of insufficient blood? After all, her finger was nearly purple from the pressure. If she pressed any harder, she risked fainting from the pain. Mother, what is wrong? Don't scare me. You can't even draw blood anymore. Let me blow on it for you. Hearing Zhou Ya's choked voice snapped Bai Lian back to reality. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Ya, soothingly saying, Darling, it's all right. Mother is fine. I just want to see what is so miraculous about this jade pendant. I frightened you, and for that I apologize. Zhou Ya nestled closer in her mother's embrace, her tiny hands gripping Bai Lian's clothing, her voice thick with emotion. Mother, let us not keep the green stone, all right? I don't want you to get hurt. Bai Lian felt a mix of gratitude and amusement at her daughter's concern. She gently patted Zhou Ya's little bottom, replying warmly, Yeah, I know you care for me. But I cannot possibly part with this jade pendant. Now, you wait patiently over there while I search for any silver on him. Reluctantly, Zhou Ya released her hold on her mother's clothing, scuttling to the side but keeping her grape-like eyes fixed on Bai Lian, her face etched with worry. Bai Lian pondered the possibility that the activation of the jade pendant might require the man's blood. Noticing the blackened blood at the corner of his mouth had dried, she took the small shovel and made a small incision on the man's arm. As she proceeded, she thought, Forgive me, handsome stranger. It is not my intention to disrespect your remains, but your jade pendant is proving to be quite elusive. Rest assured, once this space is opened, I shall procure a bounty of paper offerings and tributes to honor you, bowing in gratitude. Of course, if the man's blood failed to activate the pendant, she would still buy offerings to pay her respects. Bowing, however, would be unnecessary, for they were mere strangers. As for whether the space would belong to the deceased man after using his blood, Bai Lian was untroubled. She had already confirmed that her daughter possessed prophetic dreams, thus, it was only a matter of time before this space became theirs. For now, she merely needed to discover how to unlock it. To her dismay, however, when the man's blood dripped onto the pendant, it remained utterly unresponsive, lying there without a hint of reaction. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Bai Lian sighed, conceding that perhaps it was best to first retrieve any valuable items before worrying about the pendant. Soon enough, she found a finely crafted purse nestled in the man's embrace, weighing slightly in her hand. Bai Lian felt a twinge of disappointment. Judging by its heft, it likely contained a meager amount of money. Yet, when she opened the purse, the glimmer of hope returned to her eyes. Her hands trembled slightly as she pulled out the paper inside, realizing with certainty that these 3 slips were 99. 9 likely silver notes, with only a slim chance of misfortune. Taking a deep breath, Bai Lian unfolded the paper, and her heart soared. Indeed, they were silver notes. And there were 3 of them, each worth 100 taels. She had struck it rich. Bai Lian's laughter erupted, revealing her gleaming teeth. The 3 silver notes represented an extraordinary windfall for her. Zhou Ya was not taken aback by her mother's exuberance, for in her dreams, she had seen her mother react with similar excitement upon encountering these peculiar pieces of paper. With her eyes slightly reddened from elation, Bai Lian carefully folded the silver notes and tucked them into her bosom, subsequently emptying her pouch of silver coins. What immediately captured Bai Lian's attention were the 4 silver ingots, one of which bore the traditional characters indicating 10 taels, signifying a total of 40 taels. She then counted the scattered silver pieces on the ground, estimating that each weighed about 1 tael, totaling 11, alongside a string of copper coins. After returning the ingots, loose silver, and notes to her pouch, she began to tally the copper coins. "Mother, there's no need to count. There are 100 copper coins," Zhou Ya interjected. Though still quite young, she recognized the coins, having seen her mother count them in her dreams. Zhou Ya had no concept of the silver notes and ingots, but she understood that the loose silver and 100 copper coins could procure an abundance of sweets and perhaps even meat, and might also afford her a new outfit and shoes. As she pondered this, she wiggled her small toes peeking out from her worn grass sandals, which had seen better days. Bai Lian, momentarily interrupted by Zhou Ya's musings, felt no irritation but resumed her counting. If her calculations proved accurate, it would further affirm her daughter's prophetic dreams, and the matter of the hidden space would undoubtedly reveal itself. A warm mountain breeze rustled through the tall grasses, where a mother and child squatted beside a lifeless body. The young mother was swiftly counting a string of copper coins. Were they fearful of being near the deceased? Bai Lian expressed that as long as there was wealth to be had, she would not hesitate to count money even in the company of the dead. She would not shy away from cradling a corpse to tally coins. Zhou Ya, on her part, felt reassured in her mother's presence, convinced that her small fists could protect her mother from any danger. Chapter 10. The Delayed Space. 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Indeed, 100. Bai Lian exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment after counting the copper coins. She turned to Zhou Ya, her eyes brimming with excitement, and declared, "Yeah. There truly are 100 copper coins. It seems my dear daughter's prophetic dreams are genuine. I shall surely comprehend the space within that jade pendant." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ya beamed with pride, puffing out her chest and cheerfully asserting, "Of course, mother. Yeah is quite remarkable. I will certainly assist you greatly in the future." Yes, my precious Ya is the most extraordinary," Bai Lian replied with a smile, carefully stowing the copper coins and jade pendant into her pouch. She then secured the pouch in her bosom and extended her hands toward the already cold and stiff body of the man. Bai Lian thoroughly searched the man's entire form, even his shoes, but could only find a piece of silk handkerchief. The only other items of note were the ornamental hairpiece atop his head and the splendid garments he wore. Bai Lian tucked the handkerchief back into the man's clothing. Even in her boldness, she would not stoop to the disgrace of stealing his garments and hairpiece. With nothing more to claim, she resolved to dig a grave. Having acquired this inheritance, it was prudent to bury him swiftly. Bai Lian grasped a shovel and began to excavate, mentally calculating the amount of her newfound wealth. Zhou Ya, seeing her mother toil, approached with her own small shovel, determinedly assisting despite her diminutive stature. Bai Lian did not deter her. After all, she was engrossed in her calculations. Upon concluding that they had amassed a total of 351 taels and 1 qian, Bai Lian could not suppress a gleeful cackle. Zhou Ya paused her digging, tilting her head with wide, curious eyes. Mother, what are you laughing at? Why does it sound so strange? Returning to her senses, Bai Lian gazed at her daughter's innocent and endearing expression, hastily stifling her laughter, though her lips still curled upwards. Yeah, I am simply overjoyed. Look at the bountiful harvest we have today. With this silver, our lives will improve significantly. We can enjoy delicious meals and dwell in a spacious, comfortable home. Zhou Ya nodded, though somewhat perplexed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she brandished her small shovel, exclaiming, "That's wonderful, mother. Yaya wants to eat lots of sweets." Zhou Ya particularly craved candied hawthorn and sugar figurines, recalling how her brothers would delight in eating them during the new year or after their grandmother returned from the market, boasting about the sweet and tangy flavors. Well then, mother will buy you plenty, enough for you to indulge, Bai Lian promised, her pace quickening as she dug. She thought it imperative to finish the grave, lay the man to rest, and return home to strategize for their future. With each wield of their shovels, the mother and daughter worked in unison. But soon Bai Lian was dripping with sweat, and Zhou Ya's cheeks flushed with exertion, tiny beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Yet she stubbornly refused to take a break. Bai Lian wiped her brow and assessed the size of the pit, deeming it sufficient. She then moved to the man's side, straining to shift his body into the grave, with Zhou Ya grasping his leg to assist her mother in pulling him down. Just as Bai Lian prepared to cover the body with earth, she exhaled heavily, saying, "Forgive me, benefactor, for today, thanks to you. My daughter and I have been blessed with this fortune. I, Bai Lian, shall remember your kindness. I will find a way to visit the town in the coming days to purchase paper money to burn for you, ensuring you have funds in the afterlife. Thus we shall be even." With that, she began to fill the grave, while Zhou Ya mimicked her actions, diligently shoveling dirt until the man's body was gradually concealed. Once the grave was filled, Bai Lian collected some stones to encircle the fresh mound as a marker so they could find the spot again for future offerings. As for a tombstone, she had no knowledge of the man's name. She could hardly inscribe Benefactor Handsome on a stone, could she? Sighing, she resigned herself to the situation. Just as Bai Lian intended to take her daughter to forage for wild vegetables, knowing that without them, they might go hungry that evening and endure Zhou Posey's scolding, a gentle glow emanated from the jade pendant in her pouch, only to vanish swiftly. Bai Lian felt a flicker before her surroundings transformed into a grassy expanse of roughly 10 square meters. With widened eyes, Bai Lian gasped in surprise, instinctively grasping for Zhou Ya's small hand, only to find emptiness. Her immediate thought was, "Where is Ya?" After a brief moment of confusion, she realized she must be within the space. The response of this small space was rather sluggish. It had only just manifested. No time to waste. She needed to exit quickly, lest her daughter become frantic. Bai Lian urgently focused her thoughts on leaving, and in the next instant, she felt a flash of light and found herself back in the very grass where she had stood before. The moment she reappeared, she anxiously scanned for Zhou Ya and hastily called out, "Ya, did you worry when mother just disappeared? Do not be alarmed, my dear. Your mother has merely entered a different realm, one that has indeed manifested." Though somewhat anxious, was not in the state of distress that Bai Lian had imagined. For her expression bore a hint of urgency and confusion. With her small brows slightly furrowed, she addressed her mother in a tender voice. "Mother, you have always been here. You did not vanish, just suddenly cease to move. I called out to you, yet you did not respond, and I feared something had happened. But where is this realm? I cannot see it." Upon hearing this, Bai Lian was taken aback, her eyes widening with disbelief as she questioned, "I was just standing here the whole time." Zhou Ya nodded vigorously, her tiny hand shaking Bai Lian's gently as she continued, "Yes, mother, I was holding your hand, yet you remained still, gazing ahead. It frightened me." Bai Lian quickly grasped the situation. Evidently, it was her physical form that had not entered the realm, only her consciousness had ventured forth. The space within the jade pendant was indeed peculiar, however. This was advantageous, as it prevented her from vanishing entirely, which could be quite alarming. As she pondered this, She silently recited a phrase in her mind to enter once more. Chapter 11. The wild vegetables in the realm. Indeed, the scene before her shifted instantaneously, revealing the patch of grass measuring around 10 square meters once more. Yet, Bai Lian had no time to admire the scenery of this space. After all, it was merely a patch of grass, not particularly worthy of appreciation. She cast a few cursory glances at the grassy expanse before exiting the realm. Once outside, Bai Lian observed Zhou Ya's curious and bewildered expression and attempted to guide her daughter into the realm, only to encounter failure. "Mother, why have you fallen silent again? Have you entered the realm once more?" "I want to go in too," Zhou Ya inquired, her face alight with anticipation. Bai Lian crouched down and gently patted her daughter's bottom, explaining, "I just tried, but I cannot bring you with me. Perhaps if you endure a little pain and draw some blood, you might be able to enter." Bai Lian was untroubled by the prospect of Zhou Ya discovering the secret of the realm. After all, they were solely reliant on each other. As they navigated their days, she could only allow her consciousness to enter the space, trusting no one but Zhou Ya to act as her cover. If Zhou Ya could also access the realm, she could provide cover for her daughter, thereby making their endeavors significantly easier. Zhou Ya tilted her head, her small face earnest as she asked, "Is it like when you pricked your finger and squeezed blood onto that green stone?" "Precisely, my dear. You are quite astute," Bai Lian praised with a smile. After contemplating, Zhou Ya extended her little finger towards Bai Lian, declaring, "Mother, do not fear." "I am not afraid either." Bai Lian affectionately ruffled Zhou Ya's hair before leading her to the edge of the grass, plucking a leaf and instructing her to bear with it. She then produced the jade pendant for Zhou Ya to hold while Bai Lian used the leaf to make a small cut on Zhou Ya's finger. Crimson droplets of blood immediately welling forth. "Quickly, my dear, smear the blood onto the jade pendant. Do not waste it," Bai Lian urged promptly. Zhou Ya obeyed, bringing her bleeding finger close to the pendant, the vibrant red droplets cascading onto its surface, tracing the pendant's engravings as they flowed. Yet, strangely, the pendant remained cold and still in Zhou Ya's grasp, showing no response. Bai Lian observed closely, noticing Zhou Ya's bright eyes scanning their surroundings. "Mother, is this the realm? It looks quite similar to where we were just now. Indeed, if it appears unchanged, it means we have not entered the realm," Bai Lian mused, her brow furrowing slightly as she stored away the pendant. Two possibilities flickered through her mind. Either Zhou Ya had failed, and the realm could only have one master, or perhaps they would need to wait a moment longer for success, as Bai Lian had just experienced. Seeing Zhou Ya's hopeful expression, Bai Lian felt a pang of compassion and reassured her, "This won't appear immediately. We must be patient. You stay here and guard for me while I gather some wild vegetables. Otherwise, we will return empty-handed, and your grandmother will surely scold us for going hungry tonight." When Bai Lian had briefly glimpsed the grassy patch upon her exit, she had noticed several types of wild vegetables. Thanks to the memories of the original owner, she could instantly identify the edible plants. Had she relied solely on her modern knowledge, it would merely have appeared as a tangle of weeds. Zhou Ya nodded obediently, sitting down on the ground with her small hands resting on her knees. "Mother, please hurry inside. I will wait here patiently. I truly hope to see the realm soon." Bai Lian gazed at her daughter's adorable and earnest demeanor, her heart swelling with affection. She reiterated her warning, "Zhou Ya, do not wander off. Stay here and watch for me. I will return shortly." With that, Bai Lian closed her eyes and focused her thoughts on entering the realm. Zhou Ya, noting her mother's closed eyes, gently called out, "Mother," and upon receiving no response, understood that Bai Lian had entered the realm. Thus, she scooted closer to Bai Lian, seeking comfort in close proximity. Upon entering the realm, Bai Lian made a beeline for the area where the wild vegetables grew, crouching down and swiftly beginning her harvest. The vegetables in this realm were particularly vibrant and lush, their leaves glistening with moisture, rendering them quite appealing. Bai Lian grimaced slightly. She had no desire to return with such tender greens, as the Zhou family preferred heartier fare, and such delicacies seemed out of place for the season. She paused her gathering, scanning the patch of grass for less tender options. "Very well, I shall collect those instead. They will suffice for us. Were it not for the necessity of fulfilling her obligations, Bai Lian would have refrained from harvesting these wild vegetables for the Zhou family." She could not ascertain whether they possessed any unique properties. What if consuming them granted the Zhou family longevity or enhanced their health? She would be at a significant loss. Before long, while lost in her thoughts, Bai Lian had gathered a substantial amount of various wild vegetables, including dandelions, shepherd's purse, and purslane. As she surveyed her bounty, she couldn't help but exclaim, "The Zhou family will feast well tonight." Standing up, she glanced around the small expanse of the realm once more. Inwardly, she contemplated that while the space seemed small and devoid of other features now, it could potentially evolve and expand in the future. Yet, what conditions would be required for such an upgrade? As Zhou Ya fixated on her mother, she suddenly noticed a pile of wild vegetables accumulating around Bai Lian's crossed legs. Wow! So many wild vegetables. Mother, did you gather these in the realm? Zhou Ya exclaimed in awe. Bai Lian's consciousness had just exited the realm when she heard her daughter's question. Indeed. Now we can fulfill our obligations. However, Zhou Ya, I must tell you that you must not disclose to anyone that these were gathered in the realm. Simply say we foraged them from the deep mountains behind us, where few venture, allowing the wild vegetables to flourish. Do you understand? And from now on, we shall not mention the realm. If we must refer to it, we will say there. This applies even to your dreams. Truly, no one can know. I do not wish to frighten you, but if you let slip a word, we could fall victim to ill-intentioned individuals. And there would be no more mother and daughter in this world. Zhou Ya's face paled slightly upon hearing this, the gravity of her mother's words sinking in. She had no desire for anything to happen to her and her mother. She vowed never to tell a soul, not even her grandparents who bought her pastries. Zhou Ya covered her mouth with her small hand, nodding resolutely. Mother, you can rest assured, I will tell no one but you. Bai Lian gazed at Zhou Ya's fearful yet determined little face, her heart aching as she gently patted her head. Yeah, you are truly obedient. Mother knows you are the most sensible one. We must keep this secret tightly, for only then can we live our lives in peace. With that, Bai Lian rose to her feet, dusting off her clothes, and tossed the 2 small shovels and wild vegetables into the bamboo basket. Chapter 12. Not Precious. Bai Lian suddenly recalled that she had yet to test whether she could store items in her space, so she held the bamboo basket and concentrated her thoughts. In the next moment, the basket vanished from sight. Zhou Ya was startled, exclaiming, "Hey, where did the basket go? Did it go to that empty place?" Indeed. Bai Lian nodded with satisfaction, retrieving the basket from her space before slinging it over her shoulder and taking Zhou Ya's small hand, heading toward the Zhou family's direction down the mountain. As they neared the village, the sky gradually darkened, wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys, occasionally accompanied by the distant barking of dogs. Bai Lian looked at the familiar yet somewhat strange village, letting out a quiet sigh. Although she now possessed a space, the Locust plague was approaching, and she needed to devise a way to take her daughter away from the Zhou family quickly, returning to her maternal home to have her family prepare provisions in advance. Upon reaching the doorstep, they overheard the loud, unabashed conversation between Wang and old lady Zhou. Mother, what hour is it? Why hasn't third sister-in-law returned yet? What are we having for dinner tonight? Those 2 harbingers of misfortune have been out for so long. They must be slacking off again. Just wait until they return without enough wild vegetables. I'll show them. Zhou Ya and Bai Lian exchanged glances and made faces at each other. After Bai Lian sighed inwardly, she pushed the door open and entered the courtyard, where the 3 women immediately turned to face her. Seeing the 3 women standing in a row like steps made Bai Lian chuckle a bit. At that moment, Li was kneeling in the yard, making her the shortest, while old lady Zhou stood beside her, slightly hunched. Wang, who was a head taller than old lady Zhou, stood nearby gathering the clothes that were drying in the yard. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Among the 3, old lady Zhou appeared the most sharp-tongued and ill-favored. Wang, though seemingly honest, was not to be underestimated, often using her position as the eldest sister-in-law to suppress Bai Lian. Meanwhile, Li, who had always bullied Bai Lian, was undoubtedly suffering today, likely with bruises and swelling on her knees from the punishment she had received. Noticing the unfriendly gazes directed at her from the 3 women, Bai Lian rolled her eyes inwardly. Have you never seen a youthful beauty before? Although she had a child, she was merely 21, still in the bloom of youth, 100 times more beautiful than the trio before her. We are back. The wild vegetables on the mountain were hard to find today, so we took a little longer. But we gathered enough for dinner. Old lady Zhou snorted coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Lian and her daughter. Humph. You took so long to return and only brought back a few. I knew you must be slacking off. Bai Lian feigned fear, though she remained calm inside. Let them scold. After all, neither she nor her daughter would suffer any loss. She had heard these few lines from old lady Zhou countless times by now. Wang chimed in, glancing at Bai Lian. Third sister-in-law, everyone is waiting for dinner. Next time, try to leave earlier. It doesn't matter if the adults go hungry. But we mustn't let the children starve. Bai Lian inwardly rolled her eyes again, responding, eldest sister-in-law is right. We will be more mindful in the future. We'll go prepare dinner now. With that, she pulled Zhou Ya toward the kitchen. Wait, let me see what vegetables you picked. Just as Bai Lian passed by old lady Zhou, she rudely yanked at the bamboo basket on Bai Lian's back. The sudden motion caused Bai Lian to stumble slightly. And Zhou Ya, who was holding her hand, fell down. At this, Bai Lian truly became angry. She used her back to shake the bamboo basket off and bent down to help Zhou Ya up, checking her hand for injuries. Fortunately, there was only slight redness. Ya, does it hurt anywhere? Zhou Ya, frightened, glanced at the stunned old lady Zhou and whispered, Mother, I'm fine. Upon hearing Zhou Ya's words, Bai Lian felt relieved, straightening up and fixing an angry gaze upon old lady Zhou, shedding her previous restraint. What do you think you're doing? Can't we speak nicely? Why yank at my basket and cause Ya to fall? If she were to sustain any injury, would you be pleased? How dare you? You harbinger of misfortune. Old lady Zhou was taken aback by Bai Lian's sudden firmness, momentarily stunned, before regaining her composure and angrily shouting, Humph. Am I not allowed to say anything? Let me see what's in this basket of wild vegetables. I suspect you simply slacked off and pulled a fast one on me. Besides, what is so precious about a worthless thing? Only you treat her like a treasure. Enough. We are all women. If you choose to belittle yourselves, that is your affair. Your lack of value does not diminish the worth of my daughter and me. After speaking, Bai Lian felt a wave of exhilaration wash over her, akin to quenching a scorching thirst with a refreshing drink, pure bliss. You. How dare you, harbinger of misfortune? Insult me. Old lady Zhou's face contorted with rage, her eyes wide as if to spew fire. Her hand swung through the air towards Bai Lian with a fierce whoosh. Yet Bai Lian was not slow to react. She had anticipated that old lady Zhou would not take her defiance lightly and had been discreetly observing her movements. Huh. You think you can hit me? Not a chance. As the slap approached, Bai Lian swiftly twisted her body, using the bamboo basket on her back to shield herself. Old lady Zhou's hand struck the basket with a resounding crack, echoing sharply in the courtyard. Overwhelmed by the force, she stumbled backward, losing her balance. And with a cry of dismay, she fell onto the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Wang, initially taken aback by the sudden turn of events, stood wide-eyed for a moment before regaining her senses. She hurriedly tossed the clothes she had been gathering onto the drying pole and rushed over to help old lady Zhou. Fretting, Mother, are you all right? Oh dear, what should we do? Quickly get up, don't get hurt. Zhou Ya was frozen in shock, panicking, wondering what to do. Would there still be time for her and her mother to escape? Chapter 13, Silver to Lean On. Meanwhile, Li, who had been kneeling in the yard, was momentarily stunned. But internally, she reveled in the situation, hoping for a clash between her mother-in-law and Bai Lian. No matter which of them got seriously hurt, they would deserve it for making her kneel until her knees swelled. Everyone should pay. Though her thoughts were malicious, she feigned concern, exclaiming, Mother, be careful. Are you hurt anywhere? It is entirely my fault. My knee is throbbing painfully, preventing me from rising to assist you. In truth, her reluctance to stand up and help Granny Zhou is not due to a lack of desire. Rather, the act of rising would free her from kneeling. At this moment, her knee is already bruised and swollen, the consequence of kneeling for an extended period. Simply enduring the pain without any support has required considerable effort, and attempting to rise on her own has her gritting her teeth in agony. Bai Lian observes Granny Zhou's disheveled appearance, feeling a sense of vindication. Yet, she knows this matter is far from resolved. However, she has no intention of retreating. Having stirred the pot, she is determined to clarify her stance. Bai Lian pulls Zhou Ya behind her protectively, her gaze icy as she regards Granny Zhou, who is struggling to rise with the aid of Wang. She proclaims loudly, Ya and I toiled to gather wild vegetables from the mountain, and upon our return, not only did you offer no words of kindness, but you also had the audacity to snatch the bamboo basket, causing Ya to fall. Now you wish to resort to violence, do you think we, as a mother and daughter, are easy prey? Zhou Ya, initially gripped by fear, feels a swell of grievance upon hearing her mother's words. Her grape-like eyes quickly redden, and tears stream uncontrollably down her cheeks. In the past, when faced with injustice, her mother would console her in hushed tones, saying, "Ya, we are but a mother and daughter without support. We must endure our hardships until you grow up and marry." Zhou Ya could not comprehend why marriage would change their circumstances, yet she understood that she was still young, and many years lay ahead before she could marry, which implied enduring many more years of suffering. But today feels different. Today, her mother stands before her, ready to defend her. It reminds her of their neighbor Xiaohu. Whenever he was bullied, his mother would immediately retaliate on his behalf. Zhou Ya had envied Xiaohu for having such a mother. And today, as her own mother stands up for her, she feels a surge of emotions, wanting to cry even more. Granny Zhou, after some effort, has finally been helped to her feet by Wang. Once stable, she trembles with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Lian, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. You. Wang, eager to diffuse the tension, quickly interjects, "Mother, please calm down." My sister-in-law was likely flustered and spoke out of turn. "Do not hold it against her, it is not worth it." "Sister-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? Hurry and apologize to mother. How can you, as a daughter-in-law, lay hands on your mother-in-law? That is unfilial. What are you looking at? Have you considered the words you just uttered? What a novel insult." Flustered, Bai Lian retorts sharply, "You, who are a misfortune incarnate, perhaps it is your own mind that is clouded. Which of your eyes saw me lay hands on her?" At this moment, Bai Lian has cast aside any pretense of restraint, her posture straightened and her voice raised, emboldened by the 300 taels in her possession. "Come, let us engage in an all-out confrontation. As long as I do not perish, I shall ensure the Zhou family is thrown into chaos. I refuse to believe I cannot extricate myself from this place." Upon hearing Bai Lian's declaration, Wang's expression darkens considerably, as she had not anticipated Bai Lian daring to confront her so boldly. Though she often appeared easy to bully, it seemed she was a formidable opponent. "Sister-in-law, I am merely attempting to mediate between you and mother. How could you speak to me in such a manner? Has your conscience been devoured by wild dogs?" Li, who had shifted from kneeling to sitting cross-legged, squints at Bai Lian, sensing an unfamiliar fierceness in her demeanor today. Something is amiss. It is said that one cannot change their inherent nature, so what has caused such a sudden transformation? Bai Lian, catching Wang's words, lets out a cold laugh. "Eldest sister-in-law, are you truly mediating or merely fanning the flames? Your words are laced with blame towards me, and I am neither blind nor deaf. I comprehend your insinuations quite well." With that, Bai Lian turns her gaze to Li, her eyes brimming with mockery. "Second sister-in-law, cease your squinting and scrutinizing. You know full well what manner of person I am. Previously, I tolerated your behavior because we are family, but you have escalated your bullying against me and Ya. Do you truly believe us to be so easily manipulated?" Li's face flushes with embarrassment and anger. "Sister-in-law, what are you accusing me of? I have not uttered a single word until now." At that moment, Zhou Xingxai bounces back, exclaiming, "Grandma, mother, I'm hungry. Can we eat now?" Li immediately relaxes, calling out, "Son, come help your mother back inside. Oh, my legs are numb from kneeling." She must hastily retreat to the house to avoid being caught in the crossfire, as the flames of conflict could easily consume her as well. Hearing Li's call, Zhou Xingxai rushes over, assisting her to her feet while muttering, "Mother, why are your legs numb again?" Li glares at him, lowering her voice, "Do not ask too many questions, just help your mother back inside." With Zhou Xingxai's support, she limps toward the house, glancing back at the tense scene in the yard, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. The stage has been set for them, let the chaos ensue. But do not disappoint her. Granny Zhou, witnessing Li's departure, is consumed by rage, muttering to herself, "That ungrateful wretch, always hiding when it matters most, utterly useless." With a fierce expression, she turns her ire towards Bai Lian, cursing, "You, misfortune incarnate, what has possessed you today? I warn you, kneel and apologize now or—" Bai Lian's face remains impassive, yet her heart swells with anticipation. "Or what? You intend to divorce me? That would be splendid." As for the reputation of a divorce, it is not that she desires it, but she recognizes that given Granny Zhou's temperament, it is unlikely to be realized. And she has little time to waste with the Zhou family. However, if the old woman would only hurry up and declare her intention to divorce, Bai Lian could finally return to her maternal home with her daughter. Taking a deep breath, Granny Zhou continues, "If not, I shall spread the word of your disrespect towards your mother-in-law, and we shall see how you face the villagers thereafter." Granny Zhou initially intended to declare Bai Lian's divorce, But upon reflection, she realized that losing such a cheap laborer would not be advantageous. Moreover, she had grown accustomed to Bai Lian's presence. Wang and Li were not as easily managed. Upon hearing Granny Zhou's words, Bai Lian feels a wave of disappointment wash over her, realizing the moment is insufficiently ripe. So this is your method of intimidation. I expected something more formidable from you. Go ahead, spread your tale. I shall see whether the villagers believe your one-sided account or discern how you have mistreated me and Yaya. Besides, I am now a widow. What do I have to fear? Granny Zhou is taken aback by Bai Lian's bold retort, momentarily speechless, before raising her voice once more. You still have the audacity to speak back. The heavens value filial piety. Your disrespect towards your mother-in-law is the height of unfilial behavior. I foresee no one daring to associate with you again. Prepare to be the subject of scorn. Whether I associate with others or whom I choose to befriend is none of your concern, and I am not afraid of being scorned, Bai Lian declares. Her voice deliberately raised, casting a significant glance at Wang. Wang, caught off guard by Bai Lian's penetrating gaze, feels a jolt of apprehension. What does Bai Lian mean by that? Who does she intend to associate with? The thought of young, attractive Bai Lian, now a widow living in close quarters with them, sends shivers down Wang's spine. Inside the house, eavesdropping Li Shi gritted her teeth in fury. Her husband, the second son of the Zhou family, had always harbored peculiar feelings toward Bai Lian. On ordinary days, the warmth in his gaze when he looked at Bai Lian was unmistakable. She had caught him several times previously. Bai Lian had always been timid and submissive, so Li Shi hadn't taken the matter seriously, assuming Bai Lian couldn't stir up any trouble. But today, Bai Lian seemed like a different person, so assertive and openly defying her mother-in-law. If this continued unchecked, those buried thoughts in her husband's heart might resurface. The mere thought made Li Shi's chest tighten with anxiety. Clenching her jaw, she resolved not to let Bai Lian succeed. She must devise a plan to expel her from the Zhou household for good. She leaned closer to the window, straining her ears to catch the commotion outside while scheming how to embellish the story to her husband, hoping to turn him against Bai Lian and align him with her and their mother-in-law in opposing her. In the courtyard, Wang Shi suppressed her inner turmoil and forced an awkward smile, addressing Bai Lian, sister-in-law. Your words are rather harsh. We are all family. How can we speak so distantly? Today's incident is just a misunderstanding. Apologize to mother, and let's put this behind us, all right? Bai Lian, however, remained unmoved, retorting with a cold laugh, eldest sister-in-law. You are mistaken. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? If anyone owes an apology, it should be mother-in-law to me and Yaya, as she started this whole affair today. Upon hearing this, Mother Zhou nearly flew into a rage again. How dare you defy me? Expect an apology from me? In your dreams. Just wait until the eldest son returns. You'll regret this. Don't blame me for being merciless then. Zhou Ya, forgetting her own distress, wiped her tears and tugged at Bai Lian's hand, her eyes filled with fear. She had witnessed her uncle's palm, larger than her face, repeatedly striking her elder cousin's bottom, reducing him to wails with snot bubbles bursting forth, a truly pitiful sight. Was her grandmother planning to have her uncle do the same to her and her mother? The thought was distressing. Should she protect her own little bottom or shield her mother first? No wonder Xiaohu said that fortunes and misfortunes always rotate, 30 days at your house, 30 days at mine. And now it had swiftly turned to her. Seeing her daughter's terrified expression, Bai Lian's heart ached. She gently stroked Yaya's head and whispered reassuringly, Don't be afraid, Yaya. With me here, they won't dare harm us. Her gaze was resolute, and she met Mother Zhou and Wang Shi's eyes with unyielding defiance. Bai Lian felt an urge to curl her middle finger at them and shout with bravado, Come at me. Mother Zhou, infuriated by Bai Lian's attitude, stamped her feet in frustration. Panting heavily, she snatched up a broom and snarled viciously, I'll teach you a lesson today, you insolent wretch. Let's see if you can keep that sharp tongue. With that, she swung the broom with fierce momentum, its whooshing sound aimed directly at Bai Lian and her daughter. Reacting swiftly, Bai Lian grabbed Zhou Ya's hand and dashed toward the kitchen just as the broom was about to strike. Now was the time to flee. Their hurried steps kicked up a small cloud of dust. It was nearly dinner time, and in the kitchen, Mother Zhou had already laid out the day's provisions and oil in preparation for cooking. As Bai Lian and Zhou Ya burst in, her eyes quickly scanned the stove. And an idea formed instantly. Yeah, quick, grab that small oil jar. Bai Lian urged urgently, her voice leaving no room for hesitation. Though trembling with fear, Zhou Ya mustered her courage and tightly clutched the small jar of oil. Meanwhile, Bai Lian strode forward and, summoning all her strength, lifted the basin of coarse flour. The basin was heavy, it contained enough to feed the entire family for 2 meals. To save water, Mother Zhou always had Bai Lian prepare 2 batches of coarse steamed buns at once. But Bai Lian had no time to spare now. Gritting her teeth, she steadied the basin in her arms, fine beads of sweat instantly dotting her forehead. Just then, Mother Zhou charged into the kitchen, broom in hand, breathing heavily. Her eyes bulged like brass bells as she glared venomously at Bai Lian and her daughter, cursing, "You wretched jinx. Where do you think you're running? Today, I'll teach you a proper lesson." Despite her inner panic, Bai Lian maintained a composed facade. Clutching the cornmeal basin tighter, she shouted, "Take one more step or lay a hand on us and I'll pour all this oil onto the ground. Then none of us will have cooked meals for days. And this coarse flour, I'll toss it right into the burning stove." Zhou Ya, hugging the small oil jar tightly, her little face flushed with tension and fear. Tearfully echoed her mother, "Yes, grandmother. If you hit us, we'll really do it." Hearing this, Mother Zhou froze on the spot, her raised broom halting midair. She stared at the basin of coarse flour in Bai Lian's arms and the small oil jar in Zhou Ya's hands, her heart aching at the thought. This food and oil represented 2 meals for the whole family. If Bai Lian destroyed them, it would be a sheer waste. Chapter 15. Wanting Bai Lian to yield. Mother Zhou's face alternated between shades of green and white, her eyes a mix of conflict and rage. She stood there, unable to advance or retreat, speechless for a long moment, merely glaring at Bai Lian and her daughter as if she could devour them whole. At that moment, footsteps sounded from the courtyard gate. Everyone turned to see Zhou Linbua, the eldest son, returning with his 2 sons. The trio looked weary, clearly having toiled outside all day. Entering the courtyard and sensing the tense atmosphere, Zhou Linbua frowned and asked, "What's going on here?" His questions seemed to give Mother Zhou a pillar of support. She immediately raised her voice and cried, "Eldest son, you're finally back. Look at this jinx, she's driving me mad. She dared to talk back to me and threatened to ruin 2 meals worth of our family's provisions. How can we go on living like this?" Wang Shi, seizing the opportunity, quickly adopted a wronged and indignant expression. She approached Zhou Linbua and added fuel to the fire. "Husband, you have no idea. Usually, this sister-in-law's temper isn't great. But it's tolerable. Our family managed to coexist peacefully. But today, it's as if she's taken some ill medicine." Her temper flared up out of nowhere. Not only did she curse and defy Mother, but she also scorned my well-intentioned advice and even berated me. "Tell me, where are the rules? What kind of daughter-in-law or sister-in-law behaves like this?" Bai Lian watched coldly as the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law lodged their complaints with Zhou Linbua. Thinking to herself, "Perfect, the more they vilify me, the better." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhou Linbua's expression darkened instantly. His thick eyebrows knitted tightly together, his eyes brimming with displeasure. In his heart, he believed that occasional discord between his mother and siblings was quite normal. As the elder brother, he had always adhered to the principle of refraining from meddling in the trivial disputes among women. However, the current situation had escalated to a point of palpable tension, spilling into the courtyard for all to witness, which was utterly disgraceful. Moreover, no matter the quarrel, it should never extend to jeopardizing the family's food supply, as sustenance was the very foundation of their livelihood. Especially during this arid season, when grain was scarce, it could hardly withstand such turmoil. Zhou Linbua cast a stern glance at Bai Lian, his tone laced with authority as he admonished, "Third sister-in-law, whatever grievances you have with our mother, resolve them amongst yourselves. Do not take your frustrations out on our family's provisions. These grains and oils are essential for our household. You and Ya should promptly set down what you hold and cease this foolishness. This discord benefits no one, and if word of this gets out, where will our family's dignity reside?" Yet Bai Lian appeared thoroughly incensed, her previously composed facade now marred by defiance and resilience. Clutching the basin filled with black flour, beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, yet she disregarded the need to wipe them away. With a loud voice, she retorted, "I have endured enough of this life. Why must I constantly be bullied by them? Why must Ya and I swallow our pride? I am determined to raise a ruckus today. What of it? You, as the elder brother, what right do you have to meddle in my affairs? You are not my husband. You are overstepping your bounds. If this matter gets out, you will be the ones who have forced me into this. I no longer care about dignity. It is you who should be ashamed." Her words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Zhou Linbua, taken aback by Bai Lian's unexpected fortitude, found his expression darkening further, his anger bubbling to the surface. Wang Shi, upon hearing Bai Lian's declaration that he was not her husband, couldn't suppress a disdainful snort in her heart. How shameless of you, vixen. I will not allow you any opportunity to entangle with my man. Zhou Ya, witnessing her uncle's grim countenance, felt an overwhelming fear. Instinctively clutching the small oil jar in her arms and retreating slightly behind Bai Lian. Tears brimmed in her eyes, but she fought to hold them back. Terrified that her crying would undermine her mother's resolve, yet deeply concerned about the potential for even more dreadful occurrences. Seeing this, Zhou Posey felt emboldened. Resuming her imperious demeanor and bellowing, "Eldest, see. I told you I was right. This calamity dares to ride roughshod over us. If we do not discipline her today, our household will surely descend into chaos." Meanwhile, the two sons of the main house stood outside the kitchen door, observing the turmoil. Zhou Xingwang whispered to Zhou Xinglei, "Brother, Mother said that third aunt is bullying our mother. If a fight breaks out, we should go and strike that jinx." Zhou Xinglei clenched his tiny fists and nodded, "Yes. As soon as they make a move, we shall rush in to avenge our mother and make that scoundrel cry out loud." Zhou Linbo was completely incensed by Bai Lian's unyielding stance. This Bai family truly had no regard for propriety. Had it been his own wife, he would have long delivered a couple of sharp slaps to teach her a lesson about respecting boundaries. His expression darkened ominously, eyes ablaze with suppressed fury as he glared at Bai Lian, declaring, "Third sister-in-law, I had intended to refrain from interfering in the trivial matters between you and our mother. But consider this, your husband is no longer here. As the eldest brother, I now bear the responsibility akin to that of a father. If you continue this ruckus, utterly lacking in awareness, I can readily act on behalf of your husband to cast you out of the Zhou family, ridding us of your incessant disturbances." At this point, Zhou Linbo paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he surveyed the family around him. He then added, "Furthermore, do not think I am merely issuing threats. Look at our family here. If I were to give the command, my wife, sons, and mother would all join forces against you and Zhou Ya. Do you think you two could withstand such an onslaught? You would be no match for us. My words today are a display of my benevolence, hoping you might recognize your errors and withdraw promptly. Cease this tumult, and we may yet coexist peacefully. Otherwise, you will have cause to regret your choices." Zhou Linbo intended to use these harsh words to subdue Bai Lian, compelling her to relent. He had no desire for the family to be embroiled in a chaotic brawl, as they were all kin, and such a scandal would tarnish their reputation. However, he was unaware that Bai Lian had traversed from a new society where gender equality and marital freedom prevailed. In her previous life, couples married upon mutual affection, and if discontent arose, they separated without a second thought. The antiquated notion of divorce held no sway over her, and she was, in fact, eager for such an outcome. Nevertheless, she understood the current imbalance of power. Should a physical confrontation ensue, she and her daughter would undoubtedly suffer. The sting of a beating was a painful reality to endure. As Bai Lian anxiously contemplated her next move, her gaze was drawn to Zhou Posey, Wang Shi, and the two boys, each wearing expressions of eager malice, as if poised to pounce at any moment. A chill ran down her spine. This family was indeed treacherous and might very well beat her and her daughter to a pulp, leaving them no time to recover before forcing them to continue serving the Zhou family. Zhou Ya, trembling with fear, stepped back a couple of paces while clutching Bai Lian's clothing, her voice quavering, "Mother, Yaya is scared." How could she not be frightened? She had seen the fierce glares of her two cousins, reminiscent of the very expressions they wore when they intended to strike her. Bai Lian, unable to comfort Zhou Ya, gritted her teeth and swiftly turned, placing the basin of black flour on the ground. Then, with a quick motion, she dashed to the stove, where the flames blazed vigorously. And without a thought for the heat, she deftly retrieved a half-burnt stick of firewood. The stick crackled with sparks, emitting wisps of smoke. Bai Lian gripped it tightly, as if it were the sole weapon capable of safeguarding her and her daughter. Her face bore an expression of determination as she pointed the firewood threateningly at the Zhou family, proclaiming loudly, "Do not mistake this for a mere bluff. Should you dare to lay a finger on my daughter or me today, I will set this kitchen ablaze. You are well aware of the drought outside. We have but half a jar of water remaining. I will see if such a large fire can be extinguished with that little water. We may very well perish together. For Yaya and I have endured a life of unbearable hardship in this household. Should you push me to the brink, I am capable of anything at that point. No one will emerge unscathed." With that, she took a couple of defiant steps forward, brandishing the stick of firewood with fervor. Come forth, regardless of age or gender. Let the flames embrace you all. You'll scream in anguish, and I ask you, do you fear? If you dare to harm her and her daughter. Even if this kitchen does not burn, the Zhou family shall taste the searing heat of the firewood. As Bai Lian's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the kitchen, so profound that one could almost hear the heartbeat of every individual present. The Zhou family stood astonished by her resolute stance, their eyes wide with disbelief. Zhou Linbo was particularly frozen in his place, unable to fathom that Bai Lian would go to such reckless lengths, threatening to set fire to the kitchen. A flicker of panic surged within him, momentarily overshadowing his previous fury, as he caught sight of the seriousness and determination in Bai Lian's gaze. Truly, those unshod fear not the shod, and the brazen fear not the reckless. Mrs. Wang, too, found herself gripped by fear. Should the kitchen truly ignite, it would spell disaster for the entire family's meals. Moreover, during this drought, water was more precious than oil. And even laundry was done only once every fortnight. Where would they find the means to extinguish a fire? Old Granny Zhou, trembling, retreated several steps, her earlier bravado extinguished in an instant. She stammered, "You wretched harbinger of doom, do not act recklessly. If this kitchen burns, we shall all starve. Eldest, think of a solution." Mrs. Wang's face mirrored her terror as she hastily grasped Zhou Linbo's arm. "Father, what shall we do? She wouldn't really burn it down, would she? We cannot allow her to proceed with this." Zhou Xingwang and Zhou Xinglei, mere children, felt the bravado of youth dissipate in an instant. The eldest, Zhou Xingwang, who was only 10, now stood petrified, contemplating the consequences of their earlier impulsiveness, relieved they had not rushed forward. Zhou Ya, observing her mother's courageous and resolute demeanor, felt a mix of fear and newfound courage. She set down her oil can, igniting a piece of firewood at the kitchen's edge, positioning herself beside Bai Lian. Though tears brimmed in her eyes, her gaze reflected a burgeoning resolve. As if with her mother by her side, she feared nothing. The atmosphere in the kitchen grew unbearably tense, as if the slightest disturbance could trigger an irreparable calamity. Everyone was frozen in place, hesitant to act. Inside, unable to discern the commotion, Li Shi nudged her son, Kaier, "Go see what's happening in the kitchen. Why is there no noise?" Zhou Xingtai, turning away with reluctance, replied, "If you want to go, you may. I refuse. If my brothers catch a whiff of the sugar in my mouth, they'll demand I share. I hardly have any left." Li Shi, exasperated, pointed at her son's round head and scolded, "How did I end up with such a useless child? If they want it, you must give it. Besides, if I weren't suffering from knee pain, I wouldn't be sending you, my little tyrant." Zhou Xingtai, feeling slighted, retorted, "Well, you needn't go. The old lady scolds my third aunt, not you. Why must you heed their words? It's just the same old story. They'll get scolded again." As always, Li Shi was momentarily silenced by her child's words. Indeed, it had often been so, yet she sensed today was different, for Bai Lian radiated an unprecedented aura. Zhou Linbo, desperately suppressing the anger bubbling within him, felt the veins on his forehead throb. He struggled to maintain a semblance of calm in his voice, though his tone betrayed his irritation. "Third sister-in-law, what must we do to restore peace? Must you stir chaos in our home? Can you not consider the family?" Bai Lian scoffed at his words, musing silently. Peace? Humph. After enduring so many grievances, today presented a rare opportunity to voice her truths. She had no intention of backing down easily. This moment demanded a complete transformation of their circumstances, or else they would face mutual destruction. She would never return to the days of being bullied. With her chin slightly raised, her eyes gleaming with an unprecedented stubbornness and resolve, Bai Lian declared, "I present you with 3 options. Listen carefully, for the choice is yours." The first Fa. "You wretched harbinger of doom, how dare you make demands? You truly do not know the meaning of fear." Old Granny Zhou interjected, leaping up and pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Lian. "Ah, she dares to insult me." Bai Lian wasted no time, bending to seize the jar of lard and hurling it forcefully onto the pile of firewood. The heat of the day had rendered the lard soft, and as it splattered across the kindling, Bai Lian paid no heed to the Zhou family's shocked expressions as she brandished her torch, poised to ignite the pile. This act filled the Zhou family with both anguish and alarm, their hearts aching for the lost jar of lard, which could have sustained them for 2 months, now squandered in an instant. Yet, the prospect of an uncontrollable blaze sent shivers down their spines. How could Bai Lian be so ruthless? How had they failed to perceive her fierceness before? Zhou Lian, disregarding the loss of the lard, shouted urgently, "Stop. Third sister-in-law, do not act impulsively, let us speak calmly. Mother, quiet down and listen to what third sister-in-law has to say." Old Granny Zhou, witnessing Bai Lian's fierce determination, felt a twinge of fear. Yet, she was loath to concede defeat. As a matriarch, how could she submit to her daughter-in-law? She could only glare at Bai Lian with a predatory intensity. Bai Lian, seeing Zhou Lian step forward to intervene, eased her actions slightly. Of course, she had no intention of truly setting fire to the kitchen, for she and Ya stood farthest from the exit. Should the Zhou family be driven to desperation, they might seal her and her daughter inside, leading to their demise. Casting a cold glance at old Granny Zhou, she turned to Zhou Lian, saying, "Eldest brother, you're astute. The first option is for your entire family, from grandmother to eldest brother and sister-in-law, down to you young ones, to kneel before me and Ya. You must bow 3 times, sincerely acknowledging your past wrongs and confessing how you've mistreated us over the years, vowing to never repeat such transgressions. I must see your sincerity," pausing to let her words sink in. Bai Lian surveyed the varied expressions of shock and anger on the faces of the Zhou family before continuing. "The second option is to provide me with a letter of divorce, severing all ties between Ya and the Zhou family. You all know well the life we've endured here. Today, as uproar makes it clear we can no longer coexist in this household, separation is in everyone's best interest to avoid perpetual discord." Bai Lian inhaled deeply, her tone growing more resolute. "As for the third option, it involves partitioning our household, allowing us to lead our own lives, keeping our waters separate. I seek nothing from you. Only what is due to the third household, enough for Ya and me to live in peace, free from your oppression. Of course, you may choose none of these options, but should you refuse, beware, I will not hesitate to set this Zhou family ablaze. Regardless, I have nothing left to cling to. Then, I shall eliminate this wretched girl," Bai Lian declared, casting a pained and resolute glance at her daughter beside her, a flicker of anguish crossing her eyes. "I will put an end to this girl's life to spare her from enduring the same suffering alongside me. If we, as mother and daughter, are destined for hardship, then let none of us find solace. It would be better for us to perish together. In the afterlife, I shall have companionship with this child. Her father will surely understand our plight." Upon hearing these words, the Zhou family collectively gasped in disbelief. They never anticipated Bai Lian would make such a ruthless demand, and her unwavering demeanor made it evident that she was resolute in her intentions. Zhou Lian's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across his face, his fingers trembling slightly with rage as he bellowed, "You are utterly insane. You are threatening us. How can you demand that our family bow before you? Do you not consider your own worth? Since ancient times, it has been unheard of for elders to bow to their juniors. Your actions are nothing short of rebellious." Old Madame Zhou, nearly overcome with indignation, trembled as she pointed an accusing finger at Bai Lian, unleashing a tirade of curses. "You heartless harbinger of doom. How dare you make such a request? You wish for us to bow before you? Dream on. And as for a divorce, think again. Once you entered the Zhou household, you became one of us in life and in death. If you wish to leave, it shall not be so simple." Wang Shi, standing nearby, was equally alarmed and fearful. She clutched Zhou Lian's arm, her voice quaking with emotion as she pleaded, "What shall we do? She has lost her mind. If she truly acts out in a fit of rage, our family could be doomed. You must think of something." Zhou Xingwang and Zhou Xinglei, the 2 young boys, were already pale with fear, hiding behind the adults, too terrified to make a sound. They could hardly believe that their usually submissive third aunt had transformed into such a terrifying figure. Her fierce demeanor seemed to belong to someone entirely different. Ya, listening intently to her mother's words, felt a surge of fear but also understood that her mother was fighting for a better life for them both. She raised her little head, tightly gripping the hem of Bai Lian's garment, and declared with unwavering conviction, "Mother, Ya is not afraid. Whatever you decide, I will follow." Meanwhile, Li Shi, having struggled to make her way over, was taken aback by the unfolding drama. It was clear that today's events had escalated beyond control. Bai Lian had severed her own escape route. It would be beneficial to rid herself of this siren to prevent her husband from lingering on thoughts of this temptress. However, Bai Lian's aspirations of a divorce or separation seemed overly optimistic. In Li Shi's view, a woman like Bai Lian deserved to be cast aside. And that harbinger of doom must not be allowed to stay. She was still young and incapable of contributing, merely wasting resources. Although Li Shi thought this way, she knew better than to voice such sentiments. She would not be foolish enough to play the villain. Upon hearing Wang Shi's words, Zhou Lian furrowed his brows deeper, realizing that Bai Lian was cornered and desperate. Even a cornered rabbit may bite, and it was evident that Bai Lian was prepared to risk everything. Yet, asking the family to bow to her would tarnish the Zhou family's reputation. Separation was an option he deeply resented, as it would diminish their wealth and surely be met with disapproval from his mother. Oh, how he wished his second brother were present. In the past, Bai Lian had feared his mother and, secondarily, his brother. Zhou Lian gritted his teeth, suppressing his rising fury, and attempted to soften his tone as he addressed Bai Lian. Sister-in-law, your demands are rather excessive. Let us discuss this calmly. Please lower that torch. You and Zhou Ya have been part of the Zhou family for many years. We are family. Is it customary for a family to avoid minor disputes? If there have been grievances, I will ask my sister-in-law and the children to offer you an apology. Please, extinguish that fire. Wang Shi, displeased with the suggestion, thought to herself, how absurd. Why should she and her children apologize to Bai Lian? It was Li Shi and the matriarch of the second branch who had tormented Bai Lian. It had nothing to do with her or her innocent children. Yet, Bai Lian appeared to disregard Zhou Lian's words, coldly gazing at him, the torch still held aloft, showing no intention of relenting. Elder brother, spare us the empty words. I have laid down my ultimatum. If you do not acquiesce, I shall not hold back. You are all aware of the suffering Zhou Ya and I have endured over the years. I can no longer bear it. It is better to end it all. I shall give you a moment to contemplate, but Zhou Ya, fetch me another stick. The stick she held was nearly burnt through, still hot to the touch. Zhou Ya quickly nodded in compliance, scurrying off to retrieve a new stick and returning promptly with it in hand. Bai Lian took the stick, noticing the grease on it, a smirk curling her lips. She deliberately stepped forward, igniting the new stick with the flame of the old one. In an instant, the fire surged dramatically, flames leaping high, accompanied by a series of explosive crackles resonating throughout the small kitchen. The sound was a cacophony of sizzling fat igniting in the flames, each pop striking the Zhou family's eardrums with alarming intensity. Startled by the sudden chaos, the Zhou family turned pale, collectively retreating in fright. Li Shi, who struggled to move, attempted to flee back into the house, forgetting her swollen and painful knee. As she stepped forward, she stumbled and fell to the ground, her face meeting the dust. Ha ha ha, second sister-in-law, how did you manage to fall like that? Ha ha, oh dear, I can hardly contain my laughter. Bai Lian reveled in the sight, unable to suppress her mirth. Zhou Ya, witnessing her mother's joy, was momentarily taken aback, since she could remember. Her mother had either been crying or wearing a sorrowful expression. Never had she seen her so carefree. Reflecting on this, Zhou Ya also forced a smile, despite her heart being filled with fear and the belief that Li Shi's fall was hardly amusing. The Zhou family, still reeling from the shock, were further convinced of Bai Lian's madness upon hearing her unabashed laughter. Nothing about her demeanor resembled that of a sane person. Li Shi, seething with rage and humiliation at Bai Lian's relentless laughter, felt her already tenuous grip on sanity slip away. She disregarded her dusty, disheveled appearance and struggled to rise. Trembling fingers pointed accusingly at Bai Lian as she shouted, "Mother spoke truly. You are a complete harbinger of doom. I spit on your aspirations of divorce or separation from the Zhou family. Have you looked in a mirror? Do you think you are worthy? Look at you. Typically so submissive, and today you dare to raise a ruckus, threatening us with that torch. You are ungrateful and disrespectful, showing no regard even for your own mother." As Li drew a breath, her eyes widened to the size of copper bells, and she continued her tirade. "Furthermore, the moment my third brother married you, he met his untimely end. Your reputation as a husband killer has long since spread throughout the village. And as for the second brother, despite years of effort, he has never succeeded in the imperial examinations. Perhaps it is your ill omen that has brought about his misfortune. A woman like you deserves to be cast aside. Remaining in the Zhou family is nothing but a curse, destined to bring us only misfortune." Wang, who had been listening nearby, was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face lit up with agreement. Finally, Li was speaking sense. Old Zhou, feeling as if she had found a pillar of support, thought to herself, "Yes, indeed. Let us expel this woman. I refuse to believe that she can maintain her arrogance upon hearing such news." I am eager to see what tricks she might attempt next. As for household duties, it matters not. We have 2 daughters-in-law who can take over. Meanwhile, Zhou Linbo fell silent, his expression contemplative. Bai Lian, upon hearing Li's words, allowed a flicker of fear to cross her face, her body trembling slightly as if struck at her core. Yet inwardly, she reveled in joy. Ah, at last. Someone has spoken of casting me off. It is precisely what I desire. This is a rare moment of clarity from Li, if only she would speak further. Perhaps even draft the divorce papers now, and then both I and Ya could be completely free from the Zhou family. Such a prospect is indeed a blessing. Stealing a glance at the Zhou family, Bai Lian noted their resolute expressions, feeling amused at how she seemed to have them under her thumb. However, she maintained a facade of fear and indignation, her voice trembling as she said, "Sister-in-law, how can you speak to me in such a manner? I have toiled tirelessly in the Zhou household for these years. While I may not have achieved great merit, my efforts have not been without value. You must be trying to frighten me. I refuse to believe that I am to be cast aside without seeing the divorce papers and the signatures of my elder brother and mother-in-law." The Zhou family, initially stunned by Bai Lian's response, had expected her to cower in fear at the prospect of being divorced, yet she stood her ground, insisting on seeing the documents and signatures. Old Zhou, with a haughty snort, declared, "Do not be naive. Since we have come this far, let us proceed with the writing. I wish to see where you and your ill-fated daughter will go without the Zhou family. Do not come crying back to us when you find yourself without a home." With that, she turned to Zhou Linbo and commanded, "Eldest son, fetch some paper and ink. Let us draft this divorce decree, lest she think we are merely attempting to frighten her." Zhou Linbo furrowed his brow, hesitating. After all, the matter of divorcing Bai Lian was not trivial and would surely tarnish the Zhou family's reputation. Yet the current situation left him with no alternative means to rein in Bai Lian, so he reluctantly nodded and went to retrieve the necessary materials. In the household, there were indeed scholars, and thus writing implements were available. Moreover, before the old patriarch fell ill, the Zhou family had enjoyed a relatively prosperous standing in the village. Zhou Linbo had studied for a few years, so composing a divorce decree was not beyond his capabilities, though crafting it with elegance was beyond him. After bringing back the paper and ink, Zhou Linbo hastily scrawled a few lines on the page, his writing as haphazard as a child scribbles. Once finished, he approached Bai Lian, clearing his throat and feigning seriousness as he said, "Bai, here is the divorce decree. You may read it. From henceforth, you shall have no ties to the Zhou family." Bai Lian accepted the paper, her eyes glancing over the scrawl. And she couldn't help but find amusement in Zhou Linbo's attempt at deception. Though she hailed from a modern background and was unfamiliar with the intricacies of traditional characters, she had no trouble discerning its meaning. Understanding Zhou Linbo's intention to bamboozle her, she chose not to expose him just yet. Instead, she raised her gaze to meet his. Her voice calm yet firm, "Elder brother, this decree concerns my future and that of Ya. It cannot be treated so carelessly. If you genuinely wish to divorce me, you must swear an oath. Should this decree prove false, may you Zhou Linbo meet a dire fate and become childless." With that, Bai Lian arched an eyebrow at Zhou Linbo, tauntingly challenging him. "Well, do you dare to swear?" Zhou Linbo's expression turned ashen. He had never anticipated such a demand from Bai Lian. In this era of strict feudal customs, such an oath was not something one could utter lightly. His lips quivered, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he struggled to articulate a response. Wang, witnessing Bai Lian's audacity, felt a surge of anger. No. It was imperative that Bai Lian be expelled from the Zhou family, otherwise, calamity would surely follow. Since Bai does not trust us, let her demand an oath. Just because she lacks education does not mean she can look down on us. Old Zhou's ire intensified at Bai Lian's insistence on the oath, further deepening her disdain for her. "Go ahead, swear if you wish. We are not afraid of you, this omen. The decree is undoubtedly genuine. Do not harbor foolish hopes of remaining in the Zhou family. And as for that ill-fated Zhou Ya, we shall not harbor her either. They shall both be cast out." Sweat beaded on Zhou Linbo's forehead as he felt cornered. He was not mad enough to curse himself and his descendants with such an oath. He swallowed hard, his gaze darting between old Zhou and Wang, seeking assistance, yet Wang was consumed with her own fury towards Bai Lian and failed to notice Zhou Linbo's distress. Old Zhou glared at him, hands on her hips, demanding, "Eldest son, what are you hesitating for? It is merely an oath. Are you truly afraid of this woman?" The laboring Li, who had managed to rise, noticed Zhou Linhua's guilty demeanor and glanced at the paper in Bai Lian's hand, unsure if it was genuinely a divorce decree. With no other choice, Zhou Linhua steeled himself, his voice hoarse as he stammered, I am not afraid to swear. I certainly will. It is merely that my writing is so hasty. If heaven does not understand, it may think I have not written a decree. If I am to swear, that would be unjust. Allow me to draft a clearer one. With that, Zhou Linhua disregarded the expressions of those around him and redrafted the decree. This time with noticeably neater handwriting. After completing it, he took a deep breath as if expending all his strength and directly swore, I, Zhou Linhua, swear that if this decree is false, may I meet a dire fate and become childless. At that moment, old Zhou, Wang, and the two children from the main branch glared fiercely at Bai Lian. They all believed her to be utterly malicious for compelling Zhou Linhua to utter such a heavy oath. Li and Wang exchanged glances, each finding a sense of relief reflected in the other's eyes. In their minds, once this decree was finalized, the beguiling Bai Lian would vanish from the Zhou family, never again to ensnare their men, whether intentionally or otherwise. Li gently rubbed her still painful knee, her gaze filled with resentment as she looked at Bai Lian, then shifted to the timid Zhou Ya, hiding behind Bai Lian. Li harbored profound regrets within her heart, pondering how, if this young girl were to mature a few more years and blossom into a beauty, she could fetch a handsome price, thus augmenting the Zhou family's coffers. Yet now, she was destined to depart alongside that white lotus, which felt like a lamentable squandering of potential. After swearing his oath, Zhou Linhua begrudgingly handed the divorce decree to Bai Lian. His voice tinged with fatigue, Are you satisfied now? Bai Lian accepted the decree, her gaze swiftly scanning the document, where the words divorce decree were inscribed with clarity, accompanied by a litany of her so-called transgressions, how she had been disobedient and unfilial, how her character was lacking. It proclaimed that Zhou Linhua had divorced her on behalf of the third branch, Zhou Linhao, and even specified that Zhou Ya would also be severed from the Zhou family. Bai Lian inwardly mused, if the examination for scholars had been about composing a divorce decree, Zhou Linhua would surely achieve the highest honors. However, as long as she could extricate herself from the Zhou family's torment, she remained indifferent to the stigma of being divorced. Moreover, she felt relieved that the Zhou family was so resolute, even discarding Zhou Ya, which lifted a significant weight from her heart. Seeing Bai Lian stare at the paper for an extended period, Zhou Posey could not help but mock. Oh, you think you're a scholar, scrutinizing it so closely? Do you even recognize a single word? So, what now? You have the decree and the oath has been sworn. Are you frightened? If you are, kneel and beg me. Perhaps I'll be in a generous mood and grant you a reprieve. Bai Lian disregarded Zhou Posey's derision, lifting her head to fix Zhou Linhua with a steadfast gaze. Even if this is a divorce decree, without your signatures, it holds no weight. I shall not fear you. Regardless, if you do not tread the paths I have laid out, I will still set the kitchen ablaze. I have no desire to live. Let us all descend into the underworld together. Her voice, though not loud within the kitchen, resonated with an undeniable resolve. Zhou Linhua suddenly focused intently on Bai Lian, feeling a flicker of confusion within him. He sensed that her words were imbued with an inexplicable expectation, as if deep down, she secretly wished for the Zhou family to proceed with the divorce. Yet, when his gaze caught the fleeting panic in her eyes, he could not help but deride himself for his suspicions. To him, Bai Lian appeared to be a woman of false bravado, merely putting on a facade of calm while still in denial of her predicament. Since you are so earnest, I just happened to bring some red clay from my second brother's room when I fetched the pen. Since you doubt, let us imprint our fingerprints here and now, so you can truly feel disheartened. With that, Zhou Linhua opened the red clay lid, pressed his thumb firmly into the substance, and then decisively stamped a clear fingerprint onto the divorce decree. Zhou Posey, not to be outdone, followed suit, applying her own fingerprint with a triumphant expression, before hurling the decree towards Bai Lian with force. The decree flew through the air like a sharp blade, aimed squarely at Bai Lian's face. You calamity bringer. Widen your eyes and see clearly. Let me tell you, you better kneel and beg me right now. Think carefully about how difficult life will be for a divorced woman, especially one with such a young child. Bai Lian remained unfazed, bending down to slowly retrieve the decree, gently blowing on the still wet fingerprints as if handling a precious treasure. She then leisurely folded the document, appearing to tuck it away into her bosom, while in reality, she discreetly stored it in her space. With a tone of feigned sorrow, she remarked, I never imagined you would truly divorce me. All these years in the Zhou family, while I may not have rendered great services, I have certainly toiled. For so long, I have served you like a servant, and yet you are so heartless. Very well, I shall take this decree to my parents. They will surely stand up for me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Posey's face showed no sign of fear. Rather, she became even more brazen. Then go find your parents. I hear your family has a younger brother who is about to marry. Let us see if your parents will accept a daughter returned in disgrace. Perhaps the Bai family would bring many fine gifts to plead with her to return to the Zhou family. Zhou Lian frowned slightly. His intention had merely been to intimidate Bai Lian with the decree, hoping to dissuade her without causing such a tumultuous uproar. Bai sure, if you sincerely apologize to your mother, this matter can be laid to rest, and you may burn the decree, and we will pretend this incident never occurred. You wouldn't want to struggle to survive outdoors with Zhou Ya, would you? His voice carried a hint of persuasion, attempting to provide Bai Lian with an exit. Hoping to quell the turmoil and salvage the Zhou family's reputation while also averting the potential for greater trouble and ridicule. Bai Lian, upon hearing Zhou Lian's words, secretly scoffed. How could she not understand his intentions? He merely wished to smooth things over and preserve the Zhou family's face. Ridiculous. After all her efforts to obtain the divorce decree and extricate herself from the Zhou family, how could she possibly burn it? She raised her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a mixture of defiance and disdain as she declared, Elder brother, now that we have come to this point, do you think I would still believe your empty words? This divorce decree I intend to take with me. Zhou Ya clutched Bai Lian's garment tightly, her eyes brimming with anticipation and anxiety. She yearned for the chance to return to her mother's family, yet feared whether their grandmother and uncle would truly allow them to leave. Despite her youth, she sensed the tension in the air and whispered, Mother, I'm scared. Bai Lian gently patted Zhou Ya's hand, murmuring reassurances. Do not fear, my dear Ya, Mother is here. Zhou Posey, witnessing Bai Lian's obstinacy, trembled with rage, pointing at her and shouting, If you wish to leave, then go. Do you think you can have a good life after leaving the Zhou family? Take that little calamity with you. None of you are allowed to stay. Whoever speaks up will go hungry tonight. For the Zhou family's provisions will not feed a thankless wretch. Bai Lian paid no heed to Zhou Posey's vitriol. As a younger generation, she felt it was indeed necessary to listen to her elders. Since they commanded her to leave, she would do so promptly. Finally, she was free from the Zhou family. As this thought crossed her mind, she grasped a bundle of firewood with one hand and held Zhou Ya's hand with the other, striding confidently out of the kitchen, the firewood in hand as a precaution against any unsavory attempts from the Zhou family to ambush them. Zhou Lian watched Bai Lian's departing figure, filled with trepidation. He understood that once this incident spread, the Zhou family would inevitably become a laughingstock in the village. Meanwhile, Li and Wang couldn't help but revel in the sight of Bai Lian and her daughter leaving, feeling triumphant at having driven away this enchanting vixen. Zhou Xingwang and Zhou Xinglei, the two impish boys, followed Bai Lian and her daughter outside, shouting various taunts. They jeered about the calamity and misfortune, leaving with the little broomstar, and how she would be unwanted in the future. They then bent down to pick up stones from the roadside, chuckling as they hurled them at Bai Lian and Zhou Ya. A couple of the stones struck Bai Lian's back with surprising force, eliciting an immediate jolt of pain. Zhou Ya was not spared either, her eyes welling with tears, as if veiled in a mist. She bit her lip tightly, stifling any sound, her expression revealing the terror of being so cruelly bullied. Seeing that they had hit Zhou Ya, Zhou Xingwang and Zhou Xinglei erupted in laughter. Ha ha, brother, you're amazing. You hit that worthless girl. Watch closely, brother. I'll hit her again. White Lotus was consumed by a seething fury. She loathed such uncultured brats and felt compelled to teach them a stern lesson. Without uttering a word, she abruptly turned around, brandishing a stick of firewood, and charged menacingly towards Zhou Xingwang and Zhou Xinglei. As she ran, she unleashed a torrent of curses. You little rascals, daring to strike me. Just wait until I roast you two troublemakers into crispy little piglets. Such unrefined creatures. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Hey, where do you think you're running? Don't you dare flee. Her voice, sharp with anger, echoed down the tranquil country road. Zhou Xinglei and Zhou Xingwang had never witnessed White Lotus in such a fierce and menacing demeanor. They had assumed she would meekly endure their bullying, so they had acted with reckless abandon. However, upon seeing her charge at them like an enraged lioness, their faces went pale with fear and their legs turned to jelly. It was not so much her ferocious display that terrified them, but rather the flaming stick in her grasp. With a terrified wail, they cried out for their parents and sprinted back towards the Zhou residence, moving with such speed as if pursued by a malevolent spirit. Upon reaching the Zhou household, they hastily slammed the door shut, the sound of the closing door reverberating loudly in their panic, as if it could somehow keep White Lotus's wrath at bay. Chapter 21. Ascending the Mountain Again. Observing the commotion, Zhou Lianbo bellowed at the two boys, "You little rascals, don't go causing trouble." Wang quickly rushed forward, grabbing her sons by the arms and dragging them inside with urgency. "Are you too foolish? Did you not see that woman wielding a torch? This is no trivial matter. What if she truly harmed you? Come on, back inside." Outside, White Lotus regarded the two boys, now trembling with fear, and her fury began to subside somewhat. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Zhou Ya, her face softening into a gentle smile. Yeah, don't be afraid, they've already run off. Mother is here." She soothingly reassured her daughter while crouching down to inspect Zhou Ya for any injuries. Zhou Ya shook her head, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. But a hint of relief began to emerge on her face. "Mother, I'm fine. Are we going to grandfather's house now?" White Lotus caressed Zhou Ya's small face, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she replied, "It's too late to go back now. Let us head to the back mountain. Tonight, Mother has something important planned for you." Zhou Ya's clear eyes sparkled with curiosity, yet she obediently nodded and softly responded, "All right, but Mother, we haven't packed our clothes and belongings." White Lotus waved her hand dismissively. "Just a couple of ragged garments. I can't be bothered to gather them. Besides, the meager savings the original owner had, merely 10 coins, are still on me. So there's no need to retrieve anything. Even if we did, with Zhou Posey's disposition, she likely wouldn't allow it. We might end up with nothing but insults, so why invite trouble?" At that moment, dusk had settled, and every household in the village was busy preparing dinner. After all, there were only 2 meals a day, and after toiling all day, missing dinner would surely leave everyone restless and starving through the night. As White Lotus passed by the Zhou family's cornfield, a clever idea struck her. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching and swiftly plucked several ears of corn, feeling satisfied as she hurried toward the back mountain with Zhou Ya in tow. Without a fire starter, White Lotus was acutely aware that navigating the darkened back mountain would be perilous without a light source, not only for illumination but also to guard against any lurking beasts. Thus, she devised a plan to ensure her source of fire remained intact. Whenever one stick burned out, she hastily sought out another branch to ignite. In this manner, the mother and daughter carefully made their way to the site where the unfamiliar man was buried. White Lotus surveyed the surroundings and said to Zhou Ya, "Let us spend the night here." Without allowing Zhou Ya a moment to respond, she inquired with concern, "Ya, are you hungry? If you are, Mother can roast some corn for you." Upon hearing they would be spending the night here, Zhou Ya's face turned pale, for this was indeed the resting place of a deceased person, and fear crept into her heart. However, when she heard there would be something to eat, her little stomach grumbled uncontrollably, and as she relaxed, the sensation of hunger surged like a tide. White Lotus heard the sound and smiled slightly, gathering dry twigs nearby. Earlier, a clear patch had been made for the man's burial, leaving ample space for them to make a fire and roast the corn. As the delightful aroma of 5 roasting ears of corn wafted through the air, it became increasingly enticing. White Lotus carefully extracted a roasted ear of corn, skewered it with a branch, and approached the grave, speaking to the departed soul, "Dear sir, we've come to disturb your rest again. Circumstances have changed, and it's likely we won't return. Please accept this corn as a small token of my apology. May you, Great Spirit, be magnanimous and not hold it against us mere women." Having spoken her piece, she turned gracefully, plucked another ear of corn, blew on it gently, and handed it to Zhou Ya, her expression filled with maternal affection. Yeah, hurry, you must be starving. Eat quickly, but be careful, it's hot." Zhou Ya took the corn, cupping it in her hands, gently blowing on it before taking a cautious bite. The soft, sweet kernels burst in her mouth, and her eyes lit up. "Mother, it's delicious and so sweet." Seeing her daughter's satisfied expression, White Lotus's smile broadened. "If it's good, eat more. You'll need your strength for later." "Mother, what work do we have to do?" Zhou Ya mumbled, her mouth still full of corn. White Lotus, equally burned by the hot corn, replied with a smile, "You'll find out soon enough. For now, eat your fill." After finishing 2 ears of corn each, they both sighed in contentment. White Lotus gazed up at the starry sky, her mind elsewhere, and quietly asked her daughter, Ya, when did you dream about the insects eating the crops? I remember you saying it happened shortly after your second uncle returned. Was it the same day or a few days later? Zhou Ya, initially feeling drowsy, strained to recall. I think it was 3 days later. My uncle was quite furious about it, claiming it was all for naught and wasted 3 days of his time. He lamented that had he known, he wouldn't have come back and would have preferred to attend some poetry gathering instead. White Lotus couldn't help but grimace. It seemed the Zhou family's second son had wasted his education on trivial matters. While the family toiled to cultivate their crops, he fretted over the effort spent when locusts devoured their harvest. Just as White Lotus was about to inquire when Zhou's second son would return, she noticed Zhou Ya had already drifted off to sleep in her arms. With a sigh, she adjusted her daughter's position for greater comfort. The little girl was clearly exhausted. The night grew deep, so much so that White Lotus could not discern the hour. Gently, she roused the sleeping Zhou Ya, who blinked sleepily, appearing somewhat bewildered. Mother, are we going to work now? Yes, dear. White Lotus replied, carefully extinguishing the dying embers of the fire. Upon hearing her mother call her dear again, Zhou Ya beamed, revealing a row of tiny teeth. After bowing a few times before the grave, White Lotus took the torch and, hand in hand with Zhou Ya, cautiously made their way down the mountain step by step. On the night of the back mountain, apart from the sounds of insects and the whisper of the wind, an unusual tranquility enveloped the surroundings, devoid of the chilling howls of wolves or the roars of tigers that one might expect. Bai Lian surmised that this serene atmosphere might indicate the absence of such wild beasts in these woods. As the mother and daughter returned to the Zhou family's fields, the sky remained dark, akin to thick ink, illuminated only by the resplendent full moon hanging aloft. Zhou Ya tilted her little head, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Tugging at Bai Lian's garment, she inquired, Mother, why have you brought me here? Chapter 22, Harvesting Corn at Midnight. Bai Lian, alert, extinguished the torch, plunging the surroundings into darkness, with only the scattered moonlight allowing her a faint glimpse of the scene before her. She grasped Zhou Ya's small hand tightly, crouching low as they swiftly entered the cornfield until the towering corn plants enveloped them completely. She then squatted down, leaning close to Zhou Ya's ear, whispering, Did you not dream of a coming pestilence? If we do not harvest these corns, they will be ravaged by insects, which would be a tremendous waste. Let us gather the corn into our space. That way, regardless of how things change outside, we will not have to worry about food. Zhou Ya pondered for a moment before asking, Mother, will grandmother discover it was us? Surely not. Even if they suspect us, they have no proof to catch us. I notice the ground is parched, and stepping on it leaves no footprints. If you are truly concerned, we can sweep away any traces with corn stalks as we pick. Bai Lian reassured. They will not uncover our deed. You need not worry, just proceed boldly. Upon hearing Bai Lian's words, Zhou Ya felt somewhat reassured and began to assist in harvesting the corn. Bai Lian moved deftly, swiftly plucking an ear of corn, which then vanished from her hand, only to be replaced in her space. Zhou Ya, not to be outdone, gripped a cob tightly, pulling with all her might. Though it was a struggle, she succeeded in detaching one. Mother, here. Zhou Ya handed the harvested corn to Bai Lian. Oh, my dear Ya, you are truly remarkable, Bai Lian exclaimed, tossing the corn directly into her space. Encouraged by her mother's praise, Zhou Ya became even more determined in her efforts. Bai Lian watched her daughter laboring with all her strength, feeling a pang of sympathy, yet aware that their time was limited. They needed to finish harvesting the corn from these few acres before dawn, and it would require considerable effort from just the two of them. However, Bai Lian did not feel compelled to collect every last ear. As soon as the first light appeared, they would have to leave. In the cornfield, the leaves rustled in the morning breeze as Bai Lian expertly harvested the less plump ears of corn. Zhou Ya mirrored her actions, diligently helping, her small hands earnest despite their youth. Before long, they were drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration trickling down their foreheads, nearly blurring their vision, yet they pressed on, intent on gathering as much as possible. As Bai Lian worked, she inwardly cursed the Zhou family for their unreasonable opposition to her departure from that wretched man, wishing to see them lament and wail over their lost corn. Even if they discovered her involvement, what could they do? She hoped they would all be driven to despair. With each furious thought, Bai Lian's hands worked more vigorously, and as time slipped away unnoticed, the pair became so fatigued that they could scarcely lift their arms. Suddenly, they vaguely heard a rooster crowing in the distance. Bai Lian's heart raced. She knew dawn was approaching and they could not linger any longer. Regrettably, they had only managed to harvest an acre of corn. Yet, upon entering her space and seeing several hundred ears of corn, her spirits lifted slightly. Yeah, we must leave. Bai Lian urged softly as she exited her space. Okay. Zhou Ya nodded obediently, despite her exhaustion. Bai Lian took Zhou Ya's hand, cautiously crouching as they navigated through the depths of the cornfield, careful not to disturb the surrounding plants and leave more traces. They hurried along the ridge towards the village entrance. However, being a child, Zhou Ya's short legs could not keep up with Bai Lian's pace. So she had no choice but to carry her daughter on her back as they hastened away. Hiwei village was but a little over an hour's walk from Ping'an town. Bai Lian gritted her teeth, hurrying along with the now sleeping Zhou Ya slumped against her shoulder. She sighed softly, feeling envious of her daughter, wishing she too could be carried. Her arms and legs felt as though they belonged to someone else, but thankfully, the original owner had been to the town before, so she would not lose her way. Bai Lian steeled herself, encouraging her inner resolve. Bai Lian, you can do this. Just reach the town, and everything will be fine. Once in town, she envisioned riding a bullock cart back home. Initially, Bai Lian had intended to purchase a cart and stock up on goods during her visit, but at this moment, both mother and daughter were utterly exhausted and decided to rest before making further plans. Upon finally arriving in town, the sky had brightened considerably. Bai Lian gazed at the sign proclaiming Ping'an town, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. At last, she had arrived. Meanwhile, in Hiwei village, the area beside the Zhou family's cornfield was in an uproar, with numerous villagers gathered around. Water had become increasingly scarce this month, as precious as gold, and everyone was hoping to draw water for irrigation to safeguard their year's labor before harvest. Zhou Lian, harboring similar thoughts, rushed to the fields with a water bucket, only to be struck with disbelief upon witnessing the scene before him. An entire acre of corn stalks stood bare, the corn long gone, leaving only empty husks trembling in the morning breeze. In that instant, he felt as if the heavens were collapsing around him. As news spread, the Zhou family members rushed to the site, their eyes red with rage and despair as they surveyed the devastation. Zhou Posey collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth with her hands, wailing, "Who is the scoundrel that stole our corn? May they meet a wretched end. This will ruin our family's livelihood." Wang Shi, equally furious, wiped her tears, exclaiming, "Indeed, who could have committed such a despicable act? They surely do not fear retribution." Zhou Lian's face darkened ominously as he clenched his fists, surveying the crowd, his voice laced with fury as he bellowed, "Who did this? They had better come forward willingly. Otherwise, I will report to the authorities. My younger brother is a scholar, he need not kneel before the magistrate, and we will ensure that the thief pays dearly." His words echoed ominously across the fields, saturated with menace. The surrounding villagers exchanged glances. Although a sense of apprehension lingered, they felt secure in their innocence. They engaged in hushed whispers, speculating on which audacious individual dared to commit thievery in the Zhou family's fields. "Who do you think is responsible?" "How could I know? It certainly wasn't me. My family has always been honest, never involved in such misdeeds." "Oh, I didn't imply it was you. Why so agitated?" "Enough of this guessing. We should inform the village chief. A thief in our midst is a grave matter. Who knows if they will target others next." Chapter 23. The third daughter-in-law. Limping as she approached, bore an expression of unwavering conviction despite her physical discomfort. "Mother," she asserted, "I believe this matter is predominantly the doing of Bai Lian and that little girl. Consider the timing. As soon as they departed, an entire acre of corn mysteriously vanished. Just the two of them, if they exerted themselves, could have easily harvested that entire plot." Upon hearing her words, Granny Zhou and Zhou Lian exchanged glances, each perceiving mutual understanding in the other's eyes. Was it not indeed peculiar? The instant Bai Lian and her daughter left, the corn belonging to the Zhou family disappeared without a trace, indicating that Bai Lian, harboring resentment, was likely the culprit. Granny Zhou, ignited like a firecracker, sprang to her feet, her face alight with fury and indignation. "That wretched soul! I have long suspected her nefarious nature. How dare she pilfer our corn? She seeks to drive us to desperation. Thankfully, we dismissed her in time. Otherwise, who knows what further unscrupulous acts she might have committed, perhaps even absconding with our silver. Eldest son, do not dawdle. Accompany me to the Bai household. She must have secretly transported the corn back to her abode. We must demand an explanation and cannot allow her to escape unscathed. The surrounding villagers, taken aback by her declaration, displayed expressions of astonishment. What? Bai Lian was dismissed by the Zhou family? When did this transpire? Such a significant event, and yet we heard not a whisper. Aunt Zhou, why did you dismiss your daughter-in-law? Regardless of her shortcomings, she did bear you a granddaughter. Indeed, what could possibly be the reason? The villagers exchanged curious glances, their faces awash with intrigue and skepticism. In truth, they were more eager to uncover the reasons behind Bai Lian's dismissal than to ponder the lost corn. Zhou Lian, sensing the villagers' burgeoning gossip, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He knew how eagerly they latched onto any scandal, akin to dogs catching scent of a bone. This was precisely why he wished to keep matters discreet. Yet Granny Zhou was undeterred, her sole intent being to tarnish Bai Lian's reputation irreparably. She donned an expression of profound grievance, her lined visage quivering with agitation as she recounted the events of the previous day, yesterday, that Bai woman seemed possessed, exhibiting an unprecedented audacity. I merely pointed out a few of her shortcomings, as is my duty as a mother-in-law. But who could have anticipated her vile response? She brazenly threatened to burn down our kitchen unless we all knelt before her in apology. Can you fathom such insolence? If I were to kneel, I might as well be inviting death upon myself. Such an outrageous notion. Ultimately, we had no choice but to dismiss her. Our family could not harbor such a tempestuous spirit. Wang, her daughter-in-law, chimed in, her eyes wide, gesturing animatedly as she added, but that's not all. She not only demanded we kneel in apology, but also slandered us, claiming we mistreated her. Her gaze was as if we owed her a debt of gratitude. She even threatened that if we did not sever ties with her, she would set our household ablaze and harm her own daughter. Her demeanor was nothing short of demonic. Li, upon hearing this, glanced around but remained silent, choosing to let her mother-in-law and Wang air their grievances. The intended impact had been achieved, and she saw no need to interject. However, the villagers listened with expressions of skepticism. In their recollections, Bai Lian had always been meek, enduring Granny Zhou's scoldings without retort. How could such a docile person suddenly resort to such drastic measures? One woman, familiar with Granny Zhou's temperament, shook her head and softly remarked to her daughter-in-law, "This matter appears far more complex than it seems. Bai Lian has always been a gentle soul. Perhaps the Zhou family has been excessively harsh, driving her to desperation." Mother, you are absolutely right. I share your sentiments. The young daughter-in-law nodded in agreement, feeling grateful that her own mother-in-law was not as sharp-tongued and cruel. Others in the village similarly sensed that the Zhou family's narrative might not encompass the entire truth, believing there must be deeper currents at play. Yet, such intricacies were of little concern to them. They were merely spectators to the unfolding drama, well aware that even the most astute magistrate could struggle to untangle family affairs, let alone simple farmers like themselves. Granny Zhou, noticing the villagers' lack of fervent support, felt her countenance shift to one of palpable embarrassment, her face alternating between hues of red and green. She was incensed. How could they remain indifferent to her plight? Despite her tragic portrayal, not a soul stood in solidarity with her. Zhou Lian, sensing the awkward atmosphere, instinctively sought to divert the conversation. Mother, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Our priority must be to recover the corn. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "The village head is coming." Upon hearing this, the villagers parted, creating a pathway for the village head, a man in his 50s, whose face bore the marks of time. He stroked his graying beard thoughtfully, his brow furrowed with concern as he inquired, "Has anyone else lost anything, or is it solely the Zhou family's corn that has disappeared?" The villagers spoke in unison, expressing their relief that their own crops remained untouched. "Our fields are intact, but the soil is parched and cracked, which is quite distressing." Seeing the village head's arrival, Granny Zhou seized the opportunity, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "Village head, we already know the identity of the thief, and we're just about to pursue them." The village head, taken aback, asked so swiftly, "Who is it? A villager from our midst?" With gritted teeth, Granny Zhou replied, "It is that Bai Lian, my former daughter-in-law." As the village head approached, he recalled hearing whispers of Bai Lian's dismissal from the Zhou family. So he was not surprised by Granny Zhou's reference to her as a former daughter-in-law. Chapter 24. No evidence. The village head sighed internally. They were all from the same village, and he had witnessed the misfortunes of that mother and daughter duo. If he could offer assistance, he would. Therefore, he solemnly asked, "Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claim against her? Accusations without proof can lead to grave consequences." Evidence? Granny Zhou was momentarily rendered speechless by the inquiry. She was entirely convinced of Bai Lian's guilt, but had never considered the need for substantiating evidence. Anxiously, she exchanged glances with her daughters-in-law, urging them to speak up. Wang opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words, ultimately falling silent in embarrassment. She had no knowledge of any evidence. She simply believed Li's assertion that Bai Lian was responsible. Realizing she could no longer remain silent, Li steeled herself and spoke up, "Village head. This is indeed our conjecture. However, consider the sheer coincidence of this matter. Just as the Bai family departed with their daughter, our family inexplicably lost an acre of corn. Why is it that the corn of others remains unscathed, while our family suffers this misfortune? It is undoubtedly her doing. Recently divorced, penniless, and filled with resentment. She might have thought to pilfer some corn to sell for money. Such a notion is not entirely implausible." The village head nodded slightly, instinctively stroking his beard, and contemplatively remarked, "What you say does hold some merit. Yet, I must inquire how this mother-daughter duo could possibly transport several hundred pounds of corn out of the village to sell? Furthermore, has anyone witnessed them harvesting the Zhou family's corn? Or has anyone lent them a cart for assistance?" As these questions were posed, a stark contrast emerged. The Zhou family fell silent, while the villagers hastened to clear their names. Village head. "We have not seen the Bai mother and daughter harvesting the Zhou family's corn, nor have we lent out our cart." "Neither have we," another chimed in. "Our old donkey can barely work. It hasn't had enough water to drink, let alone lend it for labor." The villagers were well aware that our fields are in close proximity to Aunt Zhou's. "I returned home just before sunset yesterday and did not see the Bai mother and daughter." The village head listened quietly to the villagers clamoring, his gaze sweeping across their faces before turning back to the Zhou family. With earnest gravity, he said, "Aunt Zhou, Lin Bo, we cannot convict someone solely based on conjecture. Our village has always prided itself on fairness. Without evidence, we must not unjustly accuse an innocent person. If this were to spread, it would tarnish our village's reputation." The other villagers suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the village's reputation is of utmost importance. In these trying times, if our village's name were to be sullied further, it would complicate matters of marriage and work. If someone sought labor and the employer remarked on the village's poor reputation, it would spell disaster for them. Aunt Zhou's expression grew increasingly dark as she retorted, "Village head. Is evidence truly necessary? It is plainly evident that it was that Bai Lian, the harbinger of misfortune, who did this. Now that she has been cast off, she surely seeks to take revenge on us." The village head gently shook his head, responding, "Aunt Zhou, please do not rush to conclusions. I understand your anxiety over the lost corn, but we must act with reason and substantiation. Let us check the fields for any footprints belonging to the mother and daughter. If we find any, it would serve as evidence, and we can all testify to it." The village head had yet to inspect the acre of corn that was lost. He merely trusted Bai Lian's character, which emboldened him to speak thus. Although Aunt Zhou and Zhou Lin Bo felt a simmering discontent, they could only suppress their anger for the moment and turned towards the cornfield. The curious villagers followed, eager to see what they might uncover. But the village head halted them. Among the group were women and children, and should they trample the ground and leave footprints, the Bai mother and daughter would be unable to clear their names. Thus, the village head permitted only his eldest son to accompany the Zhou family to investigate. The Zhou family meticulously searched along the field's edge and within, yet the dry, cracked earth, combined with the Bai mother and daughter's caution the previous night, revealed no suspicious footprints. Zhou Lin Bo's face darkened further as he stood, shaking his head in resignation at Aunt Zhou. Wang and Li exchanged puzzled glances. How could there be no footprints from the mother and daughter? Even in dry soil, there should be traces from their movements. Aunt Zhou, equally disappointed, observed her son and two daughters-in-law shaking their heads, feeling a deep sense of despair. If it were not for that harbinger of misfortune, who else could it be? Just then, the village head's eldest son called out, "Father, there are no footprints belonging to them here, but aside from our fresh prints, there are no others." Aunt Zhou Still unwilling to concede, exclaimed, "She must have used some trick to cover her tracks. That does not mean she is innocent." The village head released a breath of relief and stepped forward. "Aunt Zhou, the absence of footprints means we cannot hastily conclude that Bai Lian is responsible. We must contemplate this matter further. Perhaps an outsider passed through and, seeing the corn unguarded, was tempted to commit thievery." Zhou Linbo, hearing the village head's words, found it difficult to argue further and merely nodded, saying, "Village head, we appreciate your assistance. We are simply infuriated. This corn is vital for our family's survival." The village head patted Zhou Linbo's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "I understand your feelings. However, until the truth is revealed, let us refrain from casting suspicion upon one another to maintain harmony within the village. I suggest you promptly report this to the authorities, allowing them to investigate." An elder chimed in, "Yes, yes. The village head is right. You mentioned your brother is a scholar. He surely has some influence with the officials. And it would be far better to seek their help than to flounder in our own inquiries." Zhou Linbo, though hesitant, recognized that reporting to the authorities was the only remaining course of action. He contemplated briefly before deciding to go to the town to find his brother and have him accompany him to report the incident. He glanced at Aunt Zhou, noting her discontent yet silence, and declared, "Village head, I shall go report this matter." However, this back and forth would consume considerable time, and he wished to find his brother first. "Could you lend me your mule cart? I assure you, I shall return it well fed and watered." Chapter 25, Encountering Zhou Family's Second Son. Despite his aversion to the Zhou family's ways, the village head could not deny them a measure of respect for having produced a scholar. He nodded. "Very well. Let us not delay. You may accompany me to fetch the mule cart. Everyone else may return to their tasks, but remain vigilant and attentive to any happenings in the village." After Zhou Linbo hurried away, the villagers gradually dispersed, leaving only Aunt Zhou, Wang, and Li near the cornfield. Aunt Zhou gazed at the desolate cornfield, now reduced to mere stalks, muttering incessantly, "This matter cannot be so simple. I refuse to believe that we cannot uncover the truth about that harbinger of misfortune." She was determined that she would not let Bai Lian escape unscathed. Wang softly advised, "Mother, since the village head has spoken, let us wait a while. Perhaps the officials will arrive and clarify the situation." Wang wished fervently that Bai Lian was indeed responsible. Yet the village head's reasoning resonated with her. It was implausible that the two of them could have transported such a quantity of corn out of the village alone. Li, too, pondered deeply while gazing at the cornfield. Could it truly be that Bai Lian and that little troublemaker were innocent? No. Her intuition insisted that the Bai mother and daughter were culpable. Yet, without evidence, her frustration boiled over. If only there were proof. Then she could incite her mother-in-law to punish Bai Lian severely. As for that little troublemaker, she could endure a few more years, once grown. He could fetch a good price as a bride price for her son. Meanwhile, Bai Lian found herself overwhelmed by the bustling morning market. The streets teemed with throngs of people, vendors carrying burdens and stalls selling various breakfast items, while women with bamboo baskets haggled at the stalls. Bai Lian even spotted several luxurious carriages passing before her, flanked by numerous servants. My goodness, this resembles the scenes portrayed in the television dramas quite closely. However, the individuals here do not adorn themselves as elegantly as those depicted on screen. They bear patches on their garments to varying extents. It is not uncommon to see people dressed in layers of patches, with most engaged in selling eggs or fresh produce. The freshly steamed buns are delightful, with ample filling and thin skins. There are candied hawthorns, baked flatbreads, and a variety of dumplings filled with pork, chives, and sweet fillings. Dear sister-in-law, would you care for 2 bowls of wontons? Your little girl has been eyeing the wontons in my hands. She must be quite hungry, a vendor calls out. At the wonton stall, Bai Lian turns her head to glance at the small head resting on her shoulder. "Yaya, have you awakened?" Zhou Ya quickly wipes the drool from the corner of her mouth with her small hand before looking up and replying, "Mother, I was merely observing." "It's all right. Mother is quite hungry now. Would you like to share some wontons with me?" Bai Lian smiles as she watches Zhou Ya's throat move. Zhou Ya, knowing her mother possesses several coins, nods enthusiastically yes. "Big brother, 2 bowls of wontons, please," Bai Lian requests of the stall owner. The owner casts a surprised glance at Bai Lian. Typically, parents with children only request 1 bowl and share it. So he is taken aback by this woman's generosity in allowing her child a whole bowl. "Very well, please find a seat, it will be ready shortly," the vendor replies. Bai Lian takes Zhou Ya's small hand and navigates through the modest tables and chairs of the wonton stall until they find a place to sit. Zhou Ya curiously surveys her surroundings, her eyes filled with wonder at the bustling town, which she finds indeed lively, just as her cousins had described, with enticing aromas wafting everywhere. As soon as Bai Lian sits down, she lets out a comfortable sigh, her legs aching from the exertion. And she suspects her feet might have developed blisters. Before long, the vendor approaches with 2 steaming bowls of wontons, placing them on the table with a smile, saying, "Enjoy. It will be 10 copper coins in total." After paying, Bai Lian notices the bowls contain a generous number of wontons, though the broth is only half full, likely due to the vendor's reluctance to serve more liquid. Not minding this, Bai Lian takes a small spoon, lifts a wonton, blows on it to cool, and then offers it to Zhou Ya. Zhou Ya opens her mouth and consumes it, her face lighting up with a satisfied smile as she mumbles, "Delicious, mother. You should eat too, I can manage by myself." With that, Zhou Ya scoops up a wonton, mimicking Bai Lian's actions, blowing on it before taking a bite. Bai Lian, not caring about the heat, begins to devour her meal ravenously, having not eaten the previous night and laboring for so long. While also carrying the child over such a distance, she has been ravenous for quite some time. Seeing her mother eat so hurriedly, Zhou Ya expresses concern. "Mother, don't eat too quickly, be careful not to burn your tongue. You should blow on it like I did." Bai Lian, exhaling the steam from her mouth, nods in acknowledgement. "All right, mother understands." Just as Bai Lian and Zhou Ya finish their wontons and sip the broth, a sudden scream shatters the tranquility. The mother and daughter exchange uneasy glances, recognizing the voice. They turn to see Zhou Linlei, the second son of the Zhou family, sitting helplessly on the ground. A burly man, resembling a guard, is berating him. "Are you blind? You couldn't see my master's carriage approaching and still ran into it? Are you attempting to play the victim? TSK, TSK. Look at your attire, and you claim to be educated. Who would have thought you would stoop to such disgraceful behavior? Fortunately, my master is magnanimous, otherwise, you would have been turned into a pig's head by now. Now, get out of the way." At that moment, Zhou Linlei, roused from his stupor, hurriedly stands up. Limping back a couple of steps, his face plastered with a forced smile as he apologizes, "I'm terribly sorry. I was quite inebriated and didn't notice." PFF. A scholar, drinking so early in the morning, the guard scoffs, spitting on the ground before striding away to catch up with the slowly departing carriage. Once the guard has left, Zhou Linlei spits angrily at his retreating figure, muttering to himself about the audacity of a mere servant daring to look down upon him. He dreams of the day he will become an official, making those who scorn him kneel and lick his boots. Alas! It is a pity that he has failed his examinations once again. He must devise a good excuse to persuade his mother into providing more silver for another attempt, for he is still young and has plenty of opportunities ahead. Bai Lian and Zhou Ya feel their hearts sink at this scene. They silently pray that Zhou Linlei does not notice them. Fortunately, by this time, they have finished their wontons, and Bai Lian quickly pulls Zhou Ya to her feet, hastily departing the stall while asking, "Ya, did your second uncle wear the same clothes when he returned in your dream?" Zhou Ya glances in Zhou Linlei's direction and nods, "Yes, just like that. Mother, my dream wasn't wrong, was it? Second uncle really did hurt his foot." Bai Lian praises Zhou Ya casually, yet her steps grow heavier and more hurried. According to the developments in Ya's dream, if Zhou Linlei returns to the Zhou family today, they will have only 3 days left. In this short span, will they truly be able to gather all the grain from her family's land? Alas, what a worry. Unaware of her mother's anxiety, Zhou Ya clutches Bai Lian's garment tightly, still filled with excitement as she gazes around. Suddenly, Zhou Ya spots someone who fills her with joy. "Grandfather." Zhou Ya's clear voice rings out amidst the market's clamor, startling Bai Lian, who feels her heart skip a beat as she frantically scans the area, asking, Where is your grandfather?" Zhou Ya excitedly points to the left front. "Mother, over there. Grandfather is there, and there's an uncle standing next to him." Bai Lian follows Zhou Ya's and indeed sees 2 figures and a donkey approaching. The one leading the donkey is her father, the old Bai. The uncle Zhou Ya refers to is actually her younger brother, Bai Qingman. Bai Lian quickly corrects Zhou Ya, Yeah, that's not an uncle. That's your little uncle. There are too many people here. They might not hear us. Come, let us go over." The mother and daughter hasten towards them. Bai Qingman, with keen eyesight, spots his sister and niece first, eagerly informing their father, its elder sister and Ya. Upon hearing this, The old Bai looks up and immediately breaks into a smile of joy, hastily leading the donkey closer. From a distance, Zhou Ya sweetly calls out to her grandfather and uncle, which brings delighted smiles to their faces as they respond enthusiastically. Bai Lian is the first to greet her father, asking, "What brings you to town?" The old Bai gently pats Zhou Ya's head before letting out a soft sigh, saying, "We're here to find a suitable match for Chengman, a girl from the same village." However, her parents insist on a dowry of 20 taels before they will agree to the marriage. He glances at Bai Chengman and continues, "Chengman is not young anymore, and it's rare for both parties to take a liking to each other. After some deliberation, I decided to accept. But we still lack over 10 taels of silver. Thus, we plan to sell this donkey to raise the funds for his wedding." Hearing this, Bai Chengman lowers his head in guilt. He genuinely likes the girl, but her family values sons over daughters, and it is clear that the father intends to use the dowry to marry off his son. Bai Chengman has considered giving up, realizing that he cannot deplete their family's resources for his sake. After all, he was not the only son in the family. He had an elder brother and a younger brother, along with their wives and children. Yet, the young lady's parents had made it clear that if their proposal was not accepted, they would not insist, but would instead sell her off to a wealthy household as a concubine, potentially garnering even more silver. The lady had once secretly sought out Bai Chengman, tearfully expressing her reluctance to become a concubine to a man who could be her father. She vowed that if Bai Chengman were to marry her, she would sever all ties with her family. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chengman felt an overwhelming sense of compassion, as if refusing to marry her would condemn her to a lifetime of despair. Thus, burdened with guilt, he sought the approval of his family. Fortunately, his family was kind-hearted and reasonable, and after a night of deliberation, they ultimately decided to sell a donkey to gather the necessary silver for his wedding. Bai Lian, however, felt little stirrings in her heart upon hearing this, for in 3 days, they would be facing an impending locust plague, which could lead to famine. Life and death were precariously balanced. With the threat of starvation looming, if the entire province faced a food shortage, chaos would surely ensue. In such dire circumstances, who had the leisure to ponder matters of love and romance? Moreover, if one were to accuse her of selfishness or lacking compassion for her, the 20 taels for purchasing food was far more appealing. Although she thought this way, she would not obstruct the Bai family from selling the donkey to facilitate Bai Chengman's marriage. Looking earnestly at her father, she stated, "Father, it seems fortuitous, for I was just planning to buy 2 mules." Initially, Bai Lian intended to acquire just 1 mule, as it would serve not only as a means of transporting food, but also as a vehicle for her and her daughter should they need to flee. However, with the unexpected developments in the Bai household, she found herself compelled to spend a bit more silver to acquire an additional one. As for why she chose mules over oxen or donkeys, it was because she had seen in short videos that mules were better suited for traversing mountainous terrain and had a superior load-bearing capacity. Should the unfortunate need to escape arise, purchasing mules would indeed be the wiser choice, and with a cart, they would be sheltered from the elements. As for fodder, she need not worry. Her space contained a patch of grassland, ensuring ample sustenance for the mules. Upon hearing Bai Lian's words, both the elder Bai and Bai Chengman were taken aback, and they simultaneously inquired, "You wish to buy 2 mules?" The elder Bai frowned and pressed on, "Where do you procure such silver? Furthermore, does your mother-in-law know of your intention to buy 2 mules?" "Grandfather, my mother has been divorced by my grandmother and uncle," replied Ya cheerfully. For her, this was a fortunate turn of events, as escaping the Zhou family was a blessing. Seeing her daughter disclose this, Bai Lian felt no need to conceal the truth any longer, knowing it would eventually come to light. "Yaya is right. Oh, father, do not be alarmed. Let me explain. I intentionally allowed the Zhou family to divorce me because I no longer wished to remain there." The elder Bai's eyes widened in shock and confusion. "You deliberately allowed them to cast you off? What prompted such a decision? The Zhou family has a decent life in the village. Although your circumstances may not have been ideal, it is better than facing the gossip of others after being divorced." The elder Bai was increasingly troubled, recalling how, when he and his wife visited their daughter, she seemed eager to send them away for fear of angering her mother-in-law. This behavior suggested she still wished to stay with the Zhou family. How could such a drastic change occur in just a few months? Bai Chengman, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Sister, how will you manage after being divorced? And what of Yaya? She is still so young." Bai Lian explained, "Father, little brother, I used to be foolish, afraid to let you know about my situation with the Zhou family. In truth, they have treated both me and Yaya poorly, exploiting us as laborers. It pains me to see Yaya, my helpless daughter, always hungry and bullied by her cousins. We have endured countless grievances in the Zhou family for many years, and I can no longer bear it. I have my own plans now and do not wish to be shackled by the Zhou family any longer. Please do not ask any further. This is not the place for such discussions. I have silver on me. Let us first buy the mules, and I will explain everything when we return home. The elder Bai paused, hesitating to ask Lianer, must you absolutely buy 2 mules? Could one suffice? 2 will indeed cost a considerable amount. No, we must acquire 2. I have use for both, father. You and the others should proceed to sell the donkey first. Once it is sold, you can help me select 2 fine mules. Bai Lian insisted firmly. Seeing her unwavering resolve, the elder Bai, despite his concerns and doubts, recognized that his daughter must have her reasoning and ceased to press further, merely nodding in acquiescence. Very well then, let us proceed to sell the donkey. Chapter 27. Stockpiling supplies with only 3 to 4 days remaining. Time was of the essence. Should they need to flee after gathering grain, there would be no time to return to town. Since they had already arrived, it would be wise to purchase supplies to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Bai Lian hurriedly instructed her father and Bai Qingman, Father Qingman, you should go sell the donkey first. I will find you in an hour. The elder Bai, feeling anxious about the 2 women, wished for Bai Qingman to accompany them. Bai Lian gently waved her hand, saying, Father, there is no need for concern. I can manage with Yaya. With that, Bai Lian quickly took Yaya and departed. After all, if Bai Qingman accompanied them, how could she utilize her space to stockpile supplies? Even among close family, Bai Lian preferred to keep her spatial secret hidden. If not for necessity, she would have liked to keep even Yaya in the dark. Bai Qingman, filled with curiosity, scratched his head and asked, Father, what do you think sister is up to? She clearly doesn't want us to know. The elder Bai sighed softly, replying, Let it be. These matters are trivial. As long as the 2 of them are safe and happy, that is all that matters. Listen here, you little rascal. Whether you or your elder and younger brothers agree is of little consequence. Your sister and Yaya have suffered greatly, and I am determined to bring them back home. Even if their reputation is tarnished, they are still my family. Upon hearing this, Bai Chengman's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly responded, Father, how can you say such things? When have I ever opposed bringing sister home? Am I that kind of person? She is my own sister and Yaya is my niece. Regardless of whether I am married or not, I will manage my household affairs, and I would welcome sister to live with us for as long as she wishes. As for our elder brother, younger brother, and my 2 sisters-in-law, you need not worry. They are all reasonable individuals, and I am certain they will understand. The elder Bai felt a surge of relief at these words, nodding slightly as he said, Remember what you have said. Now let us sell the donkey. Meanwhile, Bai Lian was walking briskly, carefully scanning the crowd, hoping to find Zhou Linlei nearby. Just then, Yaya exclaimed, Mother, I see uncle coming with the donkey cart. Bai Lian turned to look, her heart tightening, for she also spotted Zhou Linhua. Goodness! The Zhou family seemed to be inescapable, appearing wherever she went. Just as she intended to pull Yaya into a nearby shop to hide, she noticed Zhou Linhua and Zhou Linlei driving the donkey cart away from Hui village. Filled with confusion, Bai Lian was approached by a vendor carrying candied hawthorn. Yaya's attention was instantly captured by the vendor's wares, her eyes fixated on the sweet treats. Oh, those candied hawthorns look utterly delicious. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Lian called out to the vendor, saying, I would like to purchase 10 candied hawthorns. The vendor, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with joy and hurriedly replied, Certainly. 10 candied hawthorns will cost a total of 31. However, Zhou Ya shook her head while holding Bai Lian's hand, and in a sweet, childish voice said, Mother, I only want 1. 10 is too much. And I cannot finish them. Bai Lian glanced at the candied hawthorn vendor and smiled as she explained, It is a rare occasion for us to visit your grandparents. And you have many siblings, so it is only natural to buy a little extra. The vendor, upon hearing this, suddenly understood and said, Ah, I see. Here you go. 10 in total. Take care of them. As Bai Lian paid, she casually inquired, May I ask, which direction does that lead to? The vendor, after completing the transaction, looked in the direction indicated by Bai Lian and replied, Oh, that path leads to the county town. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian's mind began to strategize. It appeared that Zhou Linhua South frantic drive with the donkey cart and Zhou Linlei was indeed to the county town to seek the magistrate, attempting to locate the missing corn through official channels. Bai Lian felt no concern at all. She thought to herself, let them investigate. For the corn is securely stored in her space, and she had cleverly erased any traces. She found it hard to believe that the ancient officials could truly uncover evidence implicating the two of them. At that moment, Zhou Ya joyfully exclaimed, "Mother, this candied hawthorn is so sweet." Bai Lian looked down and noticed her daughter's clothes were tattered and worn, with patches upon patches, and her straw sandals were equally in disrepair. She then inquired of the candied hawthorn vendor about the location of a tailor shop, before leading Zhou Ya into a narrow alley. Once she confirmed that the surroundings were clear, Bai Lian swiftly tucked the candied hawthorns, including the one Zhou Ya held, into her space. It was not that Bai Lian forbade Zhou Ya from eating. Rather, Zhou Ya had stated she would wait until they returned home, claiming that the sweet treat was sufficient for now. As they exited, they passed a vendor selling bamboo baskets, and Bai Lian purchased a large one before proceeding to the tailor shop. Inside the tailor shop, the female shopkeeper was leisurely playing with an abacus behind the counter, the beads producing a crisp sound as they collided. Just then, Bai Lian and Zhou Ya entered, and the shopkeeper lifted her gaze. She noticed Bai Lian's somewhat disheveled hair and her worn, patched clothing, the fabric so faded that its original color was unrecognizable. Zhou Ya appeared frail, her clothes equally mended, and her sandals were tattered and caked with dirt. This elicited a slight frown from the shopkeeper, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. "Please take your time to choose what you want, but let me preface this by saying you cannot touch anything without my permission. Who knows how dirty your hands are? If you soil my garments, how will I sell them?" The shopkeeper thought to herself. Bai Lian was acutely aware of the shopkeeper's sentiments, interpreting her gaze and tone as full of disdain. Let it be, she thought, I shall not be angered. I will treat her as if she were a dog, underestimating both me and my daughter. Subsequently, when Bai Lian calmly expressed her desire to purchase 3 sets of summer attire and 3 sets of winter cotton clothing suitable for both herself and Zhou Ya, along with several pairs of shoes, the shopkeeper's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her previously lackluster eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and her face transformed, brimming with an eager smile. She hurriedly stepped out from behind the counter, warmly beckoning, "Madam, please follow me. I will fetch the clothing you desire. But may I ask, what colors do you prefer?" "What colors?" Bai Lian pondered. "If we are fleeing from disaster, we cannot dress too ostentatiously. It would attract unwanted attention. Please select some subdued shades, preferably in dull hues. We are farmers, and bright colors would be wasted on us. As for my daughter, the same applies. Just choose shoes that match." The shopkeeper nodded eagerly, her hands moving quickly as she rummaged through the shop. "Rest assured, madam, I will find you the gray garments you requested, and you will be satisfied." In no time, she returned with several stacks of clothing, presenting them to Bai Lian. "Madam, take a look at these. Although the fabric is gray, it is splendid cotton, and the craftsmanship is exquisite. The summer garments are light and breathable, while the winter ones are thick and warm. I have also carefully selected shoes. They are simple in style yet remarkably durable. However, we do not have gray cotton for girls. What do you think of these sets in peach pink? You need not worry. These garments will not draw attention." Bai Lian scrutinized the clothing and shoes. Though the designs were unremarkable, the quality exceeded her expectations, and she nodded in approval. "Very well, I will take these. We wish to wear these 2 sets now. Please pack the rest." The shopkeeper eagerly complied, her smile broadening, her eyes narrowing with delight. She swiftly folded the 2 outfits that Bai Lian and Zhou Ya selected for immediate wear, and with a clean cloth, she dusted off any lingering particles before handing them to the mother and daughter, saying with keen eagerness, "Madam, please try them on to see if they fit. If there is any issue, I will adjust them immediately." Bai Lian accepted the garments and led Zhou Ya behind a fabric curtain to change. When they emerged, the shopkeeper nodded in satisfaction. Although the clothing was plain in color, the well-fitted tailoring and clean appearance made Bai Lian and Zhou Ya appear significantly less ragged. Zhou Ya looked at her new peach-pink shoes and matching outfit, unable to contain a sweet smile. "Mother, Yaya is so happy." "Thank you, mother." Bai Lian beamed at Zhou Ya's joyful expression, thinking, as long as Yaya is happy, my daughter is truly beautiful. The shopkeeper complimented. "Madam and Miss look so much more spirited in these clothes. I will pack them up if there are no issues, and the total comes to 2 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Bai Lian felt a pang of regret. She lamented the loss of 2 tails. Alas, she would need to buy fabric to save money. Yet, she had little time, not to mention the fact that she could not sew. Of course, fabric was essential too. Purchasing some would allow them to make a few new outfits and perhaps a blanket. The remainder could be patched up along the way. Bai Lian extracted 2 taels of silver from her sleeve and handed them to the shopkeeper, saying, "Please pack it carefully." The shopkeeper accepted the silver, examined it thoroughly, and placed it in the money box, then meticulously packaged the remaining clothing. As Bai Lian and Zhou Ya left the tailor shop, she mentally calculated the items she still needed to acquire. She noticed a stall selling steamed buns by the roadside and, in one breath, purchased 30 meat buns and 20 plain buns. Bai Lian initially considered buying more, but worried it might raise suspicions. Indeed, just a moment later, the bun vendor remarked, "What a rare customer. I have sold buns here for many years, and it's the first time someone has bought so many. Young lady, are you buying all these for someone else?" "Yes," Bai Lian casually fabricated an excuse. "There are many mouths to feed at home, all young boys. If I don't buy extra, they won't be satisfied." As mother and daughter emerged from the alley, Bai Lian's bamboo basket was now empty, while Zhou Ya held a meat bun that had already been nibbled on. For Zhou Ya, this day felt like a grand celebration. Not only had she enjoyed wontons and candied hawthorns, but she also savored juicy meat buns. "What bliss," she thought. "There is no one as good as mother. Children with mothers are like treasures." Bai Lian did not feel the happiness that Zhou Ya experienced. Instead, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of what supplies might be essential for their escape. Suddenly, a waft of herbal aroma reached her nostrils, prompting Bai Lian to slap her forehead in realization. How could she have almost forgotten such a vital necessity as medicine? Following the scent, she discovered a rather sizable apothecary. She entered the shop with Zhou Ya, who was captivated by the bright interior and the numerous drawers brimming with medicinal herbs. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man was instructing a boy of about 10 years in the identification of various herbs. Upon noticing the arrival of Bai Lian and her daughter, the two paused their lesson. Without any preamble, Bai Lian addressed the doctor directly. "Sir, I require medicines for repelling insects, snakes, rodents, and ants. For alleviating heat and wind chill, for digestive discomfort, to stop bleeding and resolve bruises, for treating injuries, and for clearing heat and detoxifying. Ideally, I would prefer pills or ointments, as my husband is embarking on a long journey, and these remedies would be convenient to carry. Please prepare 2 bottles of each." After exiting the apothecary with Zhou Ya, Bai Lian couldn't suppress a bead of cold sweat from her forehead. Goodness, that visit had cost her nearly 15 taels. Is it any wonder that the impoverished hold physicians in disdain and cannot afford their services? A serious illness can deplete one's entire fortune and, in the worst cases, lead to ruin. Zhou Ya, perplexed by her mother's excessive purchases, inquired, "Mother, why are we buying so many medicines? Is someone at grandmother and grandfather's home ill?" "Oh, nonsense. May fortune favor you, my dear," Bai Lian exclaimed. "Quickly, let us spit together." After a glance at her mother, Zhou Ya stomped her feet and cheerfully echoed, "Ah, nonsense. May fortune favor us." Bai Lian sighed with relief, patting Zhou Ya's head. "No, dear, nobody in grandmother and grandfather's home is unwell. These medicines are for us. We may have to travel far, and should we encounter any ailments or mishaps, these remedies will be invaluable in ensuring our safety." Without waiting to see if Zhou Ya understood, she continued to lead her daughter around, searching for additional necessities. As the time agreed upon with Old Master Bai was fast approaching, after walking a short distance, Bai Lian spotted a sizable general store to her left. She took Zhou Ya inside, and to her delight, found an array of practical items that she felt compelled to purchase. She selected several sturdy water bags, reasoning that with the ongoing drought, finding water would be even more challenging while fleeing. Next, she grabbed 2 oilcloth raincoats, which would shield them from rain and provide warmth during inclement weather. Even the oilcloth caught her eye, leading her to take 3 rolls, along with 5 fire starters and 3 mosquito nets. As she watched her silver coins diminish, she thought, well, that's 5 taels gone. Despite the sting of loss, these items were crucial. Each purchase bolstered the safety of both her and Zhou Ya. Bai Lian then took Zhou Ya to a blacksmith shop, where they procured 2 daggers, 4 axes, and 4 hoes. Each of them would carry a dagger for self-defense, while the other weapons would be distributed among her family, ensuring that each person would have a means of protection. Chapter 29. stockpiling supplies. With her cash reserves depleted, she still needed to buy a mule. As Bai Lian lamented the fleeting nature of money, she led Zhou Ya to a bank, where she exchanged 300 taels in silver notes all at once. Since she would need to convert them eventually, she figured it prudent to do so in one go to save time and effort. Moreover, with her spatial abilities, she felt secure in carrying such a sum. The bank manager scrutinized her as he assessed the notes, his gaze seemingly questioning how someone who appeared so humble could possess 300 taels. Unperturbed, Bai Lian met his gaze defiantly. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a wealthy woman?" "I simply prefer to remain low-key. Is that a crime?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, the manager asked, "Madam, would you prefer the 50-tael ingots or the 10-tael ones?" "Let us go with the 10-tael ingots," Bai Lian decided after a moment's thought. "Very well. The conversion fee for your 300 taels, including the cost of the pouches, amounts to 2 taels," he informed her. "Would you like to pay this separately or have it deducted from your exchange?" "What? There's a fee for exchanging money?" Bai Lian was taken aback, especially by the hefty amount of 2 taels. That could buy a considerable number of good items. If not for her urgent need for cash, she would have turned on her heel and walked away. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Deduct it directly." As she gazed at the 3 ornate pouches presented on the tray, her heart felt lighter. The exquisite fabric and intricate embroidery promised a good resale value. Without spending another moment in the bank, she cradled the bamboo basket in her arms and discreetly stowed the 3 pouches into her spatial compartment, ensuring their safety. Soon after, the mother and daughter ventured to a grain and oil shop, purchasing 50 pounds of white flour, 10 pounds of fine rice, 10 pounds each of white and brown sugar, and 10 pounds of both coarse and fine salt. Salt and sugar would help replenish their strength. She also acquired 10 pounds each of yellow and green beans, knowing that with just a bit of water, they could sprout and provide sustenance on their journey, far preferable to foraging for wild vegetables, while also supplementing their protein intake. Along the way, they stumbled upon vendors selling eggs, and Bai Lian bought out several women's stalls, acquiring around 200 eggs. Although the sellers were pleased to see their eggs sold, they were nonetheless curious about why Bai Lian required such a large quantity. Bai Lian simply replied that there was a celebration at home, and she wished to prepare a variety of dishes. After purchasing the eggs, Bai Lian led Zhou Ya to a nearby corner, where she appeared to be in a daze, but in reality, she was assessing her spatial compartment for additional space. To her dismay, she found that the once ample patch of grass was now nearly filled to capacity with supplies. Thus, she resolved not to buy anything else, leaving a small area for a water barrel. Meanwhile, Old Master Bai and Bai Qingman stood at a bustling market corner, the donkey they had sold having been led away by its new owner. After some haggling, they managed to sell the donkey for 25 taels. Though Old Master Bai pocketed the money, he felt no joy from the transaction. Bai Qingman, with his head hung low, was filled with remorse and guilt as he lamented, "Father, this donkey has been with us since it joined our household, laboring alongside us. Selling it feels akin to betrayal. I feel as though I have wronged it." Old Master Bai sighed softly, patting his son's shoulder. "My boy, as hard as it is to part with it, it is merely an animal, a beast of burden. It cannot compare to a woman's life. As men, if you have promised a girl, you must see it through. Otherwise, what kind of man are you?" Yet, despite his words, his gaze frequently drifted toward the direction in which the donkey had departed, filled with its own sense of loss and longing. Steeling himself, Old Master Bai stood at the agreed-upon meeting spot, craning his neck in search of Bai Lian and Zhou Ya amid the throng. As time passed and the appointed hour slipped away, his brow furrowed with increasing worry. Why haven't little Lian and Ya arrived? Have they encountered some misfortune? He muttered to himself, pacing restlessly, torn between the urge to seek them out and the fear of missing their arrival, his heart in turmoil. Just as Old Master Bai's anxiety reached its peak, a sweet voice rang out, "Grandfather, uncle, we're back." Bai Lian and Zhou Ya appeared before him. Dressed in a fresh gray tunic, Bai Lian, though weary, looked far less disheveled than before. Zhou Ya seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, her rosy attire and fabric shoes accentuating her delicate and adorable visage, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. In her hand, she clutched half a candied hawthorn, and coupled with her sweet smile, it rendered Old Master Bai increasingly fond of her. At that moment, the furrow in Old Master Bai's brow relaxed, his eyes brimming with joy and satisfaction as he hurried forward, not forgetting to scold Bai Lian. "You two have finally returned. Did we not agree you would be back in an hour? Why did it take so long? You made me anxious, he chided. Only then did he notice the bamboo basket slung over Bai Lian's shoulder. Being taller than her, he could see that the basket contained not only a large piece of pork knuckle, but also 2 cuts of fatty pork. Child, why did you buy so much meat? It's hot. It will spoil if not eaten, he rebuked. Bai Lian, aware of her father's concern for her spending, smiled and replied, It's not too much. Our family has many mouths to feed. By the way, father, did we sell the donkey? The mention of the donkey dimmed the smile on old Master Bai's face. He nodded slightly. Yes, it sold for 25 taels. The engagement for Chung Man can finally be put on the agenda. Bai Lian remained silent, yet her thoughts whirled. Had she known they needed to gather grain quickly, she would not have had the heart to plan a marriage. However, if the girl possessed good character, perhaps the engagement could be secured. If the need arose to flee from famine, she could simply take her along, postponing the wedding ceremony for later. As for the girl's parents, who favored sons over daughters, it was better to leave them be. Following them would likely lead to discord for her brother and sister-in-law. At that moment, Bai Chengman approached, his gaze landing on Zhou Ya, who could not help but pinch her cheek. Yeah, your new clothes are splendid. You look just like a little fairy. With the candied hawthorn in her mouth, Zhou Ya shook her head, mumbling, You're mistaken, uncle, I am no fairy. I am my mother's little treasure. Upon hearing Zhou Ya's words, everyone burst into laughter. Old Master Bai chuckled, indeed. Ya is her mother's little treasure, and also her grandfather's little darling. After stroking Zhou Ya's head, Bai Lian turned to old Master Bai, saying, Father, it's getting late, let us first select a mule. After purchasing it, we still need to buy some items to take back. Buy more things. What for? Pray tell, where did you acquire so much silver? You didn't pilfer it from the Zhou family, did you? Old Master Bai inquired, puzzled. Initially intending to say stole, he opted for took instead. Alas, he did not wish to think of his daughter in such a light, yet he could not fathom where she had obtained such funds. Bai Chengman, worried that Bai Lian might be upset, quickly interjected, Father, how could you say that? Sister is not that kind of person. While munching on the candied hawthorn, Zhou Ya's eyes twinkled as she timidly confessed, I'm sorry, grandfather. My mother said this matter must not be disclosed to others. Once they returned home, she would certainly ask her mother for 2 more candied hawthorns to present to her grandfather and grandmother. Bai Lian cast her younger brother an approving glance, affirming, Yes, your sister is indeed not such a person. She is a person of utmost integrity. Indeed, my possession of silver has nothing to do with the Zhou family. Moreover, my former mother-in-law was quite formidable. She could hide things so well that even rats could not find them, let alone me. I will clarify everything upon our return. For now, let us select the mule. I am utterly exhausted. Old Master Bai, upon hearing this, felt it unnecessary to pry further. He observed Bai Lian's fatigued countenance, his heart heavy with concern. Surely, his daughter had endured much hardship these past years. Yet, she was also naive. He and his wife made the journey to see her once or twice a year precisely to prevent their cherished daughter from suffering. Each time they witnessed their once vibrant and lively daughter, now withered and dulled in just a few short years, how could they not feel pained? Yet, every visit to the Zhou household yielded barely a sip of warm water, with their daughter urging them to return home. Thus, even when they wished to provide support, their efforts fell short. His wife would often grumble that she would never visit this ungrateful child again, yet mere months would pass before she sighed, longing to see how their daughter and granddaughter were faring. Reflecting on this, old Master Bai nodded, Very well, let us first choose the mule. We shall discuss other matters upon our return. Consequently, the group arrived at the livestock market, where several vendors were selling mules of various sizes and colors, some standing, others lying down, occasionally emitting loud brays. Bai Lian mustered her energy, meticulously examining each mule's condition. However, within a short while, she began to rub her eyes. It was overwhelming, and she exclaimed, Father, little brother, have you found any you fancy? Only then did she notice her daughter had been covering her nose with her small hand, neglecting her candied hawthorn. Zhou Ya pointed towards the nearby cattle pen, exclaiming, Mother, that cow just left a huge pile of dung. It smells terrible. The others followed her gaze and indeed spotted a fresh mound of dung in the pen, emitting a pungent odor. Old Master Bai frowned, saying, With so many livestock at this market, it's inevitable to encounter manure. Yeah, let us be patient. Once we finish selecting the mules, we shall depart. Zhou Ya obediently nodded, acknowledging her grandfather's words. Old Master Bai smiled affectionately at Zhou Ya before pointing to a mule not far from them, proclaiming, "I have my eye on this one. It is tall, with a shiny, dark coat and appears quite robust. Its teeth are white and well-aligned. This is a young mule, which means it will possess both stamina and strength." Wow! Grandfather, you are truly impressive. You understand so much. Zhou Ya exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. Old Master Bai, flattered by her compliments, beamed even more brightly. He chuckled, stroking her head. Yeah, your words are as sweet as honey. After living for more than half a century, one naturally learns a thing or two. Bai Lian, however, cast a surprised glance at Zhou Ya. In front of Zhou Posey, she was just like the original owner, silent and sullen, her face often clouded with worry. It was hard to believe she could utter such sweet words to please her elders. If Zhou Ya behaved like this in front of Zhou Posey, life would undoubtedly improve for her. Having selected one mule, they still needed another. Before long, Old Master Bai found another mule that met his satisfaction. And both mules belonged to the same owner. After exchanging glances with the owner, he began a lengthy negotiation that felt as if it could last an eternity. Zhou Ya watched with sparkling eyes, her small fists clenched tightly, one hand gripping the remaining 2 sticks of candied hawthorn. She bit her little teeth, appearing as if she were fervently cheering her grandfather on. Not only did the child find this entertaining, but Bai Lian and Bai Qingman were also captivated. Bai Lian noted her father's lips were parched from talking so much. Regrettably, she had no water to offer him. If she had some, she would promptly hand it over to soothe his throat, as he was arguing for her benefit. Bai Qingman whispered to Bai Lian, "No wonder the villagers say that when father argues, he is no less formidable than a woman. Just look at his tongue, it's incredibly slick." Bai Lian suppressed her laughter, playfully glaring at Bai Qingman, wondering why he wasn't joining in on the lively exchange. Bai Qingman was acutely aware that Bai Lian was merely teasing him. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Everyone says I resemble our mother, having failed to inherit any of our father's admirable traits." The spirited exchange between the two eventually culminated in an agreement, with the price settled at 32 taels of silver for a single mule, totaling 64 taels for 2. Bai Lian successfully negotiated the inclusion of 2 carts as a complimentary gift from the seller. This delighted both Bai Lian and Bai Qingman, particularly Bai Qingman, whose initial sorrow over parting with his longtime donkey evaporated in an instant. He was now as exuberant as a child, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he raced towards the carts. With his rough hands, he gently caressed the cart's boards, inspecting the sturdiness of the wheels, murmuring to himself, "These carts appear quite robust. Transporting our goods will be much more convenient henceforth." Turning to Bai Lian, he beamed, "Father, please bring those 2 mules over. Let us load them onto the carts without delay." After Bai Lian completed the payment, she turned to find Bai Lian and Bai Qingman busily harnessing the mules to the carts. Approaching them, she imitated Zhou Ya's flattery, exclaiming, "Father, you truly are remarkable. Originally, the donkey cart was priced at 40 taels, yet you managed to negotiate it down to 32. You are truly something else." As she spoke, she gave Bai Lian a thumbs up. Zhou Ya, observing this, followed suit, offering a small gesture of praise. "Grandfather, you're amazing." Bai Lian slightly raised his chin, a hint of pride illuminating his face as he replied, "Naturally. Having lived to this age, I possess some discernment." He continued, "Acquiring these mules and carts is a splendid decision. They will undoubtedly serve us well during the autumn harvest next month." Bai Lian remained silent outwardly, yet internally she mused, "Father, you need not wait until next month. You may experience their utility as soon as tomorrow, or perhaps even tonight." Once the mules were harnessed, Bai Lian and Bai Qingman stood beside their respective carts, gripping the reins tightly, their expressions a mix of eagerness and excitement for their new acquisitions. Bai Lian approached her father, producing 10 taels of silver from her sleeve and presenting them to him with unwavering resolve. "Father, here's the money. Please procure grain from the granary, ensuring you spend every last tael. As for what grain to buy, I leave that to your discretion. Once purchased, simply wait for us at the town's entrance." Bai Lian regarded his daughter's determined gaze and glanced at the silver in his hand, initially contemplating that 10 taels was excessive. However, he reconsidered, recognizing the practicality of purchasing grain for their household, which would bolster the dignity of both his daughter and granddaughter. Meanwhile, Bai Qingman stood nearby, preparing to accompany his sister and niece to the bustling town market. It was, after all, his sister's request, and he felt obliged to drive the cart wherever she desired. Bai Lian first expressed her intention to visit the fabric shop, insisting that Bai Chengman accompany her inside. Within the shop, a kaleidoscope of vibrant fabrics was arranged in cascading waves, leaving one feeling somewhat dizzy. Bai Chengman was touched when Bai Lian selected a piece of striking red fabric for her impending wedding. This fabric was dazzling, akin to flames. Yet it was a fine cotton. Sister, a whole piece is unnecessary. A few cuts would suffice for 2 outfits, one for me and one for my bride. Bai Lian rolled her eyes at him. You, who have never been wed, cannot possibly understand. Even undergarments require 2 sets. Upon hearing the mention of undergarments, Bai Chengman's face turned crimson, his ears burning with embarrassment. Bai Lian, noting her younger brother's flustered demeanor, couldn't help but shake her head in amusement, finding him delightfully innocent. After teasing him, Bai Lian selected several other fabrics in more subdued hues and purchased a substantial quantity of ordinary cotton. The reason she eschewed premium cotton was its exorbitant price. It was simply beyond her means. Bai Chengman, somewhat perplexed, wondered why they were buying cotton when it was still hot in September. Surely it was too early for such purchases. However, Bai Lian waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to focus solely on driving the cart, leaving all other matters to her discretion. Upon exiting the fabric shop, Bai Lian made a beeline for the silver shop, disappearing behind its intricately carved door. Bai Chengman stood outside, somewhat dumbfounded. Goodness, what fortune has my sister encountered to dare enter a silver shop? After what felt like an eternity of waiting, he finally spotted Bai Lian emerging, eager to inquire about her purchases. Yet, a single glance from her rendered him mute. Her eyes conveyed a clear message: do not ask, for I have no intention of answering. This successfully silenced Bai Chengman, who inwardly lamented, oh dear. Is this still the sister who once treated him so kindly? After years apart, she feels transformed. She remains good-hearted, yet a tad fierce. Meanwhile, nestled in Bai Lian's arms, Zhou Ya sported a rosy complexion, her eyes sparkling with joy, feeling somewhat giddy with happiness. She understood that her mother had bought numerous silver bracelets at the shop, both large and small, with some designated for her, though her mother mentioned they would be kept in storage for a while before wearing. The mere thought of those beautiful bracelets filled her heart with sweetness and delight. After a brief stroll, Bai Lian suddenly inquired, Chengman, do you possess any woodworking skills? Bai Chengman scratched his head and replied, I can manage some basic tasks, though my skills are not particularly refined. Bai Lian pressed on. Would you be able to construct a cargo box for these 2 carts? It doesn't need to be aesthetically pleasing, just sturdy enough. Bai Chengman was thoroughly puzzled. Why would they need a cargo box for perfectly fine carts? If a box were added, it would limit their capacity for carrying goods. He had envisioned maximizing their load during next month's harvest, alleviating the burdens on their family. However, sensing the resolute tone in his sister's voice, he reluctantly agreed. I suppose I could give it a try. Bai Lian glanced at the back of Bai Chengman's head and continued, very well, upon our return home tonight, you shall begin constructing the box. Aim to have it completed by tomorrow afternoon. Bai Chengman, brimming with curiosity, cautiously probed, Sister, why the urgency in building this box? What purpose does it serve? He waited for an answer, but Bai Lian remained silent, leading him to pout slightly, feeling unworthy of knowing her intentions. I cannot disclose that just yet. In due time, you shall find out. While the delayed response did little to satisfy Bai Chengman's curiosity, it did uplift his spirits considerably. As Bai Lian observed the sun dipping towards the horizon, she declared, It is getting late. Let us rendezvous with father at the town's entrance. All right, Bai Chengman responded, guiding the cart toward the meeting point. Upon arrival, Bai Lian was already there, waiting with the carts brimming with grain. As soon as they reunited, Bai Chengman eagerly inquired, Father, what type of grain did you purchase? Bai Lian shot a glance at Bai Chengman, bemused by his excitement. What else with the enthusiasm, young man? All this grain is for your sister and Zhou Ya. Father, I am well aware of that. I merely asked out of curiosity, Bai Chengman protested, feeling somewhat wronged for simply inquiring. Bai Lian patted his shoulder, chuckling, all right, this isn't the place for chatter. We can discuss the grain once we return home. However, Father, while I am bringing this grain back for our family's consumption, it is not a matter of dividing it into yours and mine. Surely, when I return home, I will not be met with anything but warmth from my brothers and sisters-in-law. Upon hearing these words, old Master Bai shot a glare. asserting that no one would dare to deny a warm welcome to his daughter and granddaughter in his home. If they did, he would promptly expel them himself. For it was he who would not welcome them. Bai Lian felt a warmth in her heart. For it was true that they were all one family, and there was no need to distinguish between what was his and what was hers. However, she cautioned them that if the villagers inquired about the source of their funds for purchasing grain and mules, they should say that it was thanks to a wealthy young gentleman whom their father had rescued, and that the gentleman had generously offered some silver in gratitude. Upon hearing this, old Master Bai's lips twitched. "Daughter, do I look like someone who can spin tales? Furthermore, do you think they would believe such a fabrication?" Chapter 32, The Return. Bai Lian attempted to persuade her father. "Father, with your silver tongue, I have faith that you can articulate this even more convincingly than I can. Moreover, consider this. The story is already established, and they may believe it or not as they wish. Dear sister, even I find this reasoning hard to believe. At the very least, we have not clarified how father saved the gentleman and what peril he was in," Bai Chengman interjected, unable to contain his disbelief. Bai Lian sighed, finding it absurd that she had to teach them such a simple lie. "It's quite straightforward. Just say that the wealthy young gentleman fell gravely ill at the town's entrance, suffering from a chronic ailment. He attempted to take his medicine but had run out of water. It was at this critical moment that our father heroically stepped in. Don't forget about me." Bai Chengman chimed in. All right, you and father can take the stage together." Bai Lian brushed off Bai Chengman and returned to the matter at hand. Upon noticing the young gentleman's pallor and the urgency of the situation, our father promptly provided him with water to take his medication, thus saving his life. In gratitude, the young gentleman gifted him 100 taels of silver, which enabled us to purchase these mules and provisions. That sounds splendid. It's as if it were the truth. Bai Chengman applauded. Old Master Bai remarked, "My dear daughter, do you not think this tale is somewhat exaggerated?" Yet Bai Lian remained unfazed, stating, "Father, in this world, possessing a bit of wealth inevitably draws attention. It is better to have an explanation than to invite unfounded suspicions. Besides, my reputation as a cast-off will soon circulate. If we do not present this account, people will think I pilfered the money from the Zhou family." Upon their return to the village, the villagers gathered around. Their eyes filled with curiosity and envy as they observed old Master Bai and Bai Chengman driving their mules laden with grain and goods. Aunt Lu, residing at the village entrance, was the first to speak. "Zhang Yang, what fortune has befallen you? Where did you acquire these mules and such an abundance of grain?" "Oh, Lian girl has returned with the child. Is all this bounty a gift from your maternal family? Truly generous of your mother-in-law." Another elderly woman, Aunt Chin, exclaimed upon spotting Bai Lian. Bai Lian and Bai Chengman exchanged a knowing glance, relieved that they had rehearsed their lines beforehand. Otherwise, they would have struggled to withstand the villagers' barrage of inquiries. Old Master Bai recognized it was time for him to speak, clearing his throat as he recounted Bai Lian's narrative. "Now, do not jump to conclusions. This has nothing to do with my daughter. Of course, my daughter rarely returns and did purchase some meat. She has always been filial. It was I and Chengman who saved a wealthy gentleman from an ailment at the town entrance. Out of gratitude, he gifted us some silver, which we used to buy these mules and provisions." Aunt Lu raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? You are indeed fortunate. What ailment did the gentleman suffer from?" Bai Chengman quickly responded. It was a long-standing affliction. He complained of chest pains, and the situation was dire. "Fortunately, my father noticed him and immediately provided him with water to take his medicine, thereby saving his life." Old Master Bai, feeling somewhat uneasy, nodded. Yes. That is precisely how it transpired. But we have matters to attend to at home. We must be off for now and we'll converse later." With a meaningful glance at Bai Chengman, the father and son hastened homeward with their mules. Meanwhile, old Lady Li and her 2 daughters-in-law were drying vegetables, the heat increasing and water dwindling, realizing that if they did not harvest the vegetables now, they would ultimately fail to grow due to lack of irrigation. Hearing the sound of hooves at the gate, old Lady Li looked up to see her husband returning with a cart. Initially, she thought he had gone to sell the donkey, and a sense of confusion and worry washed over her. Had he failed to fetch a good price? What would become of their younger son's marriage? As thoughts of her son's marriage troubled her, her brows furrowed in concern. However, the elder and younger daughters-in-law soon discerned that it was not a donkey but a mule, and the cart was laden with numerous sacks. They exchanged astonished glances. their minds filled with the same inquiries as old Lady Li. Had their father-in-law not gone to sell the donkey? What had transpired? Bai Qingyang, the eldest son of the Bai family, emerged from the restroom and was taken aback by the sight before him. Rushing to the cart, he exclaimed, "What is going on? Why have we acquired mules?" Just as he spoke, his eyes widened in realization, and he stammered in excitement, "Sister." It was only then that he noticed his younger brother was driving one of the mules, and that his long-lost sister was descending from the cart, cradling a small girl. Bai Lian turned to see her elder brother and greeted him with a gentle smile. "Elder brother." She then introduced Zhou Ya. "This is your maternal uncle. Call him." Zhou Ya obediently chimed, "Uncle." Bai Qingyang was filled with joy and curiosity at meeting his niece for the first time. He bent down, studying Zhou Ya closely, a radiant smile breaking across his face as he exclaimed, "Oh, this little girl is truly adorable, bearing a striking resemblance to you, Lian." Meanwhile, in the courtyard, old Lady Li and her daughters-in-law were stirred by Bai Qingyang's calls of sister and uncle. As if struck by an unseen force, they dropped their tasks and hurried to the gate, their hearts racing with excitement. Old Lady Li's hands trembled slightly. She could hardly believe her eyes. Her daughter had returned. Tears welled up in her eyes as she murmured, "You ungrateful child, you finally came back to see your parents." Bai Lian, upon seeing old Lady Li, was reminded of the heart-wrenching gaze her mother had cast upon her when she had last departed. A wave of emotion swept over her, causing her throat to tighten as she choked out, "Mother, it is the daughter who has been unfilial." The elder and younger daughters-in-law stood nearby, smiles adorning their faces. Despite their many unanswered questions, the joyful atmosphere surrounding Bai Lian's return enveloped them. They had entered the Bai family before she was married and had always maintained a cordial relationship as sisters-in-law. With tears glistening in her eyes, the elder sister-in-law, Tian, softly said, "Lian, you have finally returned. It must have been a long and arduous journey." Bai Lian felt a warmth in her heart. Her sister-in-law referred to her return, not merely her arrival. Qin, the younger sister-in-law, chimed in cheerfully, "Do not linger at the gate. Come in quickly. You must be Zhou Ya, right? I am your second aunt. Let me prepare you a bowl of sweet brown sugar water." Chapter 33, The Caring Little Cotton-Padded Jacket. Zhou Ya looked up at her second aunt, who smiled gently at her, feeling a sense of surprise. Could she really enjoy brown sugar water? Yet, her grandmother had told her that a child who brought misfortune could only endure hardship and had no right to sweetness, so she could only watch her brother indulge in treats. Today, she is able to savor candied hawthorn, a treat bestowed upon her by her mother, who indulges her for the sake of affection. Yet, the elder before her, astonishingly, also wishes to offer her sweetened water. Though taken aback, Zhou Ya shook her head, adopting an expression of a small yet considerate child as she politely declined, "Thank you, second aunt, but brown sugar is quite precious. A bowl of plain water will suffice. I am not thirsty. I shall sip a few mouthfuls and leave the rest for my mother, who has had a long and arduous day." Zhou Ya understood deep down that she might have to reside with her relatives for an extended period, and she aspired to be the kind of child who is sensible and agreeable, thereby sparing her mother from undue burden. Nevertheless, curiosity gnawed at her. She yearned to know the taste of brown sugar water. Could it be sweeter than candied hawthorn? Upon hearing her words, Bai Lian felt a surge of emotion, tears welling up. Daughters truly are treasures, akin to a warm quilt in winter. The Bai family fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on Zhou Ya's innocent musings, each silently acknowledging the unfortunate circumstances that must have led to such maturity at such a tender age. The old lady's gaze towards Bai Lian was laden with complex emotions, pity, anger, and disdain. That look seemed to convey, "Look at you, incapable as you are, unable to protect your own daughter." Old Master Bai let out a deep sigh, the wrinkles on his face appearing even more pronounced, and said, "Alas, enough of this. Let us all head inside. Eldest and third, please bring the mule carts into the yard and unload the goods. Second daughter-in-law, go fetch your husband to assist. Once everyone is settled in the main room, I have something to discuss." The family, upon hearing this, understood that something significant had transpired and hurriedly sprang into action. Qin hurried off to find Bai Qingyu, the second son of the Bai family. Bai Qingyu had risen early, carrying a shoulder pole to fetch water for irrigating the fields. Under the blazing sun, he toiled away, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his back already drenched. Qin, running along the winding paths of the fields, finally spotted him at the edge of the crops. "Brother Yu, there's a matter at home." Father requests you return promptly to help. Lian Mei and Zhou Ya have also arrived. Hearing this, Bai Qingyo's heart leapt with joy. He quickly set down his work, wiped his brow, and followed Qin back home. On the way, they encountered Baiyan and Bai Ping, returning from the river with water. Bai Qingyu took the water bucket from them and instructed the brothers to find Bai Ling, informing them that their aunt and cousin had returned. The three younger members of the Bai family were fond of Bai Lian, and upon hearing this news, they rushed off to fetch Bai Ling. Meanwhile, old Master Bai, along with Bai Chengyang and Bai Qingman, stood at the entrance, tightening their grips on the reins as they worked in unison to maneuver the two mule carts into the yard. Once the carts were inside, Bai Chengyang hurried to close the large gate, shutting out the curious and envious gazes from outside. Tian, moving quickly towards the kitchen, pondered that the mother and daughter must be weary from their journey and decided to prepare some brown sugar water for them. Though the household supply of water was not abundant, one should not be stingy when entertaining family. She retrieved the jar of brown sugar, carefully scooping 2 generous spoonfuls into 2 large bowls, and then filled them with hot water. The steaming brown sugar water immediately released a sweet fragrance. Having been preempted by Qin, she resolved to make a good impression in front of her niece, yearning to hear Zhou Ya sweetly call her aunt Li old lady. Holding her granddaughter and Bai Lian as they settled into the main room, was soon followed by old Master Bai, who entered carrying a bamboo basket. Wife, this is the meat our daughter purchased. Inside, there are 2 cuts of pork and a pig's knuckle. We cannot let it spoil in this heat. Have the daughters-in-law stew it later. Li old lady didn't even glance at the meat, her brows furrowing into a deep frown as she unleashed a tirade upon Bai Lian. Oh, so you have plenty of money, do you? Is it that I lack this little bit of meat? If you have money, why not save it for yourself? You can't bear to use it yourself, yet you give it to the children? Look how thin the child has become. How can you be a mother? In her agitation, Li old lady's words flew from her mouth, spattering saliva everywhere. Bai Lian, with a resigned smile, raised her hand to wipe her face and replied, Mother, you can say what you wish, but you're spitting all over me. Moreover, what is wrong with me buying a bit of meat? They are not my parents, nor are they my family. What is wrong with buying a little meat for my family? Don't concern yourself with how much I buy if I've bought it. Let us eat it. Why let it spoil? The old lady was momentarily speechless, her eyes wide as she struggled to process her daughter's assertive retort. She glanced at old Master Bai, who mirrored her surprise, incredulously asking, Oh, who are you shouting at? Have you been provoked? You seem like a different person. In the past, if she had scolded like this, her daughter would not have dared to utter a word in response. Old Master Bai, meeting his wife's gaze, sighed heavily in his heart. Wasn't he their daughter indeed provoked? Having been cast aside, how could she not be affected? Alas, her life has been so arduous. He silently resolved to teach his sons to treat their sister and niece with greater kindness. As for the daughters-in-law, although he, as a father-in-law, found it inappropriate to meddle directly, he vowed that as long as he drew breath, he would ensure that his daughter and granddaughter would never suffer grievances in this household. Zhou Ya, feeling apprehensive at the sudden quarrel, quickly chimed in with a quivering voice, Grandmother, please do not scold my mother. She is very good to me. Today, she even took me to eat wontons, candied hawthorn, and meat buns. This outfit and these shoes were all bought by her. Mother is the best mother in the world. And you and grandfather are the best grandparents too. I love you both so much. Please don't fight, I'm scared. Her innocent, tearful voice pierced the hearts of the 3 adults present, evoking a wave of compassion within them. The old lady's previously furrowed brows softened, replaced by affection and regret, as she hurriedly extended her rough yet warm hands to embrace Zhou Ya, murmuring, Oh my precious, it is grandmother's fault, I frightened you. Old Master Bai, rarely finding fault with his daughter, admonished, Look at how you are shouting at your mother, scaring Zhou Ya in the process. Please be more mindful in the future. Chapter 34. Clarifying Matters. Tian, entering with the brown sugar water, quickly came to Bai Lian's defense. Zhou Ya, your aunt has prepared a bowl of sugar water for both you and your mother. Come, drink it to quench your thirst. Bai Lian gazed at the 2 generously filled bowls of deep brown sugar water, clearly indicating that a substantial amount of sugar had been used. She smiled at Tian, saying, Sister-in-law, this seems to be an excessive amount of sugar. Tian chuckled, covering her mouth. As your elder sister-in-law, I am not concerned about it. Why should you be? Hurry and drink, or else when those children return and see it, they will surely say I favor you both. At this point, The old lady had already begun feeding Zhou Ya the brown sugar water. Hearing Tian's words, she urged, "What your sister-in-law says is true. Drink up. How could you two possibly not be thirsty after your journey? Look at your pale faces. You need this brown sugar water to replenish yourselves." Bai Lian thought to herself, how could she not appear haggard? She had not slept since last night, toiling in the fields and running errands, nearly exhausted. "Thank you, Aunt. This water is truly sweet and delicious. Grandmother, you should also have some. It's delightful." Zhou Ya relished a small bowl of food before finally lifting her gaze, gently nudging the bowl towards the lips of grandmotherly. The elderly matriarch, her heart melting, lovingly remarked, "My dear Ya, do not worry about me. Your grandmother is not thirsty. You should drink." Tianxue gazed at Zhou Ya with increasing affection, marveling at how this child was both sensible and filial, a testament to Lian Mei's admirable teachings. Meanwhile, Bai Lian paid no heed to the tender scene unfolding beside her. She lifted her bowl of brown sugar water, which had cooled sufficiently, and drank it down in one go. At that moment, Bai Chengyu rushed in, breathless and flushed, with Tianxue trailing closely behind. Upon entering, Bai Chengyu, drenched in perspiration, immediately thrust a water bucket into Bai Chengman's hands without uttering a word. Ignoring the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, he hurried towards the main house, his voice echoing before he even crossed the threshold, "Sister." Ya. Seeing this, the old patriarch quickly stepped forward, blocking his son's path. "There's no need to rush. There will be plenty of time to spend together later. There's no need to hurry. First, help unload the goods. Once the work is done, I have important matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, everyone cast curious glances at the elder, then turned their eyes to Bai Lian, silently speculating about the deeper meaning behind his words. Despite their burgeoning curiosity, they obediently set about unloading the items, for the patriarch's authority was not to be trifled with. Once the unloading was complete, the three younger grandchildren returned, their faces alight with joy. Meanwhile, Bai Lian had discreetly retrieved 3 candied hawthorns from her hidden space, smiling as she offered them to the children. Upon seeing the delightful treats, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they surrounded Bai Lian, calling her aunt with glee. Among them, the eldest, Bai Ping, displaying the most maturity, extended his candied hawthorn towards Zhou Ya, saying, "Ya, you have it. I'm a big kid now and don't like sweets." Yet Zhou Ya, determined to demonstrate her own thoughtfulness, quickly replied, "Big brother, I've already had some today. These candied hawthorns should be for you and the elder siblings. I'd rather share mine with my little sister." Bai Ling also insisted, "Here, take mine too." Baian, reluctant yet compelled, cast a wistful glance at his treat before ultimately handing it to Zhou Ya. However, she steadfastly refused, asserting that she had already eaten and could not indulge further. After a brief squabble of polite refusals, they ultimately decided to share the treats. Observing their camaraderie, the old patriarch beamed with satisfaction as he directed the children to sit on small stools in a corner, joyfully enjoying their candied hawthorns. Meanwhile, the adults gathered in a circle, sensing the patriarch's grave demeanor, which stirred a sense of unease among them. An air of tension hung thick in the room as they wondered what pressing matter lay ahead. The patriarch took a deep breath, breaking the silence with a heavy sigh. Before addressing Bai Lian, please explain what has transpired. As his words echoed, every gaze in the room converged on Bai Lian. Grandmotherly, unable to contain her anxiety, blurted out, "What does your father mean? Have you encountered troubles? Have the Zhou family wronged you?" The patriarch gently placed a hand on her, soothingly saying, "Calm yourself, let us hear what our daughter has to say. I have been abandoned by the Zhou family and they no longer want Zhou Ya." Bai Lian's proclamation fell like a stone into a still pond, sending ripples of shock throughout the room. Stunned expressions filled the faces of those present, disbelief palpable as they processed the news. Bai Lian, a widow, had been cast aside? The audacity of the Zhou family was beyond measure. Grandmotherly, as if robbed of her strength, slumped into her chair, her lips trembling as she stammered, "How could this be? The Zhou family is truly heartless. Lian, how much suffering have you endured there over the years?" Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Bai Chengyang's expression darkened, his fists clenching tightly, knuckles whitening with rage as he growled, "The Zhou family has gone too far. Sister, do not fear. With father and your brothers by your side, we will ensure you are not wronged." Frowning deeply, he continued, "Sister, why did they abandon you? Did they provoke you intentionally?" The patriarch and Bai Chengman remained composed, fully aware that Bai Lian had anticipated such actions from the Zhou family and that it was a choice she had made. The patriarch's expression turned serious as he rapped his knuckles on the table, surveying the assembled family. Everyone, let us remain calm and allow Lian Heir to finish her tale. Speak clearly, Lian Heir, and do not rush. Furthermore, explain how you came to possess such an amount of silver. We are all here, if you do not clarify. We cannot support or assist you. The other members of the Bai family exchanged increasingly puzzled glances, sensing that deeper currents lay beneath the surface of this situation. Where did the silver originate? They awaited Bai Lian's response with bated breath. Bai Lian poured herself another half-bowl of water, raising it to her lips and drinking it down in one go. The sweet brown sugar water had left her throat parched and in need of relief. Setting the bowl down, she inhaled deeply before beginning. I am but a normal person. It is unbearable to be labeled as a harbinger of misfortune, a jinx, or worse. By others, especially when it involves my daughter. We have endured far less than chickens, but labored more than oxen in the Zhou household. I once thought my life would simply continue in this muddled state, resigned to fate. The narrative was too strange to believe. Suddenly, Grandmother Li could contain herself no longer. She slammed her palms on the table and stood up. What? That old crone dared to insult my daughter and granddaughter with such vile words? Everyone, grab your weapons. I intend to see who is the true harbinger of misfortune. Upon hearing this, the three Bai brothers immediately sprang to their feet. But at a single glance from the patriarch, they obediently sat back down. He sighed. Let us allow Lian Heir to finish her account first, shall we? Once we ascertain the facts, I will take you to confront them. Bai Lian felt warmth fill her heart. It was reassuring to have someone to stand by her. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was to secure their provisions. She quickly calmed Grandmother Li and urged her to sit, affirming, Father is right. Let me finish my tale. One day, I had a dream, a vivid vision of the river's condition this year. The drought was more severe than ever before. Typically, even in the driest seasons, the river would retain some water, but in my dream, the riverbed lay bare, cracked and desiccated. You must ponder, is this year's drought not particularly harsh? At first, I did not take it to heart. However, what truly alerted me was a vision of Zhou family's second son, failing his exams and returning home with a twisted ankle. Just 3 days later, our Suzhou experienced a catastrophic locust plague, leaving the fields desolate once the insects departed. Nearby, Zhou Ya, munching on her candied hawthorn, listened with curiosity, her mind racing. How could this be her dream? Why was her mother claiming it as her own? Hadn't she said they shouldn't share such things with others? Why was she revealing it now? Noticing Zhou Ya's hesitance, Bai Lian paused her narrative, gently whispering. Yeah, continue enjoying your candied hawthorn. I will explain it all to you later. Zhou Ya nodded obediently, her spirits lifted as she indulged in the candied hawthorn. Unable to restrain himself, old Master Bai inquired, is it truly because of a mere dream that you sought to have the Zhou family divorce you? Father. I haven't finished speaking yet, please don't interrupt me, she replied. Where was I? Yes, I was mentioning the locusts in my dream. When the locusts depart, nothing remains. Oh dear, Lian Mei, your words are indeed chilling, Tianshi interjected. Bai Lian paused briefly before continuing, what else even more terrifying lies ahead? I dreamt that I sent Zhou Ya to inform her grandmother, only to have her grandmother chastise her soundly. Upon waking, I thought it worth a try. So I had Zhou Ya relay the message. To my astonishment, her grandmother truly punished her, uttering the very words I had dreamt. This leads me to believe that the events in my dreams are destined to unfold. I warned my former mother-in-law of the impending locusts, yet she dismissed my concerns, claiming it was merely a dream. I thought if others doubted me, so be it, but I cannot neglect my own family. Since the Zhou family barred my return, I devised a means to leave, resulting in a fierce quarrel with them, during which my former mother-in-law threatened to divorce me. I felt no fear, rather. I welcomed the prospect, as it would allow me to return home. As she spoke, Bai Lian produced the divorce decree from her bosom and handed it to old Master Bai. Indeed, they wrote a formal divorce letter. Fearing they might refuse to let both me and Zhou Ya depart, I declared my intent to seek your support. My former mother-in-law reassured me that I could confide in you, as they doubted you would advocate for me. Most of the Bai men could recognize a few characters, and upon seeing the words divorce decree along with Zhou Linbua's signature and thumbprint, old Master Bai's brow furrowed deeply, his heart seething with anger. Bai Lian continued. But all of this pales in comparison to the truly astonishing revelation. You won't believe what I witnessed upon arriving in town today. I saw Yo's second son had indeed twisted his ankle, and his attire was identical to what I wore in my dream. Zhou's eldest son even came to fetch him with a donkey cart. This leads me to conclude that the occurrence of locusts is surely imminent. Our family possesses 10 acres of land. We must devise a plan to harvest swiftly, lest we be devastated by the locusts. Upon hearing Bai Lian's words, the Bai family fell into a profound silence. The fiery indignation that had recently ignited within them seemed doused by a bucket of cold water, dissipating without a trace. They exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion and conflict, not doubting Bai Lian's honesty, but rather grappling with the extraordinary nature of her claims. Could it be that Bai Lian was a celestial being capable of foreseeing the future through her dreams? Bai Lian, parched from her impassioned speech, lifted a bowl, pouring herself another half bowl of water, which she drank in one go. Noticing her family's silence, she furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing her gaze as she raised her voice. What is it? Do you not believe what I say? Oh dear, this truly tests one's patience, sighed old Lady Li, her gaze flitting between her daughter and her sons. After a long moment of contemplation, she finally said, It's not that we disbelieve you, but this matter is simply too peculiar. Why don't you tell us what will happen tomorrow? If it truly transpires as you foretell, we shall believe. Mother, such dreams do not occur daily. They manifest only during significant events, Bai Lian replied, her expression one of helplessness. She pondered why her family remained skeptical despite her earnest declarations. After a pause, she sighed in resignation. Very well, if you choose not to believe, so be it. However, I must forewarn you, when the crops in the fields are devoured by locusts, do not blame me for failing to forewarn you. With the autumn harvest just a month away, the entire family had toiled tirelessly over the past 6 months, carrying water from the river to irrigate the fields. The hardships they faced were not easily articulated. The children, still young, occasionally complained about the abundance of land they had to tend. At that moment, Qinshi absorbed by Lian's words, her brow furrowed with concern as she asked, Lian Mei, did you dream that if the crops were lost, would we all starve? Upon hearing this, Bai Lian recognized that Qinshi had begun to believe her words. She regarded Qinshi with a hint of appreciation and nodded gently, saying, Is it not apparent? If all sources of food are depleted, Suzhou will undoubtedly descend into chaos. As many regions suffer from famine, they will seek out areas with provisions, leading to potential unrest. Bai Lian's words plunged the Bai family into another silence, their expressions grave as they seemed to envision the desolation that would follow the locust's rampage. Chapter 36, Silver Bracelet. Observing their reactions, Bai Lian continued, Moreover, I must inform you that the locusts will arrive in 3 days. Therefore, if you trust me, we must harvest all our grain within this time frame. After all, is it not just a month until the harvest? With the current water shortage, the crops will hardly grow any further in this final month. An early harvest would ensure peace of mind for the entire family and lessen the burdens on my parents and children. What? 3 days. The time constraint struck the Bai family like a bolt from the blue, shattering their silence. Completing the harvest of 10 acres in such a short span seemed impossible, even if the entire family worked tirelessly without rest. Suddenly, old Master Bai experienced a moment of clarity, realizing why Bai Lian had insisted on purchasing 2 mules. She had evidently prepared to utilize their strength for the harvest. Bai Chengman had likewise come to this understanding, his eyes brightening as he eagerly asked, Sister, is this the reason you bought those 2 mules? Old Lady Li, upon hearing this, was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, You bought the 2 mules? Lianer, where did you procure such funds? Surely it cannot be from the Zhou family. They divorced you. How could they provide you with such money? Bai Chengman continued to divulge, not only those 2 mules, but also the grain and cloth at home were all purchased with sister's money. Our donkey sold for 25 taels, and the money is with father. At this moment, the Bai family was too preoccupied with curiosity and bewilderment to consider the sale of the donkey or its price. They were eager to uncover the source of Bai Lian's newfound wealth. The combined cost of the 2 mules, along with the grain and cloth, was nearly 100 taels of silver, a sum that represented a years-long aspiration for a family of their standing. Bai Lian turned to old Master Bai, her eyes glinting mischievously as she asked, Father, can you guess why I was able to weave that tale so seamlessly? Old Master Bai pondered briefly, and then had an epiphany, exclaiming, so you saved a wealthy young man. Bai Lian nodded slightly, though in her heart She mused that it was not quite a rescue. She merely could not bear to let the handsome young man perish in the wilderness. Old Lady Li and the others, however, were left in a fog, perplexed by the conversation about lies and affluent young gentlemen, entirely lost in the discourse between father and daughter. Finally unable to contain her impatience, Old Lady Li furrowed her brow and urged, "Oh, just stop with the riddles. Speak plainly, it is truly maddening." Bai Man recounted the entire sequence of events, and upon hearing it, the Bai family unanimously declared Bai Lian to be exceptionally fortunate. Old Lady Li leaned closer to Bai Lian and softly inquired, "How much did that wealthy young man give you?" "Rest assured, mother does not seek it for herself. I am merely curious." Bai Lian's eyes flickered momentarily, yet she did not hesitate to respond. "It's only a little over 100 taels. Alas, after purchasing the mule and these items, there isn't much left." It wasn't that she distrusted Old Lady Li, rather. Bai Lian believed that matters of wealth should not be disclosed too openly, even to one's own parents. Such was the wisdom gleaned from experience. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Li felt a mixture of urgency and irritation, and she smacked Bai Lian's arm, reproaching her. "When did you become so extravagant, my girl? If you saved that money instead of spending it on these things, wouldn't life be much easier for you and your mother? Why buy so much?" Truly, one could see the marks of hard labor on her hands, and the slap made Bai Lian wince. Seeing this, Old Man Bai frowned, exclaiming, "Why strike the child? Can't you speak properly? Will a slap return the items?" Rubbing her arm, Bai Lian complained, "Mother, have you considered that with just us? Can we possibly harvest 10 acres in 3 days? It's impossible without livestock. Moreover, this year's yield is poor, even though our appetites may be small. We are still 2 mouths to feed. How could I not buy some grain?" Tianshi could no longer hold her tongue and interjected, "Sister Lian, what are you saying? Let alone that our parents are in charge now, even if they weren't, we would never take your grain. Just your return is enough. This place is your home as well." Qinshi quickly chimed in, "What sister-in-law said is true. This is your home too, so why speak so formally? As long as we have food, you and your mother will always have your share. Rest assured and stay here. Although you have been divorced by the Zhou family, I doubt this will remain a secret for long. But, sister-in-law, remember that our main concern should be comfort in our lives. Others may say what they wish, but there is no need to let hurtful words dampen your spirit. That would truly be counterproductive." Upon hearing her sisters-in-law's words and seeing their sincere expressions, Bai Lian felt a genuine sense of relief wash over her. If this were a time of peace, Bai Lian wouldn't necessarily need to return home, as she could easily rent a place and conduct business elsewhere. However, a dream had revealed to her the harsh realities of the current world if locusts were to strike. Difficult days loomed ahead. Thus, returning to the Bai family was her only option for support. Yet, to live comfortably at her parental home required not only the love and backing of her parents, but also the genuine acceptance of her brothers and their families. Otherwise, there would be no peace within the household. Suddenly, Bai Lian stood up and walked out of the room. As everyone looked on in confusion, she returned holding 2 exquisite pouches. Opening one, she retrieved a smaller pouch and handed it to Old Lady Li, saying, "Mother, this is for you." She then distributed the remaining pouches to Tianshi and Qinshi, her face adorned with a sincere smile as she declared, "Sister-in-law, this is for you both. It is merely a small token of my appreciation. Please do not refuse it. Furthermore, the fabrics outside are yours to choose from for making clothes. I originally intended for these materials to be used for everyone's new garments." The 3 women looked at the beautiful pouches in their hands, instinctively knowing the contents must be valuable, given their weight. As it was a gift from her own daughter, Old Lady Li did not hesitate to open the pouch, only to find a rather substantial silver bracelet inside. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes as she turned to her 2 daughters-in-law, urging, "Open yours and see what lies within." Bai Lian's smile faltered slightly. Her mother's tone did not convey the joy she had anticipated. Tianshi and Qinshi exchanged glances, knowing they had no choice but to comply. As they opened their pouches, both sisters-in-law gasped in astonishment at what they discovered. Old Lady Li, observing their expressions, understood immediately and closed her eyes, wondering if they too had received silver bracelets. Upon hearing her words, the men of the Bai family, along with the children, looked at Bai Lian in shock. How bold she was to spend so much on silver bracelets. Tianshi nodded slightly and murmured, "Mother, I received a pair of exquisite silver bracelets." "Sister Lian, what is the meaning of this? It is far too extravagant. Qinshi chimed in. I got a silver bracelet and a pair of silver earrings. Sister Lian, this gift is excessively lavish. I cannot accept it. Oh, I see now. You must be worried we wouldn't allow you to stay at your parental home, so you spent this considerable sum to win our favor. You really are foolish. Tianshi remarked, her expression turning slightly somber. Sister Lian, we have lived together for several years. You know my character well. Even if I were unkind to others, I would never treat you or our parents poorly. When I had my firstborn and our mother fell ill, you, a mere unmarried girl, cared for me day and night, washing my dirty clothes and helping with the baby. Now that you've returned home, why must you go to such lengths? Quickly return these. Having some silver on hand is the most prudent course. Bai Qingyang and Bai Qingyu also spoke up. Yes, let us take her back to town and return the bracelets. Old Lady Li had been seething with anger and concern, but the united voices of her daughters-in-law gradually quelled her ire. The second daughter-in-law was right. Bai Lian's generous expenditure stemmed from her worries. She feared that upon returning to her parental home, the family would harbor unspoken grievances, especially regarding her relationship with her father. Sighing softly, Old Lady Li said, Lian, I appreciate your kindness, but this silver does not grow on trees. While you may have some money now, it is unwise to squander it so freely. We must live prudently. Bai Lian stepped forward, linking her arm with Old Lady Li's, and playfully said, Mother, I know you and my sisters-in-law care for me. This silver bracelet is quite simple and did not cost much. What matters most is that our family remains harmonious. Sister-in-law, please do not refuse. Just accept it. My intention is not to buy your affection out of fear of being unwelcome here. I simply hold you all in such high regard. As soon as I had money, I couldn't resist buying gifts for you. And I've done my best to be fair. I bought a pair of silver bracelets for you, sister-in-law. One for each of you. Since you only have one precious son, I gifted you an extra pair of earrings, and I haven't forgotten mother either. Is that fair enough? Bai Lian's words, woven with artful eloquence, brought a sense of comfort to Tianshi and Qinshi, their faces once again brightening with smiles. Tianshi playfully chided, You think too much. We never thought that way. Uncle, I find it rather unfair that only the women receive gifts while we boys get nothing. Not even grandfather. Bai Lian exclaimed after finishing the last of his candied hawthorn, a hint of envy in his voice. Hey, you little rascal, are you looking for trouble? Who asks for gifts outright? Isn't that shameful? Qinshi retorted sternly. Bai Lian laughed, Who says you have no gifts? The fabrics outside are for you as well. Besides, what do boys need jewelry for? Your mother can make you new clothes and shoes when the time comes. At this, the children erupted in joyful chatter, discussing their future new garments. Old Master Bai interjected, All right, since Lianer has shown her filial piety and good intentions, you ladies should graciously accept it. Now, all of you should go prepare the meal. After we dine, we shall commence the harvest. Old Lady Li, tucking the pouch into her bosom, inquired, Old man, are we truly resolved to gather the grain? Master Bai nodded, We cannot afford to gamble. Should the locusts arrive as Lianer has forewarned, lamenting later will be of no avail. Bai Lian pondered for a moment and suggested, Father, while we are busy cooking, why not seek out the village head? Convey my message to him, instructing him to keep it confidential, yet to rally the entire village to hastily harvest whatever grain we can. Better to gather what we can now than to find ourselves in dire straits later, with only our family possessing grain, facing the desperate onslaught of others. The Bai family, upon hearing her words, felt a jolt of shock. Tianshi's complexion turned pale. Lian Mei, do not frighten your sister-in-law. We've lived together for generations. Would they truly resort to thievery? Dear sister-in-law, this is human nature. It matters not how long one has known another. In life and death situations, even kin may turn against each other. Bai Lian waved her hand dismissively. Qinshi and Tianshi exchanged glances, subtly nodding in agreement before addressing Old Lady Li, Mother. We appreciate your and Lian Mei's efforts for tonight's meal. We wish to visit our own families to ensure they gather their grain as well. Indeed, if they neglect to do so and later come seeking assistance, it would put us in a precarious position, they added. Qinshi and Tianshi hailed from the same village, albeit not sharing the Bai surname. The integrity of both families was commendable, which is why Old Lady Li had chosen their daughters as brides for her sons. Over the years, her judgment had proven sound. The sisters-in-law were not only virtuous and diligent, but had also harmoniously coexisted with the Bai family without any discord. Very well, you may go. But do not disclose to your parents that this is based on Lianer's dream. Instead, say that your father learned from a wealthy young man in town about the impending locusts that have already devastated other regions and are expected to arrive in our Su province within 3 days. Old Master Bai concurred. Yes, let us heed your mother's counsel. Framing it this way is far preferable to revealing the truth. Otherwise, people may think Lianer is a harbinger of doom and seek to harm her. Now, since we have tasks at hand, be swift. Lianer, take you yet to my room for a brief rest. You look utterly exhausted, your eyes are red. Leave the cooking to me and linger, old Lady Li urged. Hearing this, Bai Ling obediently replied, Aunt, you should take the little sister to rest. I can assist grandmother with the cooking. Then I shall not be polite. To be frank, I am utterly fatigued. If I do not rest, I fear I may collapse. Please awaken me when the meal is ready, Bai Lian said, taking Yaya's small hand as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, she turned back with a realization. I almost forgot something of great importance. From now on, Ya shall no longer bear the surname Zhou. She will adopt mine. Her nickname will remain Ya, but her formal name will be Pearl, by Zhenju. Chapter 38, Constructing the Cart Compartment. In ancient times, pearls were regarded as exceedingly precious jewels, hence Bai Lian's choice of name for her daughter. She would not allow her child to be associated with any inferior title. Ya beamed with joy. The name sounded exquisite, far more melodious than Zhou Ya. The Bai family members enthusiastically praised the choice, each taking turns to extol the name's beauty. However, as soon as the praises subsided, everyone dispersed. Caught up in their myriad tasks, the urgency of their situation demanded it. Bai Cheng hurriedly pulled his 2 brothers along. Their steps quickened as they made their way to the backyard where the wooden planks were stored. Bai Chengyu and Bai Chengyang exchanged puzzled glances, both wondering about the purpose behind the planks. They had hoped to rest during this brief interlude, as hard work awaited them after the meal. As they walked, Bai Cheng explained, Sister mentioned we need to construct compartments for the 2 mule carts, and I must finish by noon tomorrow. We might as well get started on one while we have the chance. Bai Chengyu, still confused, asked, but what do we need the compartments for? If we build them, we won't be able to transport as much grain. Bai Cheng shrugged helplessly. Who knows? Sister ordered it, so we'll just comply. We still have 2 old carts at home. We can use the old cart on the mule, detach the cart bed, and once the compartment is ready, we can simply attach it. Meanwhile, upon hearing old Master Bai's words, Bai Li Zheng sprang up, his expression tense. You must not speak such things recklessly. Old Master Bai remained resolute, his demeanor conveying a sense of certainty, as if to say, trust in me. Brother, where is that wealthy young man's shop located? I can't quite recall which state it is in. In any case, his business was struggling, and he was considering returning home. While passing through here, I fortuitously saved him once. He was adamant that the locusts had inflicted great suffering on the locals there. They are likely to reach our Su province in just 3 days. I am but a poor old man. What advantage would he gain by deceiving me? He merely shared this information out of gratitude for my assistance. Bai Li Zheng fell silent, contemplating. Old Master Bai glanced at his cousin before continuing. Moreover, that wealthy young man advised that the entire village should harvest together. If only 1 or 2 families gather their grain while others do not, it could incite chaos. Consider it, if the whole village were to raid your family's grain, could you defend it? Bai Li Zheng's eldest grandson, Bai Shouwen, had only heard tales of locusts, but had never witnessed their devastation firsthand. He muttered skeptically, Second grandfather, surely you exaggerate. They're merely a swarm of insects. Can they truly devour all our crops? Old Master Bai, alarmed, replied, child, you have yet to grasp their ferocity. Once they descend, in less time than it takes to sip a cup of tea, they can strip the fields bare. They also lay eggs in the soil, should next year remain arid. They will return in swarms to wreak havoc once more. Bai Shouwen's eyes widened in realization, murmuring, if that is the case, then we must indeed harvest the grain. Without food, lives are at stake. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Li Zheng sighed in resignation. Very well. I shall convene a village meeting to urge everyone to hastily gather their grain. After all, the autumn harvest is upon us next month, and in this drought, waiting another fortnight will yield little. Upon hearing Bai Li Zheng's decision, old Master Bai's taut nerves began to ease slightly. At the Tian household, old Master Tian took a deep drag from his pipe and slowly remarked, so, you mean to say your father-in-law will start harvesting grain this evening? Tian sure nodded, indeed. My father-in-law mentioned that given the current drought, an early harvest of half a month poses no significant issue. Once the work is completed, the family will have a bit more ease. The mere thought of the gamble was unsettling. Should the locusts truly arrive, even with money, there would be no grain to purchase. While mending garments, old lady Wu felt a twinge of anxiety and turned to her husband, saying, "Old man, if our in-laws are working, we should join them as well." On the other hand, at Qinshi's family, there was no need for her to elaborate. Upon hearing the news, old Master Chen readily agreed. In a remarkably short span of time, the entire Qingshan village buzzed with the news that the in-law Bai Yongwang had rescued a wealthy young gentleman and, as a result, had come into a considerable fortune. He was now purchasing carts and grain, thereby elevating his family's status significantly. Old Master Chen believed that a man of wealth, having traveled extensively, must possess a broader perspective than the villagers, and thus deemed his words trustworthy. He hastily instructed the Qin family to prepare for the upcoming harvest. Meanwhile, in the Lu household, Lu Datu and his wife were laughing heartily, their hearts filled with the prospect of their daughter marrying Bai's third son, which they believed would bring prosperity to their family and allow their daughter Zhaodi to support her natal family. A fleeting glimmer of regret crossed Zhaodi's mother's eyes as she turned to Lu Datu and remarked, "Dear, I feel we have underestimated the bride price. Had I known, I would have insisted on 30 taels, no 50 taels. Our family could have thrived." Lu Datu, however, shook his head. Holding a contrary view, they do not have only Bai Qingman as a son, there are 2 elder brothers as well. How could they possibly spend so much on the youngest unless he marries a girl from the town? Well, 20 taels it is, life is long. Once that stubborn girl marries, we can lament our poverty before her, and she will naturally lend a helping hand to her family. Outside, eavesdropping. Lu Zhaodi's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart a tumult of emotions, tinged with a flicker of hope for the future, yet rife with bitterness and helplessness towards her parents' insatiable greed. She sighed softly as she gazed at her patched shoe, pondering how everyone desires to marry into a prosperous family, but with such parents, would her married life truly be joyful? Old Master Bai and his 2 daughters-in-law bumped into each other at the doorstep. He was the first to inquire, "What did your parents say?" Chen and Tian exchanged glances before responding in unison. "Father, rest assured, our parents have declared that we will commence the autumn harvest this evening." Upon hearing this, old Master Bai nodded slightly, satisfied. In his heart, he regarded both families as reasonable individuals, as long as they were willing to cooperate in the harvest. They would not find themselves in a predicament should a disaster strike. Just as old Master Bai entered the courtyard, he spotted his 3 sons hammering away at a wooden cart. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves and joined them. For every additional pair of hands would hasten their task. Meanwhile, the 2 daughters-in-law turned towards the kitchen to assist, eager to prepare a meal and expedite their work. As the 10 acres of land needed to be harvested in merely 3 days, a dauntingly short time frame, Bai Lian and Jinju, utterly exhausted, had barely closed their eyes before drifting into a deep slumber, a testament to their fatigue. When old lady Li entered the room and beheld the scene, she could not help but sigh softly. She gently caressed Bai Lian's cheek and then brushed her fingers over Jinju's forehead, cautious not to exert too much pressure with her rough hands. Seeing her daughter and granddaughter's gaunt faces filled her heart with sorrow and indignation, leading her to silently curse the Zhou family's ancestors for subjecting them to such hardship. It was a relief that they had returned. Henceforth, she would cherish and care for them as treasured gems, ensuring they regained their strength. "Ya, rise and shine. Grandma has prepared a delicious braised pork knuckle for you. Hurry up and eat." Upon being gently roused by old lady Li, Zhenju's stomach immediately growled in response. Instinctively, she licked her lips and inhaled deeply. What a delightful aroma. "What is it?" Old lady Li replied with a smile. "It is the marinated knuckle I made, and it's ready. Come, let us eat meat. Lianer, do not sleep any longer. Wake up and eat." Bai Lian, still half asleep, mumbled, "All right, I understand." As the fragrance of the meat wafted through the air, she stretched and exited the room, her eyes falling upon the wooden cart that had already been completed. Though it was not particularly exquisite, it served its purpose of providing shelter from the elements. At that moment, Jinju buzzed around her grandfather and several uncles like a busy little bee, her voice dripping with flattery. "Wow, this little house is so beautiful. Grandpa and uncles are truly impressive. Hey, little uncle, how did you manage to make all those wooden planks the same size? Your big hands are truly magical. If it were Yaya, she certainly couldn't do it." "Wow, big uncle and second uncle, your strength is remarkable. You carried so many wooden planks like it was nothing. Yada applauds you. Jinju's praises brought smiles to the men's faces, filling her heart with warmth. Indeed, they were extraordinary. Moreover, she took a small cloth and diligently wiped the sweat from her grandfather and 3 uncles' brows. This tender gesture melted their hearts, and the men hastened their work, astonishingly completing 2 cartloads in the time it took to prepare a meal. Bai Lian shook her head in amusement at the sight, realizing that her daughter had successfully captivated the hearts of these men. The afternoon's meal was a feast unlike any other the Bai family had enjoyed in months. The table was adorned with fried meatballs, braised pork, and stewed pig's trotter, accompanied by brown rice and stir-fried cabbage. The children clapped excitedly at the sight of such a spread, as it resembled a festive celebration. Bai Lian and Jinju devoured their food ravenously. Although they had eaten wontons that morning, the meager meat within paled in comparison to the tender, succulent knuckle. Old Lady Li's heart ached at the sight, and she quickly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, exclaiming, "Slow down. There is plenty more. No one is competing with you." Tian hurriedly poured a bowl of water for Bai Lian, urging her, "Drink some water to help, as a mother. You should not eat like this." After finally swallowing a mouthful of meat, Bai Lian sighed in relief. "Phew, I haven't had meat in years. It's hard to control myself." In modern times, Bai Lian would undoubtedly avoid such greasy dishes to maintain her ideal figure. Yet now, being able to fill her belly was a blessing. Who was worried about losing weight? Besides, this knuckle was truly delicious. Jinju, with her mouth smeared with grease, smiled sweetly at Old Lady Li. "Grandma, your knuckle is so fragrant and tasty, much better than what my grandma makes." Old Lady Li affectionately stroked Jinju's head. "Have you tasted your grandma's knuckle?" Jinju, stuffing another piece of meat into her mouth, replied, "No, but I've smelled it." At this, Old Master Bai and his 3 sons were nearly moved to tears, their eyes reddening as they placed more meat into Jinju's and Bai Lian's bowls. "Eat, eat. For the next few days, we shall feast on meat." Old Master Bai commanded decisively. His dear granddaughter had grown up, likely without ever having tasted chicken. This thought was intolerable. He could not dwell on it further lest he lose his composure in front of his daughters-in-law. As the Bai family gathered around the table to enjoy their meal, the village head had dispatched his sons and grandsons to notify every household about an upcoming village assembly. As for Bai Yongwang's family, they needed no such notice, as the matter at hand, the urgent harvest of grain, was initiated by them. Shortly after the villagers convened at the grain-drying grounds, they learned the details of the situation. Reactions varied. Many honest villagers expressed their willingness to join in the harvest, while others believed that the village head and Bai Yongwang were merely making a mountain out of a molehill. They were murmuring softly among themselves, their sentiments almost echoing the incredulity that locusts could possibly invade. Every summer, there was a period of drought. Yet they had never witnessed a swarm of locusts descending upon them. Furthermore, it was conceivable that locusts might alter their course, not necessarily heading towards Xuzhou. Their predominant concern was that if they allowed the grain to grow in the fields for an additional fortnight, the yield might significantly increase. Many of them possessed several acres of land, and to harvest it all within a mere 3 days seemed an insurmountable task. Bai Lian, of course, was aware of the dissenting voices. His expression turned stern as he cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Certainly, if you choose not to harvest your grain, I shall not compel anyone. However, should locusts arrive and devour your harvest, do not blame me for not forewarning you." At that juncture, with no grain left, do not expect to leverage any connections to borrow food. Let it be known that even if it is your own siblings who come seeking aid, I shall not acquiesce. Why? Because you have brought this upon yourselves. The matter has been laid before you, and yet you obstinately refuse to heed the warning. So do not lament when the consequences befall you. Having uttered this, he turned and departed, indifferent to the villagers' thoughts. He had pressing matters to attend to, with 30 acres of land awaiting his harvest. Reflecting on why he had acquired so much land, he felt a surge of anxiety about how he would manage to harvest it all in just 3 days, prompting him to quicken his pace. As Bai Lian strode away, the villagers erupted into a fervor. While they found his words somewhat extreme, upon reflection, they recognized the truth in his warnings. He had kindly alerted them. Yet they had dismissed his counsel, only to find themselves in a position of needing to beg for grain later. Many resolved to prepare for an urgent harvest. Of course, some remained skeptical, believing that after so many years without locusts, the mere mention of them by Bai Yongwang could not possibly herald their arrival. Chapter 40. The harvest begins. The Qin and Tian families, who had always maintained a cordial relationship, chanced upon one another and discussed the circumstances surrounding their daughter's return. However, both families were preoccupied and, after a brief exchange, returned home to prepare meals and subsequently commence the urgent harvest. The sun was dipping low in the sky, painting the horizon in shades of orange and red, while the afterglow bathed the Bai family's courtyard. Old Master Bai set down his bowl and wiped his mouth, his gaze reflecting determination and resolve. Rising, he cleared his throat and addressed his family. Have you all finished eating? We must hasten to the fields to gather the grain. We cannot afford to delay. Lianer, you will manage the household chores and boil water. Lianer, however, objected. No, I shall accompany you to harvest the grain. Linger can handle the household tasks. Linger, do not blame your aunt for making you work. Our fields are extensive, and we must unite our efforts to ensure we finish the harvest within 3 days. My presence in the fields is more beneficial than yours, Andoner. You will assist your aunt in looking after your sister. Bai Linger nodded obediently, and, do not worry, I will manage the household tasks and later bring water for you. Bai chirped in, Aunt, I will take care of my sister. Old Master Bai looked at Lianer with a mix of pride and concern. Lianer, you have just returned. It is not right for you to exert yourself so. However, given the urgency of the harvest, having your assistance is indeed a blessing. We need not discuss whether to help or not. We are family. Now, let us hurry. Eldest brother, the day is waning. You should take extra torches. Lianer advised her father before turning to her elder brother. The villagers at the threshing ground had just concluded their meeting and were departing in small groups, animatedly discussing the Locust issue that had been raised. Suddenly, someone spotted Bai Yongwang's family, leading 2 mules laden with carts, making their way directly to their fields, where they efficiently commenced the rice harvesting. Look, Bai Yongwang's family is so hurriedly starting to cut the rice. Could it truly mean locusts are on the way? One villager exclaimed in astonishment. Who knows, perhaps they are overreacting. It has been years since Shuzhou faced a locust plague, another villager retorted nonchalantly. Alas, seeing them toil makes me uneasy. I must return and rally my son and daughter-in-law to help with the harvest. Husband, I wish to visit my parents. They should also hurry to gather their grain. Some urged their wives to expedite their efforts, for even with a small amount of land, every pair of hands mattered. Conversely, families with larger tracts of land objected vehemently. What nonsense! We can barely manage our own fields. How can we spare someone to notify your family? No. There is no time to waste on such matters. We must focus on our own harvest. Should you choose to waste time visiting your family, do not expect me to support you when we are unable to finish our own work. The woman immediately burst into tears. But if locusts arrive, what will happen to my family? Will you share grain with them when the time comes? Your family's plight is not my concern. Our household must ensure we have enough grain. If you are so worried about your family, perhaps you should return to them, came the resolute reply. The villagers engaged in a cacophony of voices, each expressing their opinions. Yet, the Bai Yongwang family seemed oblivious to the commotion, fully engrossed in their work, diligently cutting rice and harvesting corn. With so much at stake, there was no time for distraction. Even a momentary lapse in focus could slow their progress. Soon, the Tian family, Jin family, and several others began arriving at their fields to commence their labor. Bai Lian, hearing the bustle, seized the moment to straighten her back and relieve her strained muscles. It appeared that many families were indeed participating in the harvest, which brought her some relief. As long as half the families were harvesting, theirs would not seem overly conspicuous. As twilight descended, Bai Cheng swiftly ignited the torches he had brought, firmly planting them along the edges of the rice paddies. The flickering flames illuminated a small section of the fields, allowing the villagers to continue their arduous task. Qinshi glanced up and noticed Bai Lian occasionally rising, her fists clenched as she rubbed her aching lower back, a visage of pain and fatigue. She rushed over. Lian Mei, why not join your mother in harvesting corn? The rice cutting is too strenuous. You may not be able to endure it. Bai Lian hesitated. But realizing her back was indeed pained, she acknowledged that continuing to cut rice would only hinder their progress. Nodding, she trudged towards the cornfield to join Granny Li, who was accompanied by Baian and Pearl, busy gathering corn. Although Baian and Pearl had initially been assigned to stay home with Bai Linger, Pearl insisted on helping with the corn, claiming familiarity with the task. Had it not been for Bai Lian's timely intervention to cover Pearl's mouth, the little one might have inadvertently revealed their previous mischief involving the Zhou family's corn. Ultimately, Bai Lian decided to let them assist, reasoning that their contributions would be beneficial, and they would return when they grew weary. Thus, the two little ones joined Granny Lee in the cornfield, where Pearl, despite her small stature, worked alongside the 8-year-old Bai with remarkable efficiency. While picking corn, Pearl looked up and asked, "Granny, is Yaya strong?" "Indeed, she is quite formidable." Old Lady Lee, while outwardly praising her granddaughter, inwardly lamented, "Foolish girl, what is there to be proud of? Being adept at labor merely signifies that you frequently engage in such tasks." Alas! Cursed Zhou family. Upon hearing footsteps nearby, she turned to see Bai Lian approaching, rubbing her waist as she walked. Immediately, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is the matter? Did you strain your back?" "It's not so easy to injure one's back. I merely feel a bit sore." "Come, let us all gather corn together." This was a task she was well acquainted with. Old Master Bai had beads of sweat the size of soybeans glistening on his forehead as he toiled in the field alongside his son and daughter-in-law, finally completing the harvest of an acre of rice. Without a moment's respite to catch his breath, he wiped the sweat from his face with his rough hands and hurriedly called to his sons, urging them to hasten with the mule cart towards the threshing ground. Their late-night visit to the threshing area was not merely to dry the rice, but to swiftly separate the grains from the rice ears. They had also transported the stone roller and the necessary tools to the threshing ground. Upon arrival, the father and son swiftly initiated their efforts, working in unison to evenly spread the harvested rice across the ground. Next, they skillfully reattached the harness for the mule to pull the stone roller. This task required only one person to supervise, thus Old Master Bai took the reins, guiding the mule steadily as the stone roller rolled back and forth, gradually crushing the rice laid out beneath it. Each rotation of the roller was accompanied by the faint rustling sound of grains separating from their husks, a soothing melody of labor. This method spared them the exhausting efforts of other villagers who resorted to beating the rice with flails, resulting in sore and bruised arms, while also significantly saving time. Meanwhile, Bai Chengyang and Bai Chengyu wasted no time and swiftly turned back along the path to the rice paddies to continue their work of harvesting. As night deepened, various villages usually fell silent, with villagers fast asleep. Yet, Qingshan village shone brightly, teeming with bustling figures, the flickering light of torches illuminating the night. The villagers in the fields were laboriously striving to harvest the crops. Some families had all hands on deck, with children passing tools and gathering rice ears while the adults focused on cutting and transporting. Despite the toil, everyone shared a singular conviction to reap as much grain as possible before the locusts arrived. In the cornfields, Bai Lian, Old Lady Lee, Bai Ling, and Baiyan were also busy at work, their hands swollen and their arms aching, yet they were reluctant to cease their efforts. Bai Ling had recently brought some cool boiled water for her family. Seeing that Jinju was exhausted and resting on the ridge of the field, she asked Jinju to keep an eye on the water while she herself ventured into the cornfield to gather corn. In the rice paddies, Bai Chengyang and Bai Chengyu, along with their spouses, bent over, their sickles dancing swiftly in their hands as they neatly stacked the cut rice ears to the side. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, clinging to their backs, yet their pace remained unyielding. Bai Cheman was responsible for collecting the harvested rice, placing it onto a hand-pushed cart to be transported to the threshing ground for processing. The threshed rice would then be packed into burlap sacks to be taken home. With the sun blazing, the rice could simply be dried in their front and backyards the following day. They had previously built a spacious yard to facilitate drying rice, thus avoiding competition with the villagers. As for why they didn't directly take the rice home for milling, it was because Old Master Bai also needed to assist the Tian and Chen families with their milling. Being in-laws, certain tasks could not be overly calculated. If help could be rendered, it should be given. Lu Data huffed and puffed as he pushed a cart piled high with rice, the veins on his forehead bulging as he struggled toward the direction of Old Master Bai and Bai Chengman. A flattering smile plastered on his flushed face. He called out loudly, "In-law Chengman, come and lend a hand. This load is simply too heavy for me to manage." Upon hearing Lu Dada's use of in-law, Old Master Bai's brow furrowed slightly, filled with displeasure. He thought to himself, this engagement hasn't even been formally established, and here he is, presumptuously referring to me as in-law. It is rather improper. If this match doesn't materialize, what will become of my son's reputation? Thus, Old Master Bai's expression darkened, and he replied, "Datu, our families have not yet solidified this engagement, yet you're already calling me in-law. If it fails, how will your daughter find a husband in the future? Lu Datu, however, seemed unconcerned, grinning widely as he said, it will definitely work out. How could it not? Qingman, you agree, don't you? In any case, we will surely become in-laws in the future. Since you're helping old Tian and old Qin with their milling, lend me a hand as well. Old Master Bai knew Lu Datu was thick-skinned, but he never expected him to be this brazen. I assist old Qin and old Tian because they not only brought water and provisions for the mule, but also paid me. What have you brought? Nothing at all. What gives you the right to ask for my help? Although the two families had reached the stage of discussing a marriage alliance, Old Master Bai felt a surge of anger upon seeing Lu Datu's demeanor. He cherished his daughter dearly, while to Lu Datu, she seemed nothing more than a means to an end. He had never encountered a rural family so audacious as to demand 20 taels of silver at the outset. In truth, the Tian family had merely provided water and grass for the mule, along with 2 warm eggs. As for money, they had not offered any. He merely mentioned it to dissuade Lu Datu. Yet, to his surprise, Lu Datu's skin was thicker than he had imagined. Noticing Old Master Bai's displeased tone, Lu Datu turned to Bai Chengman and, adopting the air of a future father-in-law, said, Chengman, when my daughter Zhao marries you, I will be your father-in-law as well. Don't even think of saying you won't help with this little task. Bai Chengman was taken aback by this unexpected situation, opening his mouth but unsure of how to respond. To be honest, he was reluctant to assist. Lu Datu's behavior was quite off-putting, yet refusing outright would seem unreasonable, especially with the two families in discussions about marriage. Seeing his son in such a predicament, Old Master Bai stepped in to alleviate the tension, saying, I'm not dead yet. Don't put on airs in front of me. Besides, my mule isn't made of iron. Do you intend to work it to death? You have only 3 acres of land. Handle it yourself. Now, get back to your work. There's no time for idle chatter. Lu Datu, red-faced from Old Master Bai's words, felt a swell of anger rise within him. What is so great about having 2 mule carts? He struggled to push the cart to the side, thinking, since you want help, I'll just head back and make that stubborn girl use her hands to beat the rice. I'll see if Bai Chengman doesn't care. Before departing, Lu Datu, still fuming, shouted to Bai Chengman, Chengman, keep an eye on the rice for me. I'm going to fetch someone to help with the beating. Bai Chengman and Old Master Bai exchanged glances, recognizing the mutual frustration in each other's eyes, and then silently shook their heads, returning their focus to the pressing farm work at hand. Lu Datu stormed back to his own field, where he found Lu Zhaodi immersed in her labor. He bellowed, You stubborn girl, hurry up and go to the threshing ground to beat those rice grains. Be quick about it, if you don't finish. Don't expect to eat tomorrow. Lu Zhaodi stiffly straightened her back, attempting to ease the pain that had long since settled in her aching back. She had been laboring for a full 2 hours, bending over to harvest the rice without a moment's respite, her weariness nearly overwhelming her. Upon hearing her father's words, a flicker of despair and helplessness flashed in her eyes, yet she dared not show any defiance. With a stoic expression, she softly acknowledged with a and, dragging her fatigued body, she slowly made her way towards the sun-drying area. Chapter 42. The Bitterness of Lu Zhaodi. Madame Zhaodi hurried over, her face etched with confusion as she inquired of Lu Datu, Isn't it your intention to transport the rice to the sun-drying area and have Bai Yongwang assist us in milling it? Why then must that good-for-nothing go? Lu Datu scoffed, his countenance filled with disdain. It's simply that the Bai family looks down upon us and refuses to lend a hand. They claim that the two families are not formally engaged and therefore cannot address each other as in-laws. Now that they've acquired wealth, they've learned to put on airs. He intended for that wretched girl to beat the rice in front of them, to see if that insufferable boy, Chengman, would feel any pity. If he did, he would naturally assist us in milling the rice. If not, we need not worry, as that girl would not dare to slack off. Madame Zhaodi pondered her husband's words, finding them reasonable, and nodded in agreement. Very well, let us not concern ourselves with her. We must hurry and finish the harvest, for time is of the essence. Old Master Bai and Bai Chengman initially thought Lu Datu would call for his wife to handle the rice, but were surprised to find it was Lu Zhaodi instead. Observing the numb and exhausted expression on her face, Old Master Bai sighed in resignation. The girl must have committed some grave sin in her past life to end up as the daughter of Lu Datu and his wife. Upon arriving at the sun-drying area, Zhaodi spotted Old Master Bai and Bai Chengman. Especially upon seeing Bai Chengman, a glimmer of light returned to her eyes, no longer resembling the stagnant waters of moments before. She softly called out, "Uncle, Brother Qingman." Old Master Bai responded, while Bai Qingman immediately asked with concern, "Zhao, why are you here? Surely you are here to beat the rice?" Zhao offered a bittersweet smile, nodding, "My parents are still in the fields harvesting rice, so this task falls solely to me." Old Master Bai frowned, displeased. "This labor is exhausting even for a man. What can a girl like you possibly accomplish?" "Sigh, your parents. I do not wish to speak ill of them, but they are truly heartless. San, go ahead and spread her family's rice out. I will mill it for them shortly." Zhao quickly objected, "No need for that. I can manage, and the mule is already weary. We cannot burden it further." Old Master Bai waved his hand dismissively. He understood that the girl had been tirelessly harvesting rice while her 15-year-old brother was nowhere to be seen, likely sleeping at home. With this thought, both Old Master Bai and Bai Qingman felt a deeper sympathy for Lu Zhao. Seeing Bai Qingman had already spread her family's rice out on the ground, Zhao fell silent for a few seconds before turning to leave. Just as Bai Qingman was about to speak, he was pulled back by Old Master Bai. Old Master Bai whispered, "Set aside your feelings for now, we must get to work. An empty belly makes for idle chatter." Bai Qingman glanced at Zhao's departing figure, acquiescing. Though he was filled with concern, he could only assist the Lu family for the time being. As for Lu Zhao, she did not return to her family's fields. Instead, she pivoted and headed straight to the Bai family's land. Under the astonished gazes of the Bai family, she calmly picked up the sickle that had been momentarily set aside and began to harvest the rice in silence. The couples from both the main and secondary houses exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for how to interpret this sudden turn of events. What could this mean? Surely Lu Zhao had not begun to consider herself a daughter-in-law of the Bai family, coming to lend a hand? Ultimately, it was Bai Chang'ang who gestured for his wife to inquire about the situation. Although the two families were in the midst of negotiations, nothing had yet been finalized. A girl suddenly showing up to work in the male family's fields could invite unwelcome gossip. Such actions were thankless indeed. Mrs. Tian approached Zhao, her voice gentle. "Zhao, what brings you here? Have you finished harvesting your family's fields?" Zhao, faced with Mrs. Tian, who might soon become her sister-in-law, did not pause in her work. She was acutely aware of the urgency of the moment. Every second was precious. As she continued to harvest, she replied, "Not yet. Since Uncle and Brother Qingman are helping to mill my family's rice, I cannot allow them to suffer a loss. Thus, I have come to harvest the rice. You need not concern yourselves with me. Once my family's rice is milled, I will leave." Mrs. Tian was taken aback. She had not anticipated this response. Observing Zhao's slender frame and nimble movements, she found herself at a loss for words. She swiftly walked to the water source, filled a bowl with water, and hurried back to Zhao's side. Gently extending the cup, she said softly, "Zhao, have a sip of water. I see your lips are chapped." Zhao's movements halted abruptly as she slowly and laboriously straightened her back. Her gaze became somewhat vacant as she stared at the bowl of water, her throat involuntarily swallowing as the bitterness of her situation surged within her, intensifying. Even an outsider could see her thirst, yet her parents remained oblivious. They brought water, but denied her a single sip, incessantly reminding her that there was little water at home and that every drop must be conserved. They urged her to hasten her work, as if she were not their daughter but an unyielding servant. Hearing Zhao's suppressed but unmistakable swallowing, Mrs. Tian felt a pang of sympathy. She pushed the bowl closer to Zhao and gently urged, "It's cool, hurry and drink. You cannot work so hard and sweat so much without some water." Zhao hesitated for a moment, glancing at the bowl, but ultimately accepted it, softly saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law." She then drank deeply. After quenching her thirst, Zhao returned the bowl to Mrs. Tian, casting a grateful glance her way before preparing to bend down once more to continue her work. However, Mrs. Tian stepped forward and firmly grasped Zhao's arm, earnestly advising Zhao, "Now that you are working in the Bai family's fields, should your parents happen to see you, given their temperament, you will surely face another unjust scolding. Furthermore, if this were to escalate, it would create an awkward situation between our families. Look around, the entire village is racing against time to harvest grain, with barely a moment to pause for breath. There is no energy to withstand such commotion. Therefore, Zhao, heed your sister-in-law's advice and return home. Rest assured, I will inform my parents of your good intentions, that they may understand you are a grateful and considerate girl." Zhao comprehended Mrs. Tian's earnest concern. She feared that her selfish and unreasonable parents would exploit the situation and cause unnecessary trouble. She pressed her lips together slightly and replied, "I understand, sister-in-law. You need not inform uncle and the others that I was here. I will return now, ensuring I do not bring you any trouble." With that, a fleeting trace of disappointment and helplessness flickered in her eyes as she turned to walk back towards her family's fields. Her solitary figure, illuminated by the glow of the fire, appeared increasingly desolate and forlorn. Chapter 43. The Worthlessness of Having Daughters. Just as Bai Lian approached for a drink, she happened to witness this scene unfold. Curiously, she sidled up to Mrs. Tian and softly inquired, "Sister-in-law, who is that girl? She seems rather lovely." Tian was taken aback, exclaiming, "Isn't that the girl, Lu Zhaodi, who is to be betrothed to our third brother? She hails from our very village. Do you not recognize her? It is only natural to forget someone after years of absence." Bai Lian, intrigued, inquired further, "But what brings Lu Zhaodi here? Could it be that she seeks our family's assistance in labor?" Tian proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events to Bai Lian, raising an eyebrow in admiration. Bai Lian remarked, "It seems this young lady is quite appreciative of kindness." Tian nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, she is commendable. However, her parents possess an excessive bias toward sons, daring to demand such an exorbitant bride price from us. I have heard it is merely to secure a wife for her indolent and irresponsible brother." Watching Lu Zhaodi's receding figure, Bai Lian squinted and said, "I believe, sister-in-law, that your stance is justified. Our family is presently focused on the urgent harvest, with no time to engage with those who thrive on chaos. As for the marriage proposal, I trust that once we have managed our land affairs, our parents will make a prudent decision." Meanwhile, upon returning to her family's fields, Lu Zhaodi was met with astonishment by Lu Detu and Zhaodi's mother, who were busy harvesting rice. Lu Detu straightened up and immediately inquired, "Hey, what brings you back?" Lu Zhaodi calmly replied, "The Bai family is willing to help us with the rice milling." Upon hearing this, Zhaodi's mother beamed with joy, playfully slapping Lu Detu's arm, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are right. Who would have thought that Cheng man would take such an interest in this money-losing venture? So, from now on, heed my words." Lu Detu, feeling quite pleased with himself, shook his head in delight. Suddenly, Lu Zhaodi mustered her courage and declared, "Father, mother, I wish to assist Cheng man's family with their labor." Before she could finish, her mother sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, scolding loudly, "You ungrateful girl! You are not yet married to him, yet you are already turning your elbows outward. You have not even finished your own chores. What business do you have doing work for others?" Lu Zhaodi trembled slightly at her mother's outburst, yet she stubbornly insisted, "Mother, the Bai family is helping us with the rice milling. It is only right that I lend a hand. Moreover, they are quite busy with their own harvest. Having an extra pair of hands would ease their burden, and they will remember our kindness." Zhaodi's mother, incensed, took a few steps forward and struck Lu Zhaodi across the face. "You heartless child. Your father and I toiled endlessly to raise you, and yet you only think of helping others." The stinging pain on her cheek caused Lu Zhaodi to bite her lip. She was accustomed to such treatment, as it was not her first encounter with it. At that moment, Lu Detu interjected, "Well, I must say, this girl has a point. The Bai family appears to be thriving with fields, livestock, and money. If we can cultivate a favorable impression with them, it may prove advantageous. After all, she is destined to marry into that family, and once she establishes herself there, she can better support her own family." As he spoke, Lu Detu glanced at their fields yet to be harvested and continued, "All right then, we have already completed a significant portion of our work. Let her go assist them." Upon hearing this, Zhaodi's mother immediately objected, standing upright with her hands on her hips, proclaiming, "What do you mean a significant portion? We still have a full tumu left. My back is aching terribly, I can barely stand. And you want her to go help the Bai family? You can finish the rest by yourself." Lu Detu glared, "Then you should fetch Bao Kai to help. That boy is 16 and still refuses to work. Spoiled by you. What will happen when we grow old?" Mentioning his son caused Lu Detu to feel overwhelmed. A little indulgence in his childhood was one thing, but now he was utterly useless, refusing even to help with the rice harvesting. "Oh, can't I do it myself? He is fast asleep. What good would it do to call him?" Zhaodi's mother complained, shooting a fierce glare at Lu Zhaodi. "If you wish to go, then go quickly." With that, she resignedly bent back down to cut the straw, muttering about her misfortunes. Seeing her parents relent, A smile lit up Lu Zhaodi's face. Ignoring the pain on her cheek, she swiftly turned and trotted toward the Bai family's fields like a sprightly deer, not daring to look back. Lu De too, watching his daughter's retreating figure, felt a surge of anger and spat on the ground, grumbling, "Damn it, having a daughter is worthless. She is not even married yet. And her heart is already with her in-laws." At the Bai family's fields, Tian was busy wiping the sweat from her brow when she glanced up to see Lu Zhaodi returning, causing her to halt in surprise, her eyes wide with astonishment. "What brings you back again?" Meanwhile, Li Laodai, catching her breath from a break, had already heard from Bai Lian about the earlier events. Thus, when she spotted Lu Zhaodi's reappearance, she merely squinted, her gaze filled with curiosity and intrigue. Lu Zhaodi noticed Li Laodai, Bai Lian, and several children sitting on the ridge, drinking water. Taking a deep breath, she approached them with newfound courage, softly stating, "Auntie, I have come sincerely to offer my help. I have discussed it thoroughly with my parents, and they have agreed." Li Laodai and Bai Lian exchanged knowing glances, Bai Lian nodding slightly. Since there were no lingering concerns, why not accept the willing assistance? Every little bit of help counts. Seeing their reaction, Li Laodai cleared her throat and spoke slowly, "As long as your parents have consented, that is sufficient. There is much work to be done in the fields. You may choose to pick corn or cut rice. The choice is yours." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhaodi resolutely replied, "I choose to cut rice." Fearing Li Laodai might change her mind, she swiftly turned to grab a sickle from the tools and strode purposefully toward the rice paddies. Bending down, she adeptly swung the sickle, her movements quick and fluid, as she neatly laid down stalk after stalk of rice. Li Laodai observed Lu Zhaodi's focus and skill, feeling a growing sense of satisfaction and approval. Bai Lian, standing nearby, noted the transformation in her mother's demeanor, realizing that she harbored a favorable view of this potential daughter-in-law. If Lu Zhaodi were to marry into the Bai family, her diligent and humble nature would surely foster harmony among them, ensuring the household ran smoothly. It was a pity, however, about her own family. If only Lu Zhaodi could muster the resolve to sever ties with her past, there might still be hope for a brighter future. Chapter 44, Admiration. This village-wide grain harvesting frenzy lasted an entire night, only ceasing as dawn's first light began to grace the horizon. The villagers, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ridges, each face etched with fatigue. Their minds echoing a singular thought: this endeavor was far more taxing than the usual autumn harvest. In previous autumns, when fatigue set in, there was always the opportunity to rest briefly, but this grain rush allowed no such reprieve. Now, the villagers were weary, parched, and famished. Realizing they could not continue and decided it best to return home for a meal and a moment of respite before resuming their labors. In the grain-drying yard, the venerable Bai Lian and his son Bai Qingman worked in perfect harmony. Besides assisting their own household and the Tian family, they also lent a helping hand to the Chen family, and together they finished milling 1.5 hectares of rice for the Lu family. This brought boundless joy to the couple, Lu Datu and his wife, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. However, upon realizing that their daughter was laboring in the Bai family fields, the previously ingratiating expressions on their faces shifted to a sense of entitlement. Upon learning that Lu Zhaodi was helping in the fields, Bai Lian and Bai Qingman felt an increase in their fondness for her. It is a peculiar aspect of human nature. One fears not the lack of kindness from others, but rather the absence of gratitude from those they have treated well. Fortunately, Lu Zhaodi proved to be a person of integrity. Due to his advanced age, Bai Lian struggled to keep his eyes open after a long day and night of relentless physical labor. Not only was he weary, but even the mule appeared to be fatigued. After finishing their work, the father and son first tended to the mule, providing it with water and fodder before leading it back to the fields. Bai Lian instructed his 3 sons to continue working while allowing the women and children to return home for a brief respite, during which they could prepare meals. Once they had eaten, they could take turns returning to the fields. If they did not, the family would surely collapse from exhaustion before the harvest was complete. As he spoke, Bai Lian's gaze fell upon Lu Zhaodi, who was seated on the ridge of the field. He furrowed his brow slightly and called out, "Zhaodi, you appear utterly worn out. Why not return and rest for a while? Your uncle understands your intentions." Lu Zhaodi lifted her weary visage, mustering a faint smile as she replied, "No, uncle. I shall not return. There is no rest for me at home. I am certain there would be a multitude of chores awaiting my attention. It would be better for me to continue working here. Her words left Bai Lian momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a moment's contemplation, his expression grew serious as he walked over to her, speaking in a tone meant solely for her ears. Zhou, I know you are unlike your parents. You are a wonderful young woman. Since Chengman has promised to marry you, once we finish with the fields, I shall take him to your home to formally propose to your parents. As Bai Lian's soft promise reached her ears, Lu Zhaoti's eyes brimmed with tears, mingling with the sweat upon her brow. Hastily, she wiped her tear-streaked cheeks with her calloused hands, her expression a blend of surprise and youthful shyness. With her head slightly bowed, she whispered, "All right, I will heed my uncle's words. Your family is full of good people. To marry into the Bai family would be a blessing for me." Seeing her in such a state softened by Lian's demeanor, a hint of tenderness appearing in his gaze. He spoke gently, "You should rest for a while. If you choose not to return, then so be it. I shall send Chengman to bring you some food and water. One must eat well to have the strength to work." This time, Lu Zhaoti did not refuse. She understood that if she returned home at this moment, her parents would likely insist that she had already contributed enough and would not allow her to return to help. Additionally, she felt a sense of hope while working for the Bai family, contrasting sharply with the endless toil and suppression she experienced in her own fields. She could not quite comprehend why she felt this way, she simply did. Meanwhile, upon returning home, the women and children of the Bai family wasted no time as Li Laodai and Tian Shi began preparing breakfast. Bai Lian helped Qin Shi and Bai Lian unload corn from the cart. The children, exhausted, struggled to keep their heads up, their small faces bobbing like wheat in the wind. Even Zhuanju, who had rested the most the previous night, was now yawning, tears welling in her eyes. "I don't want breakfast. I want to sleep." Bai Ping, suppressing his fatigue, hurriedly fetched water to wash his younger siblings' faces and hands to keep them awake, recalling their mother's words that they must eat before sleeping. Once the corn was finally unloaded, Bai Lian took several wooden buckets out to the cart and led the equally fatigued mule away. The village well had become increasingly shallow and murky due to the prolonged drought, necessitating a trek to the river at the village's edge to fetch water to alleviate their immediate needs. Bai Lian felt a genuine admiration for the vitality of her parents in this ancient time. The intensity of the overnight harvest was beyond imagination. Yet her mother still had the energy to bustle about in the kitchen, her figure slightly stooped but resolute in the firelight. Her father, too, was astonishing. After a night of toil, he still summoned the strength to lead the mule to fetch water. They were remarkable individuals, worthy of admiration. Bai Lian felt she could never match their tenacity. At that moment, she felt as if her very essence had been drained. Her limbs were heavy and weak. Her waist felt as though it had been rolled over countless times by a wheel. The notion of eating breakfast before sleeping seemed utterly implausible. Even if the king himself were to appear, it would not dissuade her eyelids, laden as they were with the weight of 1,000 pounds, from closing. Yet before she could sleep, she first needed to wash her feet, which were caked in dirt and utterly unsightly. With the household water supply dwindling, Bai Lian paid little heed to the state of the water left for washing and simply rinsed her feet with the murky water used by the children. Afterward, she staggered into her room, retrieved a clean outfit from the space, and collapsed onto her bed. With her eyes closed, her consciousness blurred, and she eagerly plunged into the realm of dreams to frolic with the king of dreams. Upon seeing her mother enter the room, Zhuanju sneaked a glance at the kitchen and, noticing that her grandmother and aunt were preoccupied, scampered up to the bed next to her mother. Within moments, she too succumbed to slumber, and the duo's rhythmic snores filled the room, one a deep rumble, the other a soft whimper, clearly indicative of their exhaustion. Bai Ling, unable to find Zhuanju, ventured to see if she had fallen asleep in the room. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of the mother and daughter sleeping soundly, their snores resounding in unison. When Bai Lian arrived home with the mule cart, breakfast was just being prepared. Given the extraordinary circumstances, there was little time for formality. Li Laodai instructed her two daughters-in-law to eat first, as they would need to deliver meals afterward. As Bai Lian poured water into the vat, he inquired, "Where are Lian and the children? Why haven't they eaten?" Li Laodai swallowed her corn porridge before responding, "They are all exhausted and fast asleep. Let them rest well. I have saved their portions for them. After we finish breakfast, we too can take an hour's rest before rotating with the eldest to allow them a chance to recuperate." Bai Lian nodded thoughtfully before turning to his daughters-in-law, Tianshi and Qinshi, and reminding them. Be sure to take Lu Zhaoti's portion when you deliver the meals to the fields. Everyone has been laboring tirelessly. We cannot allow them to work on empty stomachs. As he spoke, a flicker of concern crossed his face, and he sighed deeply. The river's water level had noticeably diminished. What was once barely clear was now murky to the point of being unrecognizable. The shallow waters had revealed many fish. Yet they appeared feeble and on the brink of death. While fetching water, I managed to catch 3 large fish, had it not been for the pressing farm work. I could have caught more to improve our meals. Upon hearing the mention of fish, old Lady Li's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. She set down her bowl and chopsticks, rising swiftly to approach the mule cart. As expected, 3 large fish lay motionless on the ground of the cart. Seeing this, Old Master Bai assumed that old Lady Li intended to prepare the fish herself and quickly interjected, "There's no need for you to trouble yourself with the fish. I will take care of it later. Please, finish your meal and take some time to rest. There's no hurry, you can wait until after dinner to handle it. These fish are quite substantial, one alone is sufficient for 2 meals. The remaining 2 can be dried to make fish jerky." Having said this, old Lady Li returned to her seat to continue her meal. Tian and Qin exchanged knowing smiles at this exchange, aware of the tenderness with which Old Master Bai treated old Lady Li. However, they held no envy. The example set before them ensured that their own husbands were equally considerate, leading to a harmonious life. Unlike other men in the village, who often behaved like timid bears outside and fancied themselves as princes or lords at home, some with a temper that led them to strike their wives and children. Consequently, many women in the village envied the 2 of them for having married into the Bai family. After hastily finishing their meal, Tian and Qin efficiently tidied up the remnants of breakfast and, hand in hand, made their way towards the fields. At that moment, the 3 Bai brothers toiled under the blazing sun in the fields, vigorously wielding their sickles. The scorching wind stirred the golden waves of wheat around them, while beads of sweat incessantly trickled down their foreheads, falling onto the parched earth. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaoti, who had been assisting in the rice paddies, found herself the only woman in the fields. To avoid any awkwardness, she felt a bit embarrassed to linger in the rice paddies and instead headed directly to the cornfield to gather corn. Both Tian and Qin were well aware of the affection between Bai Chengman and Lu Zhaoti. The 2 understanding sisters-in-law intentionally handed a bamboo tube and breakfast to Bai Chengman, urging him to deliver the food to Lu Zhaoti, who was laboring in the cornfield. Bai Chengman's cheeks flushed slightly as a simple smile graced his face. Accepting the food, he turned and strode purposefully towards the cornfield. Bai Chengyang and Bai Qingyu, however, were oblivious to these happenings, utterly exhausted and famished, their minds solely occupied with thoughts of food. Without a moment to wash their hands, they carelessly wiped them on their clothes before eagerly grabbing their chopsticks to devour the black flatbreads along with pickles. Standing nearby, Tian gazed at their fields with concern. The family had labored through the night, yet 5 acres of rice remained unharvested, and 3 acres of corn were still untouched. Noticing his wife lost in thought, Bai Chengyang mumbled indistinctly, "No need to stare. Regardless, these next 3 days will be a relentless grind. You should head back now, take a moment to rest, and then return to relieve us." Just then, Bai Chengyu suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch," as he quickly thrust his right hand into his mouth, managing to dislodge a small piece of breadcrumb. Frowning, he remarked, "There was a small stone in this bread. It nearly knocked out my tooth." Qin was startled by the sudden outburst, instinctively patting her chest to calm herself, and said, "I thought something serious had occurred. Turns out it was just a stone. What's the fuss about? Today it's just 1 stone. Who knows how many more there might be tomorrow. Alas, you wouldn't know, but the water is running low. The water my father brought today was yellow, and it's not surprising there were some stones in it. Indeed, in the coming days, it would be a blessing just to have enough to drink. I wonder when it will rain again. Just eat for now, we'll head back. And you can take these bowls and chopsticks with you when you return." After saying this, Tian departed with Qin. Upon hearing this, Bai Chengyang and Bai Chengyu slowed their chewing, suddenly finding the bread tasteless. They looked up at the blue sky dotted with clouds, their hearts heavy with bitterness. Life was undeniably tough. This year's rice and corn harvests were disappointing, the grains far less plump than last year's. And last year's yield was inferior to that of the year before. Each year seemed to bring less bounty. Yet, curiously, the taxes on grain continued to increase, and the lives of ordinary folk grew ever more arduous, in a word, bitter. Meanwhile, in the cornfield, after delivering the food and water to Lu Xiaodi, Bai Chengman quietly stood by, watching her eat. Lu Xiaodi, feeling Bai Chengman's gaze upon her, blushed and lowered her head, devouring the flatbread with abandon. She did not wish to appear unrefined, but her hunger was too great to contain. Bai Chengman observed the frail girl voraciously consuming the bread, and an inexplicable sense of fulfillment washed over him. If she were to truly become his wife, he would certainly find ways to ensure she gained a bit of weight. A plump wife meant a prosperous home. Suddenly, Bai Chengman furrowed his brow and asked, "Why does your left cheek appear slightly more swollen and red than the right? Did your parents strike you again? Was it because you came to work at my house that they resorted to such measures?" While Lu Xiaodi continued to chew, her gaze remained fixed on Bai Chengman, who genuinely exhibited concern and anxiety in his eyes. Unable to hold back, she gently nodded, her voice tinged with grievance. "Yes. It was my mother who hit me. She said that I haven't even married yet, and my heart is already with you. Only thinking of coming to your house to help." Upon hearing this, Bai Chengman felt a surge of compassion, and without a moment's hesitation, he slowly extended his hand. His rough yet warm fingers gently brushed against Lu Xiaodi's slightly swollen cheek, his voice soft as a warm breeze. "Does it still hurt?" Lu Xiaodi felt her face heat up, the warmth spreading throughout her body, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Her eyes darted around nervously before ultimately meeting Bai Chengman's tender gaze, and she shyly replied, "It hurt a little before, but not anymore. Brother Chengman, Uncle told me this morning that once the work in the fields is done, he will go to my house to arrange our marriage." "Yes, I know. My father has spoken to me about it as well. Rest assured, the matter of the bride price is settled. I promise that if I say I will marry you, I will indeed marry you." Bai Chengman reluctantly withdrew his hand, his expression sincere. At the Bai household, Bai Lian felt as though she had barely slept before her mother roused her awake. "Oh dear, rise quickly. There's still much work to be done in the fields. And your brothers are waiting for us." Old Lady Li urged gently, casting a loving glance at her granddaughter, Jinju, who lay sleeping beside her. Though she wanted her daughter to awaken and assist, she simply couldn't bear to disturb the young child, who seemed to be dreaming of delicious food. Drooling as she murmured in her sleep, "This is tasty, that is tasty, hee hee." Bai Lian, on the other hand, felt her entire body ache, especially her lower back, which throbbed as if heralding the arrival of her monthly cycle. "Oh no, how could I have forgotten such an important matter? Once we finish harvesting this field, I must ask my mother to make me some menstrual pads. Thankfully, I bought plenty of materials." But then again, considering that this body had been accustomed to hard labor, she realized that had it been her modern, less active self, enduring a night of strenuous work would have left her utterly incapacitated. Bai Lian forced herself to eat, while old Lady Li diligently instructed Bai Ling to tend to the household and care for her younger siblings, reminding her to turn the corn to ensure it dried evenly. Once all arrangements were made, the family set off once more to the fields, ready to immerse themselves in the demanding labor ahead as they prepared for another round of diligent toil. The three Bai brothers nearly wept with joy upon seeing their family arrive, exclaiming, "Finally, it's our turn to rest." Without much ado, the tools were hastily handed over to the family members, and off they rushed homeward. Old Master Bai called out from behind, "Don't dawdle on your way back. Make sure to rest well. I'm only giving you an hour. I will call for you in 1 hour. Understood?" The three responded without turning back. Old Master Bai took the mule cart, already laden with rice stalks, to the drying yard, for his task was to mill the rice. The three brothers had spent the entire morning frantically harvesting rice without any time for milling, and now there was quite a pile accumulated. The Tian and Qin families assigned Grandma Li and Bai Lian to continue gathering corn, while the two sisters-in-law and Bai Ping were responsible for cutting the rice. With this division of labor established, everyone hurriedly commenced their respective tasks. However, during the labor, an unexpected incident occurred. Lu Xiaodi, tirelessly toiling away, was urged by Grandma Li and Bai Lian to take a break, but she stubbornly refused. Yet, her frail body could hardly withstand such relentless, high-intensity labor day and night. As predicted, right before the eyes of Grandma Li and Bai Lian, Lu Xiaodi suddenly felt the world spin, darkness enveloped her vision, and she fainted. This unforeseen situation sent the mother and daughter into a panic as they rushed forward. Bai Lian, frantic with worry, quickly tried to give Lu Zhaodi some water. But she remained unresponsive. Seeing this, Bai Lian became even more anxious. Although she had medicine on hand, she hesitated to use it, fearing it might cause further harm. Just then, Bai Chengman arrived with the mule cart. Having recalled the considerable amount of corn piled in the field, he intended to transport it back for drying. Upon returning, he was met with the alarming sight of Lu Zhaodi's pale face, lying in his sister's arms. Zhaodi. Sister, what happened to Zhaodi? Bai Lian nearly burst into laughter out of exasperation. What do you think happened? Can't you see she fainted? She's exhausted. For heaven's sake. Stop with the chatter and hurry up and take her home. We need to find a doctor. Grandma Li quickly interjected. Why complicate matters? The village doctor, Dr. Lu, lives not far from the Lu home. Third brother, just take Zhaodi home and fetch Dr. Lu. By the way, we didn't bring any money for the grain harvest. If her parents refuse to pay for the medical expenses, have Dr. Lu bill us. We'll repay him once we're done with our work. Bai Lian's eyes flickered, but she remained silent. She had money but was reluctant to part with it. She wasn't a fairy of generosity. Don't worry, I'll go right away, Bai Chengman said, carefully lifting Lu Zhaodi into the mule cart and hastily making his way to the Lu family's fields. That Zhaodi, such a stubborn girl. Doesn't she realize that if she doesn't take care of herself, who will care for her? Though Grandma Li complained, her tone revealed deep concern and affection. Bai Lian winked at Grandma Li, saying, once she marries into our family, she will surely be cherished by all of us. Earlier that morning, while Bai Lian couldn't hear what her father said to Lu Zhaodi, she observed Zhaodi shedding tears, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Even with just a guess, one could surmise her father must have said, my child, once this busy time is over, I will certainly go to your home to propose and settle the matter between you and Chengman. Grandma Li didn't deny it, continuing to shell corn, of course. A daughter-in-law is still a daughter, though one may not love her like a daughter, she will be cherished like a son. Bai Lian thought to herself how astute her mother's words were. Meanwhile, Bai Chengman, filled with anxiety, drove the mule cart swiftly to the Lu family's fields, intending to inform Lu Zhaodi's parents and bring them home. However, the fields were deserted. Go! Bai Chengman urged the mule cart toward the Lu household. At that moment, Lu Datu and Zhaodi's mother were just returning home, exhausted and preparing to cook. After a night of labor without a morsel to eat, the couple was already lightheaded from hunger. What added to their despair was their son, still asleep at this hour, oblivious to the need to rise early and prepare a meal, or at least boil some water to bring to the fields. Just as the couple resigned themselves to cooking, they heard Bai Chengman's anxious shout from outside, Uncle, Aunt, Zhaodi has fainted. Upon hearing this, Lu Datu, Zhaodi's mother, and Lu Baokai rushed out, instantly spotting Bai Chengman cradling the unconscious Lu Zhaodi. Zhaodi's mother slapped her thigh and cried out, oh dear. Do the Bai family wish to kill my daughter? Have you not fed her or given her water, only making her work? I want to have it. You find a doctor yourselves, this is your doing, you must pay for the doctor and get my daughter treated. Zhaodi's mother was about to continue her tirade when Bai Chengman, filled with urgency, interrupted, Aunt, we should prioritize taking care of Zhaodi. Which room does she stay in? Lu Data's eyes widened in anger as he scolded Bai Chengman, you insolent boy. Planning to marry my daughter, and yet you want to enter her room? Don't even think about it. We haven't received the bride price yet. What gives you the right to enter her chamber? Lu Baokai chimed in, lifting his chin in agreement, that's right. Just so you know, now that you're holding my sister, she belongs to you. You must take responsibility for her, hurry and bring the bride price to marry her. Bai Chengman was both frustrated and anxious, feeling helpless against such family members who, upon seeing their daughter faint, cared only about money. Ignoring the chaos, he desperately urged, if you want to let me in, at least come and help carry her. Lu Datu, exhausted from the night's toil, could hardly summon the energy to respond. Baokai, go carry that stubborn girl inside. What? But, Dad, I'm starving. I have no strength left, Lu Baokai protested, pointing to a nearby room. Just put her in that room. Lu Datu, exasperated, thumped his son on the head. You fool, I told you to go. Mom, look how Dad is hitting me. Lu Baokai rubbed the back of his head, feeling wronged as he glanced at his mother. Zhaodi's mother, feeling distressed, quickly pulled Lu Baokai behind her. Glaring at Lu Datu, why direct your anger at my son? If you're upset, take it out on Bai Chengman instead. If you injure my son's head, how will you explain it to our ancestors? Bai Man, feeling helpless, could only gingerly carry Lu Xiaodi into the designated room, gently placing her on the bed. He then disregarded the ongoing bickering among the Lu family and hurried outside to fetch Dr. Lu. Upon hearing the news, Dr. Lu quickly packed his medical kit and rushed over with Bai Man. By this time, the Lu family had ceased their quarrel. Lu Datu and Zhao Di's mother were in the kitchen preparing a meal, while Lu Baokai stood in the yard drinking water, appearing indifferent as Bai Man and Dr. Lu arrived. With a sigh, Bai Man led Dr. Lu to Lu Zhao Di's room. Lu Baokai followed them to the door but did not enter. He had no intention of stepping inside. He was merely curious about how this girl had fainted. Hadn't he seen his parents retreating to the kitchen? If he entered, what if they made him cover the medical expenses? Dr. Lu entered the room, carefully checking Lu Xiaodi's pulse, examining her complexion and eyes. After a moment, he stood up to prepare the medication. Bai Man hurriedly approached him, asking, "Doctor, how is she?" Dr. Lu, with a relaxed demeanor, remarked, "This child is simply exhausted, compounded by her inherent frailty and insufficient vitality. I shall prescribe some tonics to replenish her energy and blood, and she must rest diligently over the next few days, avoiding any further exertion." As he spoke, he began to prepare the herbal ingredients on the table beside him, fortunate that all the necessary materials were readily available in his medicine cabinet, negating the need for a return trip home. Bai Man, upon hearing this, felt a measure of relief and inquired, "Dr. Lu, is this illness severe? Will it leave any lasting effects?" Dr. Lu was aware of the relationship between Bai Man and Lu Xiaodi. Assuming Bai Man was concerned about Xiaodi's reproductive health, he quickly shook his head and replied, "As long as she receives proper care, there should be no major issues. However, this child does not take sufficient care of her own well-being. Such intense labor is more than even an Iron Man could withstand." Finally reassured, Bai Man asked, "Dr. Lu, how many doses of this medicine will she need? What will the total cost be?" Ideally, this question would have been posed by the Lu family, as Lu Xiaodi was still an unmarried daughter of the Lu household. However, Bai Man understood that seeking funds from her family would be futile, given her parents' disposition. They would likely refuse to contribute, and they had yet to show any concern for Xiaodi's condition. Therefore, rather than wasting time, he resolved to cover the expenses himself, knowing that she would soon be his wife and thus would not be a loss. Dr. Lu cast a surprised glance at Bai Man, then glanced towards the direction of Lu Baokai, who had yet to enter the room, and, understanding the situation, felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Xiaodi's plight in her family. The medicine needs to be taken for 3 consecutive days, 3 times a day. Each prescription costs 10 won, plus an additional 10 won for the consultation fee, totaling 100 won. Noticing the look of astonishment on Bai Chengman's face, Dr. Lu continued, "This year, the prices of medicinal herbs have risen significantly due to the drought, leading to a scarcity in supplies. In truth, while 2 days' worth of medicine might suffice, a full 3 days would ensure a more stable recovery." Bai Man, upon hearing this, hurriedly responded, "No need to reduce the quantity. We shall proceed with the 3 days' worth. However, Dr. Lu, you're aware that the entire village is currently busy with the harvest, so I do not have any money on me at the moment. But rest assured, I will return shortly to fetch the funds. Please wait here for a while." With that, he swiftly turned and drove his mule cart back home. Having lived frugally, he had managed to save half a tael of private funds, which now would finally serve a purpose. Meanwhile, Lu Baokai had been eavesdropping outside and, upon witnessing Bai Man leave, hurried to the kitchen to inform his parents. Lu Xiaodi's mother felt a pang of bitterness and indignation as she exclaimed, "That scoundrel Bai Man is truly devoted to that wretched girl, 100 won. Just like that, he offers it. That wretched girl does not deserve such fine medicine. With 100 won, we could buy several jin of meat," she lamented. Lu Baokai, his mind racing, suggested, "Father, mother, how about we wait for Bai Man to leave? Then take the money to Dr. Lu to return the medicine and buy some meat instead? Our family hasn't had meat in ages. I feel as though there's no oil in my belly." Lu Data's eyes brightened at the thought, yet he hesitated, saying, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What will people think of our family in the village?" Lu Xiaodi's mother dismissively scoffed, "What's wrong with that? From what Dr. Lu said, that girl is merely fatigued. A good sleep will suffice for her recovery. Why would she need such expensive medicine? It's settled then. We'll buy a couple of jin of meat and have a proper feast. Just look at how thin Kair has become." Upon overhearing this conversation as he neared the kitchen, Dr. Lu was taken aback and astonished by the family's actions. He even began to question whether Lu Zhaodi was truly Lu Datu's biological daughter. Even with a preference for sons, such treatment of a daughter seemed excessive. Shaking his head, he carried the medicine bag back to Lu Zhaodi's room. He had intended to instruct the Lu family on how to prepare the medicine, but was instead shocked to hear their heartless dialogue. Clearly, he needed to devise a plan. He could not allow them to return the medicine, lest they sell it for meat. Chapter 48. The Heartless Lu Family. Bai Man, filled with urgency, drove his mule cart back home, heading straight for his room to retrieve the half-tail of private funds hidden in a corner. Grasping the money tightly, he forewent rest and immediately returned to the Lu household. Bai Yang, having just finished his meal, observed Bai Man's hurried entrance and swift departure. His curiosity piqued. Wasn't he supposed to be bringing back corn? Why has he returned empty-handed? Could something have happened? The Lu family, upon seeing Bai Man return, exchanged knowing glances. Lu Baokai instinctively licked his cracked lips, as if the prospect of several jin of meat was already within reach. Dr. Lu, noticing Bai Chengman's return, appeared somewhat tense. He cautiously approached the door, peering out to ensure that the Lu family was not eavesdropping. Confirming their absence, he quickly pulled the bewildered Bai Man inside. Bai Man, utterly perplexed, asked, "Dr. Lu, what's going on? Why do you look like you're up to something nefarious?" Dr. Lu sighed in resignation and, lowering his voice, recounted the conversation he had overheard outside the kitchen in detail. Bai Man stood in stunned silence, at a loss for words. His heart ached as he glanced at Lu Zhaodi, still lying in bed. Her parents and brother were truly beyond reproach. Dr. Lu sighed again, saying, "I have been contemplating that to prevent any further complications, especially since you care for her, it would be best for you to take the medicine home and prepare it there. You can then bring it back to Zhaodi once it's ready." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Man concluded that this was indeed the only viable option. After all, the money was his, and he suspected the Lu family would not dare object. Moreover, could they possibly take the prepared medicine and trade it for meat? Bai Man promptly handed over the 101 to Dr. Lu and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Dr. Lu waved his hand dismissively, asserting that a physician should naturally possess parental compassion and needed no thanks. He then detailed the procedure for preparing the medicine before departing the Lu household. Bai Man hurriedly returned home with the medicine, eager to prepare it for Zhaodi. In the meantime, the Lu family, seeing that both Dr. Lu and Bai Man had left, rushed into Lu Zhaodi's room. Lu Datu, in a frantic search, muttered to himself, where could the medicine be? Lu Zhaodi's mother, unable to locate it, climbed onto the bed to search, disregarding Zhaodi, who was still unconscious, flipping her over and rummaging through the blankets, yet still finding no trace of the medicine. Lu Bakai, observing the chaos, remarked incredulously, how could the medicine possibly be on the bed? Lu Zhaodi's mother, descending from the bed, speculated, could it be that Bai Man took it? But why would he take the medicine? Surely he doesn't intend to use it himself. Lu Data shook his head in disbelief, saying, nonsense. He is not ill, why would he need that medicine? I suspect we were too loud, and Dr. Lu overheard us, which is why he informed Bai Man, prompting him to take the medicine home to prepare. Lu Baokai stroked his chin thoughtfully, posing, I think Bai Man has reconsidered. He finds the medicine too costly and is reluctant to pay, which is why he had Dr. Lu not dispense it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Di nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Ah. Kaya speaks the truth, it must be so. I once believed that Bai Man would treat this financial loss with more generosity, yet I did not anticipate such meanness. Alas, the duck that was nearly in my grasp has flown away. What a stroke of misfortune. Off I go to dine, for I am utterly famished. It was only after the Lu family departed from Zhao Di's room, grumbling and cursing, that she dared to cover her mouth and weep silently. In truth, she had awakened the moment Bai Man returned. However, upon overhearing the conversation between Bai Man and Dr. Lu, she could hardly fathom the cruelty her parents were capable of inflicting upon her. Thus, she kept her eyes tightly shut, feigning unconsciousness. It was not until her family rummaged through the house that she felt a profound sense of despair wash over her, extinguishing all hope she harbored for her family. Bai Lian, clutching her abdomen, hurriedly made her way back to the Bai household. As she stepped through the door, a pungent aroma of medicine enveloped her. The pain in her belly was becoming unbearable, leaving her no time to ponder the sudden brewing of medicine. She was solely preoccupied with rushing to the privy. Her body had grown unaccustomed to greasy foods, and after indulging in a substantial amount of pork knuckle the previous day, her stomach was protesting vehemently. In the courtyard, Zhu, who was assisting with the drying of corn, instantly brightened upon seeing her mother return and joyfully called out, "Mother." Bai Lian, grimacing in pain and drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly replied, You carry on with your play. Mother needs to use the toilet." Zhu obediently nodded and approached Bai Ling, chirping, "Elder sister, my mother is just like me. I've gone to the toilet twice today. My little bottom is sore." Fortunately, they were no longer at the Zhou household, or else that insufferable grandmother would have scolded her for being a lazy child. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling's face immediately registered concern, and she anxiously inquired, "Why didn't you say something sooner? Does it still hurt? Should I ask father to find grandfather Lu to check on you?" Zhu tilted her head, puzzled. "Who is grandfather Lu? Why does he need to check on me?" Bai Ling explained, "Grandfather Lu is our village doctor. Whenever someone is unwell, they go to him for help." Upon hearing the mention of a doctor, Zhu promptly shook her head and said, No need. I'm not in any pain now, and my little bottom doesn't hurt either." When Bai Lian emerged from the privy, Bai Ling hastily approached, informing her of Zhu's predicament. Understanding her daughter's discomfort was akin to her own, Bai Lian forced a faint smile and reassured her, "Do not fret, Auntie has medicine." With that, she strode directly towards the kitchen. At that moment, Bai Man was diligently concocting medicine in the kitchen. Upon seeing him, Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, gently inhaling the fragrant medicinal aromas that wafted through the air. Recognizing the scents of angelica and red dates, she deduced to whom this remedy was intended. Naturally, it was for Zhou Di, whose frail constitution had succumbed to exhaustion after a night of toil, leading to her fainting spell. Bai Lian inquired, "Why are you brewing medicine here?" "This remedy is for Zhou Di, isn't it?" Bai Man smiled faintly, praising her, "You are truly perceptive, you guessed correctly." He then recounted the events that had transpired in the Lu household. 3 days had passed. After hearing his account, Bai Lian could not help but express her astonishment. From henceforth, should anyone suggest that all parents are virtuous, she would readily present this case as a counterexample, enlightening them on the harsh realities of life. Curiously, she asked, "Is Zhou Di truly the biological daughter of the Lu family?" Bai Man nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, she is. She bears a striking resemblance to her aunt, who was once renowned for her beauty in our village." Bai Lian glanced at Bai Man but chose not to voice her thoughts further. Instead, she turned to pour a bowl of water, stealthily retrieving gastrointestinal medicine from her space, and poured out 2 pills. She and Zhu each took one, with Bai Lian instructing Zhu to imitate her and swallow it with water. After consuming the medicine, Zhu scrunched her face in distaste and exclaimed, "Mother, what is this? It stinks. It can't possibly be rat droppings, can it? It looks dark and round, quite similar." Bai Lian chuckled and clarified, "That is gastrointestinal medicine. Once you take it, you won't have diarrhea anymore. You stay here and help your elder sister. Mother must head to the fields. Be sure to behave. If any strangers come, do not forget to seek out your 2 uncles." In her heart, she mused that her younger uncle was likely of no assistance. He was presently preoccupied with his beloved. Upon arriving in the fields, Bai Lian found her father and Aunt Chen exchanging labor. As she approached them, Old Li, who was resting and drinking water, frowned and remarked, "Why do you reek of medicine?" Bai Lian then recounted the troubling events at the Lu household, explaining that her younger brother had no choice but to brew medicine at home. Old Bai sighed deeply, shaking his head slowly, yet he uttered not a single word more. Old Li's eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, "There's an old saying, a tiger does not eat its young. Have these 2 lost their senses? How could they treat their own flesh and blood with such cruelty? Have they no conscience left?" Seeing Old Li so enraged, Aunt Tian quickly interjected, "Mother, do not be upset. It is hardly worth your ire for such individuals. We can only say that this is the fate of that girl Zhou Di. She was born into such a family. In truth, she must learn to stand on her own, otherwise, even if she were to marry, her relatives would inevitably create troubles for her, demanding meat one day and silver the next, inevitably straining any bond of affection over time." Elder sister speaks wisely. Bai Lian nodded in agreement with Aunt Tian's sentiments. Old Bai interjected, "Let us not dwell on this matter further. We should return to work. The future will unfold as it may." When Bai Man arrived at the Lu household carrying a basket, The family members who were dining in the courtyard were momentarily taken aback, their faces etched with surprise. They had harbored a shred of hope, never imagining that Bai Man would indeed bring the medicine home to brew. At that moment, clarity dawned upon them, undoubtedly. Dr. Liu had overheard their conversation and informed Bai Man. Liu Daitu lamented inwardly, what a predicament. Not only did I miss out on the mutton, but I have also drawn unwanted attention upon myself. If this matter were to spread, where would I hide my shame? Though Bai Man found the Liu family's actions utterly contemptible, he reminded himself that they were to become his in-laws and that he would need to endure this discomfort. Thus, he suppressed his annoyance, greeted them, and proceeded to Zhao Di's room without further regard for their reactions. In the solitude of the room, he intentionally left the door ajar to avoid any insinuations that might arise from their proximity. As he entered, he found Zhao Di staring vacantly at the ceiling, her eyes red and devoid of life, as if her very essence had been siphoned away. Bai Man felt an indescribable ache in his heart, as though an invisible hand were clutching it tightly. He gently placed the medicine on a simple wooden table and approached her cautiously, his voice laced with concern. Why are you crying? Is there still discomfort? Lu Zhaodi turned her head slowly upon hearing the sound, and when she beheld Bai Man's face, filled with concern, a flicker of joy and hope brightened her eyes. Her lips quivered slightly as she murmured, I know everything. With those simple yet profound words, Bai Man immediately grasped that Lu Zhaodi was aware of her parents' intention to trade her medicine for meat. He hurriedly offered comfort, saying, do not be disheartened. They have not succeeded. I have prepared the medicine, and Dr. Liu advised that it should be consumed while warm for maximum efficacy. Let me assist you in sitting up to take it. Lu Zhaodi gently shook her head and replied, I can manage on my own. With that, she braced herself with her hands and slowly propped her frail body upright. Observing this, Bai Man promptly took the medicine bowl, poured the concoction, and tenderly blew on it, muttering, take your time. Be careful not to burn your mouth. Lu Zhaodi looked at his considerate actions and managed a weak smile as she accepted the medicine, sipping it slowly. Strangely, this time, she found the medicine not bitter, but rather tinged with a hint of sweetness. Yet a wave of desolation washed over her heart. How pitiful it was that even the medicine tasted sweeter than her own life in this household. As she watched her tears mingle with the brown liquid, creating ripples, Bai Man clenched his fists and exhaled deeply, yet he remained silent. The collective effort of the villagers to harvest grain endured for 3 arduous days, during which the entire Qingshan village, from the elders to the little children and even the livestock, labored tirelessly. Upon hearing the news, many families from neighboring villages, related by kinship to those in Qingshan, also began to hastily gather their crops, fearing that their provisions would fall victim to the locusts. Naturally, some skeptics dismissed the impending threat of locusts, ridiculing those who hurried to harvest as fools. However, to Bai Lian, such opinions were inconsequential. Belief or disbelief was a matter for others. Her goal was straightforward. As long as her family was not the sole provider of grain, they would not become the target of scorn. The villagers toiled in the fields until the morning of the 4th day, when most households finally managed to bring their crops home. Yet, by this time, the anticipated locusts had still not appeared, leading to a growing sense of unease and whispered doubts among the villagers. Some speculated that the locusts might have changed course and would not arrive, while others questioned whether the initial warning had been erroneous altogether. There were also concerns that this calm might merely be the eye of the storm, with the locusts potentially on their way, rendering the current tranquility a mere fade. Meanwhile, those who had refrained from harvesting stood aside, wearing expressions of schadenfreude, and mockingly derided those who had exhausted themselves over the past few days. Bai Dan, known as the village sluggard, had opted out of the frantic harvesting due to his laziness. When his parents sought to gather the last 2 acres of their land, he not only thwarted their efforts, but also proclaimed that locusts would never come. Now, seeing no sign of the pests, he crossed his arms, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, and boisterously proclaimed, look at you all. After toiling for so long and ending up in this state. Yet what do you have to show for it? Not even a shadow of a locust in sight. How foolish can you be? Indeed. For so many years. When have we ever faced a locust plague? Another villager chimed in. If the locusts don't come, you'll have lost at least a few dozen pounds of grain for nothing. Fortunately, my family isn't like you lot, believing every whisper of wind. The extra grain we have should suffice to see us through for a while. Another villager, who had also chosen not to harvest, eagerly added, "Absolutely. It's not so simple to encounter a locust disaster." In response to the remarks from Bai Lian and his companions, the villagers who had labored to gather grain grew increasingly agitated. They were not explicitly wishing for the locusts to arrive, but the absence of the pests made their frantic efforts appear foolish. As they listened to Bai Lian's derision, many began to feel regret. Indeed, most families possessed fields ranging from 7 to 8 acres or more. Had they waited to harvest until half a month later, they could have harvested significantly more grain based on previous yields. Old Master Chen, overhearing the jeers, could not help but snort derisively. "You cannot presume that the day has concluded. How can you be certain that locusts will not arrive?" he declared. "If they do come, it won't merely be a matter of losing a few dozen pounds of grain. It could very well be a question of life and death." Elder Tian, seeing old Master Chen speak, raised his voice in agreement. "Exactly. When the time comes, those lacking grain shouldn't come to my house seeking help. Our provisions are barely sufficient for our own needs. There's not a grain to spare." With that, he took old Master Chen by the arm and urged him to return home, advising him not to stoop to the level of those ignorant folk. "Let us hurry home and secure our grain before the locusts catch us off guard. If they do not come, we cannot blame anyone but ourselves for our decisions." Old Master Chen nodded as they walked, affirming, "Indeed, we are not like them." At this moment, Bai Lian, the eldest son of Bai Zhirong, furrowed his brow in worry. Cautiously, he leaned closer to his father, lowering his voice. "Father, if the locusts do not come, do you think the villagers will hold us accountable? If it's merely accountability, that's manageable. I fear they might demand compensation for their lost grain, and that could lead to serious trouble." Bai Zhirong gazed at the vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds, frowning slightly. "What is there to fear? My position as the village leader is not without merit. Besides, I made it clear that participation was voluntary. The choice to harvest was theirs alone. Why should we bear the burden of their losses? Moreover, as Elder Chen pointed out, the day is not yet over. Who can predict what will transpire? Rest assured, as long as I am here, our family will not encounter any turmoil. However, your uncle's family might find themselves in a bit of a predicament." At this moment, Bai Zhirong's heart felt entangled in a web of confusion. He alternated between bending down to pick up farming tools and straightening up, his gaze continually drifting towards the horizon. The tranquil blue sky and white clouds seemed to mock their efforts over the past few days, devoid of any sign of disturbance. Unable to contain himself for the umpteenth time, Bai Zhirong asked Bai Lian, "I am perplexed. Will the locusts come or not? Why have we not seen any trace of them yet?" His voice betrayed a subtle hint of impatience and anxiety. Elder Li, overhearing, though equally anxious, could not suppress her irritation. "Why do you keep asking our daughter? My ears are nearly worn out. Did she not tell you they would come? Just wait patiently. Are you simply idle? Come help me pack these corn cobs into sacks." Bai Zhirong, chastised by Elder Li, pressed his lips together in silence and turned towards the pile of corn, though his eyes often strayed back towards Bai Lian. Bai Lian bent over, deftly tossing the corn cobs into the sacks. Upon hearing her father's question, she straightened up and wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. With a resolute tone, she replied, "Father, do not fret. They will surely arrive." In fact, just a short while ago, Bai Lian had taken Jinju to the restroom and inquired specifically about the locusts. She firmly believed that the locusts would indeed come, yet the precise timing of their arrival remained uncertain, as it was not something she had dreamt of. At that moment, Jinju pinched her nose and spoke in a muffled voice, "Mother, those insects come around noon. Let us wait a bit longer." It was precisely because Jinju spoke with such conviction that Bai Lian felt emboldened to assert with equal fervor before Old Master Bai that the locusts would indeed come. "But we must simply bide our time." Old Master Bai sighed deeply, conceding, "If we must wait, then wait we shall. The day will inevitably pass. If the locusts do not arrive, I will merely bow an apology to the entire village. Mother, I am so sleepy, I wish to rest." Jinju yawned as she approached Bai Lian. "Very well, I shall fetch some water to cleanse you and wash your hands before you sleep," Bai Lian replied, proceeding to draw some water. After moistening a cloth to wipe away Jinju's perspiration, she led her to the room for slumber. Once Jinju had fallen asleep, Bai Lian returned to her tasks, needing to first pack the corn and rice into burlap sacks before storing them in the granary. Only after the locust matter had passed could she take them out to dry again. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, casting down scorching rays that seemed to make the earth sizzle. Even the breeze carried with it waves of oppressive heat. The villagers, drenched in sweat and feeling faint from the sweltering heat, ceased their futile vigil in the fields as the anticipated locusts failed to appear. Wiping the beads of sweat from their brows, they began to gather their tools and trudged homeward, weary and somewhat disheartened. Upon returning from delivering medicinal soup to Lu Zhaodi, Bai Cheng wore an expression of delight and exclaimed, "Father, it seems the locusts will not come. I see a grand dark cloud approaching from the horizon. Surely it heralds rain." Dark clouds? Old Master Bai's heart skipped a beat at these words. He exchanged a glance with Bai Lian, and both, struck by a sudden realization, hastily abandoned their chores and rushed out of the courtyard. The Bai family's compound was built high, obstructing their view of the horizon, thus they had to venture outside to ascertain the situation. Observing the hurried departure of the father and daughter, the others wore expressions of confusion. Their curiosity piqued, and they too put down their work to follow suit. However, just as they stepped outside, they heard Old Master Bai slap his thigh and exclaim, "Oh my goodness!" While Bai Lian cried out, "Oh no!" Chapter 51. The Locust Plague. Just as the Bai family was about to inquire what was amiss, they saw Bai Lian's expression shift dramatically, and she turned, running while shouting, "It's here! It's here! They have come! Everyone, quickly gather the grain inside!" Her voice, edged with urgency, sliced through the air, piercing their ears. Old Master Bai's expression mirrored her gravity as he ran alongside Bai Lian, shouting, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry back and secure the grain." The Bai family stood in bewilderment, watching the retreating figures of Old Master Bai and Bai Lian, then looking up at the sky. They noticed that a large mass of dark clouds had unexpectedly shrouded a corner of the formerly azure sky, rapidly advancing in their direction. It appeared a torrential downpour was imminent. They needed to hasten back to gather the grain, Bai Changyang murmured, and he too quickly dashed back to the courtyard. Tianshi and Qinshi, with thoughts of their maternal families weighing on their minds, dispatched their children to notify their relatives to gather the grain promptly. Bai Cheng, witnessing his father and sister drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration cascading from their chins onto the grain, offered consolation. "It's all right, there isn't much left here. No need to panic. Even if it gets wet, it's no cause for alarm. We can simply dry it again." Old Master Bai's hands worked tirelessly. Yet his mouth incessantly muttered, "It's over, it's over. You're young and blind as a bat. Who said that was a cloud? That is clearly a swarm of locusts, thousands upon thousands of them." Locusts? The Bai family paused in disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity. It was no wonder they reacted thus. The last locust plague had occurred during Old Master Bai's youth. The current generation had never experienced such a dreadful calamity. Their knowledge of locust plagues was merely hearsay. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian couldn't help but chuckle, "Hee. I shall have Mother brew some mung bean soup for you all to cool your temper and clear your vision." Her laughter, though somewhat jarring amidst the tense atmosphere, provided a momentary relief for the others, easing their taut nerves. "Those are indeed locusts. Clouds do not move that swiftly. Enough chatter. Let us quickly carry these inside and secure the doors. Children, retreat indoors and hide. We must not let the locusts bite you." Old Master Bai instructed as he hoisted a sack of rice toward the granary. Tianshi and Qinshi exchanged glances filled with relief. Thankful they had sent their children to alert their maternal families, and given that their families lived nearby, the children would soon return. Bai Changyang remarked to Bai Lian, "Sister, your dream was remarkably prophetic. It truly has come to pass. You are the village's great benefactor." "Benefactor? I cannot claim such a title. You think I was unaware?" This morning, when the locusts did not arrive, the entire village was murmuring against our family. Bai Lian replied with a grin. "However, should I dream of anything else, you must surely heed my words." Bai Chengyu, emerging from the granary, laughed. "From now on, if you tell me it will rain red, I shall believe you." At that moment, Bai Ping and Baian returned, announcing that their relatives had successfully hidden their grain, which brought a sigh of relief from Qinshi and Tianshi. As Old Master Bai emerged from the granary, he carried bundles of dried mugwort, placing a stove in both the front and back yards, stuffing the mugwort inside and igniting it, hoping the smoke would drive away some locusts. Before long, everyone had managed to secure the grain, and the entire family retreated indoors, locking the doors tightly. In no time, the sky was engulfed by a torrent of locusts. Sweeping in like a relentless tide, their sheer numbers obscuring the sun and plunging the sky into a premature twilight. Villagers, noticing the sudden dimming of light indoors, emerged in confusion to see what was amiss. They were met with the sight of a vast swarm of locusts advancing toward the village, some even having infiltrated their courtyards. Villagers shouted in fervor, "It's locusts! The locusts have truly arrived! Thank goodness we gathered the grain. At least the effort was not in vain. Come. Let us hasten inside. We must ensure the children do not get bitten by the locusts." Old Master Bai, weighed down by the gravity of the situation, shook his head as he entered the house, muttering, "Alas, life will become even more arduous." The first to suffer in Qingshan village were the dozens of acres of unharvested fields outside the village, where the locusts descended like ravenous wolves, blanketing every crop in their path. The corn leaves were swiftly devoured, leaving them riddled with holes, while the once plump ears of grain were consumed in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only bare stalks trembling under the onslaught of the locust plague. The ground, too, bore a grim visage as the lush grass quickly withered, leaving only the sound of locusts scuttling amidst the desolation. Meanwhile, the villagers who had harvested their grain sought refuge indoors at the first sight of the locusts, peering through the cracks of doors and windows at the swarming horde, their hearts pounding, yet relieved to have taken precautions. Bai Lian stood at the doorway, peering through the crevice at the locusts surging forth like a tumultuous tide. A surge of complex emotions welled up within him, and he exhaled deeply. While he had not betrayed the trust of the entire village, the mere thought of the devastation these locusts would unleash upon the entire Shuzhou sent a chill down his spine. With a heavy sigh, he understood that survival now hinged solely on skill and fortune. Meanwhile, those families who had failed to harvest their grain were engulfed in despair. They had mocked their neighbors who had gathered their crops, and now they were steeped in regret, wishing they could slap themselves awake. Had their minds been clouded by folly? Why hadn't they followed the prudent course and harvested alongside the others? Bai Lian's parents, upon witnessing their own few acres of farmland stripped bare by the relentless swarm, felt as though the ground had vanished beneath their feet. Their faces turned pale as parchment, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. The cursed locusts had indeed arrived. Returning home with tears in his eyes, Bai Lian's father was consumed by an uncontrollable rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the broom from the corner and charged at his son. "You lazy good-for-nothing. Look at the mess you've created. I let you squander your days in idleness, spouting nonsense, and now, thanks to you, we've barely salvaged a morsel of grain while the rest of the family faces ruin." Bai Lian, terrified by the fury twisting his father's features, fled, but still received several sharp blows, yelping in pain and filled with regret. "Ouch! Father, please. I didn't want this. Who knew the locusts would really come? Please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong." With the broom raised like a vengeful storm, his father retorted, "You realize your folly now? It's too late. I might as well beat you to death today and save one mouthful of food." Even Bai Lian's mother, usually protective of her son, sat weeping silently, wiping her tears as she pondered the meager yield from their solitary acre. How long could three mouths survive on that? Chapter 52, Under the Locust Plague. Of course, Bai Lian's family was not alone in their gut-wrenching regret. Several other families that had not harvested their grain shared the same fate. They stood at the edge of their fields, overwhelmed by the sight before them, hearts heavy with helplessness and remorse. The once thriving crops had vanished, leaving behind barren earth. Weak-kneed and despondent, they slumped to the ground, their gazes vacant as they absorbed the horror of it all. It was a woman among them who first regained her wits, weeping as she tugged at her husband to retreat indoors. "Hurry, dear. The locusts are terrifying in their numbers. If they bite your eyes or anywhere else, we'll be in serious trouble." Her voice trembled with urgency and fear, prompting the others to snap back to reality and hasten homeward. Yet, her husband, as if drained of all strength, allowed himself to be dragged along, his pallid face betraying his dread. Once inside, the woman's tightly wound nerves shattered, and she cried out, striking her husband's shoulder in despair. Oh heavens! The village head had already declared the harvest. Why didn't he listen? Now look what has happened. Our hard-earned crops are all gone. How will we survive from here on out? The man, overwhelmed by grief, did not retaliate but crouched on the ground, cradling his head and weeping. He had believed the locusts would not come, lamenting, alas. In the Liu household, chaos and regret reigned as well. Although their crops had been harvested, they had made a critical mistake, leaving the grain to dry in their yard without retrieving it promptly. Now, a dense swarm of locusts enveloped their courtyard like a dark cloud. Lu Dada flailed a broom, desperately attempting to fend them off, but it was too late. The rice had been ravaged, leaving little behind. The couple was frantic, and with no other option, they braved the risk of angering the locusts and facing their bites in a desperate attempt to salvage what grain they could. Lu Baokai, however, was a coward at heart. He only thought of his own safety, terrified that the locusts might invade their home. As soon as he saw his parents venture outside, he swiftly shut the door, isolating himself from danger. Lu Datu, hearing the door slam, erupted in rage, bellowing, "You ungrateful wretch! Your mother and I are out here risking everything for this grain, and you not only refuse to help but lock us out? Are you content to watch us be devoured by locusts?" From within, Lu Baokai retorted dismissively, "Father, it's just a bit of grain. You two can handle it. I'm revolted by all these insects and refuse to go out." Lu Zhaodi, heartbroken, felt sorrow creep in. She had always doted on her son, and now, in this moment of crisis, he turned his back on her. How can you treat us this way? Open the door and let us in." And to the boy she shouted, "You worthless scoundrel. Can you see the locusts are destroying our grain? Hurry up and come out to help." Inside, Lu Zhaodi stood silently by the window, peering through the narrow gap, observing the turmoil outside with an unsettling calm, as if the chaos beyond held no relevance to her. Hui village was similarly besieged by the relentless swarm of locusts, and the villagers were engaged in a harrowing battle for their grain. Every household was in a state of frantic urgency, rushing toward the cornfields with burlap sacks in hand. They did not neglect the rice out of apathy. Rather, the horrific state of the rice paddies had left them disheartened. The locusts, a roiling mass of black, completely engulfed the fields, and more continued to descend from the skies. At a glance, the rice ears were piled high with locusts, accompanied by a cacophony that sent chills down one's spine. A hand plunged into the rice paddies would be hard-pressed to grasp a handful of grain, but would certainly catch several locusts instead. Amidst the crowd, a voice cried out, "Let us gather the corn first." This shout sparked a flicker of hope among the villagers, and they plunged headfirst into the cornfields, hands flying as they hurriedly stripped the cobs. Granny Zhou was filled with regret. Not only for having chased away Bai Lian and Zhou Ya, 2 extra pairs of hands would have been invaluable, but also for dismissing Zhou Ya's ominous dream about the locusts. How foolish she had been not to heed the warning. Had she believed that ill-omened girl, their family's grain could have been saved. Moreover, her eternally unsuccessful second son had once again failed to achieve the coveted title of scholar. He had knelt before her in tears, lamenting that he had missed passing by just 2 places and pleading for 3 more years of study, assuring her he would succeed. Granny Zhou, moved by his desperation, had planned to sell off a large portion of their grain after the autumn harvest, tightening their belts to support him once more. But now, with the dreadful locusts descending upon them, it felt as if fate itself had conspired against her family. 2 calamities struck like thunderbolts, leaving Granny Zhou utterly drained. Yet, despite her exhaustion, she could only muster the strength to grip her burlap sack tightly with one hand while desperately plucking corn with the other. Perhaps it was due to the fierce competition for the corn near the locusts that a few large insects were provoked, suddenly biting the back of Granny Zhou's hand. A sharp pain surged through her, causing her to grimace, and just as she opened her mouth to cry out, she quickly shut it again, fearful that the multitude of locusts would swarm in. Furthermore, Granny Zhou dared not pause her movements for even a moment. Every second lost could mean the difference of 1 less ear of corn harvested. Each additional ear of corn could signify a meal to stave off hunger. Zhou Linbua, Wang Li, and Wang's eldest son were toiling diligently in the cornfield, plucking the ears with fervor while their hearts raced with trepidation. They never anticipated that Zhou Ya, that unfortunate girl, would actually be proven right. Not only did Zhou Linlei fail to pass the imperial examination, but the locust disaster had indeed come to pass. Everything felt surreal. Could it be that Zhou Ya truly possessed the ability to foresee the future in her dreams? Confusion filled their minds. Yet their hands continued to work tirelessly. As they plucked, they began to harbor grievances against Granny Zhou. For it was she who had listened to that unfortunate girl's warning about the impending locust plague. Their mother had dismissed her claims, and now they were left with scarcely any provisions at home, uncertain of how they would survive. Wang not only blamed Granny Zhou for disregarding Zhou Ya's words, which left the family in dire straits, but also accused her of favoritism. Her eldest son, merely 13, was already out helping with the corn, while Zhou Linlei, with just a slight sprain, was not incapacitated and could also assist. Why, then, was he not out in the fields? She scoffed at the notion that scholars were to be treated with undue reverence. Although it was true that scholars were exempt from land taxes and received monetary support, none of that had benefited their household. Instead, Zhou Linlei frequently attended those ridiculous poetry gatherings, sometimes even requiring financial assistance from their family. Chapter 53. Dreaming of conscription and grain collection. Not only was the entire Shuzhou afflicted, but even neighboring Yuzhou fell victim to this vast locust calamity. Wherever the clouds of locusts descended, devastation reigned supreme, leaving desolation in their wake. In mere moments, fields lay bare. Not only the farmlands, but even the mountains and roadside flora were utterly consumed. The locusts seemed insatiable, devouring every leaf and root before migrating to the next place to continue their relentless feast. The populace of both regions was plunged into profound panic and despair, as many helplessly watched their year's worth of labor vanish in the blink of an eye. Men and women alike pounded their chests and wept uncontrollably, particularly the men who, in calmer times, often chastised the women for their tears. Now, with nothing else to do, they could only weep, finding some solace in the act. Those who attempted to drive away the locusts swung various tools, yet against such an overwhelming swarm, they were powerless. The Bai family had lit mugwort in both their front and backyards, the pungent smoke creating an unwelcome atmosphere for the locusts. There was little for the insects to feast upon in the yard, and soon enough, they fluttered away. It was at this moment that Pearl awoke from her slumber, immediately bursting into tears, calling out, "Mother, mother, I want mother." Just then, Bai Lian entered, and upon hearing the commotion, she surmised that her daughter must have had a nightmare. She hurried over, enveloping Pearl in her arms while soothingly murmuring, "Hush now, dear, don't cry, mother is here." "Did you have a bad dream?" Pearl nestled against Bai Lian, her small frame trembling, and gradually, her cries subsided. Just as she was about to speak, the old lady hurried in, worry etched across her face. "What is the matter? Why is Pearl crying so terribly?" Bai Lian quickly replied, "It's nothing, mother. She just had a nightmare. I think she's been too exhausted these past few days." Hearing this, the old lady finally relaxed, a smile returning to her face. "Good girl, don't cry. Grandmother has just made fish. Come, let us eat. There's white rice today too." Upon hearing about the fish and rice, Pearl's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never tasted such delicacies before and felt a pang of hunger. Yet, recalling the terrifying events from her dream, she swallowed her words and clung tightly to Bai Lian's neck, pleading, "I want mother to hold me." Understanding her daughter's feelings, Bai Lian said to the old lady, "This child hasn't yet shaken off the remnants of her dream. Let me hold her for a while before we go eat. You all can start without us." The old lady glanced at Pearl, nodding in agreement. "All right, dear, don't be afraid. It was just a dream, not reality. Grandmother will pick out the fish bones for you, so you can eat it right away." Once the old lady left, Bai Lian closed the door and gently inquired, "Sweetheart, did you dream of something again?" Pearl wiped away her tears with small hands and nodded. "I dreamed of many adults carrying knives. They wanted to capture 3 uncles and said it was a command from some high authority. Moreover, they intended to take away a great deal of our grain." Bai Lian's heart sank at her words, and she hastily pressed, "Did they only capture those 3? Were any other men from the village taken?" Pearl sobbed. Many men from the village were taken, only women and children remained behind. They were all crying so sadly, saying that the men had to go to war. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian realized that Pearl's dream must have foreseen the court's intentions to conscript soldiers and seize grain from the village. Pearl continued, her voice trembling. "There was also an uncle with a long knife, looking fearsome. He said that because others claimed our village had harvested grain early, we had to surrender even more, as ordered by the authorities. After those men with long knives left, a day later, many ragged people invaded our village. They wielded hoes and machetes, disregarding everything, storming into each home, seizing grain and other possessions, even injuring people with their tools. I was terrified and woke up." Listening to Pearl's account, Bai Lian's heart raced with fear. This was indeed a calamity. Not only were corrupt officials pillaging grain and capturing men, but now refugees were also raiding and committing violence. She steadied herself and asked, "Did you dream of anyone else from our family? Were they hurt?" Pearl shook her head, her voice quivering. "No, I didn't see mother either. I was so scared that I woke up." Bai Lian held her daughter tightly, whispering reassurances, "Sweetheart, don't be afraid. Mother is here. Though Bai Lian maintained a calm facade while comforting her daughter, inside, she felt like a cat on a hot tin roof. Consumed by anxiety, she continuously reminded herself to stay composed. Panic would lead to ruin. What was there to fear? She had prepared for this. Oh, how she had dreaded that once the Locust disaster struck, the world would descend into chaos, and now it had come to pass. However, she had not anticipated that the court would also seek to wage war at this time, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Unable to suppress her inner curses. What madness was this emperor thinking? With so many subjects facing starvation, how could he possibly have the leisure to contemplate war? In the midst of chaos, one cannot help but ponder the futility of existence within such a tumultuous nation. Perhaps it would be more prudent for it to meet an early demise, for its mere presence only exacerbates the plight of the common folk. Time is of the essence. I must urgently confer with my family and the village headman regarding our escape. Remaining in the village would be tantamount to courting death, whether it be through the imperial officials seizing our grain for conscription or the ravenous refugees pillaging what little we possess. Our very lives may hang in the balance. Rather than allow them to benefit from our misfortune, it is wiser to vacate first, leaving them with an empty village, and depriving them of any spoils. Bai Lian inhaled deeply, clutching Zhuanju tightly as she exited her dwelling. Upon entering the main hall, she discovered her family preparing to dine. The aroma of the braised fish wafted through the air, prompting Zhuanju to smack her lips in anticipation of the delectable feast. The Bai family, having just discussed the departure of the Locusts, welcomed the mother and daughter, urging them to take their seats before the fish turned cold and unpalatable. Bai Lian placed Zhuanju beside the elderly matriarch, Li, and recounted the events from Zhuanju's dream, carefully omitting the fact that it originated from her daughter's subconscious. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of those present turned grave. They understood that such proclamations from Bai Lian were not mere fabrications, but rather harbingers of impending calamity, especially since the locust plague had only recently subsided. Li, the matriarch, furrowed her brow in confusion as she cast a glance at Bai Lian and Zhuanju. The thought of her husband being conscripted sent her chopsticks clattering to the floor, her mind racing with unspoken questions. Just then, Bai Lian arrived at their doorstep. Upon seeing Bai Lian, Bai Lian's eyes sparkled with hope. She had intended to suggest that her father seek him out for counsel, yet here he was, fortuitously appearing unbidden. In the dimly lit room, Li quietly instructed Jin to fetch additional utensils for their cousin. However, Bai Lian raised a hand, his countenance serious. No, I am not here to partake in a meal, nor do I possess the appetite for it. He turned his gaze to Bai Lian, imbued with a profound significance. Yang Wang, do you recall the Locust disaster from our youth? Bai Lian nodded slightly, the weight of years etched upon his face. Such events are not easily forgotten. Brother, he continued, you cannot be suggesting. Bai Lian affirmed, his tone resolute. Indeed, having endured such trials, I propose we take our leave while many remain oblivious to the encroaching threat. He sought counsel from Bai Yang Wang primarily because their generation had dwindled in numbers. Their relatives lost to famine during the previous calamity. Now, only two families shared a close kinship, fostering a bond of warmth and camaraderie. Moreover, Bai Yang Wang's household boasted a robust male lineage, which would enhance their safety during flight. Additionally, they had managed to stockpile a considerable amount of grain. Thus, should they embark on this exodus together, concerns over mutual sustenance would vanish. Most importantly, their families were connected to other reputable kin, ensuring mutual support along the treacherous path. Bai Lian's eyes gleamed with delight at this revelation, silently commending Bai Lian for his foresight, which befits one of his esteemed position. This would indeed alleviate her father's need for persuasion. As for the villagers, she harbored no doubts that they would follow suit once the village headman had spoken. Bai Lian quickly concurred, cousin, you speak the truth, we must hasten our departure. It is evident that news of our early grain harvest cannot be concealed, and neighboring villages are undoubtedly aware. Many have yet to gather their own grain and may seek to forge alliances with us. Should they fail to procure what they need, they might resort to sinister intentions. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for a dozen villages to band together and besiege ours. Bai Lian turned to her in astonishment. You are indeed correct, Lian girl. However, there is a matter I have been meaning to inquire about. Why are you here and not assisting with the grain collection at your in-laws? Bai Lian and Bai Lian shared a close bond, and Bai Lian had no reason to conceal the truth. I have been cast off by the Zhou family. Bai Lian's eyes widened in shock. quickly morphing into indignation. Cast off? Are you out of your mind? How could you not inform me sooner of such a significant event? After all those years of loyalty, they simply dismiss you? What right do they have? Especially after you bore them a daughter? Zhuanzhu, upon hearing her name mentioned, hastily swallowed her mouthful of fish and interjected, "Uncle, I am not a Zhou. I am a Bai. My name is Bai Zhuanzhu." Bai Lian, realizing Bai Lian's daughter was present, felt a surge of anger towards the Zhou family for their cruelty. Bai Lian maintained her composure, gently shaking her head. "Cousin, it is done and past. There is no point in dwelling on it. Our priority now is to leave this place without delay. You are aware that my child's second uncle is a scholar. He mentioned upon his return that the court is preparing for war and plans to conscript soldiers once more. With the Locust disaster upon us, we must indeed depart post-haste. Let us not forget the possibility of refugees raiding our village. Conscription is a dire matter as well." Upon hearing the word conscription, Bai Lian felt a chill run through him. The Zhou scholar possessed greater insight into the affairs of the court, suggesting that the situation was indeed grave. With 2 sons and 2 grandsons, he could scarcely fathom how many would be taken. Bai Lian gritted his teeth. "We must leave at once. I need to inform the others. Whether they choose to follow is their decision, but let us not forget, we depart at the hour of the dog." With that, he hastily exited, his figure silhouetted against the setting sun, exuding an air of determination and urgency. Inside, Bai Lian let out a heavy sigh. "Let us eat first. Once we finish, we must prepare our belongings." Tian and Qin exchanged glances before speaking in unison. "Father, mother, we wish to return to our natal homes and inform our parents of the situation." Bai Lian furrowed his brow, contemplating how to dissuade them, reasoning that Bai Lian would indeed relay the news, rendering their trip unnecessary. Their home awaited their attention, brimming with items to be packed. Just then, Li interjected, "Go ahead, the sooner you leave, the sooner you can return. You each have your own households to attend to, and I shall ensure there is food left for you. If you remain here, your minds will wander, and you may forget something important." Upon hearing Li's approval, Tian and Chen's faces brightened with gratitude as they rushed out. Bai Lian, seeing that his wife had consented, felt it futile to voice further objections. Realizing he was too late to intervene, both daughters-in-law had already vanished into the distance. Bai Cheng, consumed with worry, had lost all appetite, turning to his father. "Father, what shall we do about my marriage? If we leave, how will we manage with Zhao Di?" Bai Lian pondered for a moment before addressing Li. "My dear, please bring forth the 20 taels of silver I entrusted to you. Let Cheng Man inquire whether Zhao Di would be willing to abandon her family and accompany us. Should she agree, we shall offer her the silver now, with the promise of a proper wedding once we have settled, thus securing her a rightful place with Cheng Man." Li rose to retrieve the 20 taels of silver from their quarters, adding, "Merely offering silver might not suffice. We should also take a bag of grain. Food is precious in these times, and it will demonstrate our sincerity." Bai Lian nodded in agreement. "Very well, Cheng Man, let us first procure a bag of corn." With that, father and son hurriedly set off. Bai Lian was unconcerned with such matters, focusing solely on ensuring that she and her daughter had their fill. While satiating their hunger was a simple endeavor, relishing a delectable meal proved to be quite the challenge. Thus, they had to seize the opportunity while it was available. When the plump little pearl in her belly declared she could eat no more, Bai Lian responded, "Once you are full, you may return to your room and rest for a while. I still have matters to attend to." Chapter 55. The Mysterious Upgrade of the Space. After speaking, Bai Lian glanced at her elder brother Bai Chengyang and her second brother Bai Chengyu, who had just finished their meal and were preparing to head back to tidy up. Bai Lian hurriedly called out, "Elder brother, second brother, you must go to the river and fetch some water at once. We cannot afford to be without it on this journey. Water is of utmost importance. I will take care of the grain in the storeroom, so you need not worry about that." Bai Chengyang and Bai Chengyu acknowledged Bai Lian's reasoning, understanding that water was indeed the most pressing need at home. The two brothers promptly hitched the mule cart and made their way to the river. Meanwhile, old lady Li returned to the house to organize their belongings. Bai Ling, ever sensible, took the initiative to wash the dishes without needing Bai Lian's prompting, while Bai Ping also went inside to tidy up, leaving Bai Lian to dash off to the outhouse. Seizing the moment when no one was around, Bai Lian quietly stored the large water jar from the kitchen into her space. Previously, there had been only a small area left in the space, and she was uncertain if it could accommodate the jar. Upon successfully placing the water jar inside, Bai Lian ventured into her space to see if she could store more items. After all, the granary was filled with grain, and accommodating 2 mule carts would be a challenge. Careful planning of the space was essential. However, as Bai Lian entered the space, she was momentarily struck dumb by the scene before her. The once tiny 10-square-meter patch of grass had expanded, now appearing to encompass approximately 300 square meters. In one corner at the edge of the grassland, 3 patches of dark, fertile soil had emerged, clearly suitable for cultivating any crop. Yet, what astonished Bai Lian the most were the tall coconut trees that stood proudly on each patch of land, their lush canopies adorned with numerous green coconuts. Goodness, there are coconut trees. Bai Lian's focus immediately shifted to the 3 coconut trees, her interest in the expanded grassland having completely dissipated. She eagerly approached the trees, only to find an electronic message hovering above each one, mature enough for harvest in 3 days. The presence of electronic notifications left her bewildered. What kind of space was this? It could truly upgrade, but what were the conditions for such an upgrade? Had she inadvertently triggered some requirement? After pondering for a moment and finding no answers, especially since she had not done anything significant, she decided it was best to embrace the positive aspect of the upgrade. Shaking off her confusion, Bai Lian instinctively swallowed, excitement sparkling in her eyes as she extended her hand, counting the coconuts on the trees. 1, 2, 3. To her astonishment, each tree bore 100 coconuts, amounting to a total of 300 coconuts to be harvested in 3 days. Her heart swelled with joy and gratitude. On this arduous journey of survival, the presence of these 300 coconuts would greatly alleviate their water supply issues, ensuring that her family would not perish from thirst. The expanded grassland also conveniently addressed the feeding dilemma for their 2 mules, with the land now brimming with various wild vegetables, thus resolving their need for both produce and fruit. Contentedly nodding at the ample grassland, Bai Lian recognized that it also provided space for storing more supplies. As she exited the space, she found her mother, old Lady Li, anxiously waving her rough hands in front of her. "Oh dear, child. Have you lost your mind in your haste? You seem utterly unresponsive. I must fetch old Lu to take a look at you." Bai Lian quickly grasped her mother's hand, hastening to explain, "Mother, I am perfectly fine. I was merely lost in thought." Upon hearing this, old Lady Li sighed in relief and replied, "That is good to hear. Lianer, I was just fretting about whether we would be able to load our 2 large jars of pickled vegetables onto the mule cart." Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Lian assured her, "Of course we can. There is no reason why we cannot. However, we must wait for my brothers to return. Once the cart is fitted with a compartment, we can load everything." Old Lady Li then inquired, "What about the grains? There are quite a few. Will they fit?" With unwavering confidence, Bai Lian replied, "They will fit, rest assured. Although the cart may seem small, it is indeed quite spacious. The space has expanded by several hundred square meters. There is no way it cannot accommodate our supplies." At that moment, old Lady Li suddenly exclaimed, "Wait. Where has the water jar gone?" Her eyes widened in confusion as she stared at the empty corner where the jar had been placed. Feigning calmness, Bai Lian replied, "Oh. It must be that second brother took it to fetch water." "Oh, it's nothing of great importance. You should focus on gathering your and father's belongings. Once they return with the water, you won't have to rush about." Successfully diverting her mother's attention, Bai Lian quickly retrieved the water jar from her space. Observing the dwindling water inside, she realized she needed to fill the jar to store it back in the space. Just as she set the jar down, Chinshi and Tianshi rushed in, their expressions frantic. Seeing this, Bai Lian's heart tightened, fearing something serious had occurred. She anxiously inquired, "What happened?" Tianshi gestured for a moment to drink water before explaining, "I need to quench my thirst first. I've been running and panicking all the way here." Chinshi stood with a grave expression, inhaling deeply before speaking rapidly. "We had no idea how shocking it would be outside. The moment we stepped out of the yard, the sight before us was utterly jaw-dropping. The devastation caused by the locusts was far beyond our imagination. Every patch they invaded was left bare, a truly pitiful sight." A glimmer of terror and helplessness flickered in Chinshi's eyes as she continued, "Whether in the fields or on the hills, any area that once held a hint of green is now nothing but desolate. The large jujube tree at the entrance of our village, once lush and vibrant, resembling a colossal green umbrella, has now been stripped bare, devoid of any leaves. Just imagine how formidable these locusts are." After hearing this, Bai Lian felt a wave of shock wash over her. Although she had heard tales of the locust's ferocity, she had never personally witnessed such a devastating plague. She had only seen glimpses in videos and read about it in novels, understanding that when locusts struck, crops would be obliterated, yielding nothing. She had not anticipated the severity described by Chen Shi. Desperate for water, Tian Shi took a hearty swig, moistening her parched throat before managing to catch her breath. She echoed Chen Shi's sentiment. It's a truly strange and despairing feeling. Although it should be a sweltering summer, the arrival of the locusts has rendered everything bare, making it feel as if winter has come. As I made my way back, my heart was heavy with worry. There is not a blade of grass left. And what will we feed our 2 mules? We cannot possibly give them the dried vegetables we painstakingly prepared. Then what will we eat? Chapter 56. I promise. Do not fret. I have already prepared provisions for the mules. You can rest easy and focus on gathering your belongings. Upon hearing Bai Lian's reassurance, Tian Shi and Chen Shi remembered that they still had numerous items to pack and hurriedly dashed back to their respective homes to continue their frantic organization. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere in Bai's household, the situation at the Lu family was equally fraught with urgency. Lu Datu and Zhao Diniang were in a state of utter disarray as they gathered the meager remnants of their supplies from the ground, laboriously managing to haul what little grain they had left back into their dwelling. At that moment, the locusts, having exhausted their search for sustenance, began to disperse, finally leaving this desolate area. Coincidentally, Old Master Bai and Bai Qingman were entering Lu's courtyard, shouldering a sack of grain. The instant Lu Data laid eyes on the grain sack perched upon Bai Qingman's shoulder, his eyes sparkled with hope. With years of experience, he could discern from the shape of the burlap bag that it contained corn. A surge of secret delight coursed through him, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he mused, that rascal Qingman, he truly does care for his deceased sister. Just as the locusts had departed, here he was, eagerly delivering grain. This was splendid. They could leverage this small kindness from the Bai family to their advantage, ensuring that they would not starve in the days to come. Zhao Diniang, having noticed Bai Qingman, hurriedly tucked the loose strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead behind her ears, attempting to restore some semblance of order to her disheveled appearance. With a broad grin revealing her yellowed teeth, she approached, feigning warmth as she exclaimed, "Oh my! Look at you all. You come bearing gifts, how unnecessary. Qingman, you must be tired. Let me assist you." As she spoke, her hands instinctively reached towards the grain sack, eager to take it from him. Bai Qingman, fully aware of the dubious character of Lu Zhaodingyang's parents, clutched the sack tightly, refusing to relinquish it. "No need, Auntie. I still have the strength to carry this," he replied firmly. Inside the house, Lu Zhaodingyang had been hiding, but upon hearing the commotion outside, she recognized that Old Master Bai and Bai Qingman had arrived. A wave of joy surged within her, and without hesitation, she flung open the door, stepping outside with a bashful smile, softly uttering, "Uncle, Brother Qingman." Old Master Bai nodded slightly in acknowledgement and discreetly signaled to his son with a meaningful glance, one that conveyed an understanding only the 2 of them could fathom. Subsequently, he cheerfully entered the main room of the Lu household. Bai Qingman, grasping the implication, noticed that Lu Zhaodingyang's parents and younger brother had followed his father into the room. He hurried toward Lu Zhaodingyang, his gaze imbued with a complex array of emotions, both compassion for her plight and a sense of helplessness regarding their dire circumstances. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice and quickly confided, "My father has come to propose to your father, but the situation is urgent. We must flee from the famine. To be precise, the entire village is facing this exodus. My father wishes to know if you would be willing to leave your parents behind and join our Bai family." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaodingyang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Why must we suddenly flee? A thought raced through her mind. Could it be the unexpected locust plague? Yet, she was acutely aware that this was not the time for contemplation. She had to make a heart-wrenching decision. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Bai Qingman and countered, "What if I refuse? Besides, if the entire village is fleeing, my parents would surely follow." Bai Qingman regarded her with evident resignation, patiently explaining, "Following is one matter. What my father means by leaving your parents behind is that you will no longer maintain excessive ties with them. You are aware of your parents' situation. I understand this is an incredibly difficult choice for you, but we have no alternatives. Please consider it carefully." If you choose not to, we may indeed be fated to part ways. As he spoke, a heavy weight pressed upon Bai Chengman's heart. He did not wish to coerce Lu Zhaodiniang into this predicament, yet the urgency of the famine left no room for hesitation. He could not disregard his family's welfare. It would be profoundly unjust to burden his elder brother and second brother, along with his sister, with the responsibility of caring for a family that resembled a leech, constantly in need of support. Lu Zhaodiniang lowered her gaze, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic pounding of her own heart. After a few seconds, she slowly lifted her head, biting her lip. When she met Bai Chengman's gaze again, her expression was resolute as she declared without hesitation, "I agree. I am sorry, mother and father, but if I do not join the Bai family, the future holds no hope for me. There is a chance they might sell me for grain again, and I would truly lose my mind." As for the Bai family, she sensed that even if their circumstances worsened, they would still fare better than remaining with the Lu family. Bai Chengman was momentarily stunned by her response, unable to believe his ears. He had expected Lu Zhaodiniang to resent him and his family for pressing her into such a decision at this critical juncture. He himself would have felt the same way. Observing the astonishment etched on Bai Chengman's face, Lu Zhaodiniang offered a bittersweet smile, saying, "I will not blame you. I know that uncle genuinely cares for me. Rest assured, once this engagement is settled, I will sever ties with my parents." Bai Chengman gazed at her, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. He inhaled deeply, once more asking, "Zhaodiniang, have you truly thought this through? Once you take this step, there will be no turning back." The more he emphasized this, the more resolute Lu Zhaodiniang became. She met his eyes with unwavering determination, stating, "I have made my decision. I know your urgency reflects the pressing nature of our situation. Please go inform uncle." Bai Chengman, though his heart ached at the thought of her decision, recognized that there was little room left for hesitation. He nodded gently and turned toward the main room. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Old Master Bai was engaged in a casual conversation with Lu Datu, who occasionally cast glances toward the door, his mind preoccupied with the grain sack. Zhaodiniang feigned smiles, but her expression concealed a flicker of doubt and calculation. Lu Bakai, meanwhile, sat idly, picking at his darkened nails, lost in thought. As Bai Chengman entered the main room, he exchanged a glance with his father before setting the grain sack down. In an instant, Old Master Bai understood his son's unspoken message, and as relief washed over him, he subtly steered the conversation toward the pivotal topic. "Datu, the reason for my visit today is to arrange the betrothal between Chengman and Zhaodiniang." Chapter 57. The Betrothal. The once feigned smiles on Lu Datu and Zhaodiniang's faces became rigid and strained. It was not that they were opposed to the union, rather. The Bai family's swift proposal was utterly unexpected. The Locust disaster had only just passed, leaving devastation in its wake. It was unfathomable that the Bai family would hastily come forward with such a proposition amidst the ensuing chaos. Lu Baokai, who had been slumped in disinterest, straightened at the mention of a betrothal, his eyes widening in disbelief. He pointed at the sack of grain on the ground, exclaiming incredulously, "Wait, are you coming to propose to my sister with just this single sack of grain? How utterly lacking in sincerity! If you don't offer at least 20 taels, you might as well forget it. My mother insists that 20 taels is necessary for me to marry a beautiful bride." Lu Datu and Zhaodiniang exchanged a glance, neither making any attempt to hinder their son from interrogating the Bai family, for they harbored similar thoughts. Despite the current scarcity of grain, the notion of exchanging a sack of grain for a laborer from their household seemed far too trivial. The elder Bai, however, displayed not a trace of ire upon his visage. Instead, he chuckled softly and spoke in a gentle tone. "Oh, how could that be? We had previously come to an unequivocal agreement regarding this matter. I have indeed brought the promised dowry of 20 taels. I meticulously consulted the almanac to select an auspicious date, and as fate would have it, today is particularly propitious. Although the recent locust plague has instilled a sense of trepidation, today is undeniably a favorable day for marriage. However, due to the suddenness of the situation and the chaos left in the wake of the locusts, we have been unable to procure other items. Thus, this sack of grain and the 20 taels represent the heartfelt intentions of the Bai family. Datu, what do you think? I shall not beat about the bush any longer. The village will soon convene a meeting to discuss plans for fleeing the famine. We truly do not have the luxury of time to engage in prolonged negotiations here. If you do not consent to this marriage, then our dealings shall cease forthwith. Do not think I am attempting to frighten you. Once we embark on the road of escape, we may find a suitable bride along the way, perhaps at a cost far less than 20 taels. It is possible that a mere half-sack of grain could secure a marriage. You and your wife should ponder this matter carefully. My reasoning is sound. Upon hearing this, the Liu family became increasingly anxious, as it seemed the marriage was slipping away before they had even spoken their minds. 20 taels of silver was a considerable sum, one that they would toil for many years to earn. Lu Data hastily donned a smile and repeatedly assured, "What a thing to say, my esteemed in-law. How could I possibly disagree? We had indeed agreed upon this marriage long ago. However, my in-law, is this escape truly certain?" The elder Bai Lian's expression turned serious as he replied, "What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? The village head has just visited my home and mentioned this very matter before departing. I believe it will not be long before his son comes to summon you to the village assembly. Let us return to the matter of our children's union. Since you have consented, let us hasten to exchange the birth dates. However, I must forewarn you, once this marriage is established, Zhao Diniang's daughter will be considered a member of the Bai family. When we flee, she must accompany us. As for the wedding festivities, we can arrange those later when we find a safe haven." Upon hearing this, Zhao Diniang raised her voice, saying, "Isn't this a bit too hasty? After all, this is a lifelong commitment. How can it be approached so recklessly? Although the 20 taels and the grain are appreciated, the uncertainties of the flight are manifold. If my daughter were to accompany you, what if something were to go awry?" Zhao Diniang was undoubtedly reluctant to see Liu Zhaodini leave with the Bai family, especially since they had no ox or cart. Should they indeed flee, how could the three of them carry so much? One more person would make a difference, and besides, that money-losing good-for-nothing was accustomed to hard labor and would surely prove more reliable than her son. Moreover, with that money-losing good-for-nothing in hand, she could occasionally coax some tears from her to exchange for additional grain. However, if that money-losing good-for-nothing were to remain with the Bai family, who possessed 2 mule carts, there was a risk of falling behind and suffering great losses. The elder Bai furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Zhao Diniang, we are all from the same village, and you are surely aware of the Bai family's principles. Furthermore, exchanging the birth dates signifies an engagement. My family will take full responsibility for her." Bai Man, with his head slightly bowed and an expression of innocent sincerity adorning his face, spoke slowly, "Father, if uncle and aunt truly find it difficult to part with Zhao Dini, then let us not force the issue. After all, a reluctant fruit is not sweet. The time is pressing, and we should focus on packing our belongings." As he spoke, Bai Man stepped toward the sack of grain resting in the corner, his rough hand grasping the bag as if to hoist it back onto his shoulder for the journey home. Lu Baokai, who had been lounging lazily nearby, suddenly widened his eyes at this sight, hurriedly stepping forward to intervene. "Brother-in-law, you are being too hasty. Our father has yet to express his opinion. How can you presume he will not agree to this marriage?" Lu Datu, observing the scene, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It was no wonder he was perplexed. After all, Bai Man had always shown great affection for Zhao Dini. Why, then, did he appear so indifferent at this moment? Yet the pressing nature of the situation left no room for contemplation. Lu Data quickly cleared his throat and said, "Indeed, you young people must learn to exercise patience. Your eagerness is palpable. My in-law, how could I possibly disagree? This union is one that both parties welcome. Man, while your aunt's words carry some weight, I am well aware of your family's intentions. As the saying goes, when you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, follow the dog. Since your family has shown such earnestness in seeking this union, my Liu family is not one to create unnecessary obstacles. Let us not dawdle. Let us exchange the birth dates now. You may take Zhao Dini with you." Zhao Diniang stood by, her anxiety palpable. She attempted to voice her concerns several times, but whenever her gaze met that of the father and son, who were glaring at her or exchanging furtive glances, she swallowed her words back down. Just wait and see. When the time comes to pack our belongings and prepare to depart, you two will truly understand what it means to regret your decisions." Seeing that Lu Data had finally acquiesced, the elder Bai nodded slightly and produced a piece of paper bearing Bai Qingman's birth details, along with a pouch containing the 20 taels, which he handed to Lu Datu. Lu Data promptly opened the pouch to confirm the contents, a broad smile spreading across his face as he instructed Zhao Diniang to fetch the marriage certificate for Liu Zhaodini. Bai Lian found Lu Datu's gleeful expression disconcerting. It was as though he were not marrying off a daughter, but rather successfully selling off a commodity. Once the marriage certificates were exchanged successfully, another visitor arrived at the Lu household, the village head's grandson, who was ringing a gong and going from house to announce the gathering at the threshing ground. Chapter 58. Why not head south? Lu Datu intended to attend the village meeting, but upon seeing that the Bai father and son had no intention of leaving, presumably waiting for Lu Xiaodini, he hurriedly urged Lu Xiaodini to gather a few belongings and set off with the Bai family. Lu Xiaodini hesitated momentarily, stating that she would first help her family get organized before departing. The elder Bai and Bai Chengman showed no objections to this. Lu Datu and Zhao Diniang exchanged satisfied glances, content that their daughter was considering her family. This way, they could secure more advantages from the Bai family. Subsequently, both families exited the Lu family courtyard. Lu Xiaodini looked back at her parents' receding figures, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions, ultimately settling on a resolute determination. When she turned, she noticed Lu Baokai opening the sack of grain. Upon discovering it contained corn, Lu Baokai's lips curled in disappointment as he muttered, "Why isn't it rice? If it were rice, we might have enjoyed a few meals of steamed rice." Lu Xiaodini approached him softly, saying, "Little brother, we have no water at home. I will go fetch some so you can drink before you set off." Lu Bakai, preoccupied with the grain, waved her off casually, replying, "All right, go on." At the threshing ground, the village head stood solemnly atop a rise, addressing the villagers about the plans and reasons for their impending flight. His voice echoed across the vast expanse. "Dear villagers, due to the rampant locust plague, our land has become uninhabitable, and we must venture forth to seek refuge. Yet, none can predict what lies ahead. Thus it is imperative that we support one another to weather this trying time. To prevent outsiders from seizing our provisions, we must depart with urgency." The villagers, upon hearing of the village-wide exodus, were struck with astonishment and bewilderment. A few audacious individuals could not restrain their dissent. "Why must we flee when we still have food? I refuse to believe outsiders would dare come to our village to steal. Indeed, if they dare to rob us, we outnumber them significantly. Surely we can defend ourselves. Moreover, we can report to the authorities. Why should we fear them?" The village head, noticing it was the same few who often opposed him, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just a handful willing to accompany him would suffice. As for the others, they were preoccupied with their own struggles, leaving little room for concern for others. It was hardly his duty as village head to consider the needs of every single villager. He had already gone above and beyond. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, as before, "I shall not impose. The decision rests with you. Those who wish to join us must gather at the village entrance at the hour of the dog tonight. If you fail to keep up, you shall have to find your own way. I cannot be responsible for everyone." At that moment, a villager called out, "Village head, which direction shall we take?" The village head patted his youngest son, a scholar, with pride and said, "As you all know, my son is a scholar, and his knowledge surely surpasses that of us mere farmers. After discussion, we have resolved to head east towards Qingzhou." Another villager, puzzled, inquired, "Why not head south? The south receives more rain, and we would not have to endure this drought." Bai Qingli, the village head's son, stepped forward to elucidate. While the southern lands are indeed hospitable, they are also densely populated, and arable land is scarce. The climate and diet differ significantly, and we may struggle to adapt. Furthermore, the deeper south is rife with miasma, making it unsuitable for habitation. In contrast, the northeastern region is less populated and more conducive to cultivation, and most importantly, the journey is shorter. At this point, the village head interjected, not out of a desire to curtail his son's moment to shine, but rather due to the pressing nature of their circumstances. Those with sense would follow, and further persuasion was futile. He continued, "Regardless, this is the situation. Everyone, hasten back to prepare, for time waits for no one." With that, he and his son strode away briskly. The villagers exchanged glances, and a faint sound of a woman's sobs surfaced from the crowd. How could she not weep? Her family had been one of the unfortunate ones who had not managed to harvest any grain amidst the locusts, now, with nothing to sustain them. The thought of fleeing was daunting. Perhaps they would perish from hunger along the way. The women who had managed to gather some grain also wept, not out of fear of starvation, but from the sorrow of leaving behind a home they had cherished for most of their lives. They lamented the impending journey, realizing they might never return to their familiar surroundings. Meanwhile, the men were anxious not to be left behind by Bai, urging their wives to cease their crying and prepare their belongings without delay. Many of the elders muttered to themselves, recalling a locust plague from decades past, which, though significant, had not necessitated an exodus. Perhaps this time they could simply endure. They resolved to return home and encourage their descendants to persevere, for they had provisions enough and knew that fleeing was no simple task. Upon returning home, Bai Lian and Bai Cheng learned that Bai Chengyang and Bai Chengyu had returned with a cart carrying 8 water buckets. Floating atop the water were countless locust corpses, a sight that sent shivers down their spines. Yet, despite the discomfort, the water could not be wasted. Bai Ping had already grasped a ladle, carefully scooping out the dead locusts, reluctant to discard them as they were intended to feed the chickens. Meanwhile, Bai Ling busied herself by the stove, the flames roaring brightly, illuminating her earnest and perspiring face. She needed to bring the water to a boil, as her aunt had advised that this would prevent stomach troubles. On the other side, Bai Qingyu and Bai Qingong, similarly drenched in sweat, were focused on assembling another mule cart's body. Li Laodai and her 2 daughters-in-law were bustling between their rooms and the courtyard, where their belongings had been neatly stacked in the corner, ready to be loaded onto the cart as soon as the body was completed. At that moment, Li Laodai noticed only Bai Lian and his son had returned, stirring a sense of curiosity within her. She hurriedly inquired, "Why are only the 2 of you back? Where is Zhao? Did the engagement fall through?" Bai Lian, straining to lift a bucket off the cart, replied, "It went well, however. The girl is quite attached to her family and likely wishes to bid her parents a final farewell, stating she would assist in packing up before meeting us at the village entrance." Li Laodai sighed softly, "That poor girl." With that, she swiftly turned and resumed her tasks. For time was of the essence, she still needed to slaughter a few chickens at home. Chapter 59. The Sweetness of Salted Sugar Water. As Bai Lian stepped outside, she overheard her mother planning to kill the chickens, and she hurriedly stepped in to intervene. "Mother, we don't need to kill the chickens. We can take them all with us. Just put them in the chicken coop and tie it to the bottom of the cart." Bai Lian considered that her space had recently upgraded, and it was ample enough to accommodate a couple of chickens for her to experiment with. Upon discovering the upgrade, she had hurried inside to carefully store Jinju in the space. Initially apprehensive, she was pleasantly surprised to find that Jinju could indeed enter, albeit not with the same consciousness as her. Once inside, Jinju could freely move about. Overjoyed, Bai Lian urged Jinju to keep the matter confidential. After Jinju nodded in agreement, the 2 women busied themselves for a while before emerging from the space. Seeing that Bai Lian had little to pack, Li Laodai assigned her the task of catching the chickens. Bai Lian spent considerable effort in the backyard capturing 10 chickens and then stored the chicken coop fencing in the space, also selecting 1 rooster and 1 hen to raise within the fenced area. Watching the 2 chickens leisurely stroll in their new enclosure, a subtle smile crept upon Bai Lian's lips. How wonderful it was that her space could grow vegetables and raise chickens. She eagerly anticipated what new features would emerge with the next upgrade. With both mule cart bodies installed, the Bai family swiftly commenced loading various supplies into the carts. As Bai Lian observed everyone engrossed in their tasks, and with nightfall approaching, she quietly approached the water buckets and retrieved the water pouches she had previously purchased. Carefully, she poured the now lukewarm water into each pouch. Aware of the sweltering heat and the exertion they would face during their journey, she added a touch of salt and sugar to each pouch. The mixture of salted sugar water would serve to replenish their energy throughout the arduous trek. Having prepared the water pouches, Bai Lian turned her attention to the corner where the water tank was stored. After ensuring that no one was paying attention, she gently waved her hand, and half a jar of potable water was seamlessly absorbed into her spatial realm. Subsequently, she called out to the busy Bai Ping nearby, saying, "Pinger, please place the remaining 3 barrels of water into one of the mule carts." Upon hearing this, Bai Ping set down what he was holding and approached, ready to lift the water, but suddenly, with a look of surprise, he asked, "Aunt, why is there so little water left? What happened to the rest?" Bai Lian, well prepared, calmly explained, "Oh, that water has all been stored in water bladders. Fortunately, I bought enough, so it won't take up too much space in the cart. Here, take these water bladders to your grandparents. Each person should have one. That way, if we get thirsty on the road, we can drink," she added, I've also mixed a bit of salt and sugar in each bladder. In this sweltering heat, drinking salt-sugar water is quite beneficial for the body. Bai Ping knew that Bai Lian had purchased a great many items, yet he was not entirely aware of the specifics. Thus, although he felt puzzled, he did not question her further. He hoisted the water bladders into his arms and dashed off towards where the others were gathered. Madame Li, clutching her allocated water bladder, wore a decidedly sullen expression. She muttered discontentedly, "That wasteful girl, why buy so many water bladders? Couldn't we just use bamboo tubes for water? And what else with the salt and sugar? Such extravagance." After saying this, she opened the water bladder and took a sip, instantly grimacing at the overly sweet taste. "This is going to suffocate me with its sweetness." Old Master Bai, while also feeling that Bai Lian's actions seemed somewhat excessive, gently counseled, "Alas, the child has already purchased them. Why berate her? Isn't this arrangement rather convenient? Everyone has a water bladder, which is quite practical. As for the salt and sugar, since they are already in there, we can't just discard them, can we? The child had good intentions. You should refrain from nitpicking." Madame Li shot a fierce glare at Old Master Bai, reproaching, "She's spoiled because of you." Old Master Bai, with a resigned tone, murmured, "If she were truly spoiled, she wouldn't have endured hardships in the Zhou family for so many years." Madame Li pursed her lips and fell silent. When Bai Lian approached, Madame Li merely cast a quiet glance her way, saying nothing, which allowed Bai Lian to breathe a sigh of relief. She approached the 2 mule carts, observing that the compartments were overflowing with various supplies. As she spoke, "Who is it that cannot organize properly? If they could arrange things better, we could save quite a bit of space." She began tidying up, all the while skillfully transferring some supplies from the carts into her spatial realm. Seeing the newly created space, Qinshi beamed, "It's good that Lian are tidied up. Now we have so much more room for additional items." The 3 Bai brothers exchanged astonished glances. They had arranged everything quite securely. How could there still be so much extra space? At that moment, Tianshi, holding 2 half-dried fish, asked with a worried expression, "Mother, do we really need to take these 2 fish?" "Of course we do. These fish can last us for several days. We still need to push a handcart. We'll hang these salted fish on either end of the cart's pole. When the sun rises tomorrow, they'll be ready to continue drying," Madame Li replied, directing Bai Chengyu to stuff several already tied quilts into the cart. Bai Chengyu protested with a furrowed brow, "Mother, it's so hot. Why are we taking thick quilts? We can buy more when we get to our destination. There's hardly enough room in the cart. You're all such wasteful children, clearly taking after your father, thinking money grows on trees. Do you know how much these thick quilts are worth? They were newly made last year. Enough talk. Hurry and stuff them in. And Urgis said that your uncle intends to head east to the north. By the time we arrive there, it will already be cold. If we can't buy more along the way, you'll regret it." Bai Chengyu, feeling helpless under Madame Li's scolding, could only stuff the quilts into the cart while internally complaining, "How could we possibly not find any? If you have money, you can buy anything." Old Master Bai then approached Bai Lian and inquired, "Your 2 sisters-in-law mentioned that you had prepared food for the 2 mules. Where is it? We should feed them a hearty meal before we depart." "In the cart. I'll go find it now," Bai Lian replied, returning to the cart. In reality, she retrieved a bamboo basket from her spatial realm, filled with the weeds she and Pearl had cut not long ago. Old Master Bai, noticing the tender grass in the basket, exclaimed in surprise, "This grass looks quite fresh and still has water droplets on it. When did you cut this and where?" "Just this morning." "Oh, father, now is not the time for such details. We must hurry and pack. The time is drawing near," Bai Lian deflected casually. Old Master Bai, still suspicious of Bai Lian, took the bamboo basket to feed the mules, believing it best to ensure they were well fed for the journey. Bai Lian sighed in relief and then retrieved several new hatchets and hoes from her spatial realm. She distributed the hoes and hatchets to the men, while the women and children received 1 hatchet each. Chapter 60. The Boisterous Villagers of Qingshan. As she distributed the tools, Bai Lian remarked, "It's a pity we don't raise pigs. If we did, you all would need to slaughter a pig right now, not for any other reason, but to toughen your resolve. Mother, please don't look at me like that. On this journey, we are bound to encounter all sorts of dangers. If we come across anyone trying to rob us of our food or our lives, we must show no mercy and fight back fiercely. Remember, it's either them or us." Hearing Bai Lian's words, the Bai family looked at the shiny new hatchets and hoes in their hands. While they acknowledged her point, They still felt that taking a life at the first opportunity seemed rather harsh. Old Master Bai, who was feeding the mules with a serious expression, nodded in agreement. Lian is right, we must act accordingly. Thankfully, she has prepared so many hatchets and hoes in advance. Suddenly, Old Master Bai recalled that a few days prior, when they were selling donkeys, Bai Lian and her mother had spent a considerable amount of time at the market and purchased many items. Yet he hadn't seen any of these tools among their purchases. Not only was Old Master Bai puzzled, but Bai Changman also scratched his head in confusion, casting a questioning glance at Bai Lian. Sister, when did you buy these things? I have no recollection of it. Bai Lian chose to ignore Bai Changman and added, but our family's primary focus should be on living our own lives well. Don't let the plight of others, those without food or water, sway you into giving away your own supplies. If you think doing so makes you noble, you are mistaken. It is foolishness. When you see others in distress, you must suppress any urge to help, for ultimately, it is none of your concern. Our final goal is for our family to reach our destination intact and begin anew. To those who wish to take our belongings, we must not show mercy. Remember, it's either them or us. Do you all understand? The Bai family quickly formed a circle, heads together, discussing fervently. Old man, is this really our daughter? Of course. She is just like me in every way. Who else could she be? No, father, don't you think my sister seems a bit ruthless? She has indeed become much fiercer than before. My Lian is truly unfortunate. She must have taken after her wicked mother-in-law. Bai Lian looked up to the heavens in exasperation. She had heard every word they said. Hey, I am still me. If you don't believe it, come and take a blood oath. Once a person has experienced certain events, they are bound to change. Chin quickly laughed it off. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances. Lianer is always considering our safety. We must express our gratitude to her, Tiancha agreed. Compared to the relatively warm atmosphere of the Bai family, the other households in Qingshan village appeared to be in a state of chaotic uproar. Some wives insisted on returning to their parental homes for a glimpse, hoping to discuss the plight of fleeing and persuade their families to join them. Others, burdened with numerous children and possessions, found themselves lacking a draft animal cart, thus relying solely on human effort. Disputes erupted over who pushed the handcarts more or less, leading to incessant quarrels. After much ado, time was slipping away, and a significant portion of their belongings remained unprepared. Additionally, some young people wished to depart with the Li Jing's family, but the elders insisted that there was no need for alarm as long as there was grain at home. Fleeing was unnecessary. This led to a stalemate. Some young ones even knelt before the elders, repeatedly bowing, pleading for them to accompany them. The elders were not opposed to their descendants fleeing, rather, they felt that their time was short and accompanying them would only burden the younger generation. They believed it was better to await death at home while the youth sought new hopes for survival. Some even seized the opportunity to stir up disputes over family divisions, alleging favoritism from the elders towards certain branches. Amidst the clamor and confusion in Qingshan village, the Li Jing's mule cart, laden with various supplies, slowly emerged from the courtyard. Following it was a bull cart, similarly filled, with the two sons of Li Jing pushing two handcarts behind. As they passed by the Bai patriarch's residence, Bai Li Jing deliberately dismounted from the driver's seat, hastily approached the door, knocked, and called out loudly, "Yongwang, are you ready?" Upon hearing this, the Bai patriarch, who had just finished feeding the two mules, hurriedly opened the door and replied, "Yes, we are ready. You go ahead, we will follow shortly." Bai Li Jing's gaze was immediately drawn to the two mule carts, and he shook his head inwardly. Despite being of a certain age, this cousin still lacked the ability to manage affairs. How much could fit in a cart with a box? However, it was too late to make any changes now. So he could only nod and say, "All right, then you follow behind us. We shall set off at the village entrance without waiting for anyone." Understood. The Bai patriarch responded before turning to his own family, instructing them to prepare. Soon, behind Bai Li Jing's family, two mule carts with boxes and a handcart followed. The villagers, still embroiled in disputes in their courtyards, seeing that the Li Jing and Bai patriarch's families were ready, panicked and hurriedly began packing, fearing they would be left behind. The situations varied in families where the young wished to flee, but the elders were reluctant to leave. Some elders were forcibly taken along by their descendants, resigned to their fate, while others, unable to persuade their elders, remained behind with a heavy heart and a hint of hope. Following closely behind Bai patriarch's family was Chen's maternal family, followed by Tian's maternal family, which brought some relief to the Bai family. However, one person seemed distracted. And that was Bai Man, who was responsible for pushing the handcart. All the while, his gaze wandered, his thoughts solely fixated on Lu Xiaodi, as he anxiously searched for her presence. His eyes brimmed with anxiety and anticipation, his steps slightly disordered. Though he pushed the cart, it was evident his mind was elsewhere. Walking beside him, Bai Chengyu, responsible for providing light, noticed Bai Chengman's unusual demeanor and inquired curiously, "What are you looking at?" "Oh, are you searching for your third sister-in-law? Didn't you agree to meet at the village entrance? We're almost there, so there's no need to rush. Just push the cart carefully and don't tip it over." Bai Chengman did not respond, merely instinctively licking his dry lips from nervousness. Lu Xiaodi's face continuously filled his mind, and he cast his gaze towards the village entrance in the distance. Night had fallen, and the distance to the entrance felt considerable, even with the torch-lit procession up front. Bai Chengman struggled to see clearly. He could only make out the gnarled branches of the jujube tree, now devoid of leaves, appearing solitary and eerie in the darkness. When Bai Patriarch's family finally reached the village entrance, Bai Chengman still had not found Lu Xiaodi. His hands instinctively tightened around the handcart's handle, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, and his anxious heart raced. Surely nothing had happened to Lu Xiaodi? Chapter 61. Xiaodi, is that you? The more Bai Chengman thought, the more frantic he became. Suddenly, he released the handcart and hurriedly exclaimed, "Second brother, you take care of the cart." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and dashed back the way they had come. Bai Chengyu was momentarily taken aback by Bai Chengman's sudden action, then shouted, "Wait, Chengman, what are you doing? We're about to set off." Bai Chengman, without looking back, shouted loudly, "I'm going to find Xiaodi. Tell Mom and Dad to wait for me. I'll be back soon." Hearing the commotion, Bai Patriarch furrowed his brow. He was naturally concerned that this delay would disrupt their plans, but he knew his son's temperament all too well. If he forcibly prevented Bai Chengman from searching, it would be difficult for him to settle down and leave with them. Moreover, that 20 taels of silver was no small sum. If Lu Xiaodi was not found, it would be wasted. Inside the cart, Granny Li, hearing the commotion outside, pushed aside the curtain and inquired with a puzzled expression, "What's going on? Why has Chengman run back again? Isn't he this reckless? The time is almost upon us." Bai Patriarch, watching his youngest son's receding figure, sighed helplessly and replied, "Let him go. We don't know what has happened to that girl Xiaodi. She still hasn't arrived." Granny Li, hearing this, anxiously glanced back, muttering, "He must go find her, that 20 taels of silver." With that, she slowly settled back into the cart, leaning against the side, her face etched with worry. "Lianer, I wonder if that girl Xiaodi has had a change of heart. Indeed, if she has, will we be able to reclaim that 20 taels?" After a moment, not receiving a response from Bai Lian, Granny Li tapped her granddaughter's thigh. Beside her, Jinju quickly spoke up, "Grandma, my mother is asleep." Granny Li paused, suddenly feeling as though she could no longer understand her daughter. Bai Lian's demeanor had changed drastically compared to before, now in a situation that would bring others to tears. Her daughter appeared calm and undisturbed. At that moment, Bai Lian was not asleep. She had quietly entered the space, bending over to cut grass. Whether it was the tangled weeds or tender wild vegetables, she cut them all down, intending to use the grass to feed the mules and the vegetables for her family. The reason for her current endeavor in the space was to prepare for her father's occasional demands for mule fodder. Meanwhile, Bai Chengman sprinted back, his eyes firmly fixed ahead. Suddenly, he caught sight of flickering flames ahead, and a wave of joy washed over his face, causing his footsteps to quicken involuntarily as he called out loudly, "Xiaodi, Xiaodi, is that you?" From the darkness came a gruff voice. "Who is it? Are you blind? Mistaking a grown man for a woman?" Bai Chengman felt a pang of disappointment in his heart, yet managed to respond with a hint of embarrassment, "It's me, Weiga." "Why are you alone?" Bai Wei, recognizing Bai Chengman, chuckled and explained, "Ah, it's Chengman. It's just that the women at home are forgetful, so I had to rush back to fetch something. I heard you calling for Xiaodi. What's the matter? Is the Lu family planning to leave with you? When I passed by their house earlier, the lights were still on." Upon hearing this, Bai Chengman hurriedly bid farewell to Bai Wei and dashed toward the Lu family's direction. After a few steps, he vaguely perceived a figure approaching him from the shadows. However, due to the absence of a torch, he could not discern who it was. Yet, his heart brimmed with anticipation, believing that the figure in the darkness was indeed Lu Xiaodi. He called out again, Zhaodi, is that you? In the darkness, the silhouette was indeed Lu Zhaodi. Upon hearing Bai Chengman's voice, she immediately responded, panting, Chengman, it's me. Elated, Bai Chengman hastened towards her and urgently inquired, Zhaodi, why are you out so late? Huh? Where are your parents and Baokai? Lu Zhaodi's gaze flickered momentarily as she hurriedly replied, they will set off later. It doesn't matter now, let us leave first. They will catch up when the time comes. Although Bai Chengman harbored a trace of doubt, he brushed it aside, for it was indeed time to depart. After taking Lu Zhaodi's bundle, the two swiftly made their way towards the village entrance. At that moment, Bai Li was informed by his younger son that an astonishing 20 households were willing to accompany him, which relieved him slightly. With such a considerable group, he felt reassured they would not fall prey to robbers during their journey. He raised his hand to strike the gong, signaling that it was time to depart, and instructed his eldest son to begin driving the mule cart. Meanwhile, the Bai family was growing increasingly anxious, for although they were about to set off, Bai Chengman was still nowhere to be seen. The already dismounted Li Laodai stamped her feet in frustration, tugging at Bai Leoi's sleeve. Old man, what are we to do? They started leaving ahead, and our Chengman is still missing. Bai Leoi furrowed his brow tightly. His eyes filled with worry as he fixed his gaze on the rear of the procession, remaining silent. Just as everyone was on edge, Bai Chengyang suddenly brightened, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, here they come. I see Chengman and Zhaodi. Bai Chengman and Lu Zhaodi arrived breathlessly at their family S-group, and Bai Leoi's previously tense expression finally softened. Bai Chengman hurriedly said, Father, Mother, I apologize for making you wait. Let us set off now. Just as Li Laodai was about to voice her grievances, she caught sight of a large, swollen handprint on Lu Zhaodi's face. This startled Li Laodai, causing her to swallow her complaints. Tianshi and Qinshi exchanged knowing glances before approaching Lu Zhaodi. Tianshi spoke first, Zhaodi, let us chat while we walk. The procession is about to leave, and it's our turn. Lu Zhaodi offered them a gentle smile before moving to kneel before Bai Leoi and Li Laodai, bowing respectfully and calling out, Father, Mother. Bai Leoi and Li Laodai hurriedly urged her to rise, with Bai Leoi saying, Oh, we are all family. There's no need for such formality. As Lu Zhaodi stood, she reached into her bosom and produced 10 taels of silver, handing it to Li Laodai. By this time, the procession had begun to move slowly. As they walked forward, Li Laodai curiously asked, Zhaodi, why are you giving me so much silver? This is 10 taels. Though she cherished silver, she felt it inappropriate to accept without understanding the reason. Lu Zhaodi glanced back at the trailing group, a hint of shyness crossing her face as she replied, Mother, in our countryside, marrying a wife doesn't require such an extravagant sum. Besides, we are fleeing now, and there will be many more uses for money in the future. This silver is half of what I secretly took from my parents when they weren't paying attention. What? Bai Leoi exclaimed, shock evident on his face. Li Laodai was equally taken aback, nearly stumbling as she caught herself. Qinshi and Tianshi, though startled, quickly reached out to steady Li Laodai. Lu Zhaodi intended to assist as well, but withdrew her hand when she saw her sisters-in-law had already done so. Finally, biting her lip, she said, I didn't want to hide it from you. You know my parents' nature. They will always try to take advantage of the Bai family through me. So, I went to Dr. Lu and bought some medicinal herbs to brew a concoction, deceiving them into thinking it was herbal tea. They each drank a bowl and are now at home suffering from diarrhea. They want to be able to catch up with us. You can rest assured. Li Laodai looked at Lu Zhaodi's swollen face and couldn't help but ask, Did your parents hit you because of this? After she asked, she realized it was a superfluous question. If her own children dared to behave like that, breaking their legs would be a mild punishment. Lu Zhaodi touched her still stinging face and smiled bitterly, saying, My parents are quite shrewd. If they weren't doubled over in pain, they wouldn't have just slapped me once. But I brought this upon myself. It will heal in a few days. So don't worry, Mother. Qinshi exclaimed, My goodness, Zhaodi is too ruthless, even towards her own parents. Tianshi remarked, Well, one cannot say she is wrong. If one does not act in their own interest, they may face dire consequences. Moreover, her parents sometimes act quite unreasonably. Bai Leoi and Li Laodai silently sympathized with Lu Zhaodi's family. Though they did not entirely approve of her methods, they could understand her intentions. They believed that while Lu Zhaodi's actions might be excessive, they also demonstrated her sincere desire to build a life with Bai Chengman, severing ties with her past to start anew. Li Laodai took the silver and tucked it away, saying, as long as you have this intention, it's enough. From now on, you will be the wife of our Bai family's third son, just like your sisters-in-law. Don't think too much, we are all family. And we must work together to live well. Lu Zhaodi's smile grew sweeter, for she understood that Li Laodai truly regarded her as family. I understand, mother. I will definitely cherish my life with brother Chengman. At that moment, Junju, hearing the commotion outside the cart, peeked out from behind the curtain, revealing a thin little face as she sweetly asked, "Is that my third aunt?" Lu Zhaodi, upon hearing this, turned her head, first smiling shyly, then confidently affirming, "Yes, Ya. From now on, I will be your third aunt." Lu Zhaodi recognized Jinju because when they collected grain, Bai Lian had introduced Jinju to Lu Zhaodi. Behind the mule cart, Bai Chengyu nudged the blushing Bai Chengman with his elbow, teasing, "Don't just gawk at your wife. Be careful not to trip and fall flat on your face." Bai Chengman felt his cheeks flush crimson at Bai Chengyu's jest, smiling awkwardly yet unable to resist stealing a glance at the front where Lu Zhaodi walked, chatting happily with Jinju, his heart swelling with joy and contentment. Meanwhile, the Lu family was in disarray and distress, with Zhaodi's mother banging on the outhouse door and shouting, "Where's your father? Are you done yet? If you're finished, hurry up. I can hardly hold it any longer." In response, a series of nauseating sounds echoed from within the outhouse. Immediately following was Lu Datu's anguished and furious retort, "I can't hold it any longer, but I must. I've only just arrived. Oh, damn it, I'm in excruciating pain." As he uttered these words, Lu Baochai stood nearby, his legs twisted almost like a pretzel, one hand firmly clutching his abdomen while the other desperately covered his rear, his face resembling the wilted leaves of wild vegetables left uneaten for too many meals. "Oh, father. Do hurry. I truly cannot bear it any longer." Zhao Diniang, gritting her teeth in pain, managed to say, "You, a grown man, can just find a place outside to relieve yourself. Why must you compete with your mother here?" With that, she began to furiously pound on the latrine door with the hand that wasn't clutching her belly. "Hurry up, you child-ass father. For heaven's sake, stop urging me. I will naturally emerge once I am finished." The mere thought of the instigator of all this trouble made Lu Baochai seethe with rage, grinding his teeth as he cursed. "That wretched scoundrel, just wait until we catch up to the group. I shall teach her a lesson." Before he could finish his lament, he could no longer contain himself, clutching his belly as he dashed out of the courtyard like a gust of wind in search of a place to alleviate his urgent predicament. At that moment, Zhao Diniang had exhausted her capacity for cursing, her hand weakly pounding on the latrine door, each strike seemingly draining her of the last vestiges of her strength. The other hand pressed firmly against her abdomen, desperately hoping to quell the surging waves of agony. Yet, contrary to her wishes, the pain intensified with each moment. Zhao Diniang could hardly stand upright, leaning against the latrine wall, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, her eyes filled with anguish and helplessness. Just as she felt she could hold on no longer, the latrine door finally swung open. Instantly, a nauseating stench assaulted her senses. However, Zhao Diniang was too far gone to care. She lunged forward, grasping Lu Dada's arms with all her might and yanking him out. Lu Dada stumbled, nearly losing his footing, while Zhao Diniang seized the opportunity to dart into the latrine. The rickety door slammed shut behind her with a resounding bang. Almost immediately, a series of unmistakable sounds of relief echoed from within the latrine, starkly out of place in the quiet and chaotic courtyard of the Lu family. Lu Dada had scarcely emerged from the latrine when his momentary relief was abruptly overshadowed by a resurgence of pain in his belly. He hunched over, clutching his midsection, and shouted hoarsely towards the latrine, "Hurry up, child-ass mother. My stomach is killing me." After his plea, Lu Dada seemed to expend the last of his strength, stumbling to the wall, where he weakly sank to the ground, his legs feeling both numb and weak. Soon, Zhao Diniang's resolute voice emerged from the latrine. "I will not be coming out. You can find a place like Baochai did." Upon hearing her words, Lu Datu's face turned ashen, and he spat out curses through clenched teeth. "That wretched girl has grown too bold, daring to drug us. The more she tries to escape us, the less I shall allow her to succeed. Just wait until I catch her. I shall teach this ungrateful daughter a lesson she will not forget. Truly, it was a mistake to raise her." As he raged on, enduring the torment that felt like blades cutting into him, he pushed himself up from the ground and staggered away in search of relief. Meanwhile, in the latrine, Zhao Diniang harbored similar malevolent thoughts. How could I let that scoundrel off easy? Before I finish with her, I must force down 2 pounds of croton seeds, so she may taste the agony we endure. Chapter 63. The First Night of Fleeing the Famine. What was once a tranquil night adorned with twinkling stars transformed into the inaugural night of fleeing for Qingshan village. A procession, illuminated by torches like a fiery dragon, trudged along the winding path toward the remote mountains, a stark contrast to the bustling towns. The air was thick with a cacophony of voices, each expressing their reluctance to leave behind their homeland, a place they had cherished for a lifetime, their sorrow manifesting in heartfelt sobs. Oh, son, I truly do not wish to depart. No, father. The village head is right. We currently possess provisions, and to others, we appear as mere morsels. If we do not leave, we will surely be devoured by other villages. Some, however, wept tears of joy at the reunion of families, grateful that certain women had returned to their maternal homes to inform their loved ones. As word spread that Qingshan village had set forth, those families hastened to join the exodus. Dear, look at the others. Had you allowed me to return earlier, my family could have accompanied us, providing us with support along the way. Please wait for me. I shall return swiftly. No, perhaps it would be best for Donghua to go and fetch me. The man furrowed his brow in hesitation and remained silent, but his mother would not stand for it. She approached the woman and delivered a sharp slap. Have you lost your mind? After coming this far, you want to turn back? And you expect us to wait for you? How dare you? You brainless fool. Do you think we can afford to wait for you? Will the village head and others wait for us? Enough. If you wish to go, then go by yourself. Do not involve my grandson, and I will not pause to wait for you. The struck woman, seeing the man's silence and sensing her mother-in-law's steely resolve, could only swallow her discomfort and continue down the road, tears streaming down her face. There were also heart-wrenching scenes, as many families without livestock or carts could only rely on their own 2 legs to advance. Young children, weary from the journey, pleaded with their parents to carry them. Yet the parents, already exhausted, bore heavy bamboo baskets and pushed overloaded carts, lacking the strength to lift their children. Reluctantly, they urged the little ones to persist in walking. In that moment, the cries of fatigued children pierced the air, prompting their parents to scold them in frustration. Had their hands not been full, they might have resorted to physical reprimand. Even the elders, who typically cherished their grandchildren, felt helpless. How could they not feel sorrow at the children's cries, yet burden themselves? They found their compassion stifled. However, the children's lamentations were not the only sounds in the air, a symphony of animal noises intertwined with their cries. Cows mooed, mules brayed, and donkeys brayed, as if the animals sensed the oppressive atmosphere and expressed their unease. Even the dogs barked in response, while chickens, ducks, and geese clucked and quacked incessantly. The villagers were loath to abandon their livestock. In their hearts, these creatures represented sustenance that could not be forsaken unless absolutely necessary. Thus, they stuffed poultry into cages and tethered their livestock, bringing them along on the arduous journey. Bai Lian's eldest son, panting heavily, returned from the rear of the procession, wiping the large beads of sweat from his forehead. He reported to his father, "Father, we initially set out as 20 households, yet somehow we have swelled to 30. The additional 10 households seem to be from neighboring villages, likely some of the women's families." Bai Lian knitted his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, he replied slowly, "Very well. You should rest on the cart for a while. As long as they do not cause trouble, having them along is not a significant issue. After all, during this year of famine, mutual support may grant us a greater chance of survival." Emerging from the space, Bai Lian felt an overwhelming dizziness, a testament to the toll of prolonged consciousness within that realm. The sensation of lightheadedness was quite distressing. Shaking her head vigorously, she endeavored to regain her clarity. At this moment, seated in the mule cart, old Lady Li keenly sensed the stirrings of Bai Lian and inquired, "Awake, are you?" Bai Lian promptly responded, "Yes. I have awakened, mother. Why do you not rest for a while?" Old Lady Li furrowed her brow slightly and sighed with an air of resignation. "I cannot sleep. This beastly cart is quite uncomfortable for me. Though we have always had such carts at home, I rarely ride in one. Each time I do, I am beset by dizziness and my stomach churns violently. Given the current bumpy road and the cart's relentless jolting, how could I possibly feel drowsy? It is a small mercy that I have not succumbed to nausea. Yet, I must admit, I am somewhat in awe of you for managing to sleep amidst such turbulence." Pearl, shifting uncomfortably beside her, rubbed her meager backside with her small hands and pitifully asked, "Mother, may we not alight and walk for a bit? My bottom is quite sore." "Absolutely not," Bai Lian replied without hesitation. She had expended a considerable sum to acquire 2 mule carts precisely to spare herself and her daughter from undue hardship. If they were to disembark, she too would be forced to follow suit, thereby vacating 2 seats for others to occupy, which would mean a prolonged wait before they could sit again. Thus, Bai Lian, utilizing the faint glow of the oil lamp within the cart, retrieved a garment and carefully arranged a relatively comfortable spot for Pearl to sit. She then produced a revitalizing balm from her supplies to apply to old Lady Li's temples, not neglecting her own in the process. "This is the revitalizing ointment I purchased from the apothecary. Allow me to apply a bit, it should bring you some comfort." As old Lady Li felt the soothing coolness on her temples, accompanied by the balm's fragrant aroma wafting into her nostrils, she seemed to genuinely feel relief. "Indeed, this is quite soothing. Thank goodness you procured this balm, it spares me from further suffering. I have expected you to chastise me for wasting money." Bai Lian chuckled softly. Old Lady Li gave a gentle hum, acknowledging the ointment's efficacy, declaring it not a wasteful expenditure, but advised, "You should be more frugal in your daily affairs. We shall have ample need for funds in the future." Bai Lian obediently nodded, "Yes, yes, mother, you are absolutely right." Just as old Lady Li was about to broach the subject of Lu Xiaodi, the mule cart jolted abruptly, causing Pearl to nearly tumble. Bai Lian quickly steadied her. At that moment, the cart's curtain was caught by a gust of mountain wind, and Bai Lian glanced outside, asking, "Mother, where are we now? Have we not yet reached the town?" Old Lady Li stretched her legs and replied, "How could we have reached the town? We are heading in the opposite direction. Your father mentioned that if we all ventured to the town, it would easily attract the attention of the authorities, and with the city gates now closed, we cannot exit. It is far better to traverse the mountain paths directly." As she spoke, the mule cart came to an abrupt halt, and the resonant voice of Old Man Bai echoed from outside, "Wife, Lianer, bring Ya down, we have arrived at the foot of the mountain." Chapter 64, A Vast Array of Tombs. Bai Lian descended the mule cart, cradling Ya, and once she stabilized herself on the ground, she turned to survey the scene behind her. To her astonishment, she exclaimed, "Goodness! I did not expect this procession to be so lengthy. Not only was it long, but it was also quite boisterous." A sense of worry crept into Bai Lian's heart. With such a ruckus, what if they attracted wild beasts once they ascended the mountain? As she pondered this, her eyes suddenly brightened upon spotting Lu Xiaodi, who was diligently wiping the sweat from Bai Chengman's brow with a handkerchief. Bai Lian was puzzled. When did Lu Xiaodi join our group? Old Lady Li disembarked from the cart and, noticing Bai Lian's gaze fixed on Lu Xiaodi, smiled and succinctly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian felt a measure of respect for Lu Xiaodi, thinking it commendable that she could contribute in such a manner, and she was inclined to give her a thumbs up. After inspecting the mules, Old Man Bai approached and boomed, "You two ladies, cease your idle chatter and ensure Ya is secure. We shall soon begin our ascent." He then called out to Pinger, Unner, and Linger, "Stay close to your mother, do not stray. The mountains are perilous, and if you become separated, it could spell trouble." As night had descended deeply, the group commenced their cautious trek up the mountain. Bai Lian, fearing the abundance of snakes and insects in the mountains, hastily retrieved some anti-venom powder, instructing everyone to sprinkle a bit into their pouches. However, she soon realized that there were insufficient pouches to go around. But then again, who in the village would wear such things without necessity? Old Lady Li, seizing the moment, instructed her 3 daughters-in-law to grab some cloth from the cart and quickly fashion pouches as they walked. "Do not think me biased for only allowing you daughters-in-law to work while excluding my daughter. This powder was purchased at Lianer's expense, and she procured quite a bit." As the eldest daughter-in-law, Tianshi, spoke up, "Mother, what are you implying? Regardless of whether or not Lian may bought this powder, I, as the eldest daughter-in-law, will not let her do all the work. She only needs to care for Ya." Chinshi added while cutting fabric, "Exactly, mother. After living together for so long, you should know our characters. We are not the sort to harbor such petty thoughts." Lu Xiaodi, waiting at the back for her turn to grab fabric, felt compelled to chime in, "Mother, rest assured. In the future, I am more than willing to assist with any tasks you require. I am accustomed to working hard at my family home." Bai Lian smiled and remarked, "Mother, you are truly fortunate. Look at the daughters-in-law you have chosen. They are all exceptionally dutiful and virtuous. Old Lady Li, flattered by Bai Lian's praise, felt her wrinkles deepen in a smile, yet she playfully chided, "You do flatter me, yet I must agree. Your two sisters-in-law and younger sister-in-law are indeed the finest daughters-in-law in our village." Tianshi, while dividing the cloth, chuckled. "We believe you are the best mother-in-law and sister-in-law in the village as well." The women shared a hearty laugh, their mirth ringing out and contrasting sharply with the cries of those behind them. Observing the joviality among the women, Old Man Bai could not help but shake his head in amusement. Halfway through, he chuckled aloud. Truly, he was amazed by them, while others wept in despair. These women were still able to laugh. Yet, laughter is certainly preferable to tears. Even the family of the village chief, hearing their laughter, turned curiously to see what was amiss. How could they still be laughing? Surely, they had not been so severely affected? At that moment, a few timid children within the group, startled by the laughter, ceased their cries, equally curious about the commotion. After the laughter subsided, the women resumed their tasks as they walked. The children, displaying their maturity, took on the responsibility of providing light, holding torches aloft to help their mothers and aunts see better. The three sisters-in-law stitched pouches as they walked. Even though their hands were deft, the combination of walking and sewing proved challenging, and they could only do their best. The needles wove through the fabric, occasionally pricking their fingers, but they merely placed their injured fingers briefly in their mouths before continuing their work. After what felt like an eternity, they finally completed the pouches. Bai Lian meticulously filled each one with a bit of powder and distributed them to her family, ensuring that everyone wore one. Be sure to keep them safe. With this powder, snakes and insects will be deterred from approaching you, Bai Lian earnestly instructed the younger children. Meanwhile, the men had their own significant duties. They held firmly to the cart, their eyes constantly scanning the undulating terrain to ensure the cart did not tip over while navigating the slopes. Those without mule carts were fully engaged, as entire families strained together to push their hand carts uphill. The rugged mountain path caused the wheels to creak ominously, sounding as though they might disassemble at any moment. At this juncture, a pang of regret washed over the hearts of most men without mule carts, suddenly filled with envy for those villagers who had not fled. Those individuals must be comfortably nestled in their homes, peacefully slumbering. Unlike the weary souls laboring to push their carts through the depths of these mountains, struggling to advance amidst darkness and fatigue. As if this were not enough, his wife lacked solidarity, perpetually yearning to return to her family to escape the calamity together. Just when the group had toiled for what felt like an eternity, finally reaching the foothills, the eldest daughter-in-law, Xin, suddenly emitted a piercing scream. Heavens, there lies a vast expanse of graves. Startled, Bai Lian hastily followed her gaze, only to behold a seemingly endless array of burial mounds before him. Judging by the scale and arrangement, it appeared to be the ancestral graves of nearby villages. At that moment, the local dogs seemed to sense something amiss, all barking furiously towards the graveyard. The surroundings grew increasingly eerie in the dark of night, with gnarled, bare branches resembling clawing specters, sending chills down one's spine. Bai Zhenju clutched Bai Lian's hand tightly, her frail body trembling with fear. "Mother, what is wrong with those dogs? Their barking terrifies me." Before Bai Lian could respond, Bai Cheng'ang, who was near them, immediately reassured Bai Zhenju. "Do not be afraid. Dear niece, your uncle is here to protect you and your mother." Bai Ping and Bai An quickly joined them, offering words of comfort. "With your brothers around, there's no need to fear." Although Bai Lian was initially frightened by the bizarre scene, the warmth of her family's support eased her anxiety. At that moment, Old Lady Li, her eyes filled with concern, interjected, "This won't do. Eldest and second, you mustn't focus solely on the cart. First, take up Yaya and an Ert. The dogs are acting strangely. There must be something unclean ahead. You two have ample yang energy to carry them. Besides, the path is not too steep now, so we can afford to leave the cart unattended." "Indeed. Trust your mother, pay her, and I will handle the two carts," Bai Laozi said, casting a worried glance towards the grave mounds. Chapter 65. The dogs bark at the graves. Upon hearing Old Lady Li's words, Bai Chengyang and Bai Chengyu felt a twinge of unease, but did not hesitate to abandon their task of steadying the cart. They strode towards Bai Lian and her children. Bai Chengyang gently lifted Yaya, whispering soothingly, "Do not fear, dear Yaya, your uncle will protect you." Bai Chengyu took his son Bai An into his arms, patting his back reassuringly. Meanwhile, several elderly villagers approached Li Jing, their faces etched with worry and disquiet. Li Jing, the dogs are barking at the graves, surely something sinister is afoot. Should we turn back? Yes, otherwise, why would these dogs be barking so incessantly? It sends shivers down my spine. Li Jing sighed inwardly, sensing the strangeness of the situation. Yet turning back was no simple matter. Where could they possibly go? They could not return to the village in disgrace after enduring such hardships to arrive here. After all, if they retreated now, all their toil would be in vain. At that moment, Bai Lian, his composure unwavering, stepped forward and declared, "Children should not speak of strange powers or spirits. There is nothing to fear. We merely need to pass through this stretch of road swiftly." Bai Qingyang, bolstering his courage, patted his sturdy chest and said, "Why should we be afraid? Our group has many strong men, full of yang energy. We can scare away any vile spirits that dare to cross our path." "Isn't that right, father?" Bai Lian glanced at his second son, whose shirt was already soaked with perspiration. Despite still feeling trepidation, he nodded in agreement. "Both my sons make valid points. There is no need for alarm. I will lead the way, and we shall swiftly traverse this stretch without incident. But Li Jing, this is indeed perilous. My dogs only bark like this in the presence of strangers. Mine do too. With my entire family here, what if something happens? It would be a matter of life and death." Li Jing began to grow impatient. They had already decided to lead, yet these people still wished to linger. "If you are afraid, then turn back. My family is determined to cross this path." The villagers exchanged glances, momentarily silenced. Most wished to retreat, but were more concerned about pulling Li Jing and his family back. Without him, the village would surely descend into chaos. Conversely, those who wanted to follow Li Jing were equally reluctant to abandon him, for he had greater experience and wisdom, even possessing talents to guide them through this calamity. It was not that they were eager to flee, but the current circumstances left them with little choice. Failing to escape would mean certain doom. Bai Lian observed the elderly men, all averaging over 50 years of age, rendered speechless, and felt a sense of urgency. She quietly murmured to old Lady Li, "Mother, given this situation, could it be that we will return to the village?" Old Lady Li, however, replied with unwavering confidence, "With your father and cousin here, you need not worry. At worst, it will only be our families that leave." Bai Cheng, noticing Lu Zhaoti's distracted demeanor and her frequent glances towards the back of the group, understood her anxiety about her in-laws potentially catching up. He gently reassured her, "You need not fret. Even if your parents have the strength to pursue, they do not know which direction we have taken. Even if they do catch up, we have nothing to fear, for I am here." Lu Zhaoti felt a significant weight lift from her heart and responded softly, Meanwhile, old Master Tian, witnessing the stalemate, spoke up, "Li Jing, please do not take offense. Everyone is merely concerned for their loved one's safety. No one wishes to return." The current situation undeniably felt ominous. "Let us deliberate further and see if there are better alternatives." Old Master Qin concurred, saying, "Old Tian speaks wisely. However, we shall follow Li Jing's lead, whatever he decides. We will abide by." Though the villagers' thoughts remained nameless, they outwardly expressed their agreement. Li Jing recognized that his previous words were somewhat hasty. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his emotions and said, "I understand that this is indeed frightening. However, we find ourselves without shelter ahead and no one behind. Turning back impulsively is not a simple matter. Moreover, our village is the only one with provisions. If we return, we risk being raided by starving families from neighboring villages. Even if we manage to fend them off in a fight, can we ensure we will not suffer loss? Moreover, the healer, old Lu, did not accompany us. He has sought refuge with his son in the county. If injuries arise from a confrontation, seeking medical attention will be a significant hassle. I will lead the way and proceed with utmost caution. All of you should closely follow without panic, and we shall safely pass through." Bai Lian added, "Let us not frighten ourselves unnecessarily. We have remained here for some time without incident, so there is no reason for such fear." Old Master Bai stepped forward and stated, "Li Jing and Qinlei speak wisely. Together, we are stronger than if we were scattered. Should anyone be truly afraid, let us arm ourselves for protection." As he spoke, he drew a chopping knife from his waist and gripped it firmly. Others, seeing this, followed suit, retrieving their own axes and hoes from home. Though trepidation lingered in their hearts, they felt a modicum of reassurance, their expressions slightly more relaxed. Seeing this, Bai Lian felt a sense of relief and called out, Then let us proceed. Everyone, watch over one another. With that, he led his family toward the graveyard, and the group hesitated briefly before slowly following suit. Bai Lian, witnessing the procession resume, felt a wave of relief wash over her, realizing her mother's foresight had indeed proven accurate. The team cautiously navigated through the graveyard, each member holding their breath, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The local dogs continued to bark wildly nearby, yet as the group ventured deeper into the cemetery, the dogs grew increasingly agitated. Old Mr. Bai and Bai Ping were wholly focused on managing the mule cart, gripping the reins tightly, their voices softly coaxing the animals to calm down. At this moment, the livestock seemed to sense the eerie atmosphere, their steps becoming hesitant. Old Mr. Bai gently patted the mule's back, whispering soothingly, "Do not fear, let us move on. Once we pass through, all shall be well." Meanwhile, old Mrs. Li clutched tightly to Bai Lian, murmuring with each step, "Forgive us, we merely passed through, with no intention to disturb. Please do not hold it against us." Her eyes and tone were imbued with anxiety. Bai Lian, however, grimaced in pain. Her mother was gripping her hand too tightly, and if any malevolent spirit were to witness her expression, it would likely be taken aback. Bai Chengyang and Bai Chengyu held the child, their gazes alertly sweeping the area. Bai Zhenju buried her little face in her uncle Bai Chengyang's shoulder, too frightened to open her eyes. Baiyan had now taken on the role of the older brother, determined to set a good example for his sister. Though he claimed not to be afraid, his hands clutched his father's clothing tightly, his eyes barely open a slit, allowing him to feign bravery while still avoiding the sight of potential horrors. Chapter 66. A Nest of Snakes and Mice. The three sisters-in-law wielded their chopping knives, walking alongside their respective husbands. Although Bai Ling's face was pale, she too clutched her knife, closely following Tianshi. As the trailing group observed that the families ahead encountered no immediate danger, their initial trepidation eased, enabling them to traverse the mounds. Just as the Qin family, with the old master Qin leading, cautiously navigated through the grave circle, a sudden gust of cold, putrid wind swept through the tombstones, causing hearts to race with fear. At that moment, the rear of the procession erupted in chaos. A rat. A massive rat. A terrified shout shattered the stillness of the night, filled with panic and astonishment. Almost immediately, another voice shrieked in agony, "Ouch! Something bit my backside." A small child, illuminated by the hazy moonlight, caught sight of the writhing shadow on his father's rear and let out a piercing wail. "Dad, it's a snake. A snake is biting you." The man's wife, utterly distraught, clutched the child and stumbled back several steps, her eyes wide with dread and helplessness. "My husband. It truly is a snake, as thick as an arm. What shall we do? It seems to have latched onto your backside," she cried out, her voice trembling in the night air. "What are we to do? Quickly, help me get it off." As his words fell, an old man brandishing a chopping knife swiftly severed the writhing snake in two. To their dismay, the head of the snake clung on even tighter, eliciting further cries of pain from the man, while the severed tail continued to thrash on the ground. The Bai family, along with old Mr. Bai and their extended family, stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "What was just fine moments ago has turned into chaos, snakes and rats everywhere," Bai Lian murmured, his face a mask of confusion and unease. Bai Qingli could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, this is a true nest of snakes and mice." The Bai family quickly regained their composure, instinctively reaching for their pouches, their gazes toward Bai Lian filled with gratitude. Old Mrs. Li suddenly exclaimed, "No wonder those dogs were barking madly. They must have caught wind of all these snakes and rats." Fortunately, Lianer had the foresight to bring along the snake-repelling powder, otherwise we might have been the ones suffering. As he spoke, old Mr. Bai glanced at the Qin family, who had fortuitously avoided the turmoil, despite being some distance away. Truly, it seemed heaven was looking out for them. The Qin family silently rejoiced, recalling how, while preparing their pouches, she had made a few extras and shared some of the powder with the Qin household. Though limited in quantity, it surely had made a difference. Just look. As soon as their family left the grave mound, trouble befell the group behind them. In that fleeting moment, it appeared the snakes and rodents were multiplying. The local dogs, bound by ropes, could only bark furiously at the intruders. Had their necks not been restrained, they would undoubtedly have charged forth to confront the snakes and rats. At that moment, Numerous snakes raised their heads, flicking their tongues in defiance, confronting the dogs and the men armed with weapons, yet trembling with fear, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Bai Lian then patted Bai Chengyang's arm, saying, "Brother, are you afraid of snakes? If not, why not check if they are poisonous? If they aren't, we could add them to our meal." Bai Chengyang's lip twitched, a humorous grin spreading across his face. "I am afraid. I shall not go." Tianshi sighed in relief. She genuinely feared her husband might agree impulsively to indulge his sister. If it were merely 1 or 2 snakes, it would not be so daunting, but a writhing mass of them, with some as thick as a wrist, was indeed terrifying. Bai Lian turned to her father and younger brothers, who all shook their heads in unison, signaling their refusal to venture forth. Bai Lian pouted in disappointment. If not for her own fear, she would have dashed out to catch a couple for roasting. In modern times, she had indulged in snake meat on several occasions. Despite their fearsome appearance, the taste was truly exquisite. Just a single bite had made Bai Lian fall completely in love. Her favorite was snake soup over rice, deliciously savory. At that moment, Bai Chengyang tightly gripped his chopping knife, resolutely stepping forward. Seeing this, Bai Lian assumed his second son intended to rescue someone and hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, "Where do you think you are going? Do you believe you can save them all by yourself? You would only end up bitten by a snake." Bai Chengyang, taken aback, quickly clarified, "Who said I was going to save anyone? I merely wished to catch a few snakes to bring back for our meal. Snake meat is a great tonic. Father, have you forgotten? You praised the taste of snake meat when you tried it before." Bai Lian nearly burst into laughter, raising his hand to smack the back of his son's head, scolding, "What time is it, and you are still thinking about food? Are you born of a starving ghost? Besides, who knows if these snakes are poisonous? If they aren't, there are certainly many that inhabit this graveyard. One wonders what they usually consume. Would you dare eat a living snake?" Upon hearing this, Bai Chengyang envisioned some unsettling images, feeling queasy, and hastily replied, "Never mind, I shall not go after all." Meanwhile, Bai Lian, observing this exchange, felt a chill run down her spine. She had no doubt that if her father were her uncle, she would have received a similar reprimand. Old Mrs. Li, fearing her daughter's insatiable cravings, gently patted Bai Lian's back, soothingly saying, "Lianer, we must not be so greedy. Not everything is meant to be eaten. If you indulge too much, it could lead to illness." Bai Jinju, twisting her little body, insisted on being held by Bai Lian. Once in her arms, the little girl whispered in her ear, "Mother, let us listen to grandmother. We cannot be greedy, for eating the wrong meat may make us sick." Bai Lian. Bai Qingli, witnessing the increasingly chaotic scene, made a swift decision, commanding everyone to use their torches to burn the snakes and rats. Given that they lacked snake-repelling powders, employing fire was indeed the most suitable response. Indeed, one cannot go wrong by heeding Bai Xiaozai's counsel. Quickly, employ fire as a weapon. Upon hearing Bai Qingli's command, the crowd swiftly raised their torches, cautiously advancing towards the gathering of snakes and rats. The flames flickered in the night breeze, illuminating the anxious faces of the onlookers. The serpents and rodents seemed to sense the impending threat, emitting sharp hisses and squeaks yet refusing to retreat. Rather, a few large rats charged aggressively towards the crowd. A cacophony of gasps erupted, but the flames in their hands were wielded with renewed vigor. In that moment, the cries of women and children intertwined with the shouts of men calling for action. Chapter 67. A Colossal Cobra. The men from the Qin and Tian families were gripped by fear, yet they masked their trepidation, pretending to assist by brandishing their torches from a distance. Observing that several families were lending support, the elder Bai felt compelled to send Bai Qingyu and Bai Qingman to follow Bai Qingyang, despite the disapproving gaze of Grandma Li. Chen Shi and Lu Zhaodi, witnessing this, handed their pouches to their husbands, believing that an additional pouch would equate to an added measure of safety. As Bai Qingyang advanced a few steps, he suddenly detected a peculiar medicinal aroma wafting from the direction of his cousins. Puzzled, he observed Bai Qingyu and his brother approaching the snake cluster, and, to his astonishment, the serpents swiftly retreated. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Are you two carrying any snake-repellent powder?" Bai Qingyu, having just slain a large rat with his knife, straightened up and replied, "Yes, we prepared some at home. Though the quantity is limited. I never anticipated it would be useful here." As he spoke, he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. His gaze fixated on the lifeless rat on the ground, grateful that his sister had procured the powder in advance. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss on how to confront the snakes. Elder Bai and Bai Qingyang stood guard with their axes, urging their family members to remain vigilant against any potential sneak attacks from the snakes or rodents. Bai Lian felt relatively untroubled, for she possessed the most powder in her pouch, but to be safe, she drew out 2 daggers. Ya, do not be afraid, mother is right beside you. If a snake or a rat attempts to bite you, you must use this dagger to slay them. The moment her words fell, she shivered involuntarily, goosebumps rising on her skin, sensing an ominous gaze upon them. Mother, what is wrong? Bai Zhanju asked, taking the dagger, her face etched with confusion. Hush, do not speak, Bai Lian said, her instincts compelling her to turn her head, nearly causing her to faint. Before them loomed a massive, flat-headed creature, its icy gaze fixated on their direction. Goodness, what a colossal cobra! Bai Zhanju followed her mother's gaze, spotting a gargantuan serpent coiled nearby, its head large and flat, raised high, with cold and fierce eyes, its forked tongue flicking rapidly as it hissed. Having never witnessed such a sight, Bai Zhanju's face drained of color, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried, "Oh my goodness, what a gigantic snake!" In a panic, she attempted to flee towards Elder Bai but stumbled, her body trembling violently. With her movement, the cobra lunged forward, its head darting as if to strike. Bai Lian quickly grasped Bai Zhanju's arm, urging, "Ya, do not move." The Bai family turned at the sound of their cries, their faces paling as they beheld the cobra, a collective gasp escaping their lips. Bai Qingyang regained his composure first, suppressing his fear, clutching his axe tightly as he cautiously approached Bai Lian and Bai Zhanju. His eyes remained fixated on the cobra, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, unwilling to allow his focus to waver. In that perilous moment, the cobra seemed to seize its chance, its massive form darting towards Bai Lian and her daughter like a bolt of black lightning. Its speed was astonishing, a foul wind trailing in its wake, and as its tail lashed, it kicked up a cloud of dirt. "Lianer, be careful. Ah, the snake is coming." Grandma Li and several daughters-in-law screamed in terror, momentarily paralyzed, their minds blank, leaving only cries in their wake. Bai Lian, equally terrified, felt her heart nearly stop, her complexion as pale as a sheet, nearly losing consciousness. Yet, instinctively, her body reacted with remarkable acuity. In her panic, she reached for the pouch at her waist, yanking it free with a faint tearing sound. In a flash, she opened the pouch, trembling as she hurled the contents towards the cobra, which had leapt into the air, exposing its gaping maw and sharp fangs. The powder cascaded like blossoms scattered by a celestial maiden, landing precisely on the cobra's head. As soon as the powder touched the creature, it plummeted from the air, writhing in agony upon the ground. Seeing this, Grandma Li hurriedly tore off her own pouch, throwing its contents at the writhing cobra, shouting, "Why are you all standing there like fools? Hurry, bring out the powder and dispatch this loathsome snake." Indeed, in Grandma Li's eyes, the snake was both enormous and repulsive, far more grotesque than any other serpent. Just then, Lu Zhaodi interjected that it was unnecessary, and the onlookers watched in astonishment as she approached the thrashing cobra, one hand clutching a burlap sack and the other wielding an axe. Grandma Li instinctively reached out to grab Lu Zhaodi, but only managed to grasp a corner of her clothing, failing to halt her advance. Frantically, Grandma Li smacked her thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no! What are you doing? Are you trying to throw your life away? That hideous snake clearly possesses potent venom. What if you were to be bitten?" Lu Zhaodi remained silent, and her subsequent actions left everyone wide-eyed with shock. She approached the cobra, deftly ensnaring its head with the burlap sack, then struck down with her axe at its vulnerable midsection. The severed cobra writhed desperately, attempting to escape the sack. Lu Zhaodi held it down firmly, relentlessly hacking away until the creature's head and tail were reduced to pulp. Bai Lian and Bai Qingyang, who had intended to assist, halted in their tracks, wary of getting too close and risking injury. Bai Lian, regaining her composure, observed Lu Zhaodi's fierce assault on the snake, pondering if Lu Zhaodi was channeling years of pent-up resentment onto the serpent. Bai Zhanju, covering her eyes, peeked through her fingers, thinking, "Wow, this sister-in-law is far more terrifying than the snake itself." Confirming that the snake was beyond revival, Lu Zhaodi exhaled in relief, rising to dust off her garments. Facing the astonished crowd, she smiled, "Do not fear, all is well now." Grandma Li, finally coming to her senses after a prolonged moment, muttered, "This child is incredibly brave. Yet her skills are truly remarkable." She approached Lu Zhaodi, scrutinizing her from every angle, particularly her hands, which she examined repeatedly. How can you be so bold? You nearly terrified me to death. Are you unscathed? Observing the genuine concern in Grandma Li's eyes, Lu Zhaodi stared blankly for a moment, her eyes growing increasingly red. Mother, I am fine, do not worry. Grandma Li paused, having detected the quiver in Lu Zhaodi's voice and could only sigh, tightly clasping her hand as they returned to their family group. Chapter 68. Departing from the Grave Mound. With the assistance of the Qin and Tian families, Bai Lian rose to her feet and noticed her mother returning with Lu Zhaodi, whose eyes were still slightly red. Yet the corners of her mouth hinted at a smile. Bai Lian's gaze flickered. Her mother must have uttered something poignant that moved Lu Zhaodi. Third sister-in-law. Are you all right? I never imagined you to be so brave. Weren't you afraid? Tian inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment. Lu Zhaodi blushed slightly as she replied, I am sorry to have worried you, I am fine. I am not that formidable. I have merely encountered a few snakes while foraging for wild vegetables on the back mountain. A village hunter once saved me and taught me how to strike at a snake's vital points. Seeing this precious medicinal powder, I did not wish to waste it. So I took the opportunity to kill the snake while it was incapacitated by the drug. At this revelation, everyone understood the situation. Yet they continued to admire Lu Zhaodi's bravery, acknowledging her as someone capable of administering purgatives to her parents. Old Master Bai felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the sight of the gruesome pile of snake flesh on the ground, and he noticed Bai Zhenju, frightened, hiding by Bai Lian's leg, secretly wiping away tears. Concerned that the child might have nightmares later, he instructed Bai Chengyang to remove the pile of snake meat, then gently picked up Bai Zhenju and said, Be good, do not be afraid, the snake is dead. Your aunt killed it, and with her around, you need not fear. At that moment, Bai Zhenju was clearly still in shock, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her small hand continuously patting her chest. With a quivering voice, she said, Grandfather, I was almost scared to death. I saw that giant snake with its mouth wide open, its teeth sharp and menacing. And I thought it was coming to bite my head. In contrast to the tumult on this side, the situation on the other side of the group was even more chaotic. Numerous snakes and mice, ignited by torches, scurried wildly among the graves, and some overgrown mounds were set ablaze as well. Panic ensued, leaving everyone uncertain of how to respond. How did it catch fire? This is disastrous. Burning graves is no different from disturbing ancestral tombs. Indeed, should we extinguish the flames? Extinguish? You go ahead. I dare not approach. Those snakes and mice will chase us like weasels after chickens. Bai Qingli, who had never believed in spirits, felt a tinge of fear upon witnessing the scene. He urged everyone to flee quickly, for if the fire spread, they would all suffer the consequences. Villagers bitten by mice began to flee. But those bitten by snakes were too terrified to move, fearing they might encounter the notorious five-step snake, which was known to be deadly. In the chaos, several men and women had already collapsed to the ground, their faces turning a shade of blue, evidently having succumbed to snake venom. Their relatives surrounded them, wailing in despair, their cries echoing through the air, repeatedly calling for the village head to save them. Bai Lian had already heard the commotion but felt powerless to assist. If they were facing bandits, he could rally the villagers to fight back, but now, confronted with snake venom, he felt utterly helpless. He lacked medical knowledge. And the only healer in the village, old Lu, was not present, which left him in a state of anxiety with no solutions. At that moment, two more men, bitten by snakes, succumbed and fell to the ground, their bodies convulsing briefly before falling still. Wah, how could you abandon me like this? How am I to live now? Father, please don't die. No, my son, how can you bear to leave me, a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one? Do not stop me. Let me go with you, I cannot endure this. Bai Lian watched this heart-wrenching scene, filled with helplessness and sorrow. Yet, as the situation had already unfolded, swift action was imperative. Summoning his strength, he called out loudly, Everyone, do not lose your composure. Do not focus solely on your own concerns. Quickly carry out the fallen and let us leave this perilous place. We will find a suitable location to tend to them. Upon hearing the village head's call, the villagers snapped back to their senses, momentarily setting aside their panic and fear as they began to assist with urgency. Working together, they carefully carried out the bodies. A total of 10 individuals. Bai Lian, Witnessing the procession of bodies approaching, swiftly covered Bai Jinju's eyes with her hand. The child had already endured enough fright for one night. She must not see such a terrifying sight again. Meanwhile, old Lady Li and the Chen family quickly gathered Bai Ping and the other children into their embrace, shielding their eyes while softly reassuring them, "Do not look. And do not be afraid." Soon, the procession was back on the move, now resembling a funeral procession, heavy with sorrow and the mournful wails that brought tears to the eyes of those who heard. Yet, amidst the grief, Bai Lian felt little sadness. To her, those deceased were merely strangers, deserving only of her sympathy. However, her mind was preoccupied with a more pressing concern. She feared that the increasing volume of their cries might attract wild beasts, resulting in further casualties. Bai Lian entrusted Bai Jinju to old Lady Li and then approached old Master Bai, whispering, "Father, this will not do." Old Master Bai looked puzzled and asked, "What is it? What will not do?" Bai Lian replied anxiously, "Listen, their cries are growing louder." Old Master Bai, sensing Bai Lian's insensitivity, interrupted, "Those are their loved ones who have passed. Should they not mourn? Can you truly be so heartless?" Bai Lian froze momentarily at her father's words, but quickly regained her composure and continued, I had not finished my thought. I know they are grieving. But the events have transpired, and crying will not alter the reality. We must consider the living. If their wails attract nearby beasts, it will surely lead to more danger and further casualties. I cannot guarantee that our family will be safe should wild animals approach. At this point, old Master Bai's expression was filled with embarrassment, realizing that, despite his age, he had failed to allow his daughter to finish her words. Now, he had not only misunderstood her but had also unjustly scolded her. Bai Chongyang, walking behind, could sense his father's discomfort without needing to look. So he quickly spoke to ease the tension. "Father, Lianer is correct. If their cries attract wild beasts, it will indeed be a grave problem. I believe you should consult your cousin. As the village head, his words carry weight, and he can persuade them to quiet down." Bai Lian glanced at Bai Chongyang with approval in her eyes and said, "Elder brother speaks wisely. That is precisely my intention. The situation is perilous, and we must devise a way to minimize their cries. Otherwise, we risk attracting wild beasts and endangering everyone." Chapter 69. The Chestnut Grove. Old Master Bai cleared his throat and nodded, saying, "Lianer, I was hasty and did not allow you to finish your thought. I shall seek out your cousin immediately." With that, he did not look back at his astonished daughter, but quickened his pace toward Bai Lijiang at the front of the group. Bai Lian exchanged a knowing smile with Bai Chongyang. Bai Chongyang, feeling somewhat envious, remarked, "Father only behaves this way with you. Had it been us brothers, he would have surely argued back." At the front of the procession, Bai Lijiang wore a troubled expression due to the fatalities. Upon seeing old Master Bai approach hurriedly, he asked, "What is it? Good heavens, surely nothing else has occurred?" Old Master Bai relayed Bai Lian's concerns, and Bai Lijiang's expression grew more solemn. "Very well. I shall inform them immediately. You return for now and do not hesitate to ask for assistance if needed." Once the elder Bai departed, Bai Lijiang instructed his sons to halt the ox-drawn cart and called out to the villagers trailing behind, "Everyone, please remain silent for a moment. I understand the profound sorrow we all feel at the loss of our loved ones, but we find ourselves in perilous territory. Excessive lamentations may attract wild beasts, putting all our lives at risk. Of course, it is not to say that we cannot grieve. It is merely prudent to keep our voices to a minimum." The families who had cried the loudest, upon hearing the warning that their wails could summon predators, though still heavy-hearted, gradually subdued their cries. After walking a while longer and confirming that no snakes or insects had followed, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. Bai Lijiang selected a clearing for the 10 deceased to be laid to rest, allowing everyone to pause for a moment of respite. They would rest here for the night and resume their journey at dawn, while those bitten by rats could attend to their wounds. The able-bodied men in the group took up their host to assist, for there would be no elaborate funeral rites, no proper coffins, only rudimentary burials hastily covered with the straw mats brought from home. The families of the deceased trembled with suppressed sobs, their tears brimming yet held back, while 2 women fainted at the newly mounded graves. Bai Lijiang stood before the 10 fresh graves, his expression grave, his heart a tumult of emotions. Although he believed his decision to flee was justified, he could not shake the guilt that whispered that their demise was somehow connected to him, for it was he who had proposed the escape and his son who had charted their course. At that moment, his daughter-in-law, Xin, approached with a bamboo tube in hand and gently said, "Father, do not dwell too much on this tragedy. None wished for such calamity. You have traveled far and must hydrate." Just then, Bai Qingli stepped forward, advising, "Father, as the saying goes, a bow once drawn cannot be unstrung. We must continue on our path. Such partings are likely to recur on this journey, and you must adjust your mindset to cope with it." Bai Lian sighed deeply, waving his hand dismissively. "I understand your concerns. You all should rest now." Amidst this atmosphere of sorrow and melancholy, the Bai family maintained a surprisingly light-hearted demeanor. The elder Bai and his 3 sons busied themselves clearing a resting area and tending to the 2 mules. Meanwhile, Mrs. Li directed Qin and Tian to boil water for dumpling soup and steam some dry rations for the morrow's journey. Bai Lian, accompanied by Bai Zhenju, Bai Ling, and Lu Zhaodi, sought an appropriate location for relief. The vegetation on the mountain had been devoured by locusts, leaving little cover. As Bai Lian departed, she picked up 2 umbrellas for shelter. Just as Bai Zhenju took a couple of steps after relieving herself, she tripped over an object, exclaiming, "Oh dear! What did I stumble on? What is this prickly ball?" At this moment, Bai Lian and Bai Ling were unable to rise mid-action, prompting Bai Lian to anxiously call out, "What happened? Did you get bitten by a hedgehog?" Lu Zhaodi hurried over to check on Bai Zhenju, asking with concern, "Ya, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" Bai Zhenju shook her head. "I'm fine. It was just this thing that tripped me, causing me to fall." Lu Zhaodi then spotted the spiky object beside Bai Zhenju's foot, and her eyes lit up with excitement. "It's a chestnut." Upon hearing chestnut, Bai Lian eagerly pulled up her pants, exclaiming, "Oh my, if there's one chestnut, it means there must be at least one chestnut tree nearby. Quickly, let us search the area. We might find that tree, or perhaps even a grove of chestnuts." Bai Zhenju, having never tasted a chestnut, inquired curiously, "Mother, why are you so happy? Can you eat this? It looks like it would hurt to bite into." Bai Lian smiled, affectionately ruffling Bai Zhenju's hair and patiently explaining, "Of course, chestnuts are edible. It's just the prickly outer shell that is inedible. Once the shell is removed, the kernel inside is fragrant and sweet cooked. It tastes even better." Bai Ling chimed in, "That's right. I had chestnuts during the New Year. Roasted chestnuts are truly aromatic and sticky. My mother said they can also be made into pastries." As they spoke, Bai Ling scanned the surroundings for the chestnut tree. "Over there." Lu Zhaodi was the first to spot it, pointing to a nearby tree laden with numerous spiky chestnuts. Bai Lian, filled with excitement, dashed towards the chestnut tree, followed closely by Lu Zhaodi, Bai Ling, and Bai Zhenju. By the light of their torches, they were overjoyed to discover not just a single chestnut tree, but an entire grove, seemingly dozens of trees, all heavy with chestnuts yet devoid of leaves. Bai Lian couldn't help but marvel at the devastation wrought by the locust plague. Fortunately, the chestnuts were safeguarded by their tough shells, or they too might have perished. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled with delight, her face radiating joy as she exclaimed, "Heavens, I never imagined there could be so many chestnut trees in this mountain. If we were to harvest them all, it must amount to several hundred pounds." Even Bai Zhenju gasped in astonishment, "Wow, look at all the fallen chestnuts on the ground. Mother, aunt, sister, please be careful as you walk. Don't slip like I just did." Lu Zhaodi pondered for a moment, then asked, "With so many chestnut trees, should we not inform the others? Also, do you think this chestnut grove has an owner?" She glanced cautiously at Bai Lian, worried that her words might displease her. Chapter 70, Greed. Bai Lian paused, then replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, we must tell everyone. We share both fortune and misfortune in this endeavor. Besides, we are all part of the same group. It would be improper not to inform them. However, before we do, our family must first reap our share, haha." With experience guiding her, Bai Lian deftly sidestepped the question of ownership. Even if there were an owner, who would care in such desperate times? And if the owner were absent, it was merely their misfortune. As she thought, Bai Lian skillfully unfastened 3 large burlap sacks from her waist. Lu Zhaodi and Bai Ling stared in astonishment. Who would carry 3 burlap sacks tied to their waist? Moreover, they had not even noticed this detail while traveling together. Bai Zhenju, however, chuckled to herself, pleased that having some space proved advantageous, as it could be of great use at any moment. Noticing Lu Zhaodi and Bai Ling still standing in shock, Bai Lian urged, "What are you all standing around for? Quickly, gather the chestnuts." As she spoke, she shook the 2 burlap sacks vigorously in front of them, urging them to take the sacks and begin collecting the chestnuts. Lu Zhaodi snapped back to reality. hastily grabbing a sack, and she and Bai Ling bent down to gather the chestnuts. Despite their lack of gloves, they wielded their hatchets, making them effective tools for collecting the chestnuts. The three moved nimbly, one hand firmly gripping the hatchet while the other clutched the sack, gathering the chestnuts from the ground. With a swift motion of the blades back, they swept the chestnuts into the sacks as easily as sweeping dust. The white pearl, devoid of any burlap sacks, was far from idle. Her petite figure darted busily near the white lotus, persisting through beads of sweat that adorned her forehead. Clutching a small tree branch tightly in her grasp, she focused intently on gathering the scattered chestnuts into heaps, preparing for her mother's arrival to collect them effortlessly. As Bai Lian picked up the chestnuts, she discreetly stashed one or two into her own space with remarkable stealth and swiftness, unnoticed by Lu Zhaodi and Bai Ling, who were toiling nearby. As the four of them collaborated earnestly, their enthusiasm grew, fueled by the sheer abundance of chestnuts. Before long, 3 large burlap sacks were filled to the brim. Bai Lian straightened up and wiped the sweat from her brow with her arm. "The sacks are full. Let us return and summon the others to come back," she declared. At the resting spot, a pot of noodle soup was bubbling away, white steam rising gracefully. Old Lady Li stood nearby, frequently glancing toward the direction where Bai Lian and the others had departed, her face etched with worry and impatience. Unable to contain her concern, she murmured to Old Man Bai, "Look at how long they've been gone. Perhaps you should take the boys to see what SMS. At this rate, they could have taken several bathroom breaks." Old Man Bai, already troubled, decided to take his sons to search for them. Just a few steps later, they spotted Bai Lian and the others slowly approaching, dragging several bulging burlap sacks behind them. "Father, we're back. Come help us. These things are awfully heavy." Bai Lian's voice called out from afar, reaching their ears even before her figure came into view. This shout not only resonated with Old Man Bai's family, but also captured the attention of the village head and other villagers. Curiously, they turned their gazes toward Bai Lian, Lu Zhaodi, Bai Ling, and Bai Pearl, who were straining under the weight of the several hefty sacks, which indeed looked quite substantial. Old Man Bai and the 3 Bai brothers rushed forward to assist, but as Bai Cheng attempted to hoist one of the sacks onto his shoulder, Lu Zhaodi deftly intervened, cautioning, "Hey, carry it carefully. These sacks contain unpeeled chestnuts. We wouldn't want you to get hurt." Upon hearing the word chestnuts, the villagers' eyes sparkled with interest. Chestnuts represented not merely a delectable treat, but also a vital source of sustenance. The village head couldn't contain his excitement and stepped forward to inquire, "Seeing how much you've brought back, did you stumble upon a chestnut grove?" Bai Lian's response did not disappoint. "Indeed, it's a vast chestnut grove. We were merely searching for a convenient spot and unexpectedly encountered it, so we collected these to bring back." Old Man Tian's wife, Old Lady Wu, felt a twinge of worry and cautiously asked, "Is it permissible to harvest? Could it belong to someone?" Old Man Tian shot her a disapproving glance and replied, "Whose could it possibly belong to? If it had an owner, would they not have come to gather it after the Locust disaster? It must be wild from the mountains." After pondering, the crowd agreed with Old Man Tian's reasoning. Given their current circumstances, such an unexpected discovery was not to be overlooked. Consequently, they clamored to go harvest chestnuts. Though they had already gathered a significant amount of food prior to their escape, no one could predict how long their journey would last or what challenges lay ahead, so no one would complain about having excess provisions. Seeing his youngest son nod slightly in agreement, the village head formed a plan and declared, "All right, let us all go gather chestnuts." With this command, 30 households mobilized in a grand procession toward the chestnut grove. In a bid to maximize their efforts, they brought along their belongings, livestock, carts, and even the half-cooked meals. Even the 10 families recently bereaved, still engulfed in sorrow, resolutely joined the throng, suppressing their tears. The sentiment remained, life must continue, and no one would ever resent having more food. Amidst the crowd, an elderly woman noticed Bai Lian and the others intending to head to the chestnut grove and felt a surge of bitterness well up within her, prompting her to speak without restraint. Although she did not raise her voice, her words were loud enough for Old Man Bai and the families at the forefront of the line to hear distinctly. "Oh dear. You've already filled 3 sacks and still want to go? With so many families, who knows if there will be enough to go around? 3 sacks already. And yet such greed," she muttered with a sarcastic tone. The woman's husband, a simple man, felt compelled to intervene, tugging at her sleeve to whisper, "Come on now. It's not yours, so why fuss over it? Don't make enemies for no reason. However, the woman was even less pleased, retorting, "What do you mean making enemies? Am I not speaking the truth? How vast is that chestnut grove? What if there is not enough to share? Do you want to go hungry?" Bai Lian's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face as she prepared to confront the gossiping woman. Yet, before she could, old Lady Li interjected. Stepping forward with a fierce demeanor, bellowing, "Hey, Lu Chanhua, I recognized your voice immediately. Try saying that again. What do you mean we're greedy? If we were truly greedy, we wouldn't have informed everyone about the chestnut grove, nor would we have made such a fuss about it. If we were really selfish, couldn't we have waited until you were all fast asleep and then acted stealthily? My daughter kindly pointed out the existence of the chestnut grove to you, considering we're all in the same team. If you can't appreciate that, you shouldn't speak such hurtful words. Lian, if we come across anything good in the future, do not share it with these ungrateful wolves. It's pointless. They'll never remember your kindness," old Lady Li raged, her chest heaving with indignation as she placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Lu Chanhua as if she could devour her whole. The atmosphere became tense. Everyone halting in their tracks, their gazes flitting between old Lady Li and Lu Chanhua. Lu Chanhua, feeling the heat of the moment as old Lady Li publicly chastised her, turned beet red with embarrassment and retorted sharply, "Li Qiu, do you have eyes in the back of your head? You knew it was me." Old Lady Li, hands on her hips and fierce as ever, shot back, "I may not have eyes in the back of my head, but I certainly have ears. Your voice is so sharp and bitter it could make anyone sick. I don't need to see. Just the sound of it is enough for me to know it's you." Lu Chanhua trembled with rage, shoving away her husband, who had been trying to calm her. "So, what if it is me? Did I say anything wrong? Your family already has 3 large sacks of chestnuts. Now you're all coming out as a family. Is there no end to your greed? And your family has 2 mule carts. Don't think I don't know what's inside food. How can one be so greedy? Since you know we're all part of the same team, and your family has so much food, why can't you just let us have a bit?" Upon hearing Lu Posey admit that the previous remarks were indeed her own, Bai Lian stepped forward without a hint of hesitation and scolded, "Hey, you old hag. What of my family's 2 mule carts? How does that concern you? I truly cannot fathom the audacity with which you claim that because my family has ample grain, we ought to yield to you. By that logic, should those fleeing famine not take along families with scarce provisions, lest we all perish for the sake of the few? If everyone were to think as you do, fixated solely on the sacrifices of those with ample supplies, how would we ever manage to journey together? We might as well disperse and go our separate ways." As her words rang out, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. The villagers, who had accumulated a relatively greater stock of grain, nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a sense of approval. Each household's grain was earned through relentless toil and should be fiercely protected. Why should they be compelled to relinquish it without cause? The very grain they carried was meant to sustain them through this arduous escape, not to nourish those who merely sought to exploit their generosity. Old Chin interjected. In years past, though the locust plague was not as devastating as this, everyone sought their own means of survival. It was a blessing to endure. Who had the capacity to concern themselves with others? Although we travel together now, it is unreasonable to demand that those with more grain should support those with less. How does that differ from banditry? Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. The other villagers echoed in agreement. Upon hearing Bai Lian, Bai Shan, Lu Posey's son, felt his blood boil. His face flushed crimson as he brandished his axe with aggression, pointing it at Bai Lian, proclaiming, "No wonder you were cast aside by the Zhou family. With a person like you, a household would be anything but peaceful." My mother's words hold truth. These chestnuts do not belong to you or to us. Since you brought it up, why not suggest we share equally? If we do not divide them, and we find ourselves in want later, will you stand idly by as we starve? Isn't that right, Uncle Li Zheng? Of course not, Li Zheng replied, lifting his head slightly, his expression calm, which silenced the raucous crowd. Apart from the Bai and Tianjin families, the others stared at Li Zheng in bewilderment, their eyes brimming with confusion. They found it hard to believe such words could emerge from his lips. Could it be that their Li Zheng would truly turn a blind eye to their plight? Li Zheng surveyed those gathered, a hint of helplessness and weariness evident in his gaze, before continuing. "The reason I led you out to escape the famine was simply out of respect for our shared history as villagers. However, you must understand, This does not mean I am obligated to ensure your safety or welfare, nor does it imply that those with ample grain must unconditionally sacrifice for those with little. He paused, furrowing his brow and emphasizing his words. Had you not broached this topic, and had we worked together in solidarity, perhaps we could have weathered this storm. Yet, now that some have made their intentions clear, it is evident that certain individuals harbor thoughts of taking advantage, seeking to reap without sowing. If that is the mindset, then I shall be blunt. If everyone clings to such notions, it would be best to part ways. Li Zheng's voice carried a tinge of bitterness. Consider the current state of affairs. Chaos and famine abound. My own family must strive to survive in these harsh conditions. I cannot guarantee they will have enough to eat, let alone spare provisions to sustain you. Upon hearing Li Zheng's words, the crowd exchanged glances, some displaying shame, lowering their heads in silence, while others subtly nodded in agreement with Li Zheng's sentiments. If they did not swiftly quell this misguided sentiment, the group would be akin to a band of marauders trailing behind them. Lu Posey's face was now a mask of regret and unease. Her lips trembled as a flicker of fear graced her eyes. She had never anticipated that her few ill-chosen words would provoke such ire from Li Zheng, even stirring thoughts of disbandment. With great difficulty, she swallowed hard, forcing a strained smile, her voice tinged with a mixture of pleading and timidity. Li Zheng, we truly did not mean it as you think. It is not that we do not strive ourselves, we are not merely begging for help. In my haste, I misspoke. I merely wished to express my concern that with so many families, I feared there may not be enough chestnuts for everyone to share. I noticed the Bai Lian family has an abundance of grain and has collected 3 large bags of chestnuts. I thought perhaps they could consider us, those with less grain. My intentions are good, but my words are clumsy, and if I have offended, I beg for your magnanimity, Li Zheng, not to hold it against me. Bai Shan seethed with frustration, yet dared not voice it, casting a furious glare at Bai Lian and Old Li, his eyes brimming with resentment. Bai Lian returned the glare fiercely, as though daring him to challenge her. Her eyes shone with an intensity greater than his. Oh, look at you. Resembling a stunted winter melon, who would ever fear you? Even if it came to blows, I would not flinch, for I am protected by my parents and 3 brothers. And you? Just the 3 of you. Bai Shan, feeling his pride wounded by Bai Lian's defiance, grew even angrier, his face reddening as he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront her. Just as he took a step forward, his well-meaning father grasped his arm firmly. Bai Gue frowned, exasperation evident in his voice as he chided. What are you doing? Quiet down and cease this ruckus. Meanwhile, Bai Lian was swiftly pulled back by her 2 sisters-in-law. Lu Zhaodi, fearing a confrontation, hurried to shield the children, anxious to protect them. The 3 brothers of Bai Chengyang acted in unison, brandishing their axes protectively in front of Bai Lian, their expressions conveying a clear message to Bai Shan: dare to approach, and you will find yourself on the receiving end of a beating. Oh, you insolent brat. Who do you think you're glaring at? Do you think we are all pushovers? Are you looking for a fight? Old Bai, unable to contain his disdain for Bai Shan, felt justified in dismissing the boy's insults as mere folly. However, to publicly declare that his daughter deserved her fate struck a nerve, inciting Old Bai's temper. As Bai Shan surveyed the spectacle unfolding before him, he felt a twinge of insecurity, especially with the 3 brothers standing tall and robust. Should a fight break out, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. At that tense moment, Li Zheng cleared his throat, wishing to divert attention from the escalating conflict. He frowned, raising his voice. Why not hasten to collect the chestnuts? Isn't that far more appealing? If you wish to brawl, I shall not dissuade you. But do not expect me to continue as your Li Zheng. We are all fleeing this calamity, and I am no longer the Li Zheng of Qingshan village. Each must fend for themselves. With that, Li Zheng turned away, urging his family to gather the chestnuts post-haste. In the time spent squabbling, it would serve them better to harvest the chestnuts and rest early, for the journey would resume at dawn. The other villagers, witnessing Li Zheng's dismissal, erupted into a cacophony of accusations directed at Lu Posey and her son. Alas, is it merely about chestnuts? With a vast forest waiting for us, why create discord instead of harvesting? Look where that has led us. Our Li Zheng no longer wishes to involve himself. A woman furrowed her brow, her face a portrait of discontent. Indeed, it is not yet the point of no return. Why must we create such a spectacle? It is affecting us all. If you do not wish to follow the village head, you may walk on your own or return to the village. Wu old lady could not help but murmur in complaint. Oh, let us just go. Let us not concern ourselves with them anymore. Let us hasten to gather chestnuts. Someone urged from the crowd, prompting everyone to turn and head towards the chestnut grove. Bai Gui observed the escalating situation, realizing he was in danger of being ostracized. He felt a surge of anxiety and frustration. By nature, he was a straightforward man, always inclined to keep the peace in the village. Yet this time his wife and child had gone too far. Unable to contain himself any longer, he rushed forward and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Old Lady. His voice trembling as he scolded, "I told you not to stir up trouble, yet you refuse to listen. Now look what you've done. You've created such a mess. How will you rectify this? Well done." Bai Lian thought, witnessing Lu Old Lady's head snap to the side from the blow, her earlier irritation dissipated entirely. While she understood that a man striking a woman was wrong, she found a certain satisfaction in the scene. Li Old Lady, initially fuming at Lu Old Lady's predicament, felt her anger soften considerably. She turned to her daughters and daughters-in-law, gesturing for them to avert their gazes, insisting they leave the matter to the men and hasten to gather the chestnuts. Bai Shan, seeing his father strike his mother, immediately positioned himself in front of Lu Old Lady, shouting, "Father, it's not Mother's fault. How can you lay a hand on her?" Lu Old Lady clutched her face, tears welling in her eyes. She could hardly believe that after 30 years of diligent service and raising a son, this was the first time she had been struck. What was even more unbearable was the public nature of the humiliation, leaving her wondering how she could hold her head high again. Furious and aggrieved, she choked out, "Oh, Bai Gui, how dare you strike me? If you possess the strength to hit me, why not confront them? You merely stand by and allow them to bully us. What else can you do?" "Silence," Bai Gui retorted, feeling a wave of relief wash over him after his outburst. For years, he had indulged this mother and son duo, fostering their unreasonable behavior. He sighed, abandoning them momentarily, and approached Old Master Bai with a face full of ingratiating smiles, humbly stating, "Wang Ge, my wife and son have acted improperly, causing a disturbance for everyone. Please, as a man of great character, do not hold this against them." Old Master Bai, well acquainted with Bai Gui's character, understood that he was essentially a good man, albeit unable to control his wife and son. Though he still harbored some anger, he did not press the issue too hard, merely stating sternly, "Agui, let us discuss things rationally. Your son truly needs a lesson. His words are utterly tactless, striking at the heart of the matter. If he dares to speak ill of my daughter again, do not blame me for not showing you any mercy." Bai Gui nodded vigorously, ingratiatingly replying, "Yes, yes. He certainly deserves a scolding. I shall have a serious talk with him. Since you share a good rapport with the village head, I implore you to intercede on our behalf. We shall behave ourselves in the future and never cause trouble again. Please do not cast us away." Seeing Bai Gui's pitiful demeanor, Old Master Bai's anger dissipated significantly. He waved his hand, conceding, "Very well, I will speak to the village head. However, you must remember your words and refrain from causing such disturbances in the future." With that, Old Master Bai beckoned his 3 sons to hasten towards the chestnut grove. At this moment, Bai Shan and Lu Old Lady stood to the side, their faces filled with resentment and grievance. Lu Old Lady continued to sob softly, muttering, "Why must we humble ourselves when they are clearly in the wrong? Your father is always like this. I must have committed grave sins in my past life to end up married to him." Bai Shan, equally indignant, clenched his fists and declared, "Father is truly unreasonable. How can you treat us this way, siding with outsiders?" As Bai Gui approached, he overheard their words, his eyes filled with exhaustion and helplessness. He scolded, "And what do you have to say? If it weren't for you two, would this have escalated? Be quiet and refrain from causing trouble in the future." Lu Old Lady, hands on her hips and eyes wide with fury, shouted back at Bai Gui, "Enough, Bai Gui. Am I not doing this for the sake of our family? Furthermore, what can you do if I continue to stir the pot? Do you dare to strike me again? If you do, I will seek a divorce." With that, she raised her chin defiantly, a hint of pride in her demeanor. In the past, whenever she had argued with Bai Gui and threatened divorce, he would, despite his reluctance, ultimately relent, apologizing profusely and saying whatever it took to placate her. In Lu Old Lady's mind, this was her foolproof method of controlling Bai Gui. "Speak of divorce again, and I shall indeed take that step." Bai Gui's gaze bore into Lu Old Lady, his expression grave, each word pronounced with conviction. Lu Old Lady, once brimming with bravado, felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight of Bai Gui's demeanor, suddenly rendered speechless. The husband who had always acquiesced to her wishes now appeared transformed. Not only had he struck her, but he also threatened to divorce her, and she sensed that he was utterly serious. Father, Bai Shan intended to defend his mother, having often witnessed his father's submissiveness to her in the past. He never expected his father to speak so resolutely today. Typically, when his mother threatened divorce, his father would instantly soften, but now he was unwavering in his harsh words. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Lu old lady seized his arm, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic. She stole a glance at Bai Gui, seeing that he remained stern, showing no signs of relenting. Thus, she hurriedly whispered, "Let us not discuss this now, we should go gather chestnuts. If we delay, others will take them all." With that, she pulled Bai Shan along, hastening towards the grove. Fearing that any further delay might provoke Bai Gui into uttering something even more frightening. As they walked, Lu old lady felt a tumult of emotions, her heart heavy with confusion. She could not fathom why her typically docile and compliant husband had suddenly taken such a stand. Bai Shan, being dragged along, shared her dissatisfaction but found it difficult to voice his thoughts, following her reluctantly to the chestnut grove. Old Master Bai and his sons arrived at the chestnut grove in a hurry, finding the area bustling with activity. Families were working diligently, each member engaged in their designated task of gathering chestnuts. The men climbed the sturdy chestnut trees, firmly grasping the long branches, diligently striking the branches laden with chestnuts. With each hit, plump chestnuts rained down with a satisfying crackle. Women, elders, and children bent down to collect the fallen chestnuts, placing them into bamboo baskets or burlap sacks. Due to the limited light from the torches, occasional cries from children pierced the air as they were pricked by the sharp shells. Old Master Bai, observing the scene, quickly commanded, "Don't just stand there, go help the women collect the chestnuts. And be careful." With that, he made his way towards Bai Lian, who was directing his sons and grandsons in their task of gathering the chestnuts. At this moment, Bai Lian stood beneath a tree, his gaze fixed intently on his eldest grandson perched above, anxious that he might lose his balance and tumble down. Bai Lian approached Bai Lian, feeling somewhat awkward, a trace of a conciliatory smile gracing his features as he softly inquired, "Brother, are you truly upset?" Bai Lian appeared to disregard the question, his eyes unwaveringly focused on the grandson who had just climbed the tree, yet he replied, "What is there to be angry about? At this juncture, the most pressing concern is to find a way to survive." He paused momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly, and continued, "I have been contemplating this matter as well. Although our growing number may deter other fleeing groups from coveting our resources to some extent, if we are to squabble incessantly over trivial matters, and I am expected to arbitrate every dispute, I shall find that intolerable. Therefore, if we cannot unite as one, the path of escape will prove arduous. While we are still not far from the village, it would be prudent to part ways swiftly." Upon hearing this, Bai Lian instantly grasped that his cousin was genuinely perturbed. He quickly donned a smile and exclaimed, "Brother, regardless of circumstances, my family will certainly follow yours. Our two families must remain together." Bai Lian articulated this sentiment because he understood that his household lacked any learned individuals and was devoid of worldly wisdom. In their quest to escape from Xuzhou and seek refuge in the northern territories, fraught with peril and challenges, it was imperative to rely on the erudition of his cousin's scholarly talent. Thus, their families not only should remain united, but also cultivate an even closer bond. Once Bai Lian observed his grandson firmly steadied in the tree, he turned to Bai Lian, somewhat reproachfully stating, "What are you talking about? No matter how our group may change, your family will naturally accompany us. We are family, how could I abandon you? I merely wish for everyone to act sensibly and refrain from engaging in unnecessary discord." Bai Lian felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this, and promptly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, brother, you are right. I shall return and earnestly speak with my family, ensuring that everyone adheres to the rules and does not add to your burdens." Bai Lian slightly nodded, affirming that, of course, if they were to be wronged, it was unnecessary to endure in silence. With that, his gaze returned to the eldest grandson in the tree, and he called out loudly, "Be careful, don't rush. Take your time." After concluding his conversation with Bai Lian bid him farewell and turned to walk towards his own group. As he drew nearer, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere among his family seemed particularly subdued compared to others. Curiosity piqued. He glanced around and discovered an intriguing phenomenon. While those from other families were bent over, meticulously picking chestnuts from the ground, his own family was engaged in a starkly different activity. They were wielding makeshift brooms, crafted from several tightly bound twigs, swiftly sweeping the scattered chestnuts into a nearby sack. Oh, what a clever method! Bai Lian's eyes sparkled, his face breaking into a delighted smile as he couldn't help but exclaim. This technique not only expedited the process, but also spared them from the prickly spines of the chestnuts. Who was so astute as to devise this approach? He wondered aloud, chuckling as he observed his family's industrious efforts. Chapter 74. Bird eggs. Upon seeing Bai Lian return, Li Laodai understood that matters had likely been resolved. Observing him standing there engrossed in conversation, she scolded, "Now that you're back, get to work. The time you spend idly standing here could have yielded a bounty of chestnuts." With that, Li Laodai picked up a hatchet from the ground and extended it towards Bai Lian. He hastily reached for it, his expression one of confusion as he asked, "You want me to use this for sweeping?" Without lifting her gaze, Li Laodai replied, "Yes, this will do." This idea originated from Lianer. She suggested everyone use the hatchet to sweep the chestnuts. "I find using the hatchet to be rather perilous. An accidental injury would be quite troublesome. It's far safer and more effective to use a bundle of twigs instead. Just be careful and get to work." Bai Lian, suddenly enlightened, could not help but admire Bai Lian's cleverness even more. He nodded in agreement. "Lianer is indeed bright. She is my daughter, after all. She takes after me. Grandfather, come and see." Bai Zhenju's youthful voice rang out, clear and bright amidst the chestnut grove. Bai Yongwang, bent over with a hatchet in hand, was diligently at work when he heard the familiar call. He looked up to see his granddaughter Bai Zhenju carefully cradling a bird's nest in her hands. Her little legs moved swiftly, resembling a jubilant rabbit as she dashed towards him. Li Laodai, who had been focused on gathering chestnuts, straightened up upon hearing the commotion. She instantly spotted Bai Zhenju running across the ground littered with prickly chestnut husks. Her heart tightened, and she called out, "Oh dear, the ground is full of spines. Be careful, don't trip. A fall could be quite troublesome and might even injure your face." Upon hearing Li Laodai's warning, Bai Yongwang laid down his hatchet, swiftly reaching out to catch his granddaughter, who was bounding towards him like a little bird. With a mix of urgency and fondness, he said, slow down. Don't fall." Bai Zhenju reached her grandfather, her face aglow with excitement as she held the bird's nest high above her head, exclaiming, "Grandfather, look. There are 4 bird eggs here, found by Uncle, and Mama said we'll boil them later, giving one to each of us siblings." Bai Yongwang gently patted Bai Zhenju's head, smiling affectionately, "You should sit aside for now. Once everyone is done, your grandmother will boil the bird eggs for you. Freshly boiled bird eggs are fragrant and tender, absolutely delicious." Bai Zhenju swallowed, but shook her head earnestly. "No, I can help. But you must keep the bird eggs safe for me, grandfather. I'll go and help now." With that, she carefully placed the nest into Bai Yongwang's hands and, like a little adult, dashed back to Li Laodai's side. Bai Zhenju skillfully picked up her designated small broom and began sweeping the scattered chestnuts towards Li Laodai. Bai Yongwang watched her retreating figure, a smile of indulgence gracing his lips. He carefully set the bird's nest aside in a nearby cart before turning back to resume his chestnut gathering with the hatchet. Meanwhile, a small boy nearby, hearing about the bird eggs, felt a pang of envy flicker in his eyes. He turned to his parents, extending a finger and mumbled, "Mama, I want to eat bird eggs too." At that moment, the boy's mother was utterly engrossed in her work, her eyes fixed on the ground as she tirelessly collected chestnuts. She wished fervently for several extra pairs of hands, akin to a spider, in order to gather every last chestnut into their basket. Hearing her child's pleas, she remained focused, responding impatiently, "Oh, stop bothering me. If you keep this up, I might just have to scold you. If you have time to whine, you should be helping to gather chestnuts. Once we finish, I'll roast chestnuts for you. They're fragrant and sweet, far more delicious than bird eggs." However, the little boy, having tasted bird eggs before, could not shake the memory of their unique flavor. Seeing that his mother was unyielding, he felt deeply aggrieved. Plopping down on the ground and kicking his legs in frustration, beginning to roll around, he kept shouting, I don't want to. I want to eat bird eggs. That worthless person has bird eggs. Why can't I have some?" Just as the boy's father descended from the tree, his expression shifted upon hearing his son's words. He hurriedly approached, crouched down, and covered his son's mouth with his hand. In a hushed tone, he reprimanded, "You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? If I hear you call others worthless again, I shall make your backside sore." The boy's mother, while continuing her task, muttered discontentedly, "Why do you hit the child? The girl is indeed worthless, and besides, her mother was cast off by the Zhou family, which makes her a true worthless one." The boy's father shot a fierce glare at his wife, his eyes brimming with warning, and lowered his voice, saying, "I care not what you think, but such words must not escape your lips. Do not forget, Uncle Yang Wang's family and the Bai family are genuine relatives. They usually get along as if they were brothers. If they hear our child insult their granddaughter as worthless, and it causes a ruckus, do you wish for our family to be driven away by Bai Lian? Would that please you?" Upon hearing this, the boy's mother felt a tightening in her chest, and her movements faltered. Stealing a glance at the distant Bai Lian, she feared her son's words had reached her ears. Once assured they hadn't, she hurriedly reached for her son on the ground, softening her tone. All right. Stop your fussing. Your father will find you some bird eggs shortly." Gradually, the little one ceased his wailing, sniffing as he climbed to his feet, though his eyes continued to dart longingly toward Bai Zhenju. The extensive chestnut gathering continued until just before dawn. Bai Lian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily as he remarked, "Alas, we cannot leave the chestnut shells unprocessed. Carrying them in this state will only weigh us down and become a burden. Let us remove the shells before we set off." His decision received unanimous agreement. Thus, even before the sun had fully risen, despite their exhaustion, there was no thought of rest or cooking. Everyone set to work, diligently processing the chestnut shells. This was no light task. Peeling each chestnut consumed considerable time and effort, and thus 2 hours slipped by. During this interval, Bai Yongwang and his sons worked on the chestnut shells, while old lady Li instructed her daughters-in-law, "Reheat that dough ball soup. After a night of toil, we must eat something to regain our strength for work and travel." Chapter 75. The grass has grown again. Bai Lian tugged at old lady Li's arm, leading her into the wagon. She then unveiled the bamboo basket covered with cloth, revealing fresh wild vegetables and weeds. "Mother," she said, "I found these last night. The weeds can be fed to the mules, and we can cook the wild vegetables to add to our meals." Old lady Li gazed at the tender wild vegetables and grass in the bag, astonished. It had been at least 3 months since she had seen such fresh greens. Raising her eyes in confusion, she asked, "Where did you dig these up?" "I was busy all night too, hardly daring to blink. And I didn't see a single sprig of grass." Bai Lian, naturally, would not reveal that these came from her space. She had already concocted a story and calmly replied, "You were too focused on gathering chestnuts. I wandered a bit into the woods. To my surprise, there were plenty of wild vegetables and weeds. Even the locusts can't possibly eat every plant on the mountain." Pausing, she lowered her voice further, "You know, if they find out there are these things there, they would go mad trying to snatch them up. We have 2 mules, and we'll need them for our journey. I wouldn't tell anyone about this, so I secretly cut some and brought them back to the wagon. Only now am I telling you." "Yes, you're right to keep it to yourself." Old lady Li sifted through the wild vegetables with delight, tempered with caution. Who knew how many people in this group were like Lu Posey? One must always guard against others, it's prudent. Her gaze drifted to the pile of weeds, and she added, "Besides, those mules of ours likely won't be satisfied with just these weeds. Well then, take a damp cloth and wipe those wild vegetables. We must be wary of any animal droppings they might have picked up in the wild. Out here, anything is possible. Hurry, we still need to cook them." Bai Lian quickly responded, "No need to wipe, they're perfectly clean. I've checked, and there's no trace of animal droppings nearby. Please." These were all harvested from the space. How could they possibly be contaminated? However, old lady Li insisted, "It's better to be safe. Just a bit of water won't hurt. Don't soak them too much. A damp cloth will suffice. Our group has no doctor. And if anyone gets a stomachache, it would be a disaster. We can't afford to fall ill while traveling." Listening to old lady Li, Bai Lian could not argue further and merely nodded in agreement. Once old lady Li exited the wagon, Bai Lian slipped into her space. Upon entering, she was pleasantly surprised to see that the area she had harvested from the day before had sprouted anew with wild vegetables and weeds. However, the wild vegetable locations were different this time. Previously, most were shepherd's purse, while this time, the majority were purslane. "Goodness, has it upgraded again?" Bai Lian murmured, observing the regrown patch. Had she known to pay more attention when gathering wild vegetables for the Zhou family last time, she would have realized that if nothing regrow, it indicated an upgrade. A thought struck her, and she decided to test the space's refresh rate. She cut some porcelain and exited the space, counting to 3 before re-entering. Indeed, the place had sprouted anew, but this time it was not porcelain but rather weeds. Bai Lian was increasingly satisfied with this space. Although she was unsure if it had upgraded, the swift refresh rate was a delightful surprise. This meant that neither her family nor the livestock would lack for greens to eat. Bai Lian approached the 3 plots of land and noticed the electronic timer had dwindled to 2 days. Thinking that in just 2 days, she would be able to enjoy the sweet coconut water, her lips curled into a slight smile. In the chicken coop, a rooster and hen were leisurely pecking at the grass, and seeing no other changes, Bai Lian exited the space. She crumpled the wild vegetables into a wrinkled ball, carefully hiding them in her sleeve before stepping out of the wagon. She hastily made her way to the bubbling pot, promptly tossing the bundle of wild vegetables into the simmering broth. This sudden action startled Tianshi, who was tending the pot. "Oh dear, Lianer, what did you just put in there?" Upon closer inspection, she realized it was wild vegetables. Tianshi's eyes widened, and just as she was about to inquire where the wild vegetables had come from, Bai Lian shot her a knowing glance. Tianshi instantly understood. It was clear that Bai Lian had found them somewhere. Thinking of her in-laws, she wondered if her parents had any wild vegetables to eat. Perhaps. No. She decided to wait until her parents came to visit. After all, if she kept giving her family the good stuff, her in-laws might start to dislike her. Moreover, it wasn't as if she had harvested them herself. She shouldn't keep thinking of giving to her family. Not just Tianshi, but Qinshi shared similar thoughts. She glanced at the wild vegetables in the pot, hesitated for a moment, then resumed her sewing of her husband's trousers. Last night, Bai Qingyu accidentally slipped while climbing a chestnut tree, fortunately escaping unharmed, though he did tear his trousers. In haste, he rushed back to the carriage to change into a new pair. Qin was sewing away, her brow furrowed, for the odor was quite overpowering, a pungent smell of sweat. Regrettably, there was little water available. Had there been more, she would have longed to wash thoroughly. Lu Zhaodi, who was kneading dough to prepare provisions, cast a surprised glance at Bai Lian. Noticing Bai Lian exchanging glances with Tian, she resumed her task, speculating that Bai Lian wished to keep her discovery of wild vegetables a secret from others. Upon turning around, Bai Lian saw Bai Ping and Bai Ling filling water bags. The previous day's water supply had been completely depleted, and with the journey ahead, it was imperative to prepare enough water for the entire family. Bai Lian approached and, much to Bai Ping and Bai Ling's astonishment, she lifted the filled water buckets and entered the carriage. Bai Ling whispered, "Aunt must be planning to add those ingredients to the water again." Bai Ping nodded. "While the water does taste delightful with those additions, consuming it daily may not be wise. Look, Grandma is chasing after Aunt again." Upon seeing Bai Lian entering the carriage with the water bags, Old Lady Li immediately grasped her intentions. She hurried her pace to follow her into the carriage, muttering to herself, "Oh dear, we can't be so wasteful. What family can afford such extravagance?" As soon as she entered, her suspicions were confirmed. "Oh dear, you must use less sugar and salt. These are precious commodities. Who among us is fortunate enough to escape hardship and still drink sweetened water? In these times, having even a sip of plain water is a blessing. We cannot afford such luxury." Old Lady Li's gaze was filled with concern. In her eyes, sugar and salt were invaluable treasures. Their family was not wealthy, and such extravagance could not be sustained, especially considering the uncertain future. Chapter 76. The Descent from the Mountain. Just as Bai Lian scooped a small spoonful of sugar, she was startled by Old Lady Li's sudden entrance. Her hand shook violently, nearly spilling the sugar. Regaining her composure, Bai Lian looked at Old Lady Li with a hint of exasperation, saying, "Oh, mother, I have prepared all this in advance, so you need not worry. Did I not tell you? As long as our family remains healthy, what do a little salt and sugar matter? On this arduous journey, if our health falters, that is the real concern. A sip of water with sugar and salt can invigorate everyone, providing the strength needed for travel. Let the children drink it. Adults do not require such indulgence. Besides, as long as we are fed, how could we lack energy for the journey? No, you must give me the sugar and salt. I will safeguard them. These precious items must not be squandered like this," Old Lady Li insisted, reaching for the containers. Bai Lian was reluctant to comply. quickly shielding the jars. Just then, the carriage door swung open, revealing Bai Lian. He had anticipated a dispute between the two women and had been eavesdropping outside. Upon hearing his wife's last remark, he realized he needed to intervene. "Wife, do you never tire of bickering with our daughter over such trivial matters?" Bai Lian remarked. Old Lady Li, in a huff, pushed his hand away and retorted, "Be quiet. You always side with her. I want to dwell on other matters, but this is salt and sugar. We cannot afford to be so extravagant every day. We do not know how long this journey may take. And what if we encounter an emergency requiring these supplies? What then?" Seeing her father's arrival, Bai Lian felt a wave of relief and quickly reassured her mother. "Mother, rest assured. I had foreseen our need for provisions during this exodus and purchased ample supplies. I am certain it will suffice until we reach our destination. Regardless of your approval, I will ensure these items are utilized, though I may agree to use less." Bai Lian supported her. Lian has already planned for this. Moreover, since I started drinking the water with added sugar and salt, I must say, it has made the journey feel far less burdensome. Look at our two in-laws, they are exhausted and pale, while we, despite a sleepless night, still feel energetic. This must be attributed to the water we are drinking while traveling. Our health is our greatest asset. We cannot neglect our well-being. After a moment of contemplation, Old Lady Li could not help but feel the validity in their arguments. With a resigned sigh, she finally relented. "Alas, I cannot win against you two. I am too weary to play the villain. You may proceed. But let it be clear, do not use too much, for yesterday's was excessively sweet." Bai Lian smiled brightly. "Very well, I shall use less." Bai Lian, relieved to see his wife relent, exchanged a knowing glance with their daughter before leading her off the cart. When Bai Lian emerged once more, she was drenched in sweat, having not had a moment of dryness since their escape began. Distributing the water bags to her family, her thoughts lingered on the hope of a downpour, wishing for a chance to bathe and cleanse herself of the sticky discomfort. Once the last of the chestnut shells were dealt with, the group did not rest but prepared to continue their journey. The children, still deep in slumber and soaked in sweat, were reluctant to rise. However, resistance was futile, for the village head and others were already packing up to depart, and no one wished to be left behind. Thus, they were dragged out, wailing loudly. Even Jinju, nestled in Bai Lian's arms, protested sleepily, kicking her little feet and pouting, "Mother, I'm still sleepy. I want to sleep more." Bai Lian felt some relief that Bai Jinju was not having nightmares, as her dreams often portended misfortune. Gently, she coaxed, "If we were on flat ground, I would let you sleep, but we must descend the mountain. It is unsafe even to doze within the carriage. Be a good girl and awaken." Bai Lian felt a sense of helplessness. She could not place Jinju in the space due to Old Lady Li's constant concern for her granddaughter, always checking to ensure she was not hurt or thirsty. "I don't want to. I just want to sleep." Bai Jinju protested softly, eyes still shut. Bai Lian, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy. He devised a plan, placing a bamboo basket on either side of the mule, inviting the youngest, Jinju, and Bai to sit in the baskets. "Let Qingyang and I handle the mules. Let the little ones rest a bit longer." In comparison, those without livestock faced a far grimmer situation. They had to resort to scolding and threats to rouse their children, even frightening them with tales of being left in the mountains for wolves to devour. The children, recalling the terror of the previous night, awakened in fright, fearing abandonment. The urgency stemmed from Bai Lian's concern that more refugees would soon join their ranks, making their well-supplied group at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the mountain ahead appeared less desolate than their current path. A hint of green could be seen in the distance, igniting a flicker of hope among the travelers. Greenery suggested the possibility of wild vegetables, and with the heat of the day and scarce water, the thought of foraging for even a single wild vegetable was tantalizing. Although they had pickled vegetables at home, they were too precious to consume unless absolutely necessary, reserved for when they ran out of salt. Even if they were willing to eat them, it would be a mere morsel, washed down with a hefty bite of dark flour buns. As the group commenced their journey, the heavy sounds of footsteps and rolling wheels echoed in unison. This time, their descent down the mountain proved far more perilous than the ascent. The men remained on high alert, meticulously managing their livestock carts or hand trolleys. Each step was taken with utmost caution, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, though they scarcely had the luxury to attend to it. Those guiding the livestock clutched the reins firmly, their eyes never straying from the animals' hooves. occasionally emitting sharp calls to maintain control. By adjusting the tension of the reins and the tone of their commands, they ensured the beasts moved steadily downward. Others managed the carts and luggage, alleviating some of the burdens on the animals. The men pushing the heavy hand trolleys exerted every ounce of their strength. Teeth clenched and backs hunched, gripping the handles tightly. Their veins bulged as they relied on their arm strength and leg support to control the speed and direction of the carts, striving to prevent a loss of control that might send them careening down the slope. Young boys assisted their fathers in maneuvering the hand trolleys. Meanwhile, the women and adolescent girls bore the responsibility of caring for the little ones, keeping a watchful eye on every movement, firmly grasping their tiny hands to prevent them from tumbling on the steep path. They also supported the elderly, providing the strength needed for them to safely navigate each step. Although the children were small, they seemed to sense the tension in the air and refrained from their usual playful antics, instead walking obediently beside the adults, their faces marked by fear and caution. The elderly appeared somewhat feeble, their steps unsteady, each requiring assistance from the women or their grandchildren, moving deliberately down the mountain. When reaching the most treacherous sections, some elders even lamented their decision to join, feeling like a burden to their sons and daughters-in-law. Bai Lian, after a short while, grew increasingly anxious, unable to bear placing Bai Zhenju and Baiyan in the basket. Instead, she carried both children out and, together with Qin, secured the little ones on their backs with cloth strips, struggling to continue their descent. Bai Ling walked alongside Tian, while old Lady Li and Lu Zhaodi assisted with the hand trolley and Bai Cheng. Bai Yongwang, along with his two sons and eldest grandson Bai Ping, managed the two mule carts. It was the season of drought, while the mountain path remained dry and unyielding, strewn with stones and potholes. It posed numerous challenges for the descending group. Yet, Bai Lian felt a semblance of relief, for had it rained, the muddy, slippery path, coupled with the potential for landslides, would have rendered their situation far more dire. The procession resembled a slowly undulating dragon, laboriously making its way along the winding trail. Time slipped by unnoticed in the charged atmosphere, and after what felt like an eternity of 3 hours, the group finally reached the base of the mountain. Everyone appeared as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle, panting heavily, their clothes soaked with sweat, clinging to their bodies, faces weary and hair disheveled. The children were so exhausted they lacked the energy to cry. At this moment, a singular thought consumed them. They desperately needed rest, for they were on the brink of collapse. Bai Lian, equally fatigued, noticed his youngest son trembling noticeably, and his heart ached. After all, he was the only scholar of the Bai family, and he must not be overworked. He quickly instructed his eldest son to inform everyone that they would take a half-hour break before continuing their journey. Upon hearing they could rest, the taut nerves of the group instantly relaxed, and, disregarding appearances, they unceremoniously sank onto the ground. They eagerly reached for their bamboo tubes or water pouches, gulping down water. For these past hours, they had relied solely on sheer willpower, exhausting their strength without daring to pause, parched to the point of pain. Concerns of future water supplies faded away. They felt as if without immediate hydration, they might perish right there. The sounds of drinking and heavy breathing echoed at the foot of the mountain. Bai Lian was also drinking, but her gaze was inadvertently pierced by a scene nearby. A frail girl, around 6 or 7 years old, gripped a bamboo tube tightly, drinking deeply from its contents. However, before the girl could take more than a few sips, a gaunt woman suddenly rushed over, snatching the bamboo tube from her grasp. With a tirade of scolding, she barked, "Why are you drinking so much? Hurry and save some for your brother. How many times must I tell you?" Startled by the sudden theft, the little girl trembled, her eyes welling with tears as she pleaded, "Woo-woo, Mama, that bamboo tube is mine. I'm so thirsty, please let me have just one more sip." The woman, however, turned a deaf ear, glaring fiercely as she retorted, "If you drink it all, what will your father and brother have? Just stay alive. Do you expect to drink your fill?" With that, she shoved the bamboo tube into the hands of a smaller boy nearby. The boy, brimming with delight, eagerly accepted the tube and began to drink eagerly. The little girl could only stand helplessly by, tears streaming down her cheeks, her frail body shaking from sobs. Bai Lian's brow furrowed, her eyes filled with confusion and anger. She could not comprehend why this woman, with children of her own, displayed such blatant favoritism. Was it merely because her daughter would one day marry and leave that she could treat her so unjustly? Or perhaps the woman had endured similar discrimination in her own youth, and now, Having a daughter, she chose to unleash her past suffering upon her. Likely, it was a combination of both. Frustrated and enraged, Bai Lian felt powerless to change this reality. The world operated this way. As she surveyed her surroundings, she observed that the others had grown accustomed to such scenes, their expressions devoid of any reaction, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. Silently, she turned away. While she could not alter others' beliefs, she could certainly change her own. She would not allow her daughter, Bai Zhenju, to experience such injustice. Fortunately, the Bai family had never faced discrimination or unfair treatment for having daughters like Zhou Ya and Bai Lian, which was one of the reasons she cherished the Bai family. At that moment, old lady Li called the children over and began distributing the boiled eggs she had prepared in the morning. These eggs were a hard-won treasure for her. Initially meant to be bartered for sewing supplies in town, but the sudden need to flee had thwarted those plans. In the sweltering heat, the eggs could not be stored long. After much thought, she decided to boil them to provide some nourishment for the children. As for the fresh eggs laid by the hens that day, she carefully set those aside, knowing they could keep for a few more days. However, whenever she thought of the chickens, her face flushed with anger, unable to contain her curses. I have no idea which wicked soul stole my 2 hens. If I find out, I will curse them day and night. After her tirade, she stomped her foot in frustration. Bai Lian, in the midst of drinking, nearly choked. Her mother would never dream that the scoundrel she cursed was, in fact, her own daughter. At that moment, the 2 stolen hens were blissfully settled in their new abode, enjoying a happy life together. Bai Zhenju, cradling an egg in her hands, bounded over to Bai Lian like a joyful fawn, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Mama, look! This is an egg. The bird eggs we had for breakfast were so small yet delicious. This egg must be even better." Bai Lian gazed at her daughter's innocent smile, a wave of guilt washing over her, causing her heart to ache. Her little girl was already 4 years old, yet had never tasted an egg. If this were to be revealed, no one would believe it. Yet it was the stark truth. Simply because she was a girl, the obstinate Zhou matron stubbornly insisted that it would be a waste for a girl to eat eggs, preferring instead to save them for her grandson. Thus, Bai Zhenju could only watch enviously as the Zhou family's grandsons relished their eggs, while her original mother only wept in the confines of their home, forcing Bai Zhenju to endure. The more Bai Lian pondered, the angrier she became. To hell with endurance. The original mother was utterly useless. Chapter 78, The Wolf Pack. In the brief moment that Bai Lian was lost in thought, the local dogs in the group suddenly erupted into a cacophony of barks, as if roused by some unseen stimulus. In an instant, the sharp and urgent barks of over a dozen dogs filled the air, startling everyone into a heightened state of alertness. Why were the dogs barking again? Could there be snakes or rats? Chen exclaimed in fear as she clutched Bai into her chest. Just yesterday, the dogs had barked wildly upon detecting the presence of snakes and rats lurking near the graves. What terrifying creature had they discovered this time? All eyes turned towards the dogs, which were barking in unison towards a single direction, their tails erect and fur bristling with tension and alertness. Suddenly, from the other side of the mountain, a pack of wolves sprang forth. These wolves were agile, their coats glistening coldly in the sunlight, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. The crowd collectively gasped, their pupils dilating, and their calves trembling. It was indeed a pack of wolves. The little son of the biased woman, his eyes sparkling with excitement, pointed at the wolves and shouted, "Father, look at those gray dogs. I want one of those dogs, quickly, catch me one." The boy's father, drenched in cold sweat, thought to himself, "Son, those are not dogs. They are a threat to your very life." Although the biased woman had never seen a wolf, she had heard villagers say that wolves were akin to dogs. Now, upon seeing the creatures clearly, she comprehended with horror that they were unmistakably wolves. Her face turned ashen, and she screamed in terror, "Oh dear heavens! They are wolves!" In a frenzy, she scooped up her youngest son and dashed towards the crowd, akin to a headless chicken. In her panic, she completely overlooked the fact that her eldest daughter was nearby, nearly causing the girl to stumble as she was flung about. "Hurry! Grab the luggage and run. Those are wolves," she shouted, her voice laced with panic. The husband, too, was aware that they were wolves, yet he stood frozen in shock. Paralyzed by fear, his mind blank, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground. In that moment, he was utterly at a loss for how to react, merely watching helplessly as the wolves drew closer. Only when he heard his wife's frantic calls did he snap back to reality. Though he had no time to gather their belongings, escaping the jaws of the wolves was of utmost importance. He grabbed a hoe and rushed after his wife and children. Yet throughout the chaos, the couple had forgotten entirely about their 7-year-old daughter. Meanwhile, the others in the group erupted into a frenzy upon hearing the word wolf. Some were quick to act, grabbing whatever tools they could find, hoes and hatchets in hand. The mothers with young children were particularly frantic, swiftly scooping up their smallest ones and sprinting towards safety, while frantically calling out to their slightly older children to follow closely. Observing the chaos, Bai Lian felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. She could not help but think, could they possibly be any more unfortunate? First, they encountered a nest of snakes and rats, and now, merely a night later, they were confronted by a pack of wolves. However, this was no time for lamentation. The situation was dire, and wasting even a second could spell disaster. She quickly scooped up Bai Zhongju and dashed towards their mule cart, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Quickly, untie those dogs. Let them fight the wolves and buy us some time to escape." At that moment, Bai Lian instructed the children and women to board the mule cart. He and several sons took their places at the reins of 2 carts, urging the mules to hasten their departure. Simultaneously, Bai Qingli called out loudly, "Light the torches. Use fire to fend them off, just like last night. Do not think you can outrun them. 2 legs cannot outrun 4. As he spoke, Bai Qingli and Bai Li's hen each grabbed a piece of firewood, running towards the back of the crowd while keeping a vigilant watch over the advancing wolves. However, the men were too overwhelmed by fear to heed Bai Qingli's advice. Even armed with tools and torches, they merely defended themselves as they rushed toward the first departing mule cart. The pack of wolves, initially cautious and observant, seized the opportunity when they saw the humans in disarray. They were eager not to let their hard-earned meal slip away. With a low howl from the lead wolf, the pack surged forward like a flash of gray lightning, pouncing upon the crowd. Upon hearing Bai Lian's earlier words, the people frantically began to untie their dogs. Once freed, the dogs charged courageously towards the oncoming wolves, attacking with ferocity. Soon, chaos erupted as the dogs and wolves clashed, their barks and howls intertwining amidst a cloud of dust. Luckily, they had reached the foot of the mountain, where the ground was relatively even. Families with livestock hurriedly harnessed their carts, fleeing towards safety as the wheels rolled over the earth, kicking up a storm of dust. Those without carts had no time to gather their belongings, gritting their teeth. They sprinted away. Some shouted encouragement to their dogs, "Ah Huang, go. You must defeat those wolves, or we won't be able to return for our belongings." Of course. The cries of children echoed as well. "Father, mother, help. Wait for me, don't leave me behind." The little girl, who had been swept away by her mother in the chaos, found herself trailing at the back of the group, desperately running as the wolves pursued her, her frail figure appearing utterly helpless. "Your father is retrieving the luggage, and I must carry your brother. You need to run faster," the woman called back, not glancing over her shoulder as she sped away like the wind with her youngest son. She was completely oblivious to the fact that her daughter was being steadily pursued by a wolf, danger closing in on her. The girl's father, consumed by his own survival instincts, recalled hearing the elders in the village warn that wolves are known to prey on humans. Therefore, even as he heard his daughter's cries for help, he did not dare turn back. After all, children could be born anew, but one's own life, once lost, was irreplaceable. In a flurry, the girl's father moved swiftly, even outpacing his wife and children by several paces. The girl looked ahead, filled with hope, yearning for her parents to turn back and rescue her. Yet, helplessly, she watched as her parents' indifferent figures grew smaller in the distance, her faint glimmer of hope dissipating in the wind along with her tears and sweat. To make matters worse, the girl suddenly felt a sharp pain in her foot. Before she could react, she stumbled forward, losing her balance and collapsing to the ground. The dust kicked up around her, enveloping her in a shroud. Her face turned pale as she glanced back in terror, only to see a massive wolf, nearly as tall as she was, closing in on her with ferocious intent. Without hesitation, the wolf opened its gaping maw, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs glistening with a chilling gleam, and lunged straight for her neck. Chapter 79. The Bite. In the face of imminent peril, the girl's mind fell into a blank state, and instinctively, she executed a forceful roll. This movement caused the wolf to miss its lethal bite aimed at her neck, but as it twisted its head, it clamped down fiercely on her arm. A piercing scream escaped her lips, reverberating through the mountains and sending shivers down the spines of those ahead. How could the frail arm of the girl withstand the sharp teeth and formidable bite force of the gray wolf? The chilling crack of bone breaking echoed through the cacophony of the forest, starkly clear amidst the chaos. With a violent tug, the wolf mercilessly tore off a portion of the girl's arm. Another harrowing, blood-curdling scream erupted from her as the excruciating agony rendered her vision black, causing her to faint. The scent of warm blood wafted through the air, drawing in other wolves from behind, their eyes burning with a frenzied greed, eager to partake in the gruesome feast. Fortunately, at that critical moment, a group of local dogs arrived just in time. With their bristles raised and barking fiercely, they charged towards the pack of wolves, momentarily halting their advance. The dogs and wolves faced off, baring their teeth as tension filled the air, allowing the girl a fleeting respite from the grim fate of being devoured. Yet, the wolf remained relentless, gnawing at the remnants of the girl's severed arm. Hidden within the cart, Bai Lian witnessed this horrifying scene unfold before her eyes, her gaze widening in terror and compassion. This was her first encounter with such brutality and bloodshed. She trembled uncontrollably, goosebumps erupting across her skin. The sight of the wolf was far more terrifying than anything depicted in short videos, and the girl's plight tugged at Bai Lian's heartstrings. Gazing at the bloodied girl lying on the ground, uncertain of her fate, Bai Lian felt an overwhelming surge of sympathy, a deep desire to rush out and save her. However, the sensation of her arms being tightly held back extinguished this impulse. She could not jeopardize her own children, especially with one being her daughter. Moreover, even if she wished to dash forward, it was too late. Their mule cart had already distanced itself from the girl. Filled with rage, Bai Lian cast a furious glance at the girl's parents, who merely glanced back in haste. Upon witnessing their daughter's dire condition, rather than halting, they accelerated their flight. Enraged, Bai Lian clenched her teeth, inwardly cursing, how could they be so heartless? Why aren't those wolves targeting this callous couple? The children in the cart, perceptive to Bai Lian's distress, had also heard the two piercing screams from outside, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Bai Lian, her small face pale, clutched Bai Lian's arm tightly, her voice trembling as she asked, "Mother, has someone been bitten?" Bai Lian's face mirrored her sister's pallor, the frightening screams unmistakably indicating a grievous attack. Bai Lian pressed closely against Bai Lian, his small frame quaking uncontrollably, his teeth chattering from sheer terror. Yet, despite his fear, he bravely attempted to display courage before his sister. His father had told him the previous night that he was no longer the youngest in the family, that he was now a brother, and he must protect his sister at all costs. Clenching his tiny fists, he reassured her, "Don't be afraid, sister. If that wolf dares to come, I will chop it down with my axe." Among the children, the eldest, Bai Bing, was equally ensnared by fear, his lips pressed tightly together, his hands sweating as he gripped the axe. He resolved that if the wolves truly approached, he would do everything in his power to shield his aunt and younger siblings. Observing her children feigning calmness, Bai Lian felt a mix of anguish and pride swell within her. She softly reassured them, "Do not fear, I am here, and I will not allow the wolves to harm you." In her heart, Bai Lian had devised a plan, should they reach a critical juncture of life and death. She would not hesitate to draw her family into safety, finding a way to explain later. Unable to resist, Bai Lian peered out again to assess the girl's condition, and the sight further horrified her. The local dogs, despite their loyalty, proved no match for the wild wolves. Their previously agile forms now appeared sluggish after a fierce battle, as they lay battered and bloodied on the ground, their fur soaked in crimson. Each dog bore wounds, some deep, some shallow, flesh torn and blood oozing profusely. One dog, in particular, was enduring the wolves' relentless assault, each vicious tug eliciting a pained whimper. The blood from the dogs pooled, merging with the girl's blood, creating a ghastly puddle. The wolves, seemingly emboldened by their triumph over the dogs, lifted their heads high and released a series of long, haunting howls that echoed through the quiet forest, exuding an air of savage triumph. Just when despair threatened to engulf them, Bai Qingyong emerged like a hero, at least in Bai Lian's eyes, because he took the initiative to do what others dared not. Raising his hoe high, he shouted, "Look! A girl is being attacked by wolves. We cannot stand idly by, we must save her." His words galvanized several men, who, armed with various tools, hastily followed suit, their earlier hesitation dissipating in the face of his courage. Soon, more men were inspired to join the charge towards the wolves. Meanwhile, hidden within the cart, Bai Lian spotted her younger brother, Bai Man, among them. Her initial relief at seeing someone rally to save the girl quickly turned into concern for Bai Man's impulsiveness. How could he be so reckless as to join the fray? What if he got hurt? At that moment, Bai Lian heard her mother's thunderous voice echoing, Bai Man. You little rascal, get back here this instant. The urgency and anger in Li Laotai's voice were palpable. However, Bai Man focused solely on the rescue, feigned ignorance to his mother's plea. He followed closely behind Bai Qingyang, brandishing his new hoe with determination as he charged toward the ferocious pack of wolves. Chapter 80. Avoiding Suspicion and Slaying Wolves. The wolf pack, witnessing the men brandishing hoes and axes charging towards them, momentarily hesitated. The lead wolf emitted a low howl, prompting the pack to abandon the unconscious girl and the near-lifeless dogs, baring their teeth as they lunged forward to engage in battle with the men. Damn it. A mere beast thinks it can bite me? Watch as I chop you down. Bai Qingyang yelled, hacking and kicking at the advancing wolves, as if the louder he cursed, the more emboldened he became. The other men, inspired by his fervor, followed suit, unleashing a torrent of curses upon the wolves as they fought back valiantly. The alpha wolf howled incessantly, "Awoe, my little ones, these humans dare to insult our ancestors. Tear them apart for me." The pack of wolves responded with a chorus of howls, "Awoe, let us shred them to pieces." Consequently, a fierce battle ensued, with both sides engaging in a relentless exchange of bites and evasions. Soon, a few men began to show signs of injury, though fortunately, the wounds were not severe, merely scratches inflicted by wolf claws. Seated in the cart, old lady Li watched the chaos unfold with mounting anxiety, waving her hands frantically as she shouted, "Old man, stop the cart. Hurry and save that scoundrel Man." However, there was no need for her to urge him. Bai Yongwang had already halted the mule cart, seized the axe resting beside him, and called to his two sons, eldest, second, "Let us go together. The more of us, the better our chances." Old Lady Li watched her three men rush into the fray, her heart racing as she shouted after them, "Be careful." At that moment, Lu Zhaodi also disembarked, wielding an axe. Though she was a woman and appeared frail, she believed her years of hard labor had endowed her with strength. Thus she resolved to assist. Just as she took a few steps, she was seized by Bai Lian, who exclaimed, "Wait for me. I'm coming with you." As she spoke, Bai Lian sharpened her axe on a nearby stone and instructed her mother and sisters-in-law to look after the children. "You two should not go adding to the chaos. If the men struggle, what chance do we women have? Oh, you must prioritize protecting the children if you go. My heart will be in pieces." Old Lady Li's voice trembled with urgency and helplessness, convinced that her daughter and daughter-in-law would only hinder the men. "Mother, please don't go." "Yaya is scared," Bai Zhenju pleaded, attempting to leave the cart, only to be pulled back by Bai Ping. "And you should stay here." "I'll go. My father often says I'm already half a man." "Stop your chatter." "I must go," Bai Lian insisted, for she alone possessed the space to safeguard her family. Seeing Bai Lian sharpening her axe, Lu Zhaodi picked up a stone and sharpened her own blade, then assured Old Lady Li, "Mother, don't worry. I will protect Lianer. Don't worry about that old man." Old Lady Li's chest heaved with exasperation, until Tianshi quickly supported her, saying, "Mother, since they are so determined to go, our persuasion is futile. Let them assist. The more hands, the better." Qinshe addressed Lu Zhaodi and Bai Lian, "You must be careful. We will keep an eye on the children." The two women nodded slightly and dashed towards the battlefield. But Lu Zhaodi's subsequent actions redefined everyone's perception of her. Instead of joining the throng of men, she chose to stay clear of them, believing there were too many men present. Indeed, she was avoiding suspicion. Bai Lian was left speechless. Did she truly need to concern herself with such trivialities at this moment? Lu Zhaodi, clutching her axe, approached the wolf pack from the side, fiercely striking at their heads or viciously hacking at their hindquarters. Although she did not slay any, her strikes were resolute. Had it not been for the men entangling the wolves she attacked, they would have witnessed firsthand the sharpness of the wolves' fangs. Bai Man, spotting his wife battling a wolf alone, felt his heart leap in terror. He shouted, "Wife, I'm coming," as he charged forward wielding a hoe. Bai Yongwang, Bai Chengyang, and Bai Chengyu quickly followed suit, and soon the conflict between humans and wolves split into two factions. Suddenly, a wolf seized the opportunity to bite Bai Yongwang on the backside. Bai Lian, standing beside her father, witnessed this and, without a second thought, raised her axe and struck the wolf's neck with all her strength. The axe, freshly sharpened, cleaved through with ease, and the wolf's head rolled away, landing near an unconscious girl. The gory scene and sent overwhelming Bai Lian, causing her to gag. Bai Yongwang, hearing the commotion, turned to see the shocking sight and called out, "Lianer, are you all right?" "Ugh, I'm fine," Bai Lian replied, retching slightly as she waved her hand dismissively. "You and Zhao Ya should carry that girl to our cart. We must tend to her wounds promptly, or she may lose her life." With that, Bai Yongwang swung his axe and struck another approaching gray wolf aside. The wolf staggered from the blow, its eyes glinting ominously as it howled defiantly, "Won't you old fool dare to strike me?" Without hesitation, Bai Lian thrust her axe into the wolf's mouth, twisting the blade viciously as she muttered, "Do villains not perish from excessive chatter? What else with all the howling?" Bai Yongwang and the rest of the Bai family were left stunned, astonished by Bai Lian's ruthless display. They realized that the wolf she had slain appeared to be the largest in the pack. At that moment, the remaining wolves suddenly ceased their assault, retreating and howling mournfully for their fallen leader. Bai Lian, taken aback by the wolves' reaction, withdrew her axe, only to be splattered with the foul-smelling blood. "Ugh, what is happening? Why are they howling at me?" she stammered, suppressing her nausea as she hid behind Bai Yongwang. Bai Chengman, filled with admiration, explained, "Sister, the wolf you killed seems to have been their leader." Bai Lian's eyes widened in realization as she scrutinized the fallen gray wolf, noting its size compared to the other defeated wolves and mutts. "How was I to know? It had its mouth wide open, and I thought, why not? It was pure chance that I ended up slaying it." The crowd erupted in applause. "Well done, Lianer. You've slain the Wolf King." After praising her, Bai Qingyong urged, "Fellow villagers, we must take advantage of their disarray and eliminate the remaining wolves, lest they bear a grudge and return to haunt us endlessly." The men, emboldened by the sight of Bai Lian, a woman having killed 2 wolf kings, surged forward with renewed confidence, perceiving the remaining injured wolves as mere trifles. Thus, more than 20 men charged forth once again. This blind confidence led to the wolves' steady retreat, and with each step backward, the men's fervor intensified, their actions growing more ferocious. As Bai Yongwang and his brothers prepared to join the fray, Bai Lian pulled them back, insisting, "Don't go. First, drag these 2 wolves away and bring that girl back." Bai Yongwang nodded, signaling his sons to heed Bai Lian's words. Bai Chengman lifted the girl, whose arm was nearly severed, and hurried towards their cart. Bai Chengyu grasped a wolf's leg, heading in the same direction, and curiously asked, "What do you want with these wolves? You're not planning to eat them, are you?" "These 2 wolves are mine to keep. Of course, I will take them back. Besides, wolf pelts can be sold, and the meat is edible." "Why not?" Bai Lian replied matter-of-factly. At that moment, Bai Lijing and his sons rushed over. Having seen Bai Chengman carrying the girl, his face had already turned as pale as a sheet. Now, witnessing the 2 wolves being dragged back, one of which was headless, his complexion drained of any remaining color. How could they have brought this beast back? Bai Yongwang glanced at his daughter, feeling somewhat awkward as he remarked, "Well, this wolf is useful after all. Its fur can be sold, and its meat is edible. Given that we are in such dire straits, we cannot afford to waste anything." Bai Lijing cast a peculiar look at Bai Yongwang, pondering to himself how truly desperate his cousin's family must be to consider consuming anything at hand. Bai Lian had been listening to Bai Lijing's words when her gaze inadvertently drifted forward, instantly captivated by the commotion ahead, rendering her oblivious to what Bai Lijing had been saying. She observed the parents of the girl with the severed arm, now standing like 2 imposing walls, directly obstructing Bai Chengman's path. "Hey, Chengman, where do you intend to take my daughter?" the biased mother exclaimed, her voice piercing and accusatory. Bai Chengman's brows knit tightly together, his eyes brimming with urgency and helplessness. "Madam, have you not noticed that your daughter is on the brink of death?" At that moment, the girl cradled in Bai Chengman's arms appeared as pale as a sheet, her severed arm hanging limply at her side, blood oozing profusely from the wound, pooling into a small, dark red stain upon the ground, a sight both harrowing and shocking. "What's the fuss about? It's just a little blood," the girl's mother scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain, seemingly oblivious to the tragic condition of her daughter. "I see you merely wish to take my daughter home to sell her for profit," she continued, casting a mistrustful gaze over Bai Chengman, as if he were indeed a nefarious character. The father of the girl, his thoughts twisting, adopted a look of grievance and said, "Are you planning to take my daughter back to your home as a child bride? It wouldn't be entirely out of the question. I heard you offered 20 taels as a bride price for the daughter of the Liu family. We would require no more than 10 taels." Bai Chengman stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity at the selfishness and coldness of these parents. He trembled with anger, exclaiming, "Your daughter is gravely injured. How can you not see that? Besides, I already have a wife. Why would I need a child bride?" The girl's mother waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned. "So, what if her arm is severed? She won't die from that. Moreover, having a wife doesn't preclude you from taking a concubine. That's what a child bride is for." She then turned to assess the astonished Lu Zhaodi in the distance, continuing with derision, "Besides, my daughter is quite beautiful. With a few years of care, she will certainly surpass Lu Zhaodi in looks. You will be fortunate indeed." The girl's father nodded in agreement. "Precisely. If it weren't for my daughter's lost arm, I would demand more than 10 taels. Chengman, consider yourself fortunate." Bai Chengman felt an overwhelming wave of frustration, nearly driven to the brink of madness, contemplating tossing the girl back into her father's arms. What kind of situation was this? He had merely wished to rescue this unfortunate girl, only to be met with ingratitude and entangled in a web of trouble. He had not even had the chance to hold hands with his newlywed wife, and now this absurd notion of a child bride had arisen. Bai Lian, long since enraged, could no longer contain her fury. Seizing the moment while the couple continued their incessant bickering, she strode up to them with purpose. Before anyone could react, she raised the bloodied axe and swiftly slashed it across the father's arm. Are you insane? Why are you attacking me?" the father yelped, feeling a sharp pain followed by a cry of agony. Realizing the situation, he brandished a hoe threateningly at Bai Lian, his demeanor suggesting he wished to devour her whole. Bai Lian, however, was undeterred. Having slain 2 wolves already, she had no fear of this selfish coward. As she lifted the axe to defend herself, someone acted even quicker. Bai Chengyu, who had been closely following Bai Lian, unhesitatingly abandoned the 2 wolves he had been carrying, dashing forward to deliver a solid kick to the father's abdomen, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. "You dare to bully my sister? You are courting death." The mother of the girl, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill us? Do you think you can take my daughter without paying?" she shouted in terror, her voice rising in panic. Her words ignited Bai Lian's fury like a lit fuse, and she felt as though she would explode if she did not release her pent-up anger. Her eyes widened, ablaze with rage, as she summoned all her strength and slapped the mother across the face with a resounding crack. The force of the blow sent the mother's head tilting aside, a trickle of blood escaping from her mouth. Bai Lian trembled with indignation, shouting, "Your daughter is cursed to have been born to parents like you. She is on the verge of death, and yet you remain blind to her suffering, intent on trading her like a commodity. You are no different from the greedy brothel madams." Chapter 82, Out of Control. Having vented her anger, Bai Lian took a deep breath and, with swift intent, summoned fabric and medicinal powder from her space. In truth, she had not wished to involve herself in this matter. She knew all too well that the world was filled with those deserving of sympathy, far beyond her capacity to assist. Yet today, for reasons unknown, witnessing such cold-hearted greed from these parents ignited an uncontrollable fury within her. Upon emerging from her space, Bai Lian found the girl's mother weeping profusely. Clinging to the father, her cries filled with endless grievance and rage as she implored Bai Lian for justice. In response, Bai Lian did not even glance their way, instead inquiring if Bai Lian had sustained any injuries. The mother, incensed at the indifference, shouted, "Why are you ignoring us? Are you protecting your cousin's family from facing justice?" Bai Lian calmly replied, "Why shout? I am no longer the village head, and I believe my niece has spoken the truth." The mother paused, her cries faltering. "Is it truly acceptable for you to be this brazenly biased?" Bai Lian, uninterested in engaging with such vile individuals, tore the cloth in half and moved to kneel beside the girl, beginning to clean the wound where her arm had been severed. As her fingers touched the girl's arm, a chilling cold radiated from her fingertips, sending a jolt of foreboding through Bai Lian. She quickly raised her gaze to the girl's face, only to find her as pale as a ghost, devoid of color. Bai Lian extended a trembling hand, gently probing for the girl's breath. Thankfully, there was still a faint pulse, albeit shallow. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Lian instructed Bai Chengman to lay the girl gently on the ground. She then uncapped the medicine bottle, preparing to administer the remedy. Just as she was about to sprinkle the powder, a pale hand suddenly emerged to block the bottle. Bai Lian looked up to see the girl, who had appeared unconscious, now partially opening her eyes, clearly stirred by the pain of having her wound tended. Thank you. But there's no need to save me. I have lost my hand. There's no point in living. In my next life, I will definitely be reborn as a boy, so my parents will care for me more. Listening to the girl's words, Bai Lian felt a growing unease and bitterness within her heart. It will be fine, it must be fine, do not speak such nonsense, she reassured herself, as she resolutely sprinkled the wound ointment onto the injury of the large girl. It will hurt, but you must endure it. Perhaps due to the irritant nature of the medicine, the large girl's spirits lifted slightly. She slowly turned her head to glance at her parents, who were also slumped on the ground, and managed to force a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. Her voice, weak and heart-wrenching, barely escaped her lips. Father, mother. Can I have a hug? I feel so cold. Bai Lian's tears instantly blurred her vision. This foolish child. The large girl's mother turned to her, and upon seeing the girl covered in blood, an expression of disdain crossed her face. At your age, why do you still need hugs? Didn't I just apply medicine for you? Just bear with it, you needn't worry, you will recover soon. The small boy, who had been cowering in silence, suddenly changed his fearful demeanor when he heard his sister ask for their parents' embrace. He jumped out, blocking the large girl's view of their parents, and made a face at her. Sister, you are already so grown up, you can't ask for hugs anymore. Mother can only hug me, ha ha ha. Get lost. Try making another face, and I swear I will stab you like a wolf, you little brat. If this wretched child were her own, Bai Lian would have certainly made him taste the consequences of his insolence today. Her roar was like thunder on a clear day, stunning the boy into silence, his grin freezing in sheer terror. Wow, mother, this big, worthless thing is bullying me. Hurry and protect me. The boy, regaining his senses, dashed behind his mother, clutching her arm tightly and crying for protection. The large girl's mother, pained for her child, immediately scolded Bai Lian. Why are you being so fierce? You widow? My son is still so small. What if you scare him? Can you compensate for that? Speaking thus, she ignored her husband, who was feigning death on the ground, and embraced her little son tightly, cooing tenderly, Don't be afraid, darling, with mother here, no one can hurt you. Perhaps the scene pierced the large girl's heart like a sharp knife. She began mumbling incoherently, her body thrashing violently as she attempted to sit up. Lu Zhaodi, feeling her pain, rushed over with reddened eyes and embraced the large girl tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. We don't need their hugs. I will hug you just the same. You must get better. From now on, I will cherish you. You will be my sister, and someone will love you. As Lu Zhaodi spoke and wept, she did not wish to cry, but upon seeing the girl, she was reminded of her own past, and the painful memory surged forth like a tide, rendering her unable to hold back her tears. She could not bear to watch the light in the girl's eyes dim slowly. Bai Yongwang and Bai Lian, witnessing the scene, felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. They understood that the large girl would not survive. However, upon seeing their daughter-in-law in such despair, Bai Yongwang resolved, As long as you survive, you will become part of our family. Yet Bai Lian furrowed her brow slightly. Saving the girl was one matter, but adopting her was another entirely. Unless the girl's despicable parents perished, there would be no peace of mind in raising her. Otherwise, traveling together would only invite numerous complications. At that moment, Lu Zhaodi suddenly shouted in terror, large girl, don't sleep. Wake up. Just as Bai Lian was about to voice her opposition to the idea of adoption, the sight before her rendered her speechless. The large girl's eyes were closed tightly, her once clenched hands now limp and lifeless at her side. With trembling hands, Bai Lian reached out once more to check for breath, but after a long while, she could feel no sign of life. At this moment, the large girl's parents finally sensed something was amiss. Abandoning their charade of feigned death, they stumbled over Bai Lian, and Lu Zhaodi thought the parents might finally experience a pang of conscience. However, they merely stood before Lu Zhaodi, showing no intention of reaching out for their daughter, and asked, Large girl, is she dead? Bai Lian slowly withdrew her hand, striving to keep her tone calm. Just bury her. Though Bai Lian outwardly maintained composure, her hand trembled uncontrollably. This subtle change was noticed only by Bai Chengyang, who had been standing by. How could this be? It was just a severed arm. How could she die so easily? The large girl's father questioned, his expression filled with confusion. Seeing that the couple displayed no sorrow, Bai Lian furiously shouted, "You brainless fool! Your daughter has lost so much blood, how could she not die? It's all your fault for wasting time, she could have been saved." Chapter 83. Dealing with the large girl's mother. Lu Xiaodi felt a tumult of emotions. Crying and laughing simultaneously, muttering repeatedly, "It's better this way. Death brings release." She repeated this phrase 3 times. Bai Chengman, witnessing Lu Xiaodi's anguish, felt a deep pang of sympathy, yet with so many people around, he could only gently pat her shoulder. Once the large girl's mother regained her senses, she lunged at Lu Xiaodi like a madwoman, angrily cursing, "It must be you, you vile woman. I only mentioned giving my daughter to Bai Chengman as a child bride, and you hold a grudge to the death. I knew you couldn't have been so kind-hearted. You had this scheme in mind." Upon hearing this, the large girl's father, whose eyes were already filled with schemes, began to spin his thoughts anew, echoing, "Yes, it must be so. You killed my large girl. I want to stand for this. You must compensate for our loss." Meanwhile, Bai Chengman, quick on his feet, seized one of the aggressive arms of the large girl's mother. However, she took the opportunity to grab Lu Xiaodi's hair, causing Lu Xiaodi's face to turn pale with pain as she cried out. But in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Bai Lian seized a chopping knife and brought it down upon the hand of the large girl's mother that was gripping Lu Xiaodi's hair. With a heart-rending scream, the large girl's mother lost a hand. Bai Lian, watching the woman sweat profusely from pain, spoke with chilling clarity, "It hurts, doesn't it?" The large girl felt the same agony just moments ago. Simultaneously, Bai Chengyang and Bai Qingyu reacted swiftly, like tigers pouncing on prey, to restrain the large girl's father firmly. Their quick response was fueled by concern over the father's history of violence, fearing he might harm Bai Lian again. However, they believed Bai Lian was merely trying to intimidate the large girl's mother, never expecting she would actually sever her hand. Once Bai Chengman saw that the large girl's mother could no longer pose a threat, he released her other arm and hurriedly inquired if Lu Xiaodi was all right. Lu Xiaodi rubbed her sore scalp, stating she was fine, but her eyes sparkled as she looked at Bai Lian, reveling in the feeling of being protected. Just then, the men who had slain the wolf pack returned, their arms laden with spoils, chatting and laughing. However, the once lively atmosphere abruptly halted upon witnessing the gruesome scene before them. The men's smiles froze instantly, their eyes filled with terror and shock. They couldn't help but shudder inwardly. My heavens, no wonder she has slain 2 wolves. She can chop off a hand without batting an eye. Truly ruthless. Bai Lian frowned slightly, his heart a tumult of emotions. Although he found the actions of the Bai Daitian family repugnant, and Bai Lian's actions provided a sense of relief, he acknowledged that a woman displaying such brutality would ultimately reflect poorly on them all. "It seems I must find a moment to have a serious discussion with my cousin regarding this matter. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to converse with my sister-in-law. For, after all, this cousin dotes upon his daughter to an excessive degree. He may not heed my words." Back in the day, Bai Lian had her sights set on the ill-fated 3rd son of the Zhou family. Despite knowing full well that the matriarch of the Zhou family was difficult to deal with, he still gritted his teeth and consented to the marriage proposal simply because Bai Lian expressed her affection. Now, Bai Lian finds himself in a quandary, while Bai Yongwang, the father, watches his daughter's ruthless actions unfold with growing trepidation. He never could have anticipated that his once docile daughter, who resembled a gentle little rabbit, would transform into a fierce tigress, exhibiting such ferocity. Ultimately, all of this can be attributed to the Zhou family. Bai Yongwang regrets, for the 1000th time, agreeing to this union. "Let me go. Li Jing, will you just stand by and watch as they bully us?" he implores. "We have committed no heinous crimes. I have already lost my daughter, and now they seek to harm my wife. Someone, please come and help us." Bai Yongwang's family is nothing short of a band of murderers. The father of the girl, terrified, stammered, his voice trembling, eyes wide with fear, dreading that the frenzied Bai Lian might approach him wielding a still-bloodied axe. The girl's younger brother, upon witnessing Bai Lian severing his mother's hand, erupted into a wailing fit, crying out, "Don't hurt my mother. You wretched scoundrel, don't harm my mother." Bai Lian's eyes flashed with disdain as she raised the dripping axe, pointing it at the sobbing boy, and harshly admonished, "Silence, you little wretch. I suggest you cease your incessant noise, or I shall sever your hand as well. Your voice is utterly irksome." The young boy, terrified by her menacing words, trembled and ceased his cries, merely sobbing and hiccuping in fright. At this moment, the girl's mother, overwhelmed by fear, disregarded her terrified son. Her face was ashen, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as she clutched her severed hand, collapsing to her knees before Bai Lian, weeping pitifully. Bai Lian, I no longer hold you accountable. I beg of you, grant me your medicine. I do not wish to perish. I do not wish to meet the same fate as that worthless scoundrel. I still have a son to care for. Though Bai Lian harbored profound disdain for the girl's family, she found herself unwilling to take a life. Nevertheless, she was not inclined to let this woman off easily. Having once read in a novel that cauterizing a wound can expedite the cessation of bleeding, she now found herself with an opportunity to test this theory. Thus, Bai Lian swiftly approached the still-burning firewood, grasping a flaming torch. She then turned to Lu Zhaodi and Bai Changman, instructing, "You two, hold her down tightly." The couple exchanged a glance. Though they were uncertain of Bai Lian's intentions, they felt an inexplicable compulsion to comply. Without further ado, they restrained the terrified woman who was attempting to flee. The girl's mother was utterly petrified. She could not fathom that Bai Lian would go so far as to harm herself and now sought to set her ablaze. Desperately, she struggled, screaming at the top of her lungs, "No, no. What do you intend to do? Someone, please save me." Li Jing intervened. "I will bow to you." Bai Lian, his brow furrowed deeper, finally found his voice. "Lian, please, enough." Bai Yongwang hastily echoed, "Lian, she has suffered enough. This is her fate." Bai Lian did not concur with her father's sentiment, but chose to remain silent, responding only, "I do not seek to kill her. I aim to save her." Save her? The crowd internally scoffed at the notion, observing her fearsome demeanor. Did she truly appear as a savior? The father of the girl, restrained by Bai Qingyang and Bai Qingyu, bellowed, "Bai Lian, if you dare harm my wife, even in death, Dania will not spare you." Bai Lian sneered disdainfully. "I thought it would be you who would not let me off the hook in death. Fear not, Dania will understand." With that, she lowered herself before the girl's mother and, taking a deep breath, without hesitation, pressed the torch against the wound. The girl's mother emitted a ghastly scream, a sound so sorrowful it seemed to encapsulate all her anguish. The onlookers averted their eyes, unable to bear witness to such a gruesome scene. Those who dared to look at Bai Lian were filled with shock. Some expressed admiration, while others gazed upon her in horror, as if confronted by a specter. Bai Yongwang's daughter was indeed formidable. Bai Lian, her complexion pale, felt nauseated, having already been repulsed by the act of killing wolves. The current deed made her stomach churn violently. Unable to contain herself, she retched, the contents of her stomach splattering onto the head of the wailing girl's mother. Bai Changman and Lu Zhaodi quickly released their hold and stepped aside. The crowd began to feel a twinge of sympathy for the girl's mother. As she continued to wail, she could not help but join in the retching, exclaiming amidst her heaves, "This wretched widow is truly repulsive. A wild wolf." Bai Lian, suppressing her own nausea, muttered, "I apologize, I couldn't control myself." Hastily withdrawing the torch, she was taken aback to discover that the wound on the girl's mother's arm had indeed ceased to bleed. Bai Lian felt a pang of regret. Had she thought of this remedy sooner, perhaps she could have saved Daniel's life. Just as Bai Lian stood, wiping her mouth, she noticed the crowd gazing at her with a mix of fear and astonishment. Realizing her recent actions may have frightened the villagers, she endeavored to soften her tone, explaining, "Please do not look at me this way. I am genuinely trying to save her. See, her arm is no longer bleeding." Bai Changman approached to inspect, exclaiming in astonishment, "Indeed, it's true. Her arm has stopped bleeding." As the crowd gathered closer, their expressions shifted, their regard for Bai Lian softening slightly. At that moment, a man in the crowd inquired, "Hey, can this method also stop the bleeding from my wolf bite? Though painful, we lack medicine, so it is worth a try." Bai Lian nodded slightly. "The efficacy is evident. You may attempt it yourself." White Xiaocai, who had been observing silently, spoke up in confusion. "Lian Mei, do you possess medical knowledge? I see you administering remedies and staunching wounds." He recalled that his cousin had not possessed such skills previously. Could it be that she had learned them from the Zhou family? However, if she indeed possessed medical expertise, it would greatly benefit the group, as they lacked a healer. Bai Lian calmly explained, "Xiao Kaigo, I possess no such skills. My former husband's younger brother is also a scholar, as you well know. He has failed to pass the imperial examinations for many years, primarily due to his obsession with reading miscellaneous texts, and he often flaunted his knowledge before us. Naturally, I absorbed some information from him. Upon hearing Bai Lian's explanation, the villagers experienced a moment of clarity. They recalled the scholar from her former family who had failed countless times to pass the examinations. Someone murmured, no wonder he could not succeed. He spent all his time on these trivial pursuits. Bai Yongwang seized an unnoticed opportunity and pulled Bai Lian aside. His gaze was tinged with caution as he lowered his voice and inquired, Lianer, have you purchased a substantial amount of the wound medicine? Bai Lian furrowed her brow slightly, an expression of confusion filling her eyes as she retorted, Father, what are you plotting? Bai Yongwang's Adam's apple bobbed awkwardly, his demeanor betraying discomfort. He averted his gaze, grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. I must say, please do not take offense. Given your current predicament as both a widow and a cast-off, your reputation has suffered considerably. Of course, neither I nor the family harbor any disdain towards you. However, your earlier display was exceedingly fierce. You are still quite young and will undoubtedly find another to share your life with. I can manage the repercussions of your widowhood, but should your fearsome reputation spread, it could hinder your prospects. Therefore, if you have ample wound medicine, perhaps you could spare some to treat them. This could ensure they remember our family fondly and may aid your future marital endeavors. As Bai Lian absorbed her father's words, a tumult of emotions surged within her. Akin to a jar of mixed flavors toppled over. She recognized her father's intentions were rooted in care, yet each word felt like a sharp needle piercing her heart, leaving her with an uncomfortable sensation. At that moment, Bai Lian was disinterested in discussing the prospect of remarriage. She had her own plans. Although the days of fleeing disasters were fraught with hardship, she found a peculiar beauty in her current life. She had a sweet and adorable daughter, along with family who stood by her side. If she could engage in some small business ventures to earn a modest income, wouldn't that make for a delightful existence? Why must she burden herself with such troubling thoughts? Father, you may be disappointed, but I have only purchased this single bottle. You know how unpredictable this journey can be. We must reserve it for our own survival. With that, Bai Lian cast a cold glance over her shoulder at Bai Yongwang. Her back turned defiantly as she strode away without a backward glance. Bai Yongwang thought to himself, alas, my daughter is upset. Let him go, brothers. We should return. Bai Lian instructed Bai Qingyang and Bai Qingyu. Upon her command, the two brothers released their grip on the man, who scrambled to his feet, glaring at them with venomous resentment. Bai Qingyang met his gaze unflinchingly, threatening coldly, it would be wise to keep your distance from my family, otherwise you shall not escape unscathed. Lu Zhaodi glanced at the man still sprawled on the ground and approached Bai Qingman, whispering, what about him? Bai Chongman pursed his lips, contemplating. Let us observe how his family handles the situation. If they neglect to give him a proper burial, we shall lend a hand. Bai Lian, overhearing this, smirked internally, wagering 100 taels that this couple would certainly neglect their duty. Chapter 85. You are all in the right. Bai Lian cleared his throat and declared, though I am not your official, I must speak on this matter today. I hope the Bai Daitian family will voluntarily withdraw from this gathering. The man turned abruptly. Disbelief etched across his features as he retorted, Lurs Hang, it is one thing not to assist us, but to expel us is tantamount to pushing us towards our doom. Is that so? What use is there for people like you in this world? Even wolves, fierce as they are, know to protect their young. You are even less worthy than a wolf, Bai Qingyang remarked with disdain after learning the details of the situation. Bai Lian chose not to engage further with the man but instead glanced at the woman still retching on the ground and raised his voice, addressing the crowd, everyone. Gather your belongings and relocate. This place reeks of all manner of odors, and remaining here will only worsen my condition. Just as the commotion began to settle, Bai Yongwang's family erupted into chaos, their discord palpable. What incited such turmoil? It was primarily due to old Lady Li, who had witnessed Bai Lian's actions from start to finish. Upon seeing Bai Lian return with such audacity, she exploded in fury. Old Lady Li seized Bai Lian's ear, her face a mixture of fear and rage as she scolded, well, your audacity grows by the day. How dare you slay wolves and mutilate a man? How did I never notice your remarkable prowess before? If you are so capable, why can you not even manage your own life? Bai Lian felt as if her ear were being torn from her head, a sharp pain coursing through her. She hastily covered her ears with her hands, tears brimming in her eyes as she pleaded, Mother, please let go. It hurts terribly. I am truly sorry. Bai Yongwang, witnessing his daughter's suffering, rushed forward to intervene, grasping old Lady Li's hand and murmuring, what are you doing, old woman? She has done nothing wrong. If not for her decisive action against those wolves, we would likely be dead by now. Moreover, you are unaware of how egregious Bai Lian and his wife are. They sought to sell their daughter to us as a child bride, treating us as fools. Lu Zhaodi nodded vigorously in agreement, echoing, indeed, mother, that is the truth. Bai Lian and his wife are utterly unscrupulous. Bai Chengman chimed in urgently, exactly, mother, they even demanded 10 taels from us. My sister was enraged, which is why she acted out. Bai Zhenju, noticing her grandmother's ire, looked worried with her small face flushed and clung to old lady Li's leg. Pleading in a choked voice, grandmother, please stop pulling on my mother's ear. You're going to pull it off. If you are truly angry, just hit me. I'm not afraid of pain. At that moment, Bai Qingyong and Bai Qingyu, along with their spouses, gathered around. Bai Qingyong frowned, advising, mother, please calm down and release your grip. Let us discuss this reasonably. Tianshi chimed in softly, yes, mother, it is not worth your health to become agitated over this. Qinshi, standing aside, had a sudden idea. She opened her water pouch and quickly poured some water over old lady Li's hand, where it clutched Bai Lian's ear. During a drought, old lady Li was already frugal with water, and seeing it flow away pained her heart. This distraction prompted her to loosen her grip. However, her anger remained unresolved, her body trembling slightly as she spoke with a quivering voice, yes, you are all correct, you are all in the right. But did you ever consider that a single misstep might lead to someone being torn apart by wolves, perhaps meeting the same fate as that girl? You cannot fathom the fear that resides in a mother's heart. And regarding that girl, you may call me heartless or cruel, but why did you meddle? Her own parents felt no concern. Why should you? If you had not interfered, you would not be in this predicament. With that, old Lady Li turned her back on the crowd, her steps shaky as she climbed into the wagon, wiping her tears while internally berating these wretched beings. All they do is advise me not to be angry, as if that solves anything. They fail to consider what would happen in the event of a real catastrophe. As everyone absorbed old Lady Li's words, a heavy silence enveloped them. Deep down, they understood that her assertions were entirely justified. Among the gathering, many were parents. And one could only imagine the anguish they would feel if their children were to encounter any misfortune. It would indeed shatter their very souls. Bai Yongwang sighed in resignation and turned to Bai Lian, saying, you have truly been reckless this time. Go and apologize to your mother. She was equally frightened. There is no lingering grudge between mother and daughter. A little coaxing will suffice. Bai Lian rubbed her ear, which had been painfully tugged, and with a hesitant expression replied, perhaps I should wait a while before I go. Let mother calm down a bit. If she sees me and recalls the incident, she might lash out again. And I would be at risk of another beating. Tianshi, genuinely agitated this time, shot a glare at Bai Lian. Lianer. It is not as your sister-in-law that I say this, but you truly do not comprehend. When we witnessed you chopping at people and confronting wolves, our hearts nearly leapt from our throats. We have never seen you so audacious. What has come over you? Bai Lian, feeling a headache coming on, massaged her temples. I was just overwhelmed by the moment. My mind went blank, and I acted impulsively. I assure you, I shall not do so again. Watching the scene from a distance, Bai Lian nodded with satisfaction. It was imperative that Bai Lian receive a thorough lesson from her sister-in-law. Her recklessness was simply unacceptable. An hour later, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted up from the foot of the mountain, featuring both wolf and dog meat. The oppressive heat made it impossible to keep the meat for long. It needed to be consumed promptly. Although the ordeal had passed without severe consequence, the spirits of the group were far from buoyant, for in such a short time, 11 lives had been lost. Additionally, the beloved local dogs, raised over many years, had suffered grievous injuries or met their demise at the jaws of the wolves. Those that were still alive were teetering on the brink of death, clinging to but a single breath. The owners, bereft of options, could only weep as they made the painful decision to put down the remaining dogs, having formed deep attachments over the years. Consequently, the families who had raised these dogs convened and resolved to divide the dog meat evenly among themselves, agreeing to swap portions if any families had raised dogs as well, thereby lightening the psychological burden of their meal.